Chapter 1. Only by surviving can one deserve to live. Sunshine Community. Building 18, Room 704. As Lin Yuan awakened in an unfamiliar bedroom, he was momentarily disoriented. Where am I? Wasn't he engrossed in a game? And this certainly wasn't his humble abode. Before he could comprehend the situation, a jarring screech of car brakes pierced the air. Bang! That was the sound of vehicles colliding. Bang, bang, bang. What on earth was happening? A chain collision? Without further thought, Lin Yuan hastily rose and leaned against the window to peer outside. Confirmed. This was unequivocally not his dwelling. The community was adjacent to the street, with a bustling commercial district below and a crossroads not far away. At the very center of the intersection, over 20 vehicles were violently entangled, while those behind, unaware of the chaos, incessantly honked their horns. A throng of onlookers gathered, pointing and gesturing at the wreckage, with some even taking out their phones to call for help. However, at that moment, the doors of the crashed vehicles swung open one by one. From the cars emerged more than 30 individuals, each exhibiting peculiar postures, their heads drooping, limbs disjointed, and skin a ghastly gray hue, clearly not of this world. The spectators were taken aback. Before they could flee, these figures surged into the crowd. They howled with exhilaration, seizing one person and sinking their teeth into their neck. In the blink of an eye, several had found their prey. The victims screamed in madness, cursing, "Madman, get away! Where did these lunatics come from? Let me go!" Amidst the cries and shoving, a woman cried out, "Let go of my daughter! Let go of my daughter!" Holding her bag aloft, she struck the assailant on the head. Her daughter, appearing merely a teenager, was being devoured by the driver. No matter how she struck, the assailant refused to relinquish his grip on her child. Tears streaming down her face, the woman glanced around in desperation until she spotted a nearby sanitation truck. Seizing a shovel, she swung it down upon the driver's head with a sickening thud. With a few strikes, the driver's skull was shattered, dark crimson blood mingling with fragments of bone, evoking a wave of nausea. Ignoring her revulsion, the woman bravely pulled the driver away, rescuing her daughter. Yet, her child's face was awash in blood, a substantial chunk of flesh gnawed from her neck, her eyes now a haunting gray. "Darling, are you all right? Don't be afraid. Mommy will take you to the hospital." Grasping her daughter's hand, she prepared to flee. But the daughter clung to her mother, perceiving her as sustenance. The woman struggled in vain, unable to break free. Within mere moments, the mother's eyes too morphed into that ghastly gray, her limbs twisting grotesquely. Her daughter released her and turned to pounce on another victim. And so it went for the mother, who had been bitten, surrounded by the community's buildings. With shops on the ground level and a busy intersection nearby, the crowd was dense. Those who were attacked began to gnaw on those around them. The remaining survivors attempted to escape, but in the throng, there was no way out, leaving them helpless as they were bitten. In less than 10 minutes, many bore wounds, gradually transforming into monstrous beings. Witnessing this horror, Lin Yuan's mind conjured a singular phrase. Zombies! He swallowed hard, his throat dry. How could zombies exist? Where exactly was this? At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The nurturing system is commencing loading. Memories are being infused. Lin Yuan felt a sharp pain in his head as a flood of unfamiliar memories invaded his consciousness. Soon, the integration of memories was complete. Transmigration? He had awakened in an entirely different world. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. Was it truly this haphazard? Yet regardless of his acceptance, the reality was undeniable. He had indeed traversed worlds. In this realm, he was a university student, orphaned, and supported by the family of a close friend of his parents, the Liu family. The apartment he resided in belonged to Liu Qingxue, the daughter of the Liu family, who was 5 years his senior. He had always referred to her as sister. Liu Qingxue typically resided at her company and did not dwell here. As Lin Yuan familiarized himself with his newfound identity, the voice in his mind continued. Ding! The nurturing system has been successfully loaded. Nurturing system, capable of nurturing all living beings. Upon contact with the host, nurturing can commence. Once successful, the nurtured beings will wholly heed the host's commands. Nurturing method. Captured beings will grow over time. Consuming points can accelerate growth. Note, the growth of nurtured beings will also benefit the host. Note, the benefits from nurturing are minimal initially, Significant change requires cumulative growth. Host information. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 20. Nurtured beings, none points. 0 nurturing tools, none. Gazing at the system interface, Lin Yuan's lips twitched. What distinguished him from a mere lowly fighter? Forget it. I should just focus on surviving for now. He shook his head and dismissed the system panel. The onset of the apocalypse was chaos incarnate. Venturing outside now would be tantamount to seeking death. Having concluded this, Lin Yuan averted his gaze from the terrifying scene outside, secured the window of his bedroom, drew the curtains, and proceeded to the living room to lock every window tightly, pulling the curtains shut. Observing the security door, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He retrieved a key and double-locked the door, feeling a tad more at ease. Kicking off his shoes, he padded barefoot to the sofa, switched on the television, muted the sound, and read the subtitles reporting the news. This morning, a novel virus was discovered in the city. It infects humans, turning them bloodthirsty and irrational. Let's connect with our reporter on the scene. The screen shifted to the outside. The reporter, a woman with a high ponytail, was running while speaking, but without subtitles, Lin Yuan could not decipher her words. Yet, after a few strides, the reporter stumbled and fell. A suited young zombie pounced on her, and the scene turned grotesque. The footage abruptly shifted back to the studio, where the anchor continued speaking, but Lin Yuan had lost interest. Given the external circumstances, survival was the only virtue worthy of pursuit. However, to survive at home, one requires supplies. I wonder how well-stocked my home is. The system didn't mention providing resources. This system is utterly useless, Lin Yuan muttered under his breath. Ding, the system is issuing a novice gift pack. Does the host wish to open the novice gift pack? I retract my previous statement. It does have some utility. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, preparing to open the novice gift pack when suddenly, the roars of zombies echoed from outside the house.
Chapter 2. In the face of apocalypse, what is there to play with? Alas, is the infection rate of these zombies truly this rapid? Upon hearing the chilling roars, Lin Yuan's heart raced with trepidation. This building boasts 18 stories, and he resides on the 7th. The unmistakable cries of the undead signify that they have infiltrated his very abode. Casting a wary glance at the door he had just secured, he felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability. The room was enveloped in silence, so profound that he could hear the hum of the refrigerator's motor and the gentle whoosh of the air conditioning. Without hesitation, he turned off the television, refrigerator, and air conditioning, seeking to eliminate any unnecessary noise. His gaze fell upon the security door. Although it was locked, a lingering unease gnawed at him. Determined to fortify his defenses, Lin Yuan began to shift furniture to barricade the door, though he endeavored to do so with utmost stealth. Maneuvering heavy objects quietly proved to be a formidable task, and by the time he had secured the entrance, he was drenched in perspiration. Seated behind the door, he listened intently to the anguished cries and the growls of the zombies, acutely aware that neighbors were already falling victim to the chaos. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed his phone on the table flashing. Rising to retrieve it, he found a message from Lu Qingxue. Xiao Yuan, the apocalypse has arrived. There are suddenly so many zombies outside. Do not venture out. Protect yourself at all costs. He promptly silenced his phone and replied, I am safe in the apartment. Where are you, Qingxue? Before long, Lu Qingxue responded, I am at home. I just returned to grab some documents during my lunch break and managed to evade the outbreak's tumult. I am safe now. A wave of relief washed over Lin Yuan, prompting him to quickly reply, Qingxue, stock up on food and water and ensure your safety. How are Uncle Lu and Annie faring? Dressed in a formal outfit and seated on the sofa with a baseball bat at her side, Lu Qingxue felt warmth swell within her upon reading his message. They are overseas. I spoke to them on the phone. They are unharmed. That is good to hear. Qingxue, remember to change into something more comfortable. Avoid high heels. Lock your door and conserve your energy. Lu Qingxue glanced down at her formal attire, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly understood Lin Yuan's intent. I will. You must also stay safe. Indeed, I will. Remember, do not open the door for anyone, and trust no one. I will remember. After concluding their conversation, Lu Qingxue felt her anxiety diminish significantly. She set down her phone and headed to her bedroom to change. Lin Yuan tucked his phone into his pocket and finally had the opportunity to explore the gift package bestowed by the system. System, open the gift package. Newcomer gift package, 100 points. Beginner bug nest X1, premium pet food X10, 100 points. Usable for nurturing creatures and purchasing items in the shop. Beginner bug nest, a compact breeding environment residing within the system's space, capable of housing creatures for accelerated growth at a rate 5 times faster. Note: the beginner bug nest can accommodate up to 3 types of insects simultaneously. Premium pet food significantly enhances the growth rate of creatures, with varying effects depending on the species. Upon absorbing the system's explanation, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Insect nests and premium pet food are indispensable necessities for raising creatures. Fortunately, the system generously provides them. Otherwise, with just the recently awarded 100 points, one would find them depleted in no time. Yet, to be candid, this 100 points is hardly substantial. I wonder if it suffices to care for this foolish dog. Lin Yuan cast his gaze toward the corner cage, where a husky, its eyes sparkling with wisdom, resided. By recollection, this was a pet he had previously nurtured. However, times have changed. In this apocalyptic world, the husky, with its perplexing thought processes, presents numerous uncertainties. A sudden howl could easily become unbearable. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan never contemplated its demise. After all, he had cared for it for quite some time, and currently, he lacked any other creatures. This silly dog could serve as a valuable companion. The husky, confined within its cage, barked upon noticing Lin Yuan's unwavering gaze, playfully bouncing about, eager for interaction. Did it assume he wished to engage in play? Indeed, such foolishness. In this dystopian reality, what folly! Lin Yuan's expression darkened. He hastily approached, extending his hand into the cage to cover the dog's mouth. Be quiet, you foolish creature. The husky, bewildered, wagged its tail, yearning for freedom. Lin Yuan grimaced. Such a dim-witted dog, utterly unresponsive to commands. If it made a ruckus, they would surely attract the zombies. With determination, Lin Yuan grasped the leash around the dog's neck and liberated it from the cage. System: initiate the care of the husky. A notification chimed, deducting 10 points. Nurturing 1 husky. A faint glow enveloped the dog, dissipating moments later as it bounded to Lin Yuan's side, affectionately rubbing against his legs. Lin Yuan noticed that the husky seemed less foolish than before, appearing to comprehend his commands. Listen, you silly dog, the outside is perilous. Making noise could summon zombies. We must maintain silence. The dog's eyes flickered, its large head nodding in understanding, before it sat down, playfully pawing at the air with an eager grin. Its intent was clear: it would handle any incoming zombies. Lin Yuan patted the husky's head, instructing, no jumping or barking. I have a task for you. Seek out an ant. The husky appeared momentarily perplexed, but quickly regained focus, nodding enthusiastically and sniffing the air in search of the tiny creature. Ants were Lin Yuan's ideal target for nurturing. The rationale was simple: their abundance. Moreover, they were easily located. Essentially, if one could find an ant, it would lead to discovering more. As the number of ants increased, so would the potential rewards from nurturing them. Strengthening his own body would enhance his survival capabilities, allowing him to venture forth. With more creatures under his care, he could also utilize them against the zombies. Lin Yuan meticulously devised his forthcoming plans. With the system at his disposal, he intended to employ it wisely. Chapter 3. How unfortunate. Even in the apocalypse, the fare remains so splendid. Work diligently, and do not slack off. Observing the husky's spirited demeanor, Lin Yuan felt a wave of reassurance. After successfully raising the Siberian husky, a profound bond formed between them, and the canine grew considerably more astute. This made matters much more manageable. He no longer feared the ruckus that might attract zombies. Before long, the husky tugged at Lin Yuan's pants, beckoning him to follow. Was there perhaps an ant to be found? The husky enthusiastically nodded, prompting Lin Yuan to rise and accompany him. The dog led him to a large flower pot beside the television cabinet, which housed a money tree. With its paw, the husky began to scratch at the soil. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan indeed spotted a dozen or so ants. Splendid work. He affectionately patted the husky's head, and in response, the dog licked Lin Yuan's hand, displaying a warm affection. Lin Yuan promptly seized one of the ants. Ding. 1 ant raised, consuming 0. 5 points. Ding. 1 ant raised, consuming 0. 5 points. Ding. 1 ant raised, consuming 0. 5 points. With a total of 16 ants, as they were successfully raised, Lin Yuan noticed the objects in the room suddenly appeared colossal, and he even saw a gigantic version of himself. He understood this was the perspective of the ants. However, this sensation vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan speculated that once the ants reached maturity, or with an increased number of raised creatures, he could observe other places through them. After successfully raising the 16 ants, Lin Yuan released them through the window's crack, allowing them to seek out more ants. With these 16 at his disposal, he needn't waste time searching for more. Instead, he began to gather food from his home. Since he had decided to stay indoors for a while, food was an essential resource. He first opened the refrigerator, discovering a few beverages, some beer, and instant sausages in the chilled section, while the frozen compartment was disappointingly empty. What a waste of such a large fridge, Lin Yuan muttered as he headed to the kitchen. Upon opening the cupboard, he found 2 full boxes of instant noodles, along with cookies and chips. A further search in the kitchen revealed an unopened bag of rice and a bit of dried noodles. The husky remained steadfastly by Lin Yuan's side, and Lin Yuan also located the dog's provisions, a large bag of dog food and canned dog meals. Their supplies seemed relatively ample. The instant noodles alone could last over a week. The rice could be cooked into porridge, extending their sustenance even further. However, there was a lack of drinking water. Given that the zombie outbreak had just begun, the tap water should still be usable. Lin Yuan gathered several empty 2-liter soda bottles and filled them with water, feeling that the water supply was still inadequate. He retrieved all the bowls from the kitchen and filled them to the brim. He then located several power banks and ensured they were charged. A search for tools in the house was also necessary, as they would be indispensable when confronting zombies. After a thorough search, Lin Yuan found a baseball bat. This bat had been a gift from Lu Qingxue. Apart from it, he had no other effective weaponry. The broom was plastic and lacked any lethality. A kitchen knife might serve in a pinch, but it was far less effective against zombies than the baseball bat. Lin Yuan placed the bat by the door. After completing these preparations, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yuan busied himself for several hours, depleting his energy, and his stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting him to prepare a bucket of instant noodles. The enticing aroma of the noodles made his husky dog leap with excitement. Hold your horses. There's some for you too. Lin Yuan poured a bit of dog food for his canine companion, who devoured it contentedly. Once the noodles were ready, Lin Yuan carried the bowl to the balcony, slightly drew the curtains, and gazed outside. 3 hours had passed, and the scene below had transformed into a haunting silence. The once bustling streets were now devoid of life, with various zombies aimlessly wandering about. The intersection had accumulated dozens of wrecked vehicles, while the distant road was congested with parked cars, many having crashed into the shops lining the streets. Zombies were omnipresent, and the stench of blood permeated the air, even reaching the 7th floor. Inside the shops on either side of the street, a few survivors could be spotted, yet hordes of zombies congregated at the entrance, battering against the sturdy glass doors as if they could shatter them at any moment. Lin Yuan knew these survivors would not last long. The glass doors offered little protection. As anticipated, one of the doors was soon shattered by a relentless zombie. A swarm of them surged inside, and the commotion drew others from afar, filling the small shop with a throng of undead. The unfortunate survivors, before they could even transform, were consumed entirely, leaving no chance for them to become zombies themselves. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze to another building across the way, where several individuals were peering out from their balconies. They were a mix of men and women, young and old. Some wept, while others ate. They were uncertain of their fate, but instinctively understood that venturing outside was not an option. A glance around revealed a considerable number of survivors in both buildings, indicating that most had the sense to seek refuge within their homes when the situation turned dire. Closing the curtains once more, Lin Yuan refrained from turning on the lights. The dimness of the room, coupled with the haunting cries of the zombies outside, imbued the atmosphere with a chilling sense of dread. However, having already witnessed the grim reality outside, such terror held little sway over him. With time to spare, Lin Yuan retrieved his phone. Half an hour earlier, Lu Qingxue had sent him a message. He opened it to find a picture of a steak accompanied by a glass of red wine. What a delightful meal, he mused to himself. Even in the apocalypse, one could still enjoy steak and wine. Yet, he was aware that these were staples in Lu Qingxue's household, and with the world in chaos, if not consumed soon, they would inevitably spoil. He snapped a photo of his nearly empty bucket of noodles and sent it to her. A response arrived swiftly. Xiao Yuan, how long can you sustain your supplies at home? Her message was tinged with concern. I've got plenty of instant noodles, rice, and noodles stocked up. I should be fine for about 2 weeks. That is reassuring. My nanny has a habit of preparing food for me, so I should manage for a week. Lu Qingxue replied, though a shadow of worry crept into her thoughts. What would they do once their supplies ran out? As the phone lit up, Lu Qingxue hastily picked it up to check. She reflected on Lin Yuan's words, realizing that persisting with rice porridge was indeed sensible, even in the absence of vegetables. Rice would suffice. Lin Yuan himself was uncertain whether such a strategy could be sustained for long. Perhaps, in due time, the city would face water and power outages, making it impossible to prepare porridge, thereby elevating the significance of instant food. It appeared prudent to consume regular meals while electricity was still available, and resort to instant food later. Lin Yuan promptly shared his thoughts with Lu Qingxue. Upon glancing at his message, she acknowledged that Lin Yuan had considered matters more thoroughly than she had. For years, she had taken care of him, yet in this dire moment, it was Lin Yuan who was guiding her on what to do. Chapter 4. A braggart. If you have the guts, go ahead and steal. Lin Yuan did not engage in lengthy conversations with Lu Qingxue. Having exchanged insights regarding the infection situation on their respective ends, he tucked his phone away. With the zombie outbreak newly commenced, both he and Lu Qingxue had numerous tasks at hand. The fortification of their residence alone constituted a significant undertaking. Though Lu Qingxue was a girl, she maintained a fitness routine and had trained in boxing, thus possessing considerable stamina. Following Lin Yuan's advice, she cautiously utilized the household furniture to reinforce their home. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa and began to browse information from the outside world. This marked the first day of the zombie outbreak, more accurately, the first afternoon. The electrical infrastructure and internet were still operational, yet no one could ascertain for how long. It was crucial for him to gather as much information as possible while conditions remained stable. He donned his headphones and opened a short video app. The first video he encountered featured a student in a dimly lit room, tears streaming down their face. "Family, I am so scared. I am stuck in my dormitory and too frightened to go outside. Zombies are lurking just beyond. I have only one takeout meal to eat and no other supplies. What should I do? Is there anyone who can help me?" In the comments section, one netizen remarked, "Count yourself lucky. You still have a takeout meal. I was trapped in the restroom without food during lunch, and now I have nothing. My stomach is growling. I'm in the supermarket's duty room. There are supplies outside, but I dare not go retrieve them. There are countless zombies inside the store." Another user chimed in, "If I were you, I would venture out to grab supplies. What is there to fear about zombies? Just go for it. Haha, a braggart. You think you can just steal?" As Lin Yuan scrolled through these posts, he noted that the commenters hailed from various provinces. Clearly, the calamity extended beyond this city. The zombie virus had erupted nationwide. Some netizens speculated that numerous individuals had likely been infected prior to this outbreak, only for it to suddenly manifest today. This explained the numerous reports of people abruptly succumbing to accidents, transforming into zombies, like a ticking time bomb, waiting for the moment to detonate. Lin Yuan perused the short video platform, observing that while many survivors existed, they were still in peril. Some were stranded on rooftops without any provisions, having gone hungry throughout the afternoon. Some individuals find themselves trapped in public restrooms, nearly succumbing to the stench, yet they dare not venture outside. Those fortunate enough to be sheltered at home are indeed exceptionally lucky. After all, regardless of one's circumstances, even those renting accommodations typically possess some reserves of rice or flour, thus alleviating the immediate threat of hunger. Conversely, those lacking resources face a dire fate. If not devoured by the undead, they are likely to perish from starvation or thirst. At this moment, Lin Yuan stumbled upon an official news video. The anchor, with an air of calm, reported on a rare virus. The cause of the outbreak remains undetermined, yet authorities are organizing countermeasures, urging everyone to safeguard themselves and remain at home while awaiting rescue. Rescue? Lin Yuan shook his head. Truth be told, the challenge is monumental. Take, for instance, his own residential community. It could be said that every building is infested with zombies. To extricate survivors, one must first eradicate the zombies. And this is merely a single community. Based on the video he had just viewed, countless cities are likely in similar straits. With such a multitude of zombies, how could one possibly clear them all at once? Attempting to navigate around them to save others is sheer folly. Staying indoors is only feasible with ample supplies. Without food or water, the inevitable conclusion is death. But who possesses such abundant provisions at home? It is not a commonality, is it? Thus, the prospect of waiting for rescue is exceedingly bleak. Self-rescue is paramount. Moreover, even if help does arrive, there is no guarantee it will reach him. One wonders how many survivors remain in the community. Lin Yuan closed the short video and opened WeChat, where he belonged to a homeowners group. The chat was currently abuzz with activity. Previously unfamiliar faces, as well as acquaintances, were now fervently engaging in conversation. Among these individuals, some were trapped outside the community, unable to return home, while others were at home, inquiring about the situation outside. After observing the flood of messages for a while, Lin Yuan found them to be overwhelmingly trivial. He exited WeChat and decided to check the school forum. In this commercial district, there exists a university town not far from his residence, merely a short 10-minute journey. Many students rent accommodations in his community. As expected, some students residing in his neighborhood were also posting pleas for assistance on the forum. Username, Clouds Light as Air. I am trapped in the underground parking lot of Sunshine Community. I am currently hiding in my car, too afraid to go outside. Can any student from Sunshine Community inform me about the situation? Is it safe to exit? Numerous replies flooded in. Dear classmate, do not come up. There are many zombies wandering in the community. Indeed, classmate, coming up would spell disaster. There are zombies in the community and in the hallways. Returning home is exceedingly difficult. You should remain in your car. I am also in the underground parking lot. Could you specify your exact location? I have water and some food in my car, as I just returned from the supermarket and didn't have time to go upstairs. Lin Yuan took note of this student's username, Supreme Benevolence Like Water. Above, a kind reminder. It is wise to prioritize your own safety for now. The presence of another person only increases the peril. The original poster must not reveal their location, as that individual above may pose a threat. Lin Yuan continued his ascent, encountering several fellow survivors from the same community. Many remained safely within their homes. Yet anxiety permeated the air, leaving everyone uncertain about the future. At that moment, the user, Shangshan Ruoshui, posted again, seeking survivors from Sunshine Community to establish a sanctuary. Dear classmates and families in the community, amidst this zombie outbreak, our provisions of food and water are limited. I believe many households lack sufficient supplies, and some may be enduring hunger. We cannot remain idle. Zombies do not tire, and their numbers will only increase. We must seize this opportunity, while their ranks are still manageable, to mount a resistance. We can gradually gather, eliminate all the zombies in our community, and transform our neighborhood into a secure stronghold. At that point, we can divide tasks. Those with agility can venture out to collect resources, and we can salvage supplies from unoccupied homes. The elderly and children can be afforded a relatively safe environment. As survivors of Sunshine Community, we may yet find a glimmer of hope. Those who wish to support can message me privately, and we shall deliberate together. My sole intention is to ensure the survival of more individuals. Lin Yuan read the post intently, remaining silent throughout. He merely observed without engaging in dialogue. The notion put forth by Shangshan Ruoshui was commendable, yet he had no desire to partake. Having consumed countless films and apocalyptic novels, he understood profoundly that in calamity, the most terrifying adversaries are not the zombies, but rather humanity itself. The human heart is inscrutable, and in such dire circumstances, most individuals are preoccupied with self-preservation. Lin Yuan was confident in his own abilities to endure. However, beneath Shangshan Ruoshui's post, numerous individuals responded, already strategizing their actions and determining their starting points. Some even shared this post within the Sunshine Community owner group, creating quite a stir. Yet, many preferred to remain cocooned in the safety of their homes. Soon, dissenting voices emerged. With so many zombies in the community, can we truly eradicate them? Question 1. Shangshan Ruoshui, how many zombies have you slain? On what grounds do you claim leadership? Others echoed the sentiment, urging everyone to stay indoors and await rescue. We stand no chance against the zombies. A bite means infection, they warned. Indeed, the authorities have advised us to remain at home. Ignoring this guidance could lead to regret. Thus, the nascent Sunshine Sanctuary faced potential stifling in its infancy. Chapter 5. Waste not, want not. While the embers of hope still glowed, action must be taken swiftly. Each individual harbors a tendency to conform. Once one person takes the lead in disparagement, a multitude will follow suit. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this development. It unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In the community, a myriad of individuals exists, none possessing the ability or authority to unite such a multitude of survivors instantaneously. Opinions diverge, some oppose while others lend their support, igniting a verbal skirmish. Lin Yuan, disinterested in this exchange of vitriol, deemed it a futile expenditure of time. Lacking in substance, his priority was to amass his own army of nurtured creatures. Besides foolish dogs and ants, other pets were also viable options. His mind immediately wandered to pet shops and veterinary clinics, as well as establishments selling small insects. He promptly accessed his mobile map, downloading the electronic version. Magnifying the map, he scrutinized it closely. The community he inhabited was nestled in the heart of the bustling city of Linhai, surrounded by several other neighborhoods. With a university town not far off, numerous wholesale markets and supermarkets dotted the area. Such a thriving locale inevitably attracted crowds, increasing the associated dangers. Lin Yuan meticulously marked the locations of pet shops and veterinary clinics on the map, planning to pay them a visit when time permitted. After laboring for over half an hour to annotate the positions of these establishments, Lin Yuan stretched his stiff neck, only to realize that night had fallen. He rose and approached the balcony, slightly pulling back the curtains. It was now past 7 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. The streetlights, powered by solar panels, although damaged in many instances, continued to function diligently where intact. The pallid glow was strikingly bright, yet it exuded an unsettling aura. By the light of the street lamps, he could vaguely discern some zombies wandering about. The undead seemed more vigorous at night, their low growls resonating louder than during the day. Occasionally, the anguished cries of survivors pierced the air, only to be swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of zombie howls. Few survivors remained outside at this hour. Most had sought refuge in secure locations impervious to the undead, yet their access to food remained uncertain. Even if the zombies were oblivious to their presence, such a state of affairs would not sustain them for long. Listening to the haunting sounds of growls and screams caused a shiver to run down Lin Yuan's spine. Yet he maintained a semblance of calm. A composed mind was paramount in such dire circumstances. He could not afford to falter. Returning to the sofa, He switched on a previously discovered energy-efficient nightlight. Its dim glow sufficient for him to navigate the living room without the risk of colliding with objects and creating noise. This level of illumination sufficed, negating the need for brighter lights, and with the curtains drawn, the glow remained undetected by the outside world, thereby avoiding unwanted attention from other survivors. Just then, he intended to continue his online search for information regarding the external situation when his dog trotted over. Tugging at his trousers, the dog emitted a soft whimper, its head shaking in excitement. Lin Yuan paused momentarily, then, through their bond, discerned the dog's message. The dozen or so ants he had released had returned. At last, they were back. As Lin Yuan approached the door, he was greeted by a multitude of ants, streaming through the crevices into the room. Despite the dim glow of the energy-saving night light, he could clearly discern the dense swarm. A wave of joy washed over him. His little ant squad was finally nearing completion. After a brief estimation, he calculated that there were around 500 ants present. However, he soon faced a dilemma. With only 895 points at his disposal, and the cost of nurturing a single ant being 0.5 points, he realized his points were insufficient to sustain the entire colony. It was an awkward predicament, yet not a particularly difficult choice. Points are meant to be spent. As long as he worked diligently, he could earn them back swiftly. System. Nurture them all. The 895 points were not a substantial sum. Spending them all would only allow him to raise 179 ants. With over 300 remaining, Lin Yuan decided to place them all in the primary insect nest space. This space would accelerate their growth, and he could nurture them later when he had enough points. Moreover, there was even a queen ant inside, which would expedite their growth and eventually enable reproduction, a guaranteed profitable venture. Ah, the points. With so many ants beyond his reach, Lin Yuan's desire for points intensified. How could he have exhausted 100 points so rapidly? They were far too ephemeral. He needed more points. But the question remained, how to acquire them? System, how can I earn points here? Ding. Points can be obtained by hunting zombies. Is it really that simple? Lin Yuan crouched behind a securely placed cabinet at the door and listened. There were indeed zombies in the corridor. He glanced at the husky. The dog dashed over, a look of excitement on its face, as if it were about to bark but held back. Silly dog, do you think you can handle what's outside? Lin Yuan inquired softly. The husky nodded vigorously. All right, I'll rely on you in a moment. Lin Yuan patted the dog's head. The husky grew even more animated, as if it understood what lay ahead. Its eyes glimmered with a greenish hue, fixated on the outside. Hold on, let me clear these obstacles first. Looking at the cabinet blocking the door, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have obstructed the entrance. He cautiously began to shift the items, exerting considerable effort until he finally cleared the doorway. He retrieved the key and unlocked the door. Now, with a mere twist of the doorknob, the door would swing wide open. Once the barrier was removed, he would confront the zombies head-on. Perhaps there were a few muscular zombies lurking outside, ready to spring a surprise attack on him. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He felt like a complete novice. If it came to a direct confrontation, the odds of his survival seemed rather slim. Surely, his luck couldn't be that bad. Unsettled, Lin Yuan sent an ant to crawl beneath the door, using its perspective to confirm that no hulking zombies awaited him. He exchanged a glance with the husky. The husky stood at the ready, exuding an air of preparedness. Lin Yuan gently turned the doorknob and signaled to the husky. 3, 2, 1. With a click, the lock disengaged, and Lin Yuan opened the door, stepping aside. Whoosh. The husky bolted out. Lin Yuan peered out, noticing that the corridor's motion sensor lights had activated, revealing 7 or 8 zombies aimlessly wandering about. He promptly closed the door with care. The closest zombie, having detected the faint sound of the door opening, let out a piercing shriek and charged in their direction. Despite the husky's reputation as a fool, its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. After all, it was a master of destruction. Whether in terms of speed, strength, or bite force, it was remarkably impressive. With a powerful leap, the husky lunged forward and clamped its jaws around the zombie's neck. Its astonishing bite force severed the flesh, tearing away a substantial chunk of bloodied meat. Only then did the zombie collapse to the ground, as the husky continued to gnaw, ultimately decapitating it. The head rolled away lifeless. The husky then swiftly turned and dashed back. Lin Yuan hastily shut the door. Through the perspective of an ant at the entrance, he observed the other zombies in the corridor becoming agitated, inching closer towards the commotion. However, they soon dispersed, wobbling away into the distance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your pet husky has slain a zombie, earning you 104 points. Ding. You have received 4 points in return for nurturing your husky. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel. This feeble zombie was worth so much. His eyes lit up. The points gained from this zombie had significantly replenished his resources, especially since he had only started with a mere 100 points, all of which had been spent on nurturing ants. Now, not only had he recouped his losses, but he had gained more. By the way, system, what did the silly dog do? Why did it suddenly yield points? Ding. Your pet husky has consumed the flesh and blood of the zombie, gaining energy and enhancing its attributes, allowing the host to receive corresponding points. What a revelation. This zombie truly was a treasure trove. There was no time to waste. He had to act quickly while it was still fresh. Lin Yuan hurriedly released all the successfully nurtured ants. The ants swiftly climbed onto the zombie, voraciously devouring its remains. Ding. You have received 0. 2 points in return for nurturing your ants. Ding. You have received 0. 3 points in return for nurturing your ants. Ding. You have received 0. 2 points in return for nurturing your ants. This sensation was absolutely exhilarating. Although the return from each ant was minimal, their sheer numbers compensated for it. Moreover, as the ants feasted on the zombie, their vitality and physical strength were gradually increasing. 20 minutes later, the zombie was completely consumed by over 100 ants, leaving not a single bone behind. While 100 ants may sound like a considerable number, in truth, it is hardly so. A single hand could easily crush them all. Yet, astonishingly, such a small army of ants managed to devour an adult zombie entirely. Lin Yuan glanced at the system, noting that the husky had earned 108 points for the zombie kill, in addition to 82 points. This particular zombie had provided a total of 190 points. Chapter 6. The Mosquito and Fly Squad. With 1,000 points at hand, Lin Yuan, having gained experience from the first encounter, proceeded with greater proficiency in the second. He directed the husky to methodically eliminate the remaining zombies. There were 12 households on this floor, and the corridor stretched long. The husky charged towards the zombie, while Lin Yuan busily spent the earlier 190 points. He had nurtured over 300 ants in the nest. After completing their nurturing, Lin Yuan released them. The husky took the lead, executing a stealthy attack that swiftly severed the zombie's throat, followed by a few more fierce bites to conclude the battle. The ant squad surged forth, voraciously consuming their prey. Half an hour later, the 8 wandering zombies on the floor had all been dealt with by the husky. The ant squad continued their relentless feast, albeit at a slower pace than the husky, leaving several zombie corpses still on the ground. Good job, silly dog, Lin Yuan remarked, observing the exuberantly bouncing husky at the door, and invited it to join the feasting ranks. Nurtured creatures were entirely unafraid of being infected by the zombie virus. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an evolutionary ability to absorb and convert energy to enhance themselves. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, the silly dog wagged its tail and dashed towards the remaining zombie corpses, happily beginning to feast. As Lin Yuan watched the zombies being rapidly devoured by the ant squad and the silly dog, he stroked his chin. Noticing a curious detail, the points provided by these zombies varied. The first zombie, a robust man, yielded a total of 190 points upon death and consumption. In contrast, an elderly male zombie provided 80 points at death and an additional 50 points upon being devoured, totaling 130 points. It seemed that the points awarded differed based on the age and physique of the zombies. Elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Even among the undead, this notion appeared to hold true. Buzzing filled the air as Lin Yuan heard the sound of mosquitoes. His thoughts interrupted. He looked closely to discover mosquitoes and flies hovering around the zombies. This was a splendid find. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately set about capturing them. The process was not arduous. The husky dragged a zombie corpse to the door, and the flies and mosquitoes promptly followed. Standing at the entrance, Lin Yuan extended his hand, and the insects quickly landed in his palm. Once touched, he could begin nurturing them. Just like the ants, nurturing even one fly or mosquito successfully would facilitate the rest. Within 5 minutes, he had completed the nurturing of all of them. Mosquitoes and flies, these trifling creatures, require merely 0.5 points each for their nurturing, resulting in a modest quantity, 24 flies and 18 mosquitoes. Once Lin Yuan successfully raised them, he instructed them to partake in the consumption of the zombies. Though termed as devouring, it merely entailed a sip of blood and the ingestion of some flesh. He did not anticipate a significant return in points. Rather, he sought to enhance their attributes. After over an hour of meticulous cleanup of the zombie corpses, even the desiccated blood on the ground was thoroughly consumed by the tiny ant battalion, leaving the area appearing as if it had been washed, devoid of any trace. With the zombies on this floor eradicated, Lin Yuan's points surged past the 1,000 mark. He transferred half of the ants to the primary insect nest space and dispatched the remaining ants to continue their search for others. The mosquitoes and flies were also sent forth to locate their kin, as he planned to augment the numbers of these 2 small squads. However, he retained a few by his side. For both mosquitoes and flies possessed the ability to soar through the air, an advantage not afforded to ants, making them more convenient for reconnaissance and observing the external circumstances. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yuan returned to the living room. He accessed the system and noted his accumulation of over 1,000 points, which surely could procure some worthwhile items. Opening the system store, he scrutinized the offerings: a pet cultivation elixir for 500 points that could directly mature a pet, a pet enhancement potion for 50 points to fortify a pet's physique, and a pet speed potion, also for 50 points, to elevate a pet's speed. After perusing for a while, he rolled his eyes in disdain. What a poor bargain. To enhance and elevate their physical attributes. It would be far more prudent to allow them to consume zombies, thereby achieving growth and acceleration in development. These potions were utterly unnecessary. Lin Yuan was not pressed for time. He could afford to wait for gradual growth. Moreover, what he truly desired now were items that could augment his own strength, as one's own capabilities are the ultimate truth in any circumstance. With this thought in mind, he resumed his meticulous search within the store. The marketplace boasted a dazzling array of items, various cold weapons, an assortment of firearms, and even an array of vehicles, including cutting-edge fighter jets and top-tier, fully equipped aircraft carriers. Naturally, the prices of such items were exorbitant. Gazing upon these splendid goods, Lin Yuan could only sigh and continue his quest. After an extended search, he finally stumbled upon a remarkable item, an E-grade gene potion that could reinforce human cells and optimize genetic sequences, enhancing strength, endurance, stamina, and neural reflexes threefold. With no side effects, its value was set at 10,000 points. Although the price was steep, the effect was indeed acceptable. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully, and nodded slightly. Although he currently possessed just over 1,000 points, still far from the required 10,000, he reminded himself that this was merely the result of vanquishing 8 zombies. After clearing a few more floors, I should be able to accumulate the requisite 10,000 points. However, it is now nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, and the hour is rather late. I have no intention of continuing my search for supplies at this moment. It is imperative to first ascertain the circumstances on my current floor. Venturing out to hunt is out of the question, especially with the backyard ablaze. With this thought in mind, I dispatched several ants to scout the area. As of now, the number of survivors on this floor remains unknown. The ants infiltrated a neighboring apartment, and I focused my attention, scrutinizing the surroundings through their perspective. The decor of this residence was predominantly pink, with a few university textbooks strewn haphazardly across the sofa. A laptop on the desk was still powered on, its screen displaying an unfinished thesis. It appeared that a soon-to-be graduated female student resided here. However, the room was now deserted, leaving me uncertain whether she had succumbed or managed to escape. 10 minutes later, I had surveyed all 11 apartments on this floor. 3 house survivors, while 8 were vacant. A few doors stood ajar, indicating that zombies had breached those thresholds. Others were closed, yet clearly unoccupied, suggesting that their residents were away when the outbreak occurred. Having confirmed the situation, I stood up, ready to open the door and commence my search for supplies. Chapter 7. Survivors Seeking Gain? I shall not indulge. Just as I was about to turn the doorknob to retrieve the supplies from these apartments, I heard a faint sound from outside. Is someone there? My movements halted, and I gently released the doorknob I had intended to grasp. Uncertain of the situation, I decided to send out a few worker ants for reconnaissance first. The ants slipped through the crack beneath the door, followed by mosquitoes and flies that buzzed into the air. Before long, through the ants' perspective, I observed 2 apartment doors slowly creaking open. After a few moments, the occupants emerged. My eyes narrowed slightly. These were 2 of the 3 households of survivors. One was a middle-aged couple, while the other was a young university student. The middle-aged man, balding and somewhat portly, was known in the community as Old Chun, while his wife, surnamed Zhao, was referred to as Crow's Mouth Zhao for her sharp tongue. She was notably slender and often adorned her lips with bright red lipstick. This couple was notorious throughout the building for their penchant for petty thievery. I recalled several occasions when I had purchased items and encountered Old Chun, who would eagerly inquire about my purchases, claiming he had never tried this or that, and requesting a taste. This happened repeatedly, prompting me to avoid him whenever I made a purchase. As for Crow's Mouth Zhao, she had once visited an elderly neighbor's apartment, and finding the elderly woman alone, she had stolen her gold jewelry. When the elderly woman reported the theft to the police, the stolen items were inevitably discovered in Zhao's possession. Caught red-handed, she still denied the theft, insisting that she had purchased the jewelry herself. She was asked to provide an invoice and purchase records, yet she could not produce them. Ultimately, the elderly lady's son returned and provided proof, allowing the gold jewelry to be reclaimed. Zhao, the one with the sharp tongue, had no recourse but to weep, wail, and apologize, claiming it was unintentional and that her memory had failed her. She had previously owned a similar pair of ornaments. With a plethora of excuses, the elderly lady's son, weary of dealing with such a person, chose not to pursue the matter further, which is why she did not wear the silver bracelet. However, the commotion was quite significant, and the entire community became aware of it. From that point onward, Zhao's reputation was tarnished, and everyone took precautions against her. She even had the audacity to rummage through trash left at doorsteps, seeking anything of use. On several occasions, takeout orders left at doorways went missing. And although suspicions fell upon Zhao, there was no proof, leaving the matter unresolved. As for the young college student, Lin Yuan had no personal connection and was unaware of his name. Nevertheless, he had heard some rumors. It was said that the student had previously tutored a young girl in the neighborhood, but for reasons unknown, he was severely beaten by her father. Since then, Lin Yuan had not seen him, having assumed he had moved away. Lin Yuan observed coldly. The three individuals had chosen the precise moment when the hallway was deemed safe to emerge, having remained silent during the earlier confrontation with the zombie. When he investigated the room, he discovered these three peering through the peephole, assessing the situation outside. Initially, he thought they were merely observing, lacking the courage to step outside. But to his surprise, mere minutes after the battle had concluded, they ventured forth. He was curious to see what these three were up to. Upon their emergence, they cautiously surveyed the hallway, sighing in relief upon confirming there were no zombies present. Yet, they remained still, eyeing one another with caution. Each of them was acutely aware of the earlier events in the hallway and had witnessed some of the proceedings through the peephole, understanding that it was the dog that had dispatched the zombie. At that moment, they all shared a singular thought. Had they known earlier, they would have kept the dog at home, as it proved invaluable in such critical times. Lin Yuan frequently took his dog for walks, and they were aware that the dog belonged to him. Now that the dog had dealt with the zombie, the fruits of that victory rightfully belonged to Lin Yuan. However, they did not share this sentiment. The couple, Mr. and Mrs. Chun, had conspired within their home, recognizing that Lin Yuan, being a college student, valued his pride. They believed that if they emerged to scavenge a few supplies, Lin Yuan would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to refuse. Furthermore, with the presence of the formidable dog, they felt secure. Although their own supplies were plentiful, they were uneasy. And the opportunity to acquire additional resources from someone else's home was one they could not afford to miss. The more supplies they gathered, the greater their chances of survival. If Lin Yuan were displeased and reluctant to share, they resolved to be persistent. They were unafraid of the dog, for they were still human and had not succumbed to the infection. Would Lin Yuan truly dare command his dog to harm them? After deliberating, they boldly stepped outside. At present, Lin Yuan's absence has incited a wave of exhilaration. What a splendid opportunity. The two individuals fixated on the young college student for a moment, and upon noticing his lack of movement, they boldly proceeded to open other doors. Some of these doors stood ajar, revealing a chaotic interior, indicative of a struggle between humans and zombies. A few doors remained locked, yet Old Chin skillfully manipulated a piece of wire, successfully unlocking them. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, he had not anticipated Old Chin's skill set. Previously, he had only perceived the duo as greedy and petty thieves. It seemed plausible that they frequently entered others' homes when unobserved, as their expertise suggested. A sudden thought struck Lin Yuan regarding a few old phones he had discarded at home, which had since vanished. Might Old Chin have stealthily retrieved them? Fortunately, the room contained no particularly valuable items. The young college student cast a few glances at Old Chun and his wife, seemingly disinterested in engaging with them. Even wearing an expression of disdain, as if to mock their behavior, he proceeded directly to the first unit of 12. Raising his hand, he gently tapped on the door. Lin Yuan recalled that this household was inhabited by a solitary female, reputedly a stunningly beautiful professor from their university, though he had never encountered her and could not ascertain the nature of her beauty. Earlier, while sending ants to investigate, he had noted someone inside. But the specifics were unimportant to him, merely knowing there was someone there sufficed. This young man evidently harbored ulterior motives. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more prudent to scavenge for supplies at such a time? Why knock on someone's door? Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall how this fellow had been soundly thrashed by the father of a girl he had tutored. It appeared he intended to revert to his former ways amidst the apocalypse. Lin Yuan observed their antics through the perspectives of his ants and flies, a cold smile gracing his lips. Here he was, laboring diligently to vanquish zombies, while they brazenly sought to reap the rewards without even consulting him, as if he were inconsequential. Did they truly believe him to be easily intimidated? Harboring no favorable impression of the trio, Lin Yuan had no intention of sharing any spoils with them. Little ones, it's time to act. With his command, several ants swiftly scurried toward the trio, biting into their ears, necks, and wrists with fervor. Ouch! What is that? The three exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Wuing clutched her neck, grimacing in pain. That hurts, Old Chun. This mosquito is truly venomous. She had initially assumed she had been bitten by a mosquito. Old Chun, covering his ears, exclaimed, I got bitten too. That wretched mosquito. You must look at it. I feel a huge bump on my neck. Zhao Wuing hurriedly insisted, gripping her neck tightly, feeling the pain intensifying. She was slightly taller than Old Chun, who craned his neck to get a better look. Remove your hand so I can see. Zhao Wuing finally realized and removed her hand. Old Chun glanced at the dim light, and the sight startled him, causing him to step back instinctively. An ant had bitten him, and it retreated immediately, revealing a small blood hole. The hole was not large, akin to the size of a mole. Yet it distinctly showcased a tiny piece of flesh that had been bitten away. Old Shin felt an intensifying pain in his ear. "You must take a look at my ear." Zhao Yuezui, taken aback by Old Shin's pallid complexion, approached him anxiously to inspect his ear. Her eyesight was not particularly keen, and she scrutinized closely. Upon discerning the situation, Zhao Yuezui quickly covered her mouth in horror. Old Shin's ear had been perforated, resembling a small bullet hole made by a child's toy gun. What is happening? Was it a mosquito? Both were engulfed in fear. The young university student cast a disdainful glance at the two, scoffing at their alarm. What a fuss. Just a moment ago, I felt a slight sting myself. It was merely an ordinary ant. I have no idea when it crawled onto me. Just an ant. What is there to be frightened of? The trio had only witnessed the husky swiftly dispatching the zombie through the peephole, completely oblivious to the ant's actions. As the ant had devoured the zombie while it was already on the ground, invisible from their vantage point. Now, with the ant's bite, they never anticipated any grave consequences. Lin Yuan, observing their expressions, remained remarkably calm. The ant, having previously consumed the zombie, had already been contaminated with the zombie virus on its mouth and body. However, due to being domesticated, it was immune to the virus and thus remained unaffected. But these three lacked such immunity, and now that they had been bitten, they were already infected with the zombie virus. Lin Yuan merely needed to wait for these three to transform into zombies. Old Shun and Zhao Yuezui felt inexplicably tense, glancing around as if something terrifying lurked nearby. Initially, they had unlocked several doors, but now they hesitated to enter. Old Shun felt the pain in his ear worsening. Zhao Yuezui was also clutching her neck. "It's all your fault. We shouldn't have come out." Zhao Yuezui began to chastise. "Why are you blaming me?" Old Shun retorted. "Didn't you want to come out as well? If we hadn't come out, we wouldn't have been bitten by that mosquito. This mosquito bite is so dreadful, it won't turn us into zombies, will it? Ugh, shut your crow's mouth. Keep babbling, and I might just tear it apart." Tears began to stream down Zhao Yuezui's face. "Old Shun, after all these years by your side, I have contributed in my own way. How can you treat me this way?" As she spoke, her eyes began to roll uncontrollably. Old Shin was startled and stepped back. "Old Shin, what are you doing? What is happening to me?" Zhao Yuezui's speech became slightly slurred. The hand that had been clutching her neck drooped down. "Get away. Stay back." Old Shin kicked Zhao Yuezui's calf, causing her to kneel on the ground. "Old Shin, what are you doing? Are you trying to get us both killed?" Zhao Yuezui lunged forward, clutching Old Shin's leg. Old Shin began to kick frantically, attempting to dislodge Zhao, who had become a grotesque figure. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. "Get away. If you're to perish, do not drag me down with you." Old Shun watched in horror as Zhao began to convulse, utterly forgetting that he too had been bitten, and continued to kick with wild abandon. Despite Zhao's spasms, he clung to Old Shin's leg with a tenacity that suggested an unyielding obsession. "Woo-woo." Zhao's words were slurred and indistinct. He lifted his head, his eyes devoid of their former luster, now a ghastly gray. His once vibrant lips, painted a vivid crimson, parted wide as if trying to articulate something. But only guttural howls emerged. A foul, putrid liquid oozed from beneath Old Shun, dripping onto Zhao's head. Having lost all semblance of sanity, Zhao sank his teeth into Old Shin's leg. In response, Old Shin kicked even more violently, yet he too began to feel his limbs contorting. Their struggle, though seemingly prolonged, had lasted barely over a minute. Lin Yuan observed coldly, his gaze unwavering. What belonged to him was not for others to claim. Those who entertained reckless thoughts must face the repercussions. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard a noise. Through the perspective of an ant, he beheld the door of the solitary female resident's apartment swing open. "Is something the matter?" A melodious voice called out. Was this an act of self-destruction? Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief. The young man had been bitten by an ant and was now likely half zombified. At such a critical moment, the lone woman had chosen to open her door. Why now of all times? Indeed, the young college student suddenly let out a piercing shriek and lunged towards the slightly ajar door. The girl gasped, desperately attempting to shut the door. Yet the young man, fueled by a monstrous strength, forced the gap wider. Just as he was about to bite her, she brandished a kitchen knife, which had mysteriously appeared in her hand, and struck it against the young man's arm. Dark red blood erupted like a gushing fountain, splattering across her face, with droplets landing in her eyes. Although the young man was beginning to transform into a zombie, a flicker of consciousness remained. Instinctively, he released his grip as the blade struck him. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. The young man cried out, bewildered, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort within him. Upon seeing the girl, he had inexplicably harbored a desire to consume her. "I don't want this. I don't want this," he muttered while seated on the floor. Yet, half a minute later, he could no longer form words, reduced to mere howls. He began to pound on the door in a frenzy. Lin Yuan understood that the transformation was complete. The young man had fully succumbed to the zombie plague. In the corridor, 3 zombies roared in unison. Lin Yuan could not allow them to continue. He needed to resolve the situation swiftly to facilitate the transportation of supplies. Otherwise, attracting more zombies would waste considerable time. Foolish dog, it's your time to shine, eliminate them. The husky, filled with enthusiasm, bounded forward with a swift motion. Having already dispatched several zombies and devoured their flesh, the husky's attributes had improved, and it had even grown a few centimeters in size. Now, facing 3 newly turned zombies, it was like a child playing a game. Chapter 9, The Neighboring Goddess. The elegant Song Yufei. The husky's first target was the young zombie. With a swift snap, the frail young zombie, appearing utterly decrepit even in its undead form, offered no resistance. In a single bite, the husky severed its neck. A significant amount of flesh was consumed, and after a few additional bites, the young zombie, having only just transformed, was lifeless within minutes. Ding! The domesticated creature, the husky, has killed a zombie, earning 85 points. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. It was indeed a feeble creature, yielding only 85 points, comparable to the elderly zombie previously encountered. It appeared that the value of points was not solely based on age or ailment, but rather on the energy provided by the zombies. The young zombie, being gaunt, offered minimal sustenance. Lin Yuan released the ants to feast upon the young zombie. The husky then lunged at Lao Chun and Zhao Wuyo. Even after transforming into a zombie, Zhao Wuyo clung to Lao Chun's leg. Although Lao Chun had fully succumbed to the infection, becoming a zombie himself, he was momentarily incapacitated by Zhao Wuyo's grasp, sitting helplessly on the ground and incoherently growling. Dealing with these two was effortless for the husky. Its biting power had increased, allowing it to dispatch a zombie with a single bite. As both Zhao Wuyo and Lao Chun collapsed to the ground, lifeless yet still entangled, it was evident they were a match made in heaven. In less than a minute, the 3 zombies were flawlessly eliminated by the husky. Lao Chun's abdomen had been torn open, spilling forth a pool of greasy fat, while Zhao Wuyo's neck had been bitten, the flesh on his face grotesquely ripped away. The sight was rather unappetizing. Lin Yuan chose to overlook such gruesome details. The more horrific the scene, the calmer he became. Ding! The domesticated creature, the husky, has killed 2 zombies, earning 220 points. Lin Yuan felt satisfied, estimating that Lao Chun was worth a bit more, given his ample flesh. With the zombies dispatched, the husky joyfully leaped a few times, wagging its tail, glancing back at Lin Yuan's door, eagerly anticipating praise. Good job, foolish dog, Lin Yuan called out from within, not stepping outside. The husky, now with heightened senses, perked up at the compliment and wagged its tail even more vigorously. Lin Yuan directed the husky and the ants to consume the zombies, planning to wait until they had thoroughly cleared the 3 corpses before venturing out. By that time, he hoped to gather supplies without any interruptions. The husky voraciously devoured the flesh, while the ants surged forth in a frenzy. The previous consumption of numerous zombies did not deter their insatiable appetite. Their bellies seemed like bottomless pits. Lin Yuan comprehended that the flesh of the zombies, within the mouths of these domesticated creatures, was not mere sustenance, but a unique form of energy. It was precisely for this reason that they could consume without the risk of overindulgence. The 3 zombies previously devoured had yielded over 300 points, and as they were being consumed, the system's notification chimed incessantly. Ding! Earned 2 points from the nurturing creature, the ant. Ding! Earned 4 points from the nurturing creature, the husky. Ding! Earned 3 points from the nurturing creature, the ant. Lin Yuan listened to the notifications with delight, realizing that such hunting could render the goal of 10,000 points within reach. It would not be long before he amassed the required points to exchange for an E-grade gene serum. Lin Yuan waited comfortably in his room, unhurried. However, at that moment, the door at the end of the corridor suddenly swung open. A girl crawled out from within. Her eyes had taken on a grayish hue, yet she had not entirely lost consciousness. Please, please save me, Song Yufei weakly called out, crawling towards Lin Yuan's room. Lin Yuan finally caught sight of her. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Standing at 175 centimeters, she was a striking figure among women, and her physique was far from slender. Rather, it was voluptuous. As she lay on the ground, a vast expanse of fair skin was evident, her complexion pale, and though her eyes were beginning to change, they could not conceal her exquisite features. She wore a sky-blue dress, which had ridden up due to her crawling, revealing her long, fair legs. Even on the brink of zombification, she appeared remarkably beautiful. It was no wonder that the man had the audacity to indulge in such beauty amidst the apocalypse. Lin Yuan mused, somewhat exasperated. This woman was incessantly calling for help, which could attract zombies. Although zombies could not use elevators, they could certainly ascend stairs. Should they come through the fire escape, it would lead to complications. However, if zombies did appear, they would also bring points. As long as there weren't too many, The husky could handle them, yet he had yet to gather his supplies. If zombies were drawn in, it seemed he might forego sleep and rest tonight. Likely occupied throughout the night. To avoid trouble, the most prudent choice would be to eliminate her. Without Lin Yuan's command, the husky continued to gnaw on the zombie, not rushing to attack the girl. Through the ants, Lin Yuan observed her. Her consciousness had not entirely dissipated, rendering her a half-zombie. Moreover, tears streamed down her cheeks. And though her large eyes lacked luster, they resembled gray contact lenses, glistening like raindrops. Her small mouth opened and closed, crying out for help, appearing exceedingly pitiful. To be honest, Lin Yuan found himself somewhat unable to take action against her. Sigh, being soft-hearted is not a virtue. Letting out a gentle sigh, Lin Yuan commanded the husky to bring the girl over. The husky immediately bounded forward, sinking its teeth into the girl's skirt. It tugged at the fabric, pulling her in this direction. With a sharp rip, the skirt was torn apart. What had once been a modest garment was now reduced to a mere remnant clinging to her form. The material was scant, leaving little to the imagination. Foolish dog. Lin Yuan shook his head, realizing that even before its enhancement, the husky could easily have shredded the skirt with a single bite. Momentarily bewildered, the husky then seized the girl's shoulder, tugging once more. With its newfound strength, had it not exercised restraint, it could have easily bitten through flesh. Fortunately, it managed to control its bite, successfully dragging the girl to Lin Yuan's doorstep. However, the bite left deep impressions on her shoulder, blood oozing from the wounds. The trail of blood marred her appearance, creating a grim spectacle. Remarkably, despite the chaos wrought by the husky, the girl merely whimpered in pain, not yet fully succumbing to a zombie-like state. Observing her resilience, Lin Yuan was inclined to grant her a chance at survival, though it remained uncertain if her fate would allow for such mercy. The nurturing system could, in theory, accommodate all forms of life, including humans and even zombies. Yet, that remained a mere theory. Furthermore, the requisite points for such nurturing were unknown. If nurturing proved impossible, or if the points were insufficient, Lin Yuan would have no choice but to express his regrets. System: how many points are required to nurture her? Target name: Song Yufei. Age: 26. Weight: 54 kilograms. Height: 175 centimeters. Figure: 36E. Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Get to the point. Can she be nurtured? How many points? Chapter 10. Nurturing Song Yufei, success. That sultry voice, who could resist it? Ding. Nurturing Song Yufei requires a consumption of 1,500 points. 1,500 points? Why not just rob a bank? Lin Yuan was speechless. He had anticipated that nurturing Song Yufei would demand a significant number of points, but he hadn't expected such a staggering amount. Nurturing a creature as large as the husky had only cost him 10 points. The disparity was glaring. After laboriously slaying zombies for hours to accumulate these points, it was painful to see them vanish so quickly. Host, a friendly reminder. Nurturing Song Yufei is a surefire investment. The system's voice chimed again. A guaranteed profit? Is such fortune truly at hand? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Although 1,500 points seemed substantial, in reality, it only required the elimination of about 10 zombies. With the multitude of zombies within the community, the potential for accumulating points was vast. Moreover, he had yet to nurture a zombie. Given that Song Yufei was in a semi-zombie state, there might be unforeseen benefits in nurturing her. The prices and value of the system were directly proportional. If nurturing Song Yufei required such a significant expenditure, the returns should likewise be considerable. As he observed Song Yufei on the brink of complete transformation into a zombie, Lin Yuan ceased to hesitate, nodding decisively to expend the 1,500 points. Nurture Song Yufei. As the words fell, Song Yufei fainted. Ding. Successfully raised Song Yufei, deducting 1,500 points. Lin Yuan glanced at the system's point panel, noting that his points had dwindled to a meager 2-digit number, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. However, having already spent the points, he chose not to dwell on it. Unlike the previous instances of raising a husky and an ant, which had not resulted in any fainting episodes, Song Yufei's current state took Lin Yuan by surprise. The system had indicated success, so it must be true, right? Lin Yuan scrutinized Song Yufei. Despite being smeared with blood, her figure remained alluring, and in her current state of undress, her physique was laid bare for all to see. The skin, once tinged with a gray hue due to her semi-zombie condition, began to revert to its normal, delicate, fair complexion. Her distorted limbs gradually resumed their normal appearance. Observing this, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief. Approximately 2 minutes later, Song Yufei opened her eyes. Though her pupils retained a slight grayish tint, they were not as fearsome as a zombie's. Rather, they possessed a unique beauty, reminiscent of wearing colored contact lenses. Blinking, Song Yufei gazed at Lin Yuan in a daze. Yet, that moment of bewilderment quickly transformed into a shy and affectionate expression. Master, a melodious voice escaped her lips, laced with a sweet and sultry tone. Lin Yuan felt a shiver run through his bones. Goodness, who could withstand such a charm? You should get up, the ground is cold. He quickly diverted the conversation. Song Yufei rose from the ground, scrutinizing her body, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. She recalled the events that had transpired and understood that her current state was not Lin Yuan's doing, but rather the work of the husky. Yet, this was of little consequence. Lin Yuan was now her master, and even if he were responsible, it mattered not. With light steps, Song Yufei approached Lin Yuan. She longed to draw closer, yet felt embarrassed about her soiled appearance, fearing she might dirty him. Lin Yuan observed her, noting that she now appeared no different from a typical human being. However, through the system, he knew that although she appeared normal on the surface, she was, in fact, still a zombie. The infection had altered her genetic sequence, an irreversible change. Fortunately, this alteration only affected her genes. Her body and consciousness remained untouched by the zombie virus. Akin to that of an ordinary person, this was not a misfortune, but rather a blessing, as she was fundamentally still a zombie. She would not be subject to the attacks of her kind. Moreover, she was obedient and well-behaved. The investment of 1,500 points seemed worthwhile. As Lin Yuan contemplated this, he noticed Song Yufei hesitating, wanting to draw near but unsure. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Master, I wish to get close, but I fear I might dirty you." Song Yufei replied shyly. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. "Why don't you take a bath first and change your clothes? Once you're clean, come find me." "Thank you, Master." Song Yufei broke into a joyful smile before turning to head home for a bath, for after all, her clothes remained at her residence. "Oh, I should change into something more comfortable," Lin Yuan thoughtfully reminded her. "Understood, Master," Song Yufei replied, her voice embodying a tender and sweet allure. As Song Yufei returned to her home, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Speaking with her had been an excruciating experience. With her alluring figure barely concealed by her attire and her captivating voice, it was a challenge to maintain composure, especially as she occasionally sought closeness. Lin Yuan speculated that her affectionate demeanor towards him stemmed from her being nurtured, akin to a playful husky seeking affection. Thankfully, his self-restraint was commendable, otherwise, he might have succumbed to temptation. However, this was hardly the appropriate moment, as there were pressing matters to attend to. During Song Yufei's bath, Lin Yuan utilized the perspectives of the ants and flies to scrutinize the surroundings. It appeared that there were survivors on his floor. Yet a greater number of zombies roamed the hallways. Some were banging on doors, while others aimlessly wandered, creating minimal noise. Throughout the building, he could see that zombies were indeed numerous, yet they remained confined to their respective floors, not yet in disarray. It seemed his earlier actions had gone unnoticed. Next, he surveyed the community. Many zombies still wandered about, and he had yet to observe the alliance that Shongshan Ruoshui had mentioned. Lin Yuan was not surprised. Rallying survivors into an alliance amidst such a horde of zombies was no simple task, particularly on the first day. It was entirely reasonable that no organization had formed yet. With the assurance that he had not attracted attention, Lin Yuan relaxed. The priority was to thoroughly cleanse this building. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If he could utilize the perspectives of ants, flies, and mosquitoes to observe different areas, could he not also employ Song Yufei's viewpoint to explore elsewhere? With that thought, a graceful silhouette emerged in his mind. Although her face remained unseen, her body was visible, accompanied by the sound of water splashing. After a moment of admiration, Lin Yuan found it rather overwhelming. Her figure was truly exceptional. He quickly retrieved a tissue to dab his nose before hastening to the adjacent room to gather supplies. Upon opening the door to the next room, he found it as he had seen through the ant's eyes, vacant, adorned in shades of pink, with pink sofas and chairs, exuding a youthful charm. He reflected that the occupant was a college student he had encountered a few times, a beauty with a petite stature, likely under 5 feet tall, presenting a more doll-like appearance. She had not been among the zombies he had dispatched, suggesting she was out and had yet to return. He wondered if she was still alive. Even if she were, it was doubtful she would return. As he pondered, he opened the refrigerator, only to be taken aback by what he saw. Chapter 11. Lin Yuan felt somewhat inadequate in comparison to Song Yufei's formidable prowess. The refrigerator harbored no food, but rather an assortment of cosmetics and facial masks. Lin Yuan found this perplexing. With a gentle sigh, he turned to the freezer compartment, relieved to discover a few fried snacks, such as sausages and skewers. He removed everything and placed it into his own refrigerator, which he had already powered on. No longer fearing that the noise would attract zombies, Lin Yuan then proceeded to search the neighboring room. Beneath the coffee table, he stumbled upon some chips and cookies. A thorough search of the kitchen yielded a small bag of rice, weighing merely 1 kilogram, as well as a box of instant noodles and several self-heating meals and hot pot kits. He gathered these items into a large box and carried them back to his room. Just as he finished organizing, He turned around to find Song Yufei standing behind him. He had been aware of her arrival and was not startled. Clad in a sleek black tracksuit, her physique was striking, and the outfit did little to conceal her curves. Her long, lustrous hair was tied up in a high ponytail. Without makeup, she still looked exquisite, her fair skin accentuating her large eyes and rosy, cherry-like lips. "Master, is there anything I can assist you with?" Song Yufei asked, leaning in and wrapping her arms around Lin Yuan's. A wave of softness enveloped him. "Please check the other rooms for rice, flour, snacks, instant noodles, and any food or drinks in the refrigerator, and bring them here," he instructed. "Of course, master. Leave it all to me. You can rest," she replied, gesturing toward the sofa. "No need, let us do it together. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can relax." Lin Yuan insisted, opting to join Song Yufei in gathering supplies. They each entered different houses, with Lin Yuan exploring Old Chun's home. Old Chun's residence was cluttered, the balcony overflowing with discarded cardboard and beer bottles. Unfortunately, there were no snacks such as cookies, chips, or instant noodles to be found. However, a large bag of rice was present, along with a small amount of vegetables and some meat, enough for 2 meals. The refrigerator in Old Chin's home was a diminutive, single-door model, barely half the height of a person, with limited capacity. Lin Yuan, disinterested in transferring items, decided that, given he would soon fill his own refrigerator from several households, there would be no room left for additional supplies. Although small, the refrigerator would still serve a purpose. So he simply unplugged it and lifted it into his arms. It was heavier than he anticipated, and he found it somewhat burdensome. At that moment, Song Yufei emerged from the neighboring room, hurrying over as she set down her belongings. "Master, let me help." Lin Yuan paused, surprised. "You? With those slender arms and legs? Do you think you can manage?" "Master, I can do it, trust me." Without waiting for him to set the refrigerator down, Song Yufei wrapped her arms around it. Lin Yuan immediately felt the weight lighten in his grasp. Song Yufei strode forward, effortlessly carrying the refrigerator as if it were weightless. Her physique had transcended that of an ordinary person. Having already transformed into a zombie and nurtured by the breeding system, her attributes had significantly improved. Holding the refrigerator posed no challenge for her. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. His desire to enhance his own strength intensified. He resolved to earn 1,000 points without delay. Following Song Yufei while carrying a bag of rice, Lin Yuan watched as she set the refrigerator down, her complexion unruffled and her breath steady. After placing the refrigerator, she turned to Lin Yuan, her stunning, mature visage adorned with a joyful smile. "Master, how was that? I told you I could do it." "Indeed, well done," Lin Yuan praised, eliciting an even brighter smile from her. The two exited the room, preparing to gather supplies. At that moment, a staggering zombie appeared at the end of the corridor near the fire escape. The creature let out a guttural roar upon spotting Lin Yuan. Lurching toward him, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. After all, it was merely a single zombie, an easy opportunity for points. Just as he was about to unleash his dog, Song Yufei pulled him behind her. "Master, stay behind me. I'll protect you." With that, she sprinted toward the zombie, her long legs propelling her forward. The zombie, a young man clad in a tank top and shorts, seemed to be of a similar height to Song Yufei, yet his physique was robust with muscle. Lin Yuan speculated that he was either a fitness enthusiast or an athlete. Uncertain if Song Yufei could handle such a formidable opponent, he decided to summon his dog just in case. "Silly dog, watch from the side. If she struggles, you intervene." The dog, having been trained, understood Lin Yuan's words and eagerly nodded its head before charging forward. Bang! Song Yufei unleashed a powerful punch, striking the zombie with tremendous force. The creature's head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if its bones had been fractured. The zombie growled but did not retaliate against Song Yufei. Instead, it attempted to push her away. Bang! With a swift step back followed by a leap, she delivered another punch. The impact caved in the zombie's forehead. Without pausing, Song Yufei continued her assault, pummeling its head until she decided a kick was more efficient, sending the zombie crashing to the ground. Lin Yuan heard the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Following that, she bent her knees and struck down fiercely, causing the zombie's head to explode in a gruesome display. It was over in a mere 2 seconds, with just 2 punches and a knee strike. Song Yufei's fists were stained with blood, and droplets splattered onto her attire. "Oh dear, I just bathed," she remarked, her lovely brows furrowing slightly. "I suppose I must temper my approach next time. I wonder if Master will find my outfit unappealing." Ding! The system notification chimed. Breeding organism Song Yufei has slain a zombie, earning 120 points. Lin Yuan smiled. This zombie had yielded more points than the previous ones he had encountered. Moreover, Song Yufei's combat prowess is indeed commendable. After dispatching several zombies, accumulating points would be effortless. As she approached Lin Yuan, a hint of shyness colored her gaze. "Master, I've soiled my clothes." "Not to worry, you have performed admirably. If your attire is stained, It can simply be changed. We are not lacking in garments, Lin Yuan replied, dismissing the triviality of the matter. After all, who could engage in zombie slaying without getting bloodied? Noticing Song Yufei's disinterest in the corpses, he refrained from further inquiries, instructing her to wash her hands and to change her clothes later. Understood, master, she replied obediently. Lin Yuan then directed his canine companion and the ant to handle the bodies while he made his way to the fire escape. The door to the fire escape stood ajar, and he shut it firmly, securing all necessary latches. Though he currently harbored no fear of zombies, he felt fatigued and preferred not to deal with the corpses at this moment. Sealing the door would prevent any further incursions. Once he locked the door, Song Yufei joined him. Let us gather supplies to barricade the door. Adhering to the principle of proximity, they ventured directly to Song Yufei's home, retrieving her sofa and stacking it to fortify the entrance. Chapter 12. Song Yufei's unique care approach with the door secured. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Song Yufei's exceptional stamina. He was panting heavily, while she remained composed and unruffled. Master, you should take a moment to rest. I am quite capable of moving the supplies. My strength and endurance are at their peak. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Lin Yuan acquiesced, relinquishing the responsibility of gathering supplies entirely to Song Yufei. He then returned home, retrieved a chilled bottle of soda from the refrigerator, and settled onto the sofa, sipping leisurely while resting. Indeed, Song Yufei exhibited remarkable vitality and swiftness. Each time she returned, her arms were laden with an abundance of goods. Pleased with her efficient handling of the task, Lin Yuan decided to take a shower. After such an exhausting endeavor, it was nearly 1 in the morning, and he did not possess the same resilience as Song Yufei to remain oblivious to fatigue. After toiling for so long, he felt genuinely weary. Upon exiting the shower, Lin Yuan found Song Yufei seated on the sofa, having changed into a new outfit, a black lace nightgown, which left her shoulders and collarbone elegantly exposed. He felt a twinge of shyness and refrained from gazing further, opting instead to dry his hair with a towel. Song Yufei's hair, partially dry, resembled a water lily emerging from the depths. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's arrival, she sprang up and rushed to his side, her slippers adorned with 2 small rabbits, revealing her dainty toes. Embracing his arm, she said, Master, I have gathered everything. All food and drinking water have been moved and organized. She gestured towards a corner of the living room. Lin Yuan couldn't help but commend her. Had he been responsible for the task, it would have likely consumed the entire night. Her efficiency was astonishing. She had completed the task swiftly, even managing to take a shower. Master, where shall I sleep tonight? Lin Yuan initially contemplated suggesting she return home, but then remembered that she was now under his care. This place was her true home. In this scenario, Song Yufei serves as a protector, allowing Lin Yuan to rest peacefully without fear of zombies encroaching. He gently takes her hand and leads her to the guest room. You shall sleep here tonight. The guest room, though modest in size, is impeccably clean. It had previously been the sleeping quarters for Lu Qingxue during her occasional visits. Song Yufei nods, her large, sparkling eyes blinking curiously. What about the master? Is he joining me? Upon uttering this, her delicate face flushes slightly. She possesses enough awareness to understand that inviting a man to share a bed is somewhat inappropriate. Yet inexplicably, she yearns to be near Lin Yuan, to cuddle, perhaps even to nestle into his embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort in his presence. I will be in the master bedroom next door. To be frank, confronted with such a captivating woman, it would be impossible for Lin Yuan not to entertain certain thoughts. However, after a long day of exertion, fatigue weighs heavily upon him, and it is nearly 2 in the morning. Could he possibly forego sleep tonight? The mere thought leaves him feeling overwhelmed. It is best to recuperate his strength and address matters when dawn breaks. All right then, Song Yufei responds, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night. If there are any disturbances, remember to check. Lin Yuan tenderly caresses her exquisite face, its smoothness reminiscent of a peeled egg. A delightful sensation. Yes, rest assured, master. I shall ensure no one disturbs your slumber. Her cheeks flush crimson, yet her glistening eyes reveal a sense of contentment. Lin Yuan feels a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Song Yufei's allure is undeniably potent, albeit the timing is regrettably inappropriate. Prioritizing his own well-being, he decides to retire for the night. Without further ado, he takes a small nightlight and heads back to the master bedroom. As he passes through the living room, the husky rushes over to nuzzle against him. Silly dog, keep watch at night. Lin Yuan affectionately ruffles the dog's head, receiving a compliant nod in return. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Lin Yuan enters the master bedroom, and as soon as his head touches the pillow, he drifts into slumber. Meanwhile, Song Yufei lies down in her bed and soon falls asleep as well. However, just over 2 hours later, she awakens. The clock reads a little past 4 in the morning, and the sky remains dark. She feels a bit dazed, rubbing her stomach, which protests with hunger. So hungry. So hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat. Master, she murmurs softly, slowly rising, slipping on her slippers, and exiting the bedroom. Upon seeing her awake, the husky lifts its head briefly before returning to its slumber. Song Yufei makes her way to the master bedroom, gently turning the doorknob as she enters. Suddenly, Lin Yuan awakens, feeling surprisingly comfortable. What the? He exclaims, startled to find someone in his bed. Bewildered, he is at a loss for the situation at hand. Song Yufei, now fully awake, blinks at him in confusion before hastily lowering her head, feeling at a loss. Master, it was not my intention, she stammers, feeling quite flustered. Lin Yuan, still trying to comprehend how this unexpected scenario unfolded, wonders if this is a peculiar benefit of pet ownership. He quickly consults the system. System, what is happening? The host, Song Yufei, belongs to the realm of the undead. Unlike pets, she cannot be nourished with ordinary food, nor can she be sustained with pet supplies. Lin Yuan comprehended this immediately. Song Yufei's recent behavior had revealed everything. She had already been domesticated by him, rendering her incapable of causing him harm, and thus, she could not partake of his blood. However, her hunger compelled her to act upon instinct, leading to her recent actions that brought her some satisfaction. Lin Yuan understood now why the system had indicated that nurturing Song Yufei was a surefire investment, for in the subsequent care of her, he would not need to expend any more points. Instead, it would be his essence that would be consumed. Nurturing Song Yufei was vastly different from tending to other pets. While other pets merely required the consumption of the undead, Song Yufei needed him. Only through this could she grow stronger. As Lin Yuan pondered these revelations, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What more could he do now that he had successfully nurtured her? The only blame lay with the system for not informing him sooner that Song Yufei required a different approach than other pets. Bewildered, he drifted into slumber, wondering if this was how it would conclude. Observing Song Yufei curled up in the blanket, appearing utterly perplexed, he felt an urge to correct this pitiable demeanor. How could she feel aggrieved? This was unacceptable. He resolved to teach her a lesson for her audacity to engage in such actions while he was asleep, without rousing him. If she was hungry, she would feast, but this time it would be on his terms. She must not ask for it. Ah, master, I am already full. I am not yet satisfied. In the dimly lit room, the nightlight had extinguished. At this moment, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Morning had arrived. Chapter 13. I have not rested for several hours. Even cattle have not worked as hard as I have. It was 7:12 a.m. In the July weather, the nights were growing increasingly brief. At this hour, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Although the day was bright, the tightly drawn curtains shielded the sunlight, leaving the room shrouded in a persistent gloom. Lin Yuan reclined against his pillow while Song Yufei nestled in his embrace. Her arms wrapped around his neck and a leg draped across his abdomen, clinging to him like a koala. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment, her presence was immensely potent for a man. After lying together for a while, Lin Yuan began to feel restless. Master, why are you Yufei? It's still early. But I am already full. It's fine. Consuming more will enhance your strength. As you grow stronger, you can help alleviate my burdens. An hour later, at 8:20 a.m., Lin Yuan, freshly bathed and dressed, sat on the sofa while Song Yufei dried her hair. She wore a loose white t-shirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, a striking sight indeed. Just the view of her silhouette was enough to invoke memories of the battle from the previous night. One word came to mind: alluring. Moreover, there were attribute bonuses at play. As both a revered university professor and an untouched paragon of femininity, she had never experienced romance before. Her first encounter with it being utterly exceptional. Were it not for the apocalypse and the presence of a nurturing system, such a goddess would likely remain untouched by his life forever. Yet, how many ifs can one find in reality? The undeniable truth is that this extraordinary professor has become wholly his, both in spirit and in flesh. At that moment, Lin Yuan's stomach rumbled. Master, are you hungry? Song Yufei set down her hairdryer and nestled into his embrace. Her attachment to Lin Yuan was growing stronger. To ensure you are well fed. I have not rested for several hours. Even cattle would not have endured such toil. Lin Yuan grimaced. His energy had been significantly depleted. Song Yufei's cheeks flushed. After the shared struggles of the previous night, she had grown accustomed to many things, yet she was no seasoned veteran and still possessed a modest demeanor. I will prepare a meal for you. With that, she sprang up and hurried into the kitchen. Although she was renowned for her beauty and hailed as a goddess in the university, she was no mere ornament. In addition to her fitness regimen, she had trained in martial arts and excelled in culinary skills. During her years of solitude, she had always cooked for herself. Observing Song Yufei bustling about in the kitchen, Lin Yuan smiled, relishing her growing affection. He retrieved several bags of bread from the side, munching on them to quell his hunger, while simultaneously grabbing the television remote to turn on the screen. Despite having fought through the night, He felt no fatigue after his recent shower and was curious about the situation outside. The television was broadcasting news. Breaking news: the authorities have stabilized the situation. Everyone is advised to remain at home, take protective measures, and refrain from venturing outside while awaiting rescue. Rest assured, help will arrive soon. Do not panic. Most networks echoed this unified message, a mere template of the same report. Lin Yuan shook his head. He was skeptical of such claims. Had they truly stabilized the situation in just a day? It seemed far too contrived. Furthermore, advising people to stay indoors was impractical. What if they ran out of food? While one could survive on water alone for a few days, could they truly expect rescue within that time? By then, searching for food would likely require too much strength. Ultimately, the path led only to despair. Unconvinced by the televised rhetoric, Lin Yuan turned off the screen and picked up his phone. Unlike the formulaic news on television, the information available on his device connected him with a broader network of people, providing a more authentic and reliable perspective. Just as he reached for his phone, before he could check forums or video applications, a message from Lu Qingxue caught his eye. Xiaoyuan, how are things on your end? Are you all right? Lin Yuan promptly replied. I'm fine, Qingxue. How about you? In the luxurious living room of the Yulong Bay Villa community, tall and exquisitely beautiful, Lu Qingxue was enjoying her breakfast when she listened to Lin Yuan's words. Dressed in a sports sweatshirt, her attire did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her captivating curves were fully revealed with each graceful step she took. As she glanced at the message Lin Yuan had sent on her phone, a flicker of apprehension appeared in her watery eyes. The haunting cries of zombies had echoed throughout the night, accompanied by the anguished screams of survivors. Her home boasted excellent sound insulation, nestled within a high-end community with few residents, yet the chilling sounds still managed to penetrate the silence from time to time. Particularly in the stillness of the night, those noises became all the more pronounced. Despite having secured her doors and windows, the dreadful sounds found their way into her ears, leaving her plagued by nightmares and unrest. Contemplating these thoughts, Lu Qingxue tightened her grip on her phone. I am safe too. You take care of yourself. She typed and sent the message. She withheld her unease from Lin Yuan, fearing it would only add to his worries. Speaking of her fears would not alter anything. It was better left unspoken. Upon reading her message, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and subsequently shook his head. Lu Qingxue had always been this way, concealing her troubles deep within her heart. No matter how challenging the situation, she was reluctant to voice her concerns. Lin Yuan chose not to confront her silence, quickly typing a reply. You too? Please protect yourself. After sending the message, he set his phone aside. Lu Qingxue lived alone, and the solitude inevitably bred insecurity. Although she claimed she could endure for a while, it was likely a facade, not wishing to disclose her true circumstances. Simply waiting idly would not suffice. He needed to devise a plan. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Following recent developments, he now had Era and Song Yufei by his side. Ensuring his safety was no longer an issue. However, he still could not go to Lu Qingxue's side. If he couldn't go, what about rearing creatures? He pondered for a moment, then nodded. This method was indeed feasible. Ideally, he would seek avian companions. Compared to land-based creatures like Era, birds offered significant advantages. They could attack, serve as surveillance, and divert the attention of zombies. Moreover, if necessary, they could deliver supplies to Lu Qingxue. With provisions, she would not need to venture outside, thus ensuring her safety. With this thought, Lin Yuan promptly opened the map he had downloaded the previous day. Searching for nearby pet shops, he needed to prioritize his plan to visit the pet store. Once more, he reminded Lu Qingxue. Stay vigilant at home and do not go outside. Remember this. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, I want to go out, she replied. Lin Yuan and Lu Qingxue exchanged a few more casual remarks before she retired to catch up on sleep, having barely rested the previous night. With the zombies relatively quiet during the day, she seized the opportunity to recuperate. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, turned his attention to the WeChat group, which remained lively with hundreds of unread messages from the early morning. Lin Yuan, undeterred by inconvenience, ascended the building, meticulously observing each area he had previously overlooked. He discovered that several individuals who had been quite active the day before had fallen silent by the morning. One resident, known by the moniker 9402, posted a message around 6 o'clock, lamenting, I spent the entire night in the underground garage, and I am famished. I also need to use the restroom. The small matter is easily resolved, but what about the larger one? In response, someone remarked, didn't someone suggest forming a coalition yesterday? Hurry and rescue him. Another chimed in, haha, what coalition? If it truly came to a rescue, not a single one of you would dare to make a sound. Only a fool like you would believe it. Shangshan Ruoxue urged, hurry and save him. If the coalition cannot even save one person, what purpose does it serve? Yet, regardless of their comments, Shangshan Ruoxue refrained from further communication. Had this individual, who aspired to establish a survivor base, already succumbed? Chapter 14 Goodness. Who inquired about that? Surely, fate could not be so cruel. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and continued to peruse the messages. He soon noted that the aforementioned 9402 had posted again, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. I must go out. If this continues, I will truly lose my sanity. After sending this message, there was no further word from him. Over 2 hours had elapsed since 6 o'clock, and with such a prolonged silence, Lin Yuan surmised that upon exiting the vehicle, that individual likely encountered a failure in confronting the zombies. While the number of zombies in the underground garage may not be substantial, the presence of at least one was inevitable, and venturing out bore the risk of being discovered. Having finished reading the morning messages, Lin Yuan noticed several new notifications in the group chat. Resident 10,605 lamented, I miss takeout so much. Had I known, I would have stocked up on supplies. I used to order food daily, but now my house is bare, and I am starving. I've already consumed a large bottle of water. Resident 10,502 replied, same here. I plan to go out and search for food. If this continues, I will perish not at the hands of zombies, but from starvation within my own home. How tragic. 10,605 added, brother, I'm above you. If you find something to eat, please bring me a portion. 10,502 suggested, why don't we go out together? You come down, and we can venture out together. 10,605 replied, I'm too frightened. There are zombies in the hallway. Observing their exchange, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk. In these times, where could one find altruistic souls? If someone ventured out for food, why should they bring back a portion for another? As expected, the group chat erupted with criticism directed at Resident 10,605. Numerous individuals voiced their scorn, leaving 10,605 too intimidated to respond. With little valuable information in the WeChat group, Lin Yuan turned to the forum for updates. While Shangshan Ruoshui remained silent in the WeChat group, he was quite active on the forum. Remarkably, he was still alive. He had posted several messages regarding the formation of a survivor coalition in the Sunshine community. The latest post read, our survivor coalition has already welcomed a few members. In our current situation, it is exceedingly difficult for one person to confront the zombies. We must unite. Only through solidarity can we triumph over the undead. This morning, we have successfully vanquished 2 zombies. I believe that with more individuals joining our cause, we can confront an even greater number of the undead. In due time, we shall provide a secure environment for all. Those who wish to join are encouraged to message me privately. I possess ample supplies and will share the location with you. Bring your belongings, and together we shall enhance our chances of survival. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, sensing something amiss. This individual increasingly appeared to be less than virtuous. As anticipated, comments soon emerged. Do not trust him. If he is capable, let him come to you. Notice how he asks others to bring supplies to him. What if it's a trick to lure you in and eliminate you? Who will you turn to for justice then? This comment garnered considerable support, with many agreeing with its sentiment. However, others chimed in as well. Family, I have already united with Shangshan Ruoshui. He is remarkably kind and possesses formidable combat skills. It was he who dispatched the zombies this morning. Lin Yuan remained non-committal. If this person truly managed to join Shangshan Ruoshui, danger would surely accompany him. Although he was quite capable himself, he continued to extol Shangshan Ruoshui. There was a strong likelihood that he was either using an alternate account or borrowing someone else's phone. Lin Yuan was unwilling to gamble on human nature and had little interest in joining the so-called Survivor Alliance. The comment section contained a fair number of rational individuals who suspected something dubious about Shangshan Ruoshui. In truth, very few were genuinely inclined to join his alleged coalition. Lin Yuan understood why Shangshan Ruoshui had ceased to speak in the WeChat group. His words would only serve to invite further scrutiny and criticism, leaving no room for his voice. Here in the forum, he might deceive a handful of naive and gullible college students, but only a few at that. After all, those who had survived until now were seldom foolish. Most possessed a modicum of intelligence. Lin Yuan opened a short video and glanced at it. Many of the clips were pleas for help, though some stood out as exceptions. He observed one streamer who had set numerous traps around their home. This streamer, previously known for their eating broadcasts, had amassed a wealth of supplies, making it feasible to survive indoors for a month or two. They had barricaded the windows and doors and installed various traps, receiving a significant amount of likes. Another streamer, a craftsman, had fashioned a suit of iron armor and ventured outside. Upon returning, they brought back an impressive haul of food, streaming the entire event live, which garnered considerable attention. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the audacity and stamina of this streamer, who managed to don such cumbersome gear and venture forth. Faced with a small number of zombies, they could indeed hold their ground without fear. However, encountering a horde would undoubtedly spell doom. Another streamer utilized a drone to retrieve food from a friend's house, moving many viewers with the display of camaraderie. Lin Yuan watched for a while, reflecting on how everyone was showcasing their unique ingenuity. Just then, Song Yufei approached with breakfast in hand. 2 bowls of white rice porridge, 4 poached eggs, 2 grilled sausages, and 20 steamed dumplings. Lin Yuan recalled that these dumplings were the frozen kind he had found at someone else's home yesterday. Now, having been steamed, they appeared quite appetizing. Master, please have a taste and see if it suits your palate, Song Yufei eagerly urged Lin Yuan. After ensuring she was well fed, she was determined to nourish him as well. Would you like to have some too? Lin Yuan sipped his porridge, unable to suppress his curiosity about whether Song Yufei could still eat in her current state. It smells so good. Song Yufei took a dumpling and savored it with delight. So you can actually eat? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that although Song Yufei had eaten her fill, she could still enjoy food, as the two sensations might not be the same. Yufei, do you feel anything unusual? Song Yufei paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as she cast a charming glance at Lin Yuan. Master, it just feels like the taste is somewhat different. What? Who asked you that? Lin Yuan replied with mild irritation. I was inquiring whether, after consuming food, you felt any discomfort. After all, even though you now belong to the human realm, your genetic sequence has been altered by the zombie virus, and you essentially remain a zombie. Realizing her misunderstanding, Song Yufei's delicate features grew even pinker. However, she recognized Lin Yuan's concern for her. Biting her rosy lip, she said, Master, I don't feel hungry, but I still want to eat when I see these things, and they don't make me feel unwell after I eat them. That's good, as long as there's no issue. Lin Yuan said no more. Even though Song Yufei could survive without these foods, if she desired to eat, he would let her indulge. After all, he had plenty of supplies and wasn't worried about her consumption. Moreover, with her abilities, she could find more food in the future. After they finished eating, Song Yufei went to wash the dishes. Lin Yuan settled on the sofa to digest, with freshly brewed tea before him. Although he enjoyed soda, he refrained from indulging this early in the morning. He continued scrolling through short videos, gathering information from the outside world. Just then, the dog bounded over, wagging its tail. Lin Yuan initially thought the dog was hungry and prepared to fetch some dog food. However, the dog tugged at Lin Yuan's leg, leading him outside. Chapter 15. Song Yufei's Combat Power. Earn points. Lin Yuan suddenly understood that his little ant team had returned. Looking up, he noticed ants emerging from the crevice of the door. Through the perspective of the ants, Lin Yuan saw that the corridor was devoid of zombies, prompting him to open the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a dark mass of ants on the ground, accompanied by a buzzing swarm of flies and mosquitoes overhead. The sheer number of ants was enough to send a shiver down his spine. There were simply too many. Upon checking the system, he discovered that there were over 5,000 ants. While not an overwhelming number, Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied. The community placed great emphasis on environmental sanitation, often witnessing the property management clearing ant mounds. Thus, having this many was commendable. The buzzing mosquitoes numbered over 150. The flies numbered over 300. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the excellent environment of the community. However, the quantity of flies and mosquitoes raised yesterday was already limited, and sending out for this small number was commendable. Yet, gazing at these diminutive creatures, Lin Yuan found himself in a quandary. His points were insufficient. With so many beings to care for, he currently lacked the points for their sustenance. The previous day, when he raised Song Yufei, he had expended all his points. Later, while the two collected supplies, they managed to eliminate a single zombie and earned just over 100 points. Now, his total points barely exceeded 200. He could only raise over 300 ants. After some calculation, Lin Yuan recalled that he had previously raised a substantial number of ants, so he decided to prioritize the mosquitoes and flies. He proceeded to raise 150 mosquitoes and another 150 flies. After this flurry of activity, he found his points dwindling to a mere trickle. These points were truly fleeting. Song Yufei and Era watched from the side. Era was particularly intrigued by the ants that had fought alongside him the previous day, extending his large paw in an attempt to prod one. Careful now, don't crush them. Lin Yuan quickly interjected, noticing the scene. Era's size was considerable. Although the ants had devoured zombies and grown significantly, they were still no match for him. One swipe would undoubtedly obliterate a large number of them. Shoo shoo. Keep your distance. Era hung his head, reluctantly scuttling away. Lin Yuan continued to send out some ants, mosquitoes, and flies to seek out their kind. This was a long-term strategy. Unless the creatures he raised could reproduce independently, he would have to persist in his search. This was the only way to expand the ranks of his growing army. The principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change was particularly applicable here. Having completed all this, Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already past 9 in the morning. All right, time to get to work. His points were nearly exhausted. Leaving him quite impoverished, he had to strive diligently. His goal for the day was modest: to clear as many floors as possible, which would earn points, allow for survival, and enable him to gather supplies. Earlier, while Song Yufei prepared breakfast, he had already sent mosquitoes and flies to flit up and down the building. There were significantly more zombies on the lower floors compared to the upper ones, with fewer zombies as one ascended. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to tackle the upper floors first. He resided on the 7th floor of an 18-story building, with 11 floors remaining above him. This was indeed a considerable undertaking. However, with Song Yufei as the primary offensive force, Era would not need to exert himself as he had the day before. He could simply provide support, alleviating the pressure considerably. "Master, I'm off to work now. How about a kiss for encouragement?" Song Yufei, clad in form-fitting athletic attire that accentuated her alluring curves, had her hair tied up and wore knee pads. To Lin Yuan's surprise, she even donned a pair of solid black steel knuckle dusters. Her ensemble appeared remarkably professional and undeniably captivating. A mere kiss for encouragement was hardly excessive. "Wait, where did you get those knuckle dusters?" "In my earlier days of practicing Sanda, my coach suggested that we girls could first utilize these knuckle dusters before mastering the art itself, as they would deter others from approaching us." "Your coach's words certainly hold merit." "Haha, my dear, I jest. This is a custom piece I ordered online. During my university days, I often had suitors trailing me at night, which prompted me to learn Sanda. However, since then, I have yet to find an opportunity to employ these knuckle dusters." Lin Yuan was taken aback to discover that beneath the exquisite facade of Song Yufei, the epitome of a regal woman, lay a mischievous spirit. Indeed, beyond mere mischief, there was a pronounced inclination towards aggression. What girl, adorned with knuckle dusters, exhibits such an eager and excited demeanor? The husky approached, wagging its tail and nudging Lin Yuan. "Silly dog, although you are tasked with a supporting role today, do not grow complacent. When Yufei is overwhelmed, you must step up. Every effort counts towards earning points." The husky wagged its tail in excitement. Once prepared, Lin Yuan sent Song Yufei, the husky, and his army of ants, flies, and mosquitoes on their way, leaving behind only those that required further nurturing and a bit of guarding. Lin Yuan refrained from venturing out himself, primarily because he was still a novice in battle. Any unforeseen events could lead to undesirable consequences. It was best to remain at home. He had faith in the combat prowess of Song Yufei and the husky to handle the zombies on the upper floors. His presence would only complicate matters. Standing at the doorway, Lin Yuan cautioned, "Yufei, take the stairs. Do not use the elevator. We may experience a power outage at any moment, and elevators are exceedingly unsafe. Being trapped inside could lead to significant trouble." Song Yufei glanced back, her ponytail swaying with her movement. "Understood, master. Await my good news at home." She single-handedly cleared the fire escape, then ascended the stairs with the husky and her army of ants. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan retreated to his room, observing Song Yufei and the husky through the perspective of a mosquito. As soon as Song Yufei reached the upper floor, she encountered a young zombie. The zombie did not attack, but merely spun aimlessly. After a night of trials, Song Yufei felt her strength had increased. Armed with her custom steel knuckle dusters, she delivered a powerful punch that sent the young zombie crashing to the ground, leaving a dent in its temple and causing its head, which had been drooping to the right, to tilt leftward. The husky lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow, sinking its teeth into the zombie's neck and tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh. Following closely were the army of ants and the flies and mosquitoes, all converging upon the fallen zombie. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the zombies throughout the corridor, although only 6 remained. They held a numerical advantage over Song Yufei and the husky. However, this numerical superiority proved inconsequential. A horde of mindless creatures failed to perceive Song Yufei as anything but air. They flailed about chaotically, offering Song Yufei a considerable advantage in the ensuing fray. With a fist clad in brass knuckles, he struck mercilessly upon the heads of the zombies, the pure steel of the knuckles delivering devastating blows. 6 zombies collapsed to the ground. The husky dog eagerly approached, finishing them off with swift bites, ensuring their demise. With the canine's assistance, Song Yufei did not engage in the gruesome massacre as she had the previous night. She merely knocked them down, opting to leave them be. After all, she wished to avoid the splatter of brain matter that accompanied each punch. In mere minutes, the zombies on the 8th floor were entirely eradicated. Ding. The companion beast. The husky killed a zombie, earning 103 points. Ding. The companion beast, Song Yufei, killed a zombie, earning 90 points. Lin Yuan had done nothing but listen to the system's chimes, and his previously depleted points suddenly surged. The zombie that Song Yufei had dispatched with a single blow was a female, her head exploding without the need for the husky's assistance. Chapter 16. I do not wish to save anyone. Moreover, I have no food. Lin Yuan directed his small squad of companions to consume the zombies, while the husky, having provided support, joined in the feast. Consuming zombies enhances their physical attributes and helps clear the area, and Lin Yuan was not concerned about prolonging the process. During this time, he instructed the ant squad to investigate the situation of the residents on this floor. The results revealed 4 survivors, all of whom had heard the commotion outside and peered through their peepholes, none daring to emerge. As for the unoccupied apartments, he was in no rush to collect supplies. He would address that matter after clearing the upstairs of zombies. Once the husky and the ant squad finished their meal, Song Yufei led them onward, ascending to the 9th floor. Observing that Song Yufei was managing well, Lin Yuan decided to withdraw his gaze, picking up his phone to continue gathering news from the outside world. As he did, he noticed a video posted in the WeChat group by a resident identified as 18,806. The video prominently featured Song Yufei delivering a punch that exploded the head of a female zombie. 18,806? From upstairs? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. The survivor who had captured the footage of Song Yufei had actually shared it in the group. 18,806. Wow. Everyone come look. There's an amazing beauty in our building. Not only is she stunning, but she can also take on zombies barehanded, defeating them with a single punch. Truly impressive, drool-worthy. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. He had not intended for anyone to know of this, and now it attracted unwanted attention. What a bother. However, it was not long before others chimed in, mocking the original poster. That's fake. This video is clearly a hoax. 18,806 was indignant. On what grounds do you say it's fake? I just witnessed it with my own eyes on my home surveillance. Huh, that zombie looks edited. And have you seen that woman's figure? Does anyone really possess such an exquisite physique? It could very well be AI generated. I too believe it's fake. Besides, how could a woman possess such combat prowess to take on zombies single-handedly? I refuse to believe it. I don't believe it either. So many people remain incredulous. Yet Lin Yuan's furrowed brow began to soften ever so slightly. However, he had no intention of sparing the individual who had just posted the video. He swiftly commanded the ant to infiltrate and take a bite, and within 2 minutes, the person's body began to convulse. By the time he attempted to retaliate, he had already transformed into a zombie, rendering any counterattack impossible. This only served to deepen the skepticism of those who had been doubtful from the outset. See, I told you it was fake. Look, he is not even speaking now. Indeed, if it were true, why not release another segment? Some even remarked dismissively about the homeowner. However, the homeowner was no longer able to respond. Thus, everyone concluded that it was merely a fabricated video born from someone's boredom, and they paid it little heed. Lin Yuan set his phone aside and redirected his gaze towards Song Yufei. She had already eradicated all the zombies on the 9th floor. The duo of the husky and the ant squad surged forward, just as they had on the 8th floor. At that moment, however, a door swung open. It was a middle-aged woman. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of zombies being dispatched by the husky, her legs trembled. Yet, the will to survive compelled her to cautiously peek her head out, and fearing that Song Yufei might perceive her as lacking sincerity, she stepped forward. Little girl, seeing how formidable you are, could you possibly assist me? I do not ask for much, just a morsel to eat. Song Yufei's exquisite brows knitted together slightly. I do not wish to save anyone. Moreover, I have no food. Food. Her master requires sustenance as well. How could she possibly share with this woman? In that instant, Song Yufei realized these truths and unhesitatingly rejected the middle-aged woman. Why are you behaving this way, young lady? I am not demanding anything of you. I merely asked for some food. Are you truly willing to watch me starve to death? Song Yufei felt increasingly irked. Was this not a form of moral coercion? Although she was nurtured by Lin Yuan, she still possessed her own consciousness. The middle-aged woman's words caused her delicate face to harden. If you seek provisions, then go find them yourself. Why must I assist you? Furthermore, do not approach me, or I shall not be kind. With that, Song Yufei intended to ascend the stairs and continue her battle against the zombies. To her astonishment, the middle-aged woman lunged forward, attempting to grab her. Hey, don't leave. You must have food. Bring it out quickly. Initially, Song Yufei had no intention of killing, but in a reflexive motion, she turned and struck the woman on the head with a punch, akin to dispatching a zombie. The middle-aged woman, whose physical condition paled in comparison to that of a zombie, was knocked to the ground by the blow, her neck snapping instantly. She had no time to utter another word before she succumbed. The ant bit her, and she was revived, but only to convulse and transform into a zombie. Observing this, Song Yufei felt no moral burden, and seizing the opportunity before the woman could rise, she delivered a fierce kick, smashing the middle-aged woman's head against the ground, causing a splatter of crimson and white. Looking down at her leg, now stained with the remnants, Song Yufei's brow furrowed once more. Unable to restrain herself, Song Yufei sighed, regretting her lack of restraint and the ensuing violence. Song Yufei, along with the husky and the ant, were all nurtured by Lin Yuan, allowing her to observe the world through their perspectives. The middle-aged woman from earlier deserved her fate. The Husky and the Ant Squad continued their consumption of zombies. Once they were done, Song Yufei led them to the 10th floor. Among the residents of the community, only a fraction were part of the owneress group, and not everyone had witnessed the earlier video. Thus, when a survivor glimpsed Song Yufei through the peephole, they were unaware that she had cleared 2 floors. Having dispatched nearly 20 zombies, they had only seen a fleeting moment, and many, having only just heard the commotion, did not have the chance to observe before she had already resolved the zombie threat. Yet, there remained those foolish enough to court death. Another middle-aged man, with shifty eyes, opened the door to confront Song Yufei. Assuming the man was in need of help, she chose to ignore him, casting a cold glance in his direction. The man gazed at her, his eyes glinting with fervor. To him, the woman before him appeared merely ordinary, and he believed the zombies in the hallway had been dealt with by the Husky. Therefore, he felt no fear. "Little girl, your Husky is indeed impressive, but the noise you're making is too loud. There are zombies outside, which is quite dangerous. Why not come to my home and rest for a while?" The man's gaze grew more intense. He had never encountered such a beautiful woman before. Her figure was remarkable. He couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Reassured by the Husky's indifference to the situation, Song Yufei sneered, watching as the man approached her. With her right fist, clad in black steel knuckles, she struck decisively. Chapter 17. This is truly the correct way to utilize a pet. Bang! The middle-aged man, caught entirely off guard, was knocked down by Song Yufei's punch. This time, she held back, sparing his life. Shut up. Damn it. How could this woman be so fierce? Beautiful lady, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again. The man's survival instinct surged. At such a moment, he wouldn't dare to truly obey and remain silent. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Dare you? Do you genuinely believe that? Song Yufei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile flitting across her face. She was not a naive girl just entering society. Such trite lines weren't worthy of belief. To eradicate the root of the problem was essential. I told you to be quiet. She raised her foot and stomped down. The man's eyes widened in horror, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Damn you, you vile woman. I'll fight back. He was broken. He would never be able to engage in such actions again, whether it was the excruciating pain or the fury of his inability to act as before. The man shakily rose to his feet, his face twisted in agony as he retrieved a switchblade from his pocket. Opening the blade, he lunged towards Song Yufei. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, she kicked him away with ease. Initially, my intention was merely to render you powerless. Regrettably, you chose to ignore my command to silence, leaving me no alternative but to eliminate you. As Song Yufei's voice echoed, the loyal hound sprang forth with uncanny synchronicity. 2 minutes later, the man's legs twitched a few times, and he became numb to pain, for he had transformed into a zombie. Yet, this novice zombie had scarcely risen when the hound swiftly pressed its paw upon his head. The ant squad wasted no opportunity, surging forth like a relentless tide. Within the confines of the room, Lin Yuan observed the scene unfold with clarity, unable to suppress a sound of disapproval. It appeared that not all survivors possessed wisdom. Some remained bereft of clarity. In such dire circumstances, one would dare to harbor lascivious thoughts. Had they possessed even a modicum of skill, their aspirations might be excusable. However, lacking any ability, they recklessly emerged, utterly foolish, courting death. Yet, upon reflection, such occurrences, even in peaceful times, are all too frequent. In this apocalyptic reality, it is unsurprising that some would seize the chaos to commit misdeeds. The previous young university student and the middle-aged man just encountered were of this ilk, seeking to indulge in actions typically restrained by societal norms. Had Song Yufei remained an ordinary person, she might have fallen prey to their intentions. Alas, she was no longer merely ordinary, and her methods were indeed ruthless. Lin Yuan found satisfaction in this. The other survivors in the building were startled by the man's agonized cries, far more harrowing than the typical wails of a zombie attack. A bite from a zombie merely entails a few nips. If there are not many zombies present, the bites are limited and transformation occurs swiftly, ceasing further assault. What transpired earlier was a true torment. The survivors remained oblivious to the actual events, mistakenly believing yet another had succumbed to a bite, inciting further panic as they fortified their doors with greater urgency. Once the hound and the ant squad had thoroughly devoured the middle-aged man, Song Yufei led them onward to continue their sweep of the upper floors, now well acquainted with the task at hand. With the previous encounter as a cautionary tale, she showed no mercy to those who dared to emerge with ill intentions. They were all to be extinguished. Had these individuals harbored no malevolent thoughts, they might have survived after she cleared the building, but their reckless actions invited their demise, a fate Song Yufei was more than willing to deliver. Fortunately, only a handful sought their own destruction. The majority were still quite lucid. With each skirmish, Song Yufei and the Hound grew increasingly emboldened, both displaying remarkable vitality. Ascending from the 7th floor upwards, spanning a total of 11 stories, she encountered an average of 8 to 9 zombies per floor, with the maximum reaching a mere dozen. Although Song Yufei focused on offensive maneuvers, she felt no fatigue. After all, dispatching them was but a matter of a few punches. The steel-crafted knuckles bestowed upon her formidable lethality, delivering critical blows with each strike. Moreover, the zombies posed no threat to her. To her, they resembled mere wooden dummies. Easily toppled with a few well-aimed punches, more fragile than the practice dummies from her previous training in combat. The auxiliary known as the Era essentially spent the entirety of its time idly by, merely shadowing Song Yufei. Its role was simple: wait for the zombies to be felled, and then proceed to crush their necks, thus fulfilling its task and allowing it to join the ant squad in their delightful feast. Remarkably, its consumption rate surpassed that of the ant squad. After all, it is a close relative of wolves, and with its formidable bite strength, a single chomp could yield a substantial portion of flesh. Consequently, throughout this journey, it devoured more meat than the ant squad, significantly enhancing its attributes. Moreover, its fur became sleek and lustrous, and its physique grew somewhat larger, exuding an aura of strength. Its gaze also became piercing, imbued with a newfound wisdom. At a mere glance from Song Yufei, it instinctively understood what was required of it. Ding. The domesticated creature Era slays a zombie, earning 102 points. Ding. The domesticated creature Ant consumes a zombie, earning 2 points. Ding. The domesticated creature Song Yufei slays a zombie, earning 110 points. Lin Yuan, seated on the sofa, listened to the system's notifications as his points soared upwards. Reminiscent of the refreshing sensation of sipping a chilled cola on a scorching summer day. This was indeed the quintessential way to utilize a pet. At this rate, there was hope of accumulating 10,000 points by the day's end, enabling him to exchange for an E-class genetic potion. Although the thrill of earning points effortlessly was exhilarating, he loathed the idea of being weak. True strength was essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. Furthermore, the most pressing concern was that Song Yufei's capabilities would continue to grow, and if he did not enhance himself, he would soon find himself begging for mercy. Additionally, he would not have only Song Yufei by his side in the future. He still had a rendezvous with Liu Yuqing. Chapter 18, 10,000 points. E-class genetic potion. Triple enhancement of physical attributes in the blink of an eye. The morning had passed. At this point, Song Yufei, accompanied by Era, had thoroughly cleared the 11 floors. Including Lin Yuan's level, this building now boasted a 12-floor safe zone. Around noon, Song Yufei and Era returned. Lin Yuan calculated that they had successfully dispatched over 90 zombies that morning, and his points had finally exceeded 10,000, with some remaining. Master, WeVe dealt with everything, and WeVe also gathered quite a few spoils. Song Yufei exclaimed excitedly as she removed the backpack from her back. This was a bag from an oblivious survivor's home. She squatted down and emptied its contents onto the carpet at the entrance, where they clattered to the ground. To his surprise, it was filled with prohibited knives, combination iron rods, military daggers, pure steel knuckle dusters, and butterfly knives, all discovered in that individual's residence. TSK. Such items were indeed treasures in this apocalypse. Best to hold on to them, as they might prove useful in the future. Song Yufei nodded in agreement, tidying up her belongings. Her clothes were stained with blood, and she was sweating profusely, but most notably, she felt an overwhelming hunger and an intense desire for Lin Yuan to satiate her needs. Once she finished organizing her things, she fixed her fervent gaze upon Lin Yuan. Master, I'm a bit hungry. Her soft voice reached his ears. Understanding the meaning behind her burning look, Lin Yuan realized that the moment was not suitable for such endeavors. He was preoccupied with the gene serum and, having accumulated enough points, he was eager to proceed without delay. First, let us take a shower, and then we can eat, Lin Yuan suggested. All right. Upon hearing that food would soon be available, Song Yufei's face lit up with joy as she turned to head home for a shower. Realizing she had yet to retrieve her clothes, she mused that after showering and filling her stomach, she would need to collect her garments. With her thoughts swirling, she began to hum a tune. After sending Song Yufei on her way, Lin Yuan could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the system shop. His eyes fixated on the E-grade gene serum. This vial was something he had anticipated for a long time. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan exchanged for the E-grade gene serum. A syringe appeared in his hand, small, akin to a common injection needle, barely the size of a pinky finger, yet slightly different. The needle tip was concealed within. Pressing the button would reveal it. Inside the syringe was a green liquid, shimmering with a vibrant glow. Suddenly, Erha bounded over, hopping eagerly, eyeing the gene serum with envy, instinctively aware that it was something extraordinary. Lin Yuan shot at an exasperated glare. Get lost, guard the door. Erha lowered its head. Emitting a low whimper as if to say it would comply, then wagged its tail and ambled to the entrance. With everything in place, Lin Yuan felt ready to use the serum. Anticipating its effects, he no longer hesitated, holding the syringe against his arm. I wonder if this will hurt, he muttered. But he rationalized that any discomfort would be trivial compared to the potential benefits. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button on the syringe. With a soft pop, the needle emerged, piercing his skin as the gene serum was automatically injected. A slight sting radiated from his arm. Lin Yuan set the syringe down, thinking, that wasn't painful at all, just a minor inconvenience. However, no sooner had he spoken than his body began to ache. Oh no, the pain surged, as if it were gnawing at his very bones. Lin Yuan broke out into a cold sweat, curling up on the sofa. The excruciating sensation proved difficult to endure. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. It felt as though countless ants were relentlessly feasting upon him. His body began to sweat profusely, the perspiration carrying a metallic odor and tinged with black. Fortunately, the torment did not last long. After just a minute, the pain began to recede. Although that minute felt interminable to Lin Yuan, gradually, the discomfort diminished. Once the pain had completely subsided, he exhaled deeply. Finally, it's over. The pain has dissipated, and he feels an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. The E-grade gene serum has bestowed upon him a remarkable tripling of his speed, power, endurance, stamina, and neural responses. The confines of the room render it impossible to test his velocity, but his strength can certainly be assessed. Lin Yuan glanced around, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and approached the washing machine on the balcony. This front-loading machine, marked with a label indicating a weight of approximately 80 gene, had been further augmented with additional concrete weights, bringing its total to over 130 gene. Lin Yuan bent down and grasped the machine's sides, lifting it effortlessly. The sensation was exhilarating. A thrill of excitement surged within him. With his newfound strength, he believed he could easily crush a zombie with a single punch. Much like Song Yufei. Moreover, with such a significant enhancement in power, he was confident that his speed must also be commendable, even if he were to encounter formidable foes. Escaping would undoubtedly pose no challenge. It was time to put his plan for the pet shop into action. Exhaling heavily to quell his excitement, Lin Yuan wore a contented smile as he turned to take a refreshing shower. However, before he could reach the bathroom, he slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that after exchanging for the serum, he still had remaining points, just enough to nurture the rest of his little companions. Chapter 19. Master, are you hungry? We need to find some cannon fodder. Opening the basic insect nest, he noted that around 200 flies remained, prompting him to immediately nurture all of them. Next, he turned to the ants. Nurturing all 5,000 ants would require 2,500 points, a sum beyond his current means, compelling him to be judicious with his points. He managed to nurture a significant portion of the ants, yet a small fraction remained. Lin Yuan was unhurried. There were plenty of zombies outside, and once Song Yufei and the husky ventured out to hunt, he would earn enough points to nurture the remaining ants. For now, these ants served as his diligent workers and mining tools, capable of devouring zombies for points while also scouting the area. As for the flies and mosquitoes, they constituted his aerial reconnaissance squad, ideal for surveying the outside environment. These creatures were common in every household and would go unnoticed in the homes of survivors, making them exceedingly perfect for his purposes. Furthermore, they were not merely for reconnaissance. They could also attack the living. Each bore the zombie virus, and a mere bite would seal the fate of any victim, condemning them to become zombies. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan adhered to the principle of non-aggression. As long as the survivors did not provoke him, he would not retaliate against them. All right, go out and get to work, he commanded, sending the flies and mosquitoes forth to observe the surroundings while seeking new companions. Once this was settled, the door swung open, revealing Song Yufei's return. She had changed into a white crop top and denim shorts, clearly dressed for a meal. Truly, she embodied the essence of a stunning goddess, her figure, her legs, her waist, utterly invincible. The midday sun shone brightly. However, Lin Yuan did not draw the curtains, and the room appeared rather dim. Beneath the soft glow of the yellow wall lamp, Song Yufei stood there, exuding an alluring charm. Her fair, long legs, enticing waistline, and delicate collarbone, complemented by her ample bosom, captivated Lin Yuan's gaze. Yet, Lin Yuan remained unhurried. He was acutely aware of his own unpleasant odor and deemed it imperative to shower first. As he passed by Song Yufei, he caught her watching him with eager eyes. Don't rush, Lin Yuan smiled gently. Song Yufei's ears flushed slightly, and she refrained from saying much, opting to sit on the sofa and wait. Having toiled through the morning, she felt ravenously hungry. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had brushed past her, and the unmistakable scent of male pheromones filled her nostrils, causing her to momentarily overlook any foul odor. Now, however, she felt quite uncomfortable. Her gaze frequently drifted towards the bathroom door, eagerly anticipating Lin Yuan's emergence. Before long, Lin Yuan emerged, clad in beach shorts and bare-chested. Upon witnessing this sight, Song Yufei's eyes sparkled with delight. She rose and approached him. "Master, are you hungry?" Her voice, both commanding and sweet, reached Lin Yuan's ears. With such beauty by his side, he could hardly refuse her. Song Yufei possessed an enviable figure, exquisite beauty, and undeniable sensuality, and now she stood there, waiting expectantly for him. If he were to decline her, what sort of man would he be? Meanwhile, the foolish dog, bored and restless, decided to venture outside to slay zombies, aiming to clear the lower floors with the assistance of his little ant squad. With a couple of excited barks, the husky dashed out, pawing at the doorknob before flinging the door open and racing outside. This silly dog was growing increasingly clever. Lin Yuan embraced Song Yufei as he approached the door, shutting it behind him before returning to the bedroom. Soon, the sounds of battle erupted from within. At that moment, Lin Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that while he and Song Yufei dined, trouble was brewing upstairs. Earlier in the day, Song Yufei had taken the husky to hunt zombies. Although they encountered a few foolish survivors, such occurrences were rare. The majority of survivors remained safely indoors, opting not to venture out. This was not due to their moral integrity, but rather their self-awareness. Among them were those who harbored ill intentions yet lacked the courage to act, as well as the astute who recognized Song Yufei's formidable prowess. Witnessing her dispatch zombies with ease, they deemed it far too perilous to consider attacking her and thus abandoned such nefarious thoughts. Naturally, Song Yufei had no interest in instigating trouble with them. At this juncture, the survivors, sensing the silence in the corridor, recalled Song Yufei's ferocity and speculated that she had likely cleared the zombies from the hallway. Those with a hint of bravery opened their doors to peer outside. After cautiously testing the waters several times and confirming there was no immediate danger, some ventured forth. Zhang Kai is a middle-aged man, rather corpulent, standing at a height of 175 meters and weighing over 180 pounds, with a round face and prominent ears. Before the apocalypse, he operated a billiard hall and is now in his 40s, having once traversed the underbelly of society. He is an astute individual. This morning, he observed Song Yufei, acutely aware of her formidable combat prowess. Although he was perplexed by her sudden emergence, he could not fathom how such a beautiful and powerful woman could have evaded his memory prior to the apocalypse. Nevertheless, these details were of little consequence. After contemplating for the entire morning, he finally discerned Song Yufei's intentions regarding the eradication of the zombies. She had already cleared the upper floors and would undoubtedly not overlook the zombies on the lower levels, intending to continue her efforts in the afternoon. Once the entire building was cleared of zombies, it would be rendered safe. He surmised that Song Yufei aimed to eliminate all the zombies and subsequently consolidate the resources within the building, awaiting official rescue. How naive. Zhang Kai smirked, revealing a few gleaming gold teeth. It was uncertain when official rescue would arrive. Remaining in the building until the water and power were cut off would inevitably lead to doom. He would not resign himself to such a fate. Instead, he planned to escape once Song Yufei had cleansed the building. His vehicle was conveniently parked downstairs, easily accessible. However, venturing out alone posed certain dangers. He needed to enlist some expendable companions. Exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke, he discarded the cigarette but on the ground, crushing it under the heel of his expensive leather shoes. With a grin, he began knocking on doors, calling out, "Is anyone there? Come out. I can take you with me." His voice was not loud, yet it could be clearly heard by anyone inside. The survivors on the upper floors were now aware that the hallway was devoid of zombies and were growing restless, many eager to venture outside. Most of the living were young individuals, unaccustomed to cooking, relying instead on takeout or dining out, leaving them with scant supplies at home. As Zhang Kai knocked on door after door, the survivors seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Soon enough, he had gathered 3 survivors. Although they were keen to escape, they remained somewhat skeptical of Zhang Kai. He reassured them, "Trust me, I can lead you out. There's a van parked downstairs where we can all fit, and we can leave together. I have already contacted a friend of mine who owns a boxing gym. It's spacious and well-stocked, sufficient for our survival." Despite his bulk, Zhang Kai possessed remarkable eloquence. "Look, remaining here without supplies will soon become untenable. My friend is formidable. He can dispatch a zombie with a single punch. Once we reach the gym, our safety will be assured." He suggested they first gather the other survivors on their floors to gauge their opinions. The 3 survivors hesitated about leaving but found no difficulty in calling out to others for assistance, and thus they went to help. A call was made, swiftly summoning the survivors from the upper floors to gather on the 12th floor. Chapter 20. The Clever Survivors. The Unfortunate Survivors. Explosion. Alongside Zhang Kai, there were a total of 22 survivors, both men and women. Naturally, not all the survivors emerged. A few particularly cautious individuals remained, observing from the shadows. Yet, Zhang Kai was quite satisfied. His intention was not to lead these people to safety. Rather, he sought mere pawns to expend. You will follow my commands. Once that woman clears the zombies below, we shall make our exit. The group exchanged glances, uncertainty hanging in the air. A young man in his 20s spoke up. Why don't we gather supplies here and stay safe at home? With so many households, there must be food to collect. We could find quite a bit. The building is secure. Going outside is far too perilous. Zhang Kai scoffed dismissively. Are you foolish? You witnessed that woman's combat prowess. She has a dog. And she cleared out those zombies. Whose supplies do you think they are? Do you believe she will share them with us? The young man hesitated, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. But what nonsense. Do you think a few of us can contend with that woman? Look at those zombies. She cannot be an ordinary person. We are no match for her. Zhang Kai continued vehemently. Once she finishes with the zombies, she may very well turn her attention to us. The young man stood, stunned by the validity of Zhang Kai's words. At that moment, a woman interjected. Earlier, I saw her kill a person. That individual was not a zombie. He was my neighbor, pleading for help, and she murdered him. Zhang Kai's eyes gleamed with delight at this revelation, eagerly nodding. Indeed, a person who can kill someone seeking help would not hesitate to dispose of us. She is currently occupied with the zombies, but once she is finished, she will surely come for us. Rather than waiting here to meet our demise, it would be wiser to take a risk. Once she has cleared the zombies, we can seize the opportunity to escape. Zhang Kai's impassioned speech resonated with the group. They recognized the truth in his words. Song Yufei was indeed formidable. Having eliminated so many zombies in a mere morning, many had heard the cries of individuals in distress, not the cries of those devoured by zombies. This indicated that Song Yufei was indeed willing to kill survivors. Remaining here was not safe. The opportunity to escape was a favorable choice. Now, we shall wait here. If anyone needs to retrieve belongings, do so swiftly. Do not take too much. A small backpack will suffice. Too much will hinder our escape. If you possess weapons, take them. We shall regroup here shortly. Upon Zhang Kai's command, the crowd dispersed. One woman lingered beside Zhang Kai. Though not extraordinarily beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. Appearing to be in her mid-20s. Why aren't you going to gather your things? The woman leaned closer to Zhang Kai, whispering softly, Brother, could you perhaps take me with you when you run? As she spoke, her hand reached out to gently scratch Zhang Kai's arm. Having navigated the complexities of society, Zhang Kai was well aware of her intentions. He smiled broadly, saying, What kind of talk is this? Did I not already promise to take you all with me? Huh. What vehicle could possibly accommodate so many? The woman playfully breathed into Zhang Kai's ear. Brother, take me along. I can be quite useful. Zhang Kai seized her hand firmly. Behave yourself, and I will take you out. Remember, don't make a fuss. The woman, her eyes sparkling with mirth, assured him, Rest easy, brother. I will certainly remain discreet. Before long, a few individuals approached, each having gathered their essential belongings. Soon, everyone reconvened, and with Zhang Kai included, there were only 19 people. As 3 had returned and not emerged again. After Zhang Kai's persuasive rhetoric, these individuals had become his loyal followers. Yet those 3, feeling uncertain after conversing with him, chose to stay behind. The clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Kai glanced at his watch, feeling it was nearly time, and indeed, the sounds of the zombies below had ceased. Let us proceed downstairs. Stay alert and silent, and if anything arises, retreat upstairs immediately. With that, Zhang Kai led the group down the fire escape. Many of them clutched makeshift weapons, rolling pins, mops, kitchen knives, moving cautiously like thieves, wary of making a sound. As they descended, no zombie growls echoed in the stairwell, further reassuring the group. It appeared that the woman and her dog had cleared the building of the undead. They felt increasingly justified in Zhang Kai's earlier assertions. Carefully, they reached the ground floor, with Zhang Kai positioned in the center. To their delight, there were indeed no zombies lurking on the first floor. You, go open the door. Zhang Kai pointed at a young man who had previously expressed dissent. The young man hesitated, apprehensive about stepping forward. While the building was devoid of zombies, the outside world was uncertain. What if a zombie leaped out as soon as the door opened? Stop dawdling and hurry up. Zhang Kai's brow furrowed, and his fierce gaze intensified, making him appear even more intimidating. The young man, frightened by this glare and the collective scrutiny of the others, steeled himself and approached the door. He gently pushed it open, and to their relief, no zombies surged forth, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Let us move. With the crowd urging him on, Zhang Kai successfully stepped outside. Witnessing their triumph, excitement surged among the group. Residents of the surrounding buildings noticed the commotion and gathered on their balconies, curious to see if this group would indeed manage to escape. Meanwhile, the survivors who had chosen not to follow Zhang Kai remained covertly on their balconies, uncertain whether their decision to stay behind had been the right one. Many individuals shook their heads, convinced that these people would not escape. There were simply no vehicles outside capable of accommodating such a multitude. How could this group be so foolish? Even if their cars were parked downstairs, they might still find themselves unable to leave the community as the roads within could very well be obstructed by numerous other vehicles. The uncertainties beyond the confines of their homes were overwhelming. Safety resided solely within. Indeed, the parking area below was filled with cars, yet none were vans. Only sedans, SUVs, and several electric vehicles. The crowd gazed at Zhang Kai, their unspoken question evident. "Where is your vehicle?" A middle-aged woman was the first to voice her inquiry. "Didn't you claim to have a van? Where is it?" "These are all sedans. How can they accommodate so many people? Find your own vehicle." However, Zhang Kai paid no heed to their pleas. He merely uttered a dismissive comment and proceeded towards a modestly sized car. Accompanying him were 2 men and 2 women, forming a protective circle around him. The men appeared to be in their 30s, robust in stature, while the women, in their mid-20s, were strikingly attractive. One of them was the woman who had previously flirted with Zhang Kai. These 4 individuals were the ones he truly intended to take with him. The others were merely expendable. He had no intention of rescuing them. Rather, he feared the presence of zombies outside and intended to use the others as bait to distract the undead if necessary. "Damn it, this bastard is trying to flee. He deceived us. What a scoundrel. Stop him." As they witnessed the rotund man attempting to escape, the crowd rushed forward to obstruct him. After having been lured down, they were not about to be abandoned now. A bespectacled individual stood in front of the man's vehicle, preventing him from entering, while others surrounded the car. Some pulling at the doors, others grasping Zhang Kai and the 4 individuals' clothing. Although filled with anger, they retained their composure, wary of drawing the attention of the zombies. At that critical moment, however, a phone suddenly rang. The melodious ringtone, "Love Even After Death," echoed through the silence, becoming jarringly disruptive in the stillness of the community. "Shut off your phone. Quickly. Are you trying to get us killed? You wretched fool. I'll make you pay." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Amidst their hushed curses, the owner of the phone hastily silenced it, but it was too late. The commotion had already caught the zombies' attention. In an instant, the previously distant undead surged towards them. Enraged, Zhang Kai bellowed, "Get out of the way." Chapter 21. What is this? Seeking death? Longing for life? Zhang Kai kicked the bespectacled man blocking his path. He needed to flee urgently. Yet, despite his seemingly frail appearance, the bespectacled man proved remarkably resilient, springing back to his feet almost instantly after being knocked down. "Get away from me. If you don't, we're all going to die." Zhang Kai's face twisted in rage as he clutched the collar of the bespectacled man, nearly lifting him off his feet. The bespectacled man, grasping Zhang Kai's hand, shouted furiously, "You promised to lead us to safety. Now that we can't leave, you think you can escape? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come out of the building. Staying inside was at least safe." Anger blazed in his eyes, all directed at Zhang Kai. It was his instigation that had compelled them to venture out. And now, escape was not an option. The zombies had begun to encircle them. Fortunately, their numbers were limited. A dozen survivors huddled together, wielding their makeshift weapons, barely able to fend them off. However, if they delayed any longer and attracted a larger horde, their numbers would be of little consequence. "Damn it," Zhang Kai growled, delivering a powerful punch to the bespectacled man's head, shattering his glasses upon impact. With a fierce tug, he yanked him away from the car door. "How dare you think you can stop me with your pathetic self?" Zhang Kai cursed, turning to the 2 young men accompanying him. "Hold them back. I'm starting the car." The 2 young men shielded 2 women, standing guard at the car door to prevent the other survivors from approaching. They were positioned at the periphery, capable of fending off the zombies. Zhang Kai pressed the car key. The sound drew the zombies' attention, and those in the distance who had been oblivious to the commotion were now attracted to the noise. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Kai flung open the car door and climbed inside. The other 4 quickly followed suit. Observing this, the dozen or so survivors frantically rushed towards the vehicle, but they were swiftly kicked away by the 2 young men. The occupants hastily shut the car door. The survivors continued to attempt to intervene, but they were preoccupied with the encroaching zombies, rendering them unable to stop anyone. "Fight and retreat. Back to the building." The bespectacled man, now disregarding Zhang Kai, directed everyone to fall back into the hallway. If they didn't return soon, the increasing number of zombies would make it impossible to retreat. Just then, several burning bottles of liquor suddenly plummeted from the sky. The bottles landed with precise force near the car, exploding one after another. The detonation set off alarms on nearby electric bikes, creating a cacophony of noise. The sound was utterly explosive. The clamor of the electric bikes not only attracted the zombies, but also drew the attention of other survivors in the building. They leaned out of their windows, peering outside, only to witness the zombies flocking towards Building 18. Most were bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Why had the zombies suddenly gone wild? Only the survivors in the vicinity of Building 18 grasped the situation, realizing the chaos that had unfolded. Those who had contemplated seizing this opportunity to escape now felt a chill run down their spines, having witnessed firsthand the actions from above that were obstructing their escape. They found the individuals hurling objects to be utterly terrifying, Yet they felt a sense of relief for not having ventured outside. Now, witnessing such chaos, they were even more reluctant to step out. None dared to gamble on whether their outing would provoke destruction. Those despicable wretches. Zhang Kai cursed vehemently, never anticipating that someone would obstruct their departure. Such a commotion would undoubtedly summon a horde of zombies. If the tide of the undead approached and their vehicle was blocked, it would spell certain doom. Escape would be impossible. Was he to contemplate traversing over the corpses? With zombies surging forth, there would be no chance of fleeing. He glanced towards the direction from which the liquor bottles had been thrown, identifying the culprit as a familiar ruffian from a previous conflict. The man grinned maliciously, flashing him a vulgar gesture. The uproar outside had also stirred Lin Yuan from slumber, who had just concluded an affair with Song Yufei. Yawning, he stepped onto the balcony and surveyed the scene below. The individuals gathered were survivors from their building. During Song Yufei's previous sweep of the floors, Lin Yuan had employed ants for reconnaissance. Although he hadn't meticulously memorized their faces, he could now recognize them as they congregated below. What was this? A death wish? Were they so eager to meet their end? Lin Yuan scoffed. These dozen or so individuals had remained safely indoors, yet they chose to venture out to their demise. If they could just endure a few more days, he could clear more areas, and even if they lacked provisions, they could later venture out to seek sustenance. But their reckless actions were not his concern. Lin Yuan observed coldly for a moment before returning to his bed. He dispatched mosquitoes and flies to investigate, entering the perspective of the mosquito for a clearer view than from above. Chaos reigned below, with zombies entangled with the survivors, leaving Zhang Kai with no option but to abandon his vehicle. Suddenly, a liquor bottle plummeted from above, shattering the car's window and creating a fissure. Zhang Kai's face paled. With the glass damaged, escape would soon be impossible. If the zombies struck the glass a few more times, it would shatter completely, rendering any attempt at fleeing futile. Realizing this, Zhang Kai decisively shouted, "Get out! Quickly! Retreat back inside!" This was the only viable option. All other paths would lead to certain death. He flung open the car door and dashed back to the building, disregarding the two sobbing women. The women, overwhelmed with fear, hastily pushed open their doors and stumbled out, their legs trembling as they nearly collapsed. They sprinted toward the corridor, but it was already swarming with dozens of zombies, with more converging. The undead surrounded them, blocking any passage. The survivors formed a protective circle, resisting the zombies as they slowly inched toward the building's entrance. However, the sheer number of zombies impeded their progress. "Help! Help me!" A man, momentarily slow in his movements, was seized by a zombie and dragged away. After being dragged out, the zombies surged forward, ravenously devouring the unfortunate soul. A girl let out a piercing scream, while others were so terrified that they soiled themselves. The bespectacled man, struggling against the horde, erupted in anger, cursing Zhang Kai, blaming him for their dire situation. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be facing this many zombies," he shouted, his glasses lost, rendering him nearly blind as he wildly swung his backpack to fend off the undead. His makeshift weapon, a rolling pin, had already broken. His eyes, now bloodshot, reflected his desperation as he fought to keep the zombies at bay. The outburst sparked a collective realization among the group, and they too began to blame the instigator of their predicament. Some, consumed by rage, abandoned their fight against the zombies and lunged at Zhang Kai, attacking him with fists and feet. However, after a couple of kicks, Zhang Kai retaliated with a powerful kick, sending one assailant sprawling. "Get lost. I wanted to help you escape, but look at how useless you are. Why do you believe everything I say? Your deaths are no concern of mine." Zhang Kai's fury surged, and he unleashed his full strength. "You bastard, are you even speaking human language? I'll take you down." The man, having been knocked to the ground, cursed vehemently and charged at Zhang Kai once more, but at that moment, bang, a bloody hole appeared in his head. Chapter 22. After this job, he would no longer be impoverished. Gun, please, don't kill me." Unbeknownst to them, a handgun had materialized in Zhang Kai's hand. In that instant, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, some even forgetting about the zombies. 3 more were dragged away by the undead. "Damn it, you cowardly fool, die!" Zhang Kai aimed at the bespectacled man and fired, obliterating his head. He did not spare those who had cursed him most vehemently. The survivors screamed in terror, redoubling their efforts against the zombies, now too afraid to direct their ire at Zhang Kai. The zombies, having acquired fresh prey, turned their attention to feasting. This distraction reduced the number of zombies attacking the survivors significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kai led the remaining individuals to flee towards the building's entrance. By the time they reached the door, only 8 of them remained. Among these 8, aside from Zhang Kai, were the 2 young men he had chosen. The 2 women he had picked, lacking any protection, were slow and timid, often crying out in fear, and had already been devoured by the zombies. There were simply too many undead. They hadn't even had the chance to become one of them. The 8 rushed into the hallway, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Quick, close the door," Zhang Kai shouted, before sprinting up the stairs. The remaining 7 followed suit, all eager to shut the door. As zombies had begun to pour in from outside, no one wished to embrace death. Yet, in such circumstances, the desire to live did not guarantee survival. 2 individuals lagged behind, only to be seized by the zombies. As soon as one was caught, the horde descended upon them, sharing the gruesome feast. Their screams were engulfed by the roars of the zombies. Zhang Kai did not dare to look back. He scrambled up the staircase, using both hands and feet to ascend. Despite his corpulent frame, he exhibited surprising agility, though his stamina was lacking. After climbing several flights, he found himself breathless. Yet, the instinct for survival propelled him onward. For zombies were already in pursuit. However, their pace was still sluggish. Behind Zhang Kai, 3 others were also fleeing. A middle-aged woman in her 40s and 2 robust young men, while the rest had already succumbed to the jaws of the undead. At that moment, the middle-aged woman suddenly surged forward, catching up to Zhang Kai. She lunged at him, toppling him to the ground and pinning him beneath her. In his frantic bid for escape, he had not anticipated that someone would assault him at such a critical juncture. He fell heavily, his face striking the stairs, nearly rendering him unconscious. Blood streamed from his face, but he could not afford to dwell on his injuries. He struggled to rise. Yet the middle-aged woman, consumed by rage, mounted him and forcefully slammed his head against the stairs. "You bastard! You wretch! You could have saved my daughter, yet you pushed her into the horde of zombies. You are the reason for her death. Return her life to me." As she continued her assault, her curses were filled with venom and desperation. Clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness and driven by primal survival instincts, Zhang Kai grasped his gun and fired backwards. However, his angle was poor. Instead of striking the woman, he hit one of the robust young men who had just ascended, causing him to fall straight down the staircase, rolling helplessly. This tumble ensnared another young man, who cried out in panic, "Damn it, don't drag me down with you." His face was a mask of terror as he attempted to rise, but the zombies had caught up, seizing his leg and gnawing at him. Meanwhile, the woman atop Zhang Kai paid him no heed. She had lost her sanity. Previously, she and her daughter had been safely hidden upstairs. But when Zhang Kai came to persuade them, her daughter had remained skeptical, while she had foolishly insisted on descending together. She loathed Zhang Kai for her daughter's demise. Yet she loathed herself even more. Had she not dragged her daughter down, she would not have perished. Realizing she could not escape, she resolved to take Zhang Kai down with her. This scoundrel must not be spared. With each violent impact, Zhang Kai's head struck the stairs, blood and brain matter pooling beneath him. He was on the brink of death. Yet the woman did not cease her assault. The zombies had seized her, biting into her neck, but her grip remained unyielding as she continued to pound Zhang Kai's head. Soon, she too fell victim to the ravenous undead. Zhang Kai's body did not escape the same fate, as he was likewise consumed. There were too many zombies. They devoured everything, leaving only skeletal remains adorned with a few scraps of flesh. Building 18 had been completely overrun by zombies, the corridor filled with their relentless roars echoing through the air. A few households, untouched by Zhang Kai's deceit, remained hidden in their homes, their faces pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to make even the slightest sound. They covered their mouths while breathing, terrified that the faintest noise might attract the attention of the zombies lurking outside. Lin Yuan observed everything clearly, witnessing the entire sequence of events. Neither the bottles of liquor hurled from the upper floors nor Zhang Kai's actions escaped his keen gaze. The mosquitoes and flies served as his most adept sentinels. Had it not been for those individuals above who recklessly threw down the liquor bottles, triggering the alarm of an electric vehicle, Zhang Kai might have indeed managed to escape. However, even if he had fled, it would likely have led to his demise. The intersection outside the community had long since become ensnared by a tangle of over 100 vehicles, with numerous cars stranded on the roadway. The other streets were too distant for him to discern the situation, but judging by the chaos at the intersection, it could be surmised that the other thoroughfares were equally compromised. If Zhang Kai had detected the peril and retreated with the others, they might have managed to save at least half of their number. When they initially returned to the building, had someone hastily shut and locked the door, they could have gained precious time for escape. They could have ascended to the upper floors, secured the fire escape door, and sought refuge in a random apartment, remaining silent, thereby ensuring their survival. Despite the multitude of opportunities, they failed to seize any. Had they made even one correct choice, they would not have faced such a tragic fate. As for Zhang Kai meeting his end by his own recklessness, Lin Yuan could only think him deserving of such a fate. After all, he had intended to lead the others to be mere cannon fodder, never genuinely wishing to facilitate their escape from the outset. His downfall was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the current predicament. The apocalypse merely amplified the malevolence inherent in human nature. It was hardly unexpected that the building, previously cleared, now harbored an even greater number of zombies than before. Yet Lin Yuan remained unfazed, even feeling a rush of excitement. This was a veritable bounty of points. It would require some effort from Song Yufei and the dog, but it was worth it. Through the eyes of the flies and mosquitoes, Lin Yuan noted that most of the zombies congregated on the lower floors, with around 30 on his level, while the upper levels had fewer. After a rough estimate, he surmised that there were over 300 zombies within the building. Over 300. That translated to more than 30,000 points. Once this endeavor was completed, he would no longer be impoverished. Yufei, silly dog, prepare yourselves, we have work to do tonight. The dog bounded joyfully, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Song Yufei, her eyes gleaming with determination, was already eager for action, having just replenished her strength. The prospect of vanquishing these zombies exhilarated her, and she found herself looking forward to the challenge. Master, I can hardly contain my excitement. Lin Yuan looked up to find that at some point, Song Yufei had changed into a fitted set of athletic wear, the steel knuckles firmly back on her hand. Chapter 23. Seize the opportunity to eliminate gazing upon the stunning visage of Song Yufei, which radiated the vivacity typically found in youthful maidens. Lin Yuan could not resist the urge to gently ruffle her hair, smiling as he said, "Very well. Do take care of your safety. While the zombies pose no threat to you, the survivors are far more cunning. Should you encounter any who are foolish enough to challenge you, show no mercy." I understand, Song Yufei replied, her head nodding in acknowledgement. She then turned toward the door, pulled it open, and stepped outside, with the energetic canine following closely behind her. As they entered the corridor, the presence of zombies became evident, prompting Song Yufei to swiftly shut the door. Though the sound was subtle, it nonetheless drew the attention of the undead. Hiss! A youthful zombie, meandering a few meters away in a stupor, was instantly attracted by the noise and began to shuffle towards Song Yufei. Without waiting for the zombie to draw near, she took several agile steps forward. Bang! With a powerful punch, the young zombie collapsed to the ground, its face a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Song Yufei refrained from delivering a final blow, delegating that task to her canine companion instead, while she charged towards another zombie. Both Song Yufei and her dog had grown proficient in their cleansing duties, proceeding with a methodical efficiency. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan sat comfortably on the sofa, casually picking up his phone. At that moment, the owner's group chat and the university forum were abuzz with discussions regarding the afternoon's zombie outbreak. Some even shared videos of Zhang Kai and his companions attempting to escape, only to be encircled by the undead. After glancing at the flurry of messages, Lin Yuan put his phone away. One significant reason Zhang Kai failed to escape was the destruction caused by those on the opposing floor. Although there was a moment when a phone rang as they descended, it was quickly silenced, and only a few zombies were drawn in. However, the bottle of liquor hurled from above triggered the alarm of an electric scooter, serving as the pivotal catalyst for Zhang Kai and his group's demise. Indeed, Zhang Kai was no paragon of virtue. His desire to flee included using others as mere fodder. Yet, those on the opposite side were hardly virtuous either. Unable to escape themselves, they deliberately wreaked havoc, endangering the lives of others. Such individuals must not be allowed to remain. Lin Yuan could already foresee that when the time came for him to venture outside, they might very well orchestrate some mischief against him. It was imperative to eliminate them swiftly. Muttering to himself, Lin Yuan wasted no time. He dispatched several flies and mosquitoes out the window, and moments later, they infiltrated the building across the way. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in their perspective. Within the corridor of the opposing building, a few zombies were indeed wandering about. But their numbers were sparse, merely 3 or 4 on each floor, with even fewer on the higher levels. Lin Yuan surmised that the commotion from his own building had drawn many of the zombies over, hence the low count in the other structure. The flies and mosquitoes slipped through the cracks of the doors into the 2 adjacent households. One contained 3 men, while the other housed a man and a woman. They stood on the balcony, gazing intently in his direction. A tall, slender man pulled out his phone to record a video. Lin Yuan directed a mosquito to land on the man's clothing, allowing him a clear view of the content on the screen, which depicted Song Yufei and a husky harvesting zombies. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, the tall man was secretly filming. A chill ran through Lin Yuan's eyes as he commanded the mosquito to bite the man's face. With a sharp slap, the tall man felt a sting on his cheek and instinctively swatted at his face, nearly dropping his phone in the process. The mosquito, having taken its fill, darted away swiftly, leaving the tall man to slap himself in vain. A swollen bump the size of a fingertip had already appeared on his face. Damn it, you pesky mosquito, he cursed in frustration, scanning the area for the insect. Nearby, 2 men were armed with slingshots, loaded with professional-grade steel balls capable of shattering the corridor's glass if fired. As they aimed and deliberated on their target, they turned to look at the tall man upon hearing his expletive. Their eyes widened in shock at the sight before them. The swelling on the tall man's face continued to grow, the skin becoming increasingly translucent, threatening to burst at any moment. What the hell? The two men exclaimed, instinctively taking a step back. What's wrong? Why are you acting like that? The tall man inquired, confused. One of the men swallowed hard and pointed at the tall man's face, stammering, your face, your face, before he could finish speaking. A loud pop echoed as the bump on the tall man's face ruptured, releasing a torrent of dark red liquid that streamed down his face, accompanied by a burning sensation. Ah! The tall man dropped his phone in agony, wailing in pain as he dashed towards the bathroom to discover the cause of his affliction. The two remaining men exchanged fearful glances, their expressions mirroring their mutual dread. What is happening to him? Could he be infected? We need to leave. We can't stay here. In a panic, the two men bolted for the exit, abandoning their belongings. Just as they reached the door and shut it behind them, the tall man emerged from the bathroom. However, his eyes had turned a ghastly gray, and his face was marred by extensive decay, with his limbs appearing distorted. The two men rushed to the neighboring apartment of a man and woman, knocking frantically on the door. Xiaoyan, open up. Hurry. On their floor. There was only one zombie, still lingering near the stairs, but before it could approach, the door swung open. The two men rushed inside and secured the door, exhaling in relief. One of them, shorter in stature, collapsed onto the floor. Yang, Li, what happened to you? Where's Wang? Xiaoyan, dressed in shorts and heavy makeup, with a slightly frail frame, resembled a typical streetwise girl. Don't even mention it. Wang suddenly mutated for some unknown reason. It terrified me. Thankfully, I managed to escape with you, Li, or I would have been infected. Yang, seated on the ground, recounted. Xiaoyan, perplexed, responded, but he wasn't bitten. How could he suddenly mutate? Upon hearing the mention of mosquitoes, a sense of dread enveloped Li Yang. Could it be that mosquitoes could transmit infections as well? The thought was terrifying. Zhao Yuan, Xiaoyan's boyfriend, casually remarked, no way. I was bitten by a mosquito just yesterday and felt fine. If mosquitoes could indeed infect people, the number of infected individuals would be astronomical. I doubt anyone would survive. Zhao Yuan's words provided Li Yang with a slight sense of relief. However, this entire exchange had not escaped Lin Yuan's keen observation. Unbeknownst to the four individuals in the room, each was harboring a hidden mosquito, undetected. I cannot predict the fate of others, but you certainly shall not survive. A cold glint flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. At that moment, both Xiao Yin and Li Yang felt a sharp sting as mosquitoes bit them simultaneously, eliciting startled exclamations from both. What was that? Xiao Yin exclaimed, her gaze darting around anxiously, finally landing on her swollen arm. It has come. It has come. Li Yang cried out in horror as he examined the back of his hand. What has come? Xiao Yin shrieked, her fear escalating. Even witnessing the horde of zombies outside had not instilled such terror in her heart. Amidst her panic, she scanned the surroundings, dreading the emergence of some vile creature. It's the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes are here. Yang Shu shouted as he flung open the door and bolted outside, frantically knocking on the doors of neighboring houses. Help me. I don't want to die. Is there anyone who can save me? He pounded on the doors, desperate for refuge, having witnessed the gruesome aftermath of the swollen bites. He knew it was merely a matter of time before Xiao Yin and Li Yang succumbed to their fate. A zombie lurking in the corridor, alerted by the commotion, charged towards Yang Shu, who sprinted away while continuing to knock on doors, praying for a survivor to grant him entry. Inside, Zhao Yuan stared blankly as Yang Shu fled. Confusion etched on his face. What is going on? Is it just a mosquito bite? Is it really necessary to react this way? He turned his gaze curiously toward Xiao Yin and Li Yang. Li Yang, pale as a ghost, understood that his time was short. Struggling was futile. He simply stared at the swelling on his hand without urging Zhao Yuan to flee. Why should I survive when he cannot? He pondered, and in that moment, he embraced Zhao Yuan tightly. What the hell, Li Gu? Why are you holding on to me? Zhao Yuan exclaimed, startled, as he attempted to push Li Yang away. Yet, Li Yang's grip remained unyielding, for he intended Zhao Yuan to be his first meal once he transformed into a zombie. The swelling on Li Yang's hand burst, and within mere moments, his body began to convulse as he fully succumbed to his zombie state. Damn it, you treacherous Li Yang, you've doomed me. Zhao Yuan realized the dire situation far too late, with no opportunity left for escape. Meanwhile, the only female, Xiao Yin, had also succumbed to the transformation. Lunging toward Zhao Yuan with a ravenous grasp. Xiao Yin, please wake up, let go of me. I am Zhao Yuan, your boyfriend. Zhao Yuan was trapped, unable to move as he was held tightly. He could only shout with his voice, filled with regret for not following Yang Shu when he ran earlier. He felt a deep resentment. They were supposed to be good friends, yet no one had warned him of the impending danger, leaving him to await his grim fate. However, his torment did not last long, for soon, Li Yang and Xiao Yin had sunk their teeth into him, and before long, he too transformed into a zombie. 3 newly emerged zombies stumbled through the wide-open door. The loud banging of Yangshu at the door drew the attention of several survivors, yet none dared to open it. These individuals had been troublemakers before the apocalypse and were not well regarded. Now, in this dire time, their reluctance to engage was even more pronounced. Nevertheless, their curiosity was piqued, and they peered through the peephole. What on earth was happening? Were they risking their lives? Such a racket might attract zombies. Yangshu had long since left the doorstep, and the survivors were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The outside had grown eerily quiet. Perhaps there were no zombies nearby. Unable to resist their curiosity, some hesitated, contemplating whether to open the door for a glimpse. Moments later, as Yangshu's voice faded, sounding distant as if he were knocking from downstairs, a young man succumbed to temptation. His motives were not purely curiosity. He hoped to seize the opportunity to raid Yangshu's home for food and water. His own supplies had run dry by noon, and if he failed to find sustenance, he would surely starve. Summoning his courage, he opened the door. What the hell? The moment he swung the door open, he was met with the sight of 3 zombies shambling toward him from the adjacent hallway. Terror-stricken, he hurried to slam the door shut, but it was too late. Liang lunged forward, seizing his hand and sinking his teeth into it. "Let go of me, you bastards!" the young man screamed, desperately attempting to close the door, but Zhao Yuan and Xiao Yin were already upon him. The 3 zombies tore into him, ripping away chunks of flesh, and by the time he succumbed to the transformation, there was little left intact on his arms and face, bloodied and horrific. As for Yangshu, upon reaching the lower floor, he found himself surrounded by 2 zombies, unable to escape his fate of becoming one of them. No survivor opened the door to save him. His demise was inevitable. In his last moments, he could not comprehend how he had arrived at such a dismal end. Just moments ago, he had stood on the balcony, watching others being bitten, and now it was his turn so swiftly? Lin Yuan coldly observed the unfolding tragedy. Yangshu's final actions had attracted numerous zombies, flooding into the building across from them. The increase in zombies posed a grave threat to that structure, but Lin Yuan felt no guilt. In an apocalypse, who was there to appease? The swarm of undead drew the attention of survivors in other buildings, yet they merely watched in silence, indifferent to the chaos. Just moments ago, a cacophony erupted downstairs. Zhang Kai and his companions had drawn a considerable horde of zombies. The ensuing tide of corpses surged into the building, a most natural occurrence. A few mosquitoes and flies lazily returned, and en route, Lin Yuan discerned the presence of 2 drones in the sky. With a slight frown, he dispatched the other mosquitoes and flies nearby. Instantly, hundreds of perspectives flooded Lin Yuan's mind, akin to having multiple surveillance feeds within his consciousness. Although the sensation was somewhat overwhelming, it proved extraordinarily convenient, leaving no corner unmonitored. In that moment, the entire community lay unveiled before him. It was only then that he realized there were indeed numerous survivors within this vicinity. These survivors were all engaged in a singular pursuit, wielding their mobile phones, binoculars, and cameras to observe the commotion outside. The survivors in the nearby buildings were particularly attentive to the situation unfolding on his side. This was hardly surprising. The distance between the buildings was inherently short, and considering the considerable ruckus caused by Song Yufei and the Husky, it would have been peculiar not to attract attention. Simultaneously, Lin Yuan felt his decision to remain indoors was remarkably astute. Although his abilities had indeed augmented, if among those individuals there were others like Zhang Kai armed with firearms, he would find himself unjustly at risk. If Zhang Kai possessed a handgun, why could others not? Even if the likelihood was minimal, he dared not gamble. He remained vigilant, monitoring the external dynamics and eliminating potential threats without succumbing to reckless fervor by rushing out to confront the zombies, thereby exposing himself to the gaze of others. The more outstanding one is, the more one attracts the winds of envy. Those who perceived his prowess might resort to malicious tactics, just like those 5 individuals in the opposite building, Yangshu and Zhao Yuan, who, unsatisfied with others fleeing, resorted to destruction, ensuring that even if they lost their lives, they would drag someone down with them. Such individuals were far too numerous. Lin Yuan cast another glance towards Song Yufei's side. Their extermination efforts were swift. They had already cleared the current floor and moved upstairs. Song Yufei continued to be the primary force, as the zombies posed no threat to her. Whenever fatigue set in, she would find a spot to rest before resuming her slaughter. The Husky, too, would retreat to an unoccupied room to recuperate before returning to the fray. The Ant Squadron was dedicated to the cleanup operations, diligently earning Lin Yuan points. The incessant chimes of the system notifications signaled a steady increase in his points. Earning points while reclining was simply delightful. Lin Yuan rose, seized a chilled cola, took a hearty sip, and then shifted his gaze to the primary ant nest space within the system. There were still ants from earlier in the day that had yet to be nurtured. With the points now accrued, he decided to tend to them first, allowing them to join the diligent workforce and expedite the accumulation of points. Moments later, These ants were successfully nurtured and promptly dispatched to join Song Yufei and the Husky, integrating into the industrious army and commencing their tasks. Just as he completed these arrangements, the system notification chimed again. Ding! The system alerted him that the queen ant had laid 1,000 eggs, which had now hatched. In less than 2 days, the queen ant has laid eggs, and the quantity is astonishing. The basic nest and premium pet food are indeed remarkable. A hint of surprise graced Lin Yuan's face. He promptly released the 1,000 ants from their nest, successfully nurturing them all, coupled with the ants he had just raised. The zombie worker ant squad swiftly augmented its ranks by nearly 3,000 members in a mere moment. Chapter 25. With a gun in hand, who dares to challenge? The ants remaining in the nest have shown commendable growth, appearing slightly larger than before. Among the ant squad, there are even those of greater size. The first batch nurtured by Lin Yuan. These ants have been voraciously consuming zombies and have now doubled in size, their bodies gleaming with a lustrous black sheen. Their speed in devouring zombies far surpasses that of the later arrivals. Lin Yuan's spirits were exceptionally high. These ants will all mature, and when fully grown, they may consume a zombie in the blink of an eye. Watching as the ants exited the room, Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa, reopening a chilled bottle of his favorite beverage, savoring the delightful taste. In the residential complex, every household keeps a modest stock of drinks and food in their refrigerators. Having collected a substantial amount yesterday, he truly felt liberated in his enjoyment. He glanced at his phone. There were no messages from Lu Qingxue. Earlier that morning, she had mentioned needing to catch up on sleep, and it was likely she had yet to awaken. However, the WeChat group remained lively. Lin Yuan, with nothing pressing to attend to, casually scrolled through the messages. 18,906. Zhang Kai came looking for me. Thankfully, I didn't go out with him. I'm still safe. How fortunate I am. 15,403. I saw a horde of zombies swarm into your building. Are you alright? 18,906. I'm fine. There's a particularly skilled young lady in our building, along with a fierce husky. They are clearing the zombies while I simply stay put and avoid causing any trouble. 15,403. Wow, what young lady? Do you have a picture? Share it with us. 16,602. I'm envious. Why isn't there's such an impressive young lady here? 18,906. No pictures. I wouldn't dare go out to take one. Just being alive is a blessing. I don't want to annoy the young lady and risk being kicked out of the building, which would be disastrous for me. The others chimed in, agreeing that his reasoning was sound. It was vital to remain safe and not act recklessly. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, recognizing that 18,906 was quite clever to refrain from following the crowd outside. He also chose not to provoke Song Yufei, allowing him the chance to survive within the building. Continuing his scroll, Lin Yuan came across a post featuring several boxes of instant noodles, bottled water, and snacks, without a building number mentioned. Posted by a user named Safe for Life. Safe for Life. Thank you, my friends, for the generous gifts from Zhang Kai. Amidst the confusion, many were perplexed by the unfolding events, prompting inquiries from some. One individual remarked, thanks to Zhang Kai's commotion, the zombies in my building have been drawn away. I stealthily ventured into the neighboring infected household and gathered quite a bit of supplies. I can last for a while now. His words illuminated the minds of many. Some had not considered this possibility, while others were too timid to venture out. Encouraged by his statement, numerous individuals expressed their intention to explore in hopes of seizing the opportunity to gather resources. Lin Yuan continued to peruse the posts, soon encountering an image shared by another user. It depicted the shelves of a small supermarket within the community, with a young man, likely in his 20s and muscular, standing before the shelves. Lin Yuan surmised that he was likely an athlete. Beneath the image, the same individual had posted a message. I must extend my gratitude to Zhang Kai. Thanks to him attracting the zombies away, I was able to reach this supermarket. Now, I need not worry about food and drink. The crowd was filled with envy, yet fear held them back from dashing out. After all, not everyone could be so fortunate. As Lin Yuan continued scrolling, he discovered that someone had indeed managed to escape the community. However, there were unfortunate souls who expressed their intent to venture out, only to have vanished thereafter. Likely, they had met their fate at the hands of the undead. While the zombies near Building 18 had been lured away, the community was vast, harboring many that remained. To venture out recklessly, without sufficient combat prowess, was to leave one's fate to chance. Someone had utilized a drone to capture video footage, which was subsequently shared in the group. The harrowing sight of a young man surrounded by zombies and ultimately devoured was visible. There were also images of individuals being pursued, cornered in dead ends. Please refrain from sharing such videos. We've seen enough. Came the collective lament, as these images only served to heighten their distress. Lin Yuan continued to observe the lively exchanges, both within the group and outside, as the night unfolded. The drone operator shared several more videos, one of which featured Song Yufei vanquishing zombies. The video began with a view of Building 18, gradually revealing Song Yufei's stunning visage, followed by a breathtaking moment where she delivered a powerful blow, dispatching a zombie. With her loyal dog leaping into action. Here's the video of the lady defeating zombies that you all requested. The group erupted with excitement. Wow, she's truly a beauty. Absolutely stunning, with an incredible physique. I can't believe this is real. How fierce she is. Lin Yuan, observing the fervor within the group, chose to remain silent. Song Yufei had already been exposed to the public eye, and the onlookers bore no ill intentions. Thus, there was no need for him to eliminate them all. These individuals posed no real threat to her. Sipping on his cola, Lin Yuan continued to eavesdrop. Moments later, a new video unexpectedly surfaced in the group. In the video, a group of survivors, numbering around 10, drags the lifeless bodies of several women and discards them near a horde of zombies before hastily fleeing the scene. As the camera draws closer, one can discern the leader of this group, a muscular man with shoulder-length hair, resembling the character Crow from the film The Gangster. Each member bears tattoos on their arms. The corpses of the women are being devoured by the undead, and the group, relieved that they were not pursued, engages in conversation as they escape. As they approach, their dialogue becomes increasingly audible. These women are utterly useless. We barely had our fill before they died. What a waste. One remarks. Indeed, a real disappointment. We should find better ones next time. Even as they distance themselves from the frame. Fragmented snippets of their conversation reveal the depths of their depravity. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. It was evident these individuals were far from benign. By comparison, Zhang Kai seemed trivial. It is worth noting that when Zhang Kai initially deceived others, he possessed a firearm, yet he never brandished it. Otherwise, there would have been no need for deceit. With a gun in hand, who would dare to challenge him? When he descended the stairs, he merely sought to escape without resorting to violence, only resorting to killing when cornered. However, this group was distinctly different. From their brief exchange, it was clear they preyed on survivors, particularly exhibiting a monstrous cruelty towards women, torturing them to death. There are many forms of wickedness, but such individuals embody the most despicable kind. Lin Yuan promptly dispatched a team, dubbed the Mosquito and Fly Squad, to conduct a comprehensive search for these individuals within the community, eager to ascertain their true identities and intentions. At that moment, the video concluded. The uploader shared an extensive text, akin to a personal essay, that filled the screen of his mobile device. Chapter 26. Wait for me to study this, and then we shall deal with her. Upon reading, Lin Yuan discovered that the uploader had been unfortunate enough to become trapped amidst a zombie tide. After a harrowing escape, he had taken refuge in a dumpster. Earlier, while hidden, he witnessed the scene depicted in the video and recorded it on his phone. The women, he recalled, were employees from a nearby supermarket, whom he had encountered the previous night. They had gathered a substantial amount of supplies and had invited him to seek protection from Shangshan Ruoshui. Feeling embarrassed due to his lack of resources, he declined their offer. He had overheard the group of Shangshan Ruoshui as they passed by, their conversation clearer and more detailed than what was captured in the video. It became evident that Shangshan Ruoshui was not genuinely interested in establishing a survivor's base. Rather, they were driven by selfish desires. The leader's real name was Zhang Tianyong, aged 31, surrounded by his brothers, with whom he had previously operated an internet cafe and billiard hall. Together, they had devised this sinister plan. In name, they professed to establish a sanctuary for survivors, uniting them in solidarity. However, the grim reality reveals a different story. Male survivors who approach are either recruited if they possess formidable strength or stripped of resources and cast aside if deemed weak. As for female survivors, their fate is even more dire. Not only are they robbed of their provisions, but they also endure unspeakable violations. Just last night, several women fell victim to such depravity, ultimately succumbing to their torment and being discarded amidst a horde of zombies. Their lives extinguished, their supplies wholly appropriated. This video has ignited an uproar within the community of Sunshine residential area. Truly, what scoundrels! How is it that such individuals are not devoured by the undead? Thankfully, I did not heed Zhang Tianyong's words. Had I done so, the outcome would have been unfathomable. I am aware that Zhang Tianyong is nothing more than a gambling addict, a scoundrel who has never engaged in virtuous deeds. Now that the apocalypse has descended, he has merely unshackled his true nature. Alas, the end of days breeds distrust among humanity, and with Zhang Tianyong's antics, the survivors in the community have no hope of uniting. He truly deserves his demise. Numerous survivors in the group vociferously denounced Zhang Tianyong, venting their ire upon him. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, finding nothing particularly surprising. In this apocalypse, order has crumbled, and the veneer of civilization has been stripped away. Individuals like Zhang Tianyong are destined to proliferate. For some time, he had sensed something amiss when this man rallied survivors in the group and on forums. Now, his suspicions have been confirmed. However, if this group remains unchecked, Their presence in the community could pose a significant threat. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. He was not a paragon of virtue. His concerns were rooted in self-preservation. For now, the community still enjoyed running water and electricity, rendering it an ideal locale for him to bide his time and develop. In other words, the community served as his temporary stronghold, and he wished to eliminate any sources of unrest in his vicinity. In the property management office, security personnel lounged with legs crossed, observing the surveillance footage of the community. A few were engrossed in their mobile devices when one junior member abruptly stood up. "Boss, you must see this. We've been exposed in a video shared in the WeChat group. Everyone is berating us." Zhang Tianyang took a drag from his cigarette and glanced over nonchalantly. "Let them curse. Their words hold no consequence for me." He scoffed. "Once I find the opportunity to eliminate them, our base will grow, and they shall never gain entry." Zhang Tianyang exhaled a plume of smoke, remaining silent. "Boss, look, a stunning beauty," another junior exclaimed, thrusting his phone toward Zhang Tianyang. The screen displayed a video of Song Yufei. Zhang Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Such an exquisite woman was a rarity, one he had never managed to woo. "Boss, this woman is formidable. The group is buzzing about her. She has slain numerous zombies and cleared several floors. Initially, she had finished cleansing her building, but a fool inadvertently led a horde of zombies her way. Yet, she remains relentless, still battling the undead. A woman of her caliber would be an extraordinary asset if we could bring her into our fold. Moreover, she possesses an exquisite beauty, rivaling that of stars." The younger men began to engage in animated discussions. In this lifetime, to be with a woman such as her would be worth dying for. However, that is not the primary concern. This woman has dispatched numerous zombies, and once she secures that building, all its resources will belong to her. If we can get our hands on her, those resources will also be within our grasp. While her combat skills are formidable against zombies, they are no match for us. Together, we will surely capture her. "Boss, do you think we can seize this woman?" The younger men gazed at Zhang Tianyang, their eyes brimming with fervor. Zhang Tianyang flicked the cigarette butt from his hand, crushing it underfoot, and slowly spoke. "Of course we can. Let me devise a plan, and we shall go after her." With those words, he turned his attention to the surveillance footage, preparing to strategize for locating Song Yufei. An hour later, after meticulously reviewing the video, Zhang Tianyang had formulated a plan. Building 18 was teeming with zombies, and there were many in the opposite Building 16 as well. However, Building 17, adjacent to them, had relatively few zombies. They could initiate their approach from Building 17. By constructing a rope bridge from the rooftop of Building 17 to the railing on the 10th floor of Building 18, they would create a slope of 8 stories, allowing them to slide across. The surveillance revealed that the upper floors of Building 18 were devoid of zombies, making it quite safe. With a plan in place, Zhang Tianyang directed the younger men to gather supplies. The security room was filled with various items. Zhang Tianyang had previously engaged in rock climbing and had brought safety ropes and other equipment. Once they had gathered everything, the group set out with great enthusiasm towards Building 17. They traversed areas with minimal zombie presence, swiftly dispatching the few they encountered, and continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the base of Building 17. Chapter 27. Is this the taste of blood? Zhang Tianyang and his entourage gazed up at Building 17, their excitement palpable. "Let us head upstairs," he declared, glancing back at his companions and whispering, "If we encounter zombies, eliminate them swiftly and quietly." The younger men nodded in agreement, refraining from making a sound, fearful that too much noise might attract zombies, leading to complications. The group ascended the building without making a single noise. Everything Zhang Tianyang did was, of course, observed by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked out the window. It was now past 7 in the evening, and the sky was gradually darkening. Given the length of daylight in this season, it would have been completely dark by now otherwise. Trash belongs in the trash bin. He tossed the soda bottle into the garbage, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As night fell, the zombies would become more active and their aggression would heighten compared to daytime. Creak. The door swung open, and Erhard dashed in first, followed closely by Song Yufei. Though she appeared slightly fatigued, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile graced her face. "Master, we have thoroughly cleared the upper floors. Soon we will attend to the lower levels." "All right, there's no rush. Let us take a moment to rest." "Master, I feel as though my strength has significantly increased. Previously, while I could fell a zombie with a single punch, I still required the assistance of the husky for the finishing blow. However, just now, I obliterated a zombie's head with one strike. It was a true instant kill. The sensation is utterly exhilarating." As Song Yufei spoke, she excitedly waved her fist, the pure steel black knuckles slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. "After feeding you so abundantly this afternoon, I feel as if I've been drained dry by your insatiable appetite. If your strength has not increased, then my efforts have truly been in vain." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He never anticipated that the seemingly perfect and alluring Song Yufei with her captivating figure and charisma, would transform into such a ferocious creature after her first taste of indulgence, like a wolf starved for days. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced, with all attributes tripled. Otherwise, he might have been completely depleted by her. Master, yet you did not refuse. Hearing Lin Yuan unabashedly mention their meal from the afternoon, Song Yufei's cheeks flushed, but her eyes sparkled innocently as she replied. Moreover, you even said you liked me that way. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. He felt that Song Yufei was venturing further down the path of mischief, almost evolving into a rogue. Nevertheless, despite being somewhat drained, he managed to hold his own. And with Song Yufei's enhanced abilities, their efficiency in accruing points had also increased. Overall, it was a positive development. At that moment, the husky approached, nuzzling against him before circling several times in display. Lin Yuan noticed that the husky seemed to have undergone some transformation. Upon closer inspection, it appeared larger than before, with a coat that gleamed with health. As he reached out to pet it, the fur felt remarkably smooth and pleasant to the touch. Additionally, the husky's leg muscles had grown stronger, promising swifter runs and higher jumps in the future. Lin Yuan affectionately patted the husky's head, saying, "Silly dog. You are doing quite well. Keep it up." The husky leaned against Lin Yuan's hand, displaying its affection. "Master, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a meal for you," Song Yufei inquired. Her words triggered Lin Yuan's awareness of his own hunger. After a long afternoon of labor, he had indeed expended considerable energy. "Let's prepare more meat dishes tonight. The gathered provisions won't keep for long and will spoil if not consumed." Song Yufei leaned in and planted a kiss on Lin Yuan's cheek, grinning as she assured, "Do not worry, master. I will ensure your satisfaction. And you must also cook for me later." With that, she swayed her hips and headed to the kitchen. Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Women truly are a fascinating species. Could this be described as savoring the taste of indulgence? While Song Yufei busied herself with cooking, Lin Yuan continued observing Zhang Tianyang and his group. They had already reached the rooftop of the adjacent Building 17. Zhang Tianyang held a safety rope and a hook in his hands, gazing intently at the 10th floor of the adjacent Building 18, seeking a suitable spot to secure the rope. "Boss, do you think it's feasible?" A young lackey with yellow hair ventured, though the neighboring building was not far. It still loomed at a distance of over 10 meters. He was uncertain of Zhang Tianyang's skills. Zhang Tianyang cast a disdainful glance at the young man, letting out a slight snort, clearly displeased. The other subordinates quickly interjected, "Yellow hair, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you question the boss's capabilities?" Upon hearing this, the young man broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Tianyang had a notorious temper. If angered, he might very well toss him off the building. Hastily, Yellow Hair slapped himself twice, repeatedly apologizing, "Boss, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn." Without further ado, Zhang Tianyang flicked the hook, sending it soaring with the safety rope, wrapping it securely around a pipe before fastening the other end to a steel pipe on the rooftop. "Wow, boss, impressive." Yellow Hair quickly showered him with praise. "You slide over, open the window, and secure the rope inside at a stable point," Zhang Tianyang instructed, raising an eyebrow as he handed a safety hammer to Yellow Hair, tucking it into his pocket. "If there's danger, I'll handle it. Why aren't you going?" Yellow Hair cursed under his breath, feeling trapped. His only option was to take the lead and slide over, grasping at a slim chance of survival. Failing to do so would result in being thrown down. "Damn it, I wish I hadn't spoken so carelessly," he lamented internally, stifling the urge to voice his complaints and wishing he could slap himself again. "Move quickly." Zhang Tianyang kicked Yellow Hair, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yellow Hair reluctantly picked up the sliding rope, fastening it to the safety line. Peering down, he noted the darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Yet the streetlights below cast a clear glow upon the pavement. At this height, a fall would leave nothing but a lifeless body. Taking a step back, he dared not look down, his legs trembling. "Boss, I have a fear of heights. Could someone else go?" He turned to Zhang Tianyang, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Zhang Tianyang smirked, tossing his hair back with a friendly demeanor. "Fear of heights? Excellent. Black Tiger. Let us see how fearful he truly is." Yellow Hair trembled as he glanced at Black Tiger, a robust figure standing at 6 feet tall, adorned with a tattoo of a tiger on his arm, and a loyal subordinate of Zhang Tianyang. Black Tiger grinned as he approached Yellow Hair, effortlessly lifting him and positioning him at the edge of the rooftop, with his upper body dangling perilously over the side, his hands gripping the protective wall for dear life. "Ah, let me go, I don't want to die. Boss, spare me." Yellow Hair screamed, his body suspended over the 18th floor, fear overwhelming him. Zhang Tianyang scoffed. "Pull him up, we don't want to attract any zombies." Only then did Black Tiger hoist Yellow Hair back up, but not without delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. The force of Black Tiger's palms sent Yellow Hair's hair flying, causing him to spit out blood mixed with a few teeth. "Dare to scream again, and I'll knock the crap out of you." The Black Tiger threw the yellow-haired man to the ground and viciously kicked him in the chest, causing him to collapse. Zhang Tianyang approached, crouched down, and pinched the yellow-haired man's mouth, his face adorned with a seemingly benevolent smile. Yellow-haired one, shall we have you lead us? Chapter 28. Your master possesses many tricks as well. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. Zhang Tianyang's smile widened, yet it exuded an unsettling aura. The yellow-haired man could only whimper, unable to articulate any words. Only then did Zhang Tianyang release his grip on the man's mouth. I'll do it, boss. I'll do it. The yellow-haired man stammered as he struggled to rise from the ground. His legs trembled even more violently than before. Yet he could only inch his way toward the safety rope. He dared not glance down again, fearing that another look would strip him of his remaining courage. Grasping the zip line tightly, he hesitated. The black tiger cursed, "Damn it, hurry up. Do you wish to die? Stop dawdling. Shall I lend you a hand?" As he spoke, the black tiger feigned movement toward the yellow-haired man. Terrified of waiting for the black tiger's assistance, the yellow-haired man hastily pleaded, "Brother Black Tiger, I can manage, just a moment. Hurry up, you're acting like a woman." With no time to waste, the yellow-haired man gritted his teeth and leaped forward, fastening the zip line securely to the buckle around his waist. Even without looking, his heart raced furiously. The distance from the 18th floor to the 10th was considerable, and he slid down effortlessly, nearly colliding with the wall. He quickly extended his leg to push off, narrowly avoiding the impact. Fortunately, his speed was not excessive, otherwise that moment might have shattered his bones. The yellow-haired man sighed in relief, but suddenly, the hook tethered to the pipeline loosened, causing his heart to leap into his throat. He quickly extended his foot toward the area beside the air conditioning unit, finally managing to reach it. The air conditioning unit was designed with a surface for placement, rather than being affixed to a metal frame, thus offering a degree of safety. Observing the yellow-haired man hesitating to open the window, the black tiger gritted his teeth in frustration. What is this coward doing? I'll make sure to teach him a lesson later. The black tiger longed to shout at the yellow-haired man to hurry, but fearing that a loud voice might attract zombies, he could only clench his fists in vexation. One of the younger subordinates hesitantly questioned, "Boss, what if he unties the rope when he gets over there? What if he fails to secure it properly and endangers us?" The subordinate was deeply concerned. Having witnessed the yellow-haired man receive a severe beating moments ago, he worried that this time he might harbor ill intentions. Zhang Tianyang chuckled coldly, stating, "Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare." The black tiger concurred, adding, "Let us not forget that there are many zombies in the building across from us. If he refuses to let us pass, can he possibly handle those zombies?" The younger subordinates erupted in laughter, agreeing, "Brother Black Tiger is right. No wonder the boss trusts you." The black tiger basked in the pride of their admiration. After Huang Mao steadied himself, he hastily attempted to open the window, only to find it locked from the inside. With no other option, he retrieved a safety hammer to shatter the glass. Sighing, he reflected on how his leader's foresight had earned him the title of boss, while he remained merely a subordinate. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he exerted considerable effort to break the glass. As he climbed through the window, he cut his hand on the shards. In pain, he thought to himself that he would never engage in such reckless behavior again. Let others take the risks. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he cursed under his breath, knowing full well that if Zhang Tianyang were present, he would not dare utter a word of complaint. This was merely empty bravado. Not wanting to waste any more time, Huang Mao pulled the safety rope inside and surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the fire cabinet. He approached it and opened the door, securing the safety rope to the fire hydrant. From this vantage point, he could only discern a few flickering shadows on the opposite rooftop. He was unable to signal them and resorted to messaging Zhang Tianyang instead. The wound on his hand throbbed painfully, yet he endured it in silence. Zhang Tianyang dispatched 3 of his subordinates to slide over and confirm the safety of the rope before he followed suit, instructing He, who to remain on guard. Once Zhang Tianyang had crossed over, the subordinates followed one by one, landing safely. The acrid stench of zombie blood filled the air, almost causing them to retch. One subordinate, unable to contain himself, vomited. What a pitiful creature, He who scolded, delivering a couple of kicks to the unfortunate soul. The others, feeling queasy, quickly suppressed their nausea. Zhang Tianyang pushed open an unlocked door and led his subordinates inside. "Boss, shouldn't we go down to find that woman?" Huang Mao inquired. Immediately after speaking, he cursed himself internally for his inability to control his tongue. Why did he have to be so reckless? Zhang Tianyang, lost in thought, sat on the sofa, took a puff from his cigarette, and peered through the smoke at Huang Mao, squinting as he said, "Why don't you go down and scout the situation?" "Boss, I'm injured. The smell of blood might attract zombies. Perhaps you should send someone else." Huang Mao quickly raised his hand, marred by glass cuts. What a useless fool. He who scornfully kicked Huang Mao. Silenced by indignation, he lowered his head, trembling. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyang picked up his phone, scrolling through the WeChat group to seek useful information and formulate the next steps of their plan. On the 7th floor, Lin Yuan was enjoying a dinner prepared by Song Yufei, consisting of steamed rice, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and fish-flavored shredded pork, an appetizing feast. Slow down, don't choke. Song Yufei anxiously fetched a bottle of chilled cola from the fridge, fearing Lin Yuan might swallow too quickly. Yufei, you don't seem like someone who cooks. I didn't expect you to have such culinary skills, Lin Yuan remarked after swallowing his mouthful. He accepted the cola from her and savored a sip, feeling immensely satisfied. Earlier that morning, while Song Yufei had prepared a meal, it had been quite simple, with the dumplings being frozen. Now, the delicious dishes she had prepared showcased her true abilities, having created 2 delectable meals in such a short time. Song Yufei smiled gently, saying, Master, I have much more to offer. I will gradually prepare delightful dishes for you. Lin Yuan chuckled in response. Indeed, your master possesses a myriad of culinary skills. At that moment, an image flickered in Song Yufei's mind, causing her ears to flush a shade of crimson. Suddenly, her beautiful brow furrowed slightly. Master, it seems there are some visitors upstairs. With a swift motion, she stood up. Let me see who dares to cause trouble. Lin Yuan raised his hand, gently pressing her back into her seat. They are merely a bunch of nuisances. There is no need for you to intervene. I have my own methods to deal with them. What do you intend to do? Song Yufei inquired, her eyes blinking curiously. You will soon find out, Lin Yuan replied, as he continued to eat, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. All right, I shall heed your command, she responded, blinking her eyes as a smile graced her exquisite face, reflecting her unwavering trust in Lin Yuan. While enjoying his meal, Lin Yuan directed a small team of ants to ascend the stairs. Confronting Zhang Tianyang and his group was, in reality, quite simple. The ants could easily overwhelm them. However, that would be too lenient for them. Lin Yuan had the ant squad search thoroughly and soon discovered several sound systems in various homes. This was not difficult to find. Most residents in this neighborhood were university students from the nearby college town, while the remainder were working professionals. Who doesn't own a television or computer? It was entirely normal to have sound equipment. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyang and his companions were deliberating their next move, as a subordinate stationed in the security room had sent over a video. Below the 7th floor of Building 18, there were still numerous zombies, with some wandering upstairs, and a few more had appeared on the 7th floor. Boss, should we go down now? One subordinate asked. With so many zombies down there, why don't you give it a try? Zhang Tianyang retorted, glaring at the subordinate. Huang Mao silently rejoiced that he had refrained from asking earlier, or he would have been reprimanded. The subordinate quickly fell silent. He who proposed, Boss, I suggest we continue to wait, at the woman's pace. It won't be long before she clears the zombies from this building. By then, her strength will likely be exhausted, and we can strike then. Zhang Tianyang patted Heihu on the shoulder, nodding in approval. Heihu, you are indeed clever. We shall call this strategy the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden crackling sound erupted from the living room. ZZZZT. After 3 days and nights, deafening music blared unexpectedly, startling everyone. Zhang Tianyang leaped up and rushed into the living room, his expression shifting dramatically as he gazed at the television blaring music programs. Damn it. Who the hell turned on the TV? Everyone stood bewildered, exchanging glances. They had merely been sitting in their rooms, doing nothing. My current mood can make even soda intoxicating. Oh, I shall never tire. Heihu promptly unplugged the power, then turned to Huang Mao, delivering 2 sharp slaps. Huang Mao was left in a daze. I haven't said a word. Is there no justice left in this world? Damn it. You were the first to slide over. Could it be you who did this? Black Tiger shouted angrily. Brother Black Tiger, it truly wasn't me. I don't understand what's happening. Huang Mao pleaded, his face throbbing with pain, making it difficult for him to speak. However, he dared not take the blame and quickly gritted his teeth, attempting to explain. Black Tiger advanced and kicked Huang Mao to the ground. Damn it, if it's not you, then who else? You were the first to come over and lingered for quite some time. Who else could it possibly be? Everyone, come and beat him. Several lackeys rushed forward, each delivering a kick to Huang Mao. It really wasn't me. Huang Mao protected his head, repeatedly insisting. Hit him. Keep hitting him until he tells the truth. Black Tiger said menacingly. Huang Mao, being beaten to the brink of despair, felt as though he was on the verge of death. After all his hard work, leading the charge and injuring his hands on glass, this group was now turning against him. It was utterly inhumane. Regardless, facing certain death, Huang Mao could no longer hold back and began to curse. Damn it, Black Tiger, can't you use your brain? If I had done it, what could I possibly gain? This retort ignited Black Tiger's fury, his eyes turning red as he pushed aside his lackeys and kicked Huang Mao violently. How dare you insult me? Do you wish to die? I'll grant your wish. At that moment, Zhang Tianyang interjected, everyone, stop. Making such a ruckus. Are you seeking death? Quickly check how that television turned on. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyang's command, Black Tiger halted, spitting a mouthful of phlegm. I'll deal with you later. The group of lackeys surrounded the television, inspecting it thoroughly, but found nothing amiss. After contemplating for a moment, Black Tiger suggested, "Boss, this house feels cursed. Shall we check another room?" "Fine," Zhang Tianyang agreed, leading everyone out. Suddenly, the song "You Are My Little Apple, No Matter How Much I Love You, It Is Never Too Much" resonated through the hallway, sending chills down their spines. What is going on? Is someone singing again? It was evident that it was not from the room they had just occupied. I gazed longingly at the moon above. In the distant east, there is a dragon. Multiple rooms erupted with sound simultaneously, and the commotion grew louder. The winding river flows down from the sky. All heads turned as the television, whose plug had been pulled out, resumed its song. One person rushed over to take a look. Huang Mao remained sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, insisting he was innocent. "Boss, what should we do?" "Run. Everyone run. This place is too cursed." Zhang Tianyang was now visibly shaken. Unable to comprehend how the television had turned on by itself, and even changed channels, nor could he fathom how the sound systems had suddenly come to life. Most importantly, the uproar would surely attract zombies. More and more televisions and sound systems, activated by Lin Yuan's ant troop, plunged Building 18 into a frenzy of music. In an instant, a horde of zombies surged from below. Even the zombies at the community entrance noticed the commotion and began to gather towards the source. Lin Yuan silently observed the unfolding drama. Having finished his meal, he reclined on the balcony. With a freshly opened can of ice-cold cola in his left hand and his right arm wrapped around Song Yufei, who nestled comfortably against him, he leisurely watched the grand spectacle before him. A multitude of zombies surged upwards, while many more crowded at the entrance below, spilling into the stairwell. The surrounding undead were drawn in, and Lin Yuan felt no trepidation at the influx. In the past, he would never have dared to attract such a horde, as one misstep could spell his doom. However, the circumstances had changed. Song Yufei was impervious to zombie attacks, her combat prowess unparalleled, even with the sheer number of zombies. She remained unthreatened. The formidable beast had consumed countless zombies, enhancing its attributes and transforming into a far cry from the foolish dog it once was. Moreover, his ant brigade stood ready. With their assistance, the eradication of these zombies was merely a matter of time. Finally, they had caught up. A chilling smile spread across Lin Yuan's face as he shifted into the perspective of a mosquito, clearly witnessing the zombies closing in on Zhang Tianyang and his companions. Chapter 30. One must be ruthless to stand firm. You answered correctly, but alas, you are doomed. As he observed the horde pursuing them, Zhang Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically. He shouted urgently, "Da Huang, Zhugan, Feiji, you three hold them off here for a moment." The three individuals he called upon glanced back while running, only to realize they were not being pursued by a single zombie, but rather a dozen or more. And this was merely the visible portion. There could well be even more lurking in the shadows. Leaving us to fend for ourselves is tantamount to signing our own death warrants. Damn it, Zhang Tianyang. Do you think we are fools? You handle it yourself. Zhu Gan retorted angrily, continuing his flight without heeding Zhang Tianyang's plea. He was unafraid of facing Zhang Tianyang's wrath later. With so many zombies, survival was uncertain enough without worrying about future confrontations. If they could manage to escape, parting ways with Zhang Tianyang was a small price to pay. Surviving took precedence. Da Huang and Feiji mirrored this decision. Run. Damn it. Zhang Tianyang cursed furiously. He did not pursue the same route as Zhu Gan and the others. Instead, he dashed up the safety exit towards the upper floors, scanning for potential hiding spots as he ran. On the upper levels, some survivors had also heard the commotion and had hurriedly barricaded their doors, retreating into their bedrooms, covering their mouths and noses, terrified of the hordes of zombies crashing in. The corridor's motion sensor lights flickered ominously, casting an eerie atmosphere as the relentless zombies chased behind. Zhang Tianyang, blessed with stamina, sprinted up to the 18th floor, and without pausing, charged directly onto the rooftop. The door to the rooftop slammed shut with a clang, and Zhang Tianyang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, if I find out who set me up, I will make them pay. Zhang Tianyang cursed with a fierce expression, fully aware that he had been betrayed. However, he could not fathom who had orchestrated this. With so many televisions and computers simultaneously alight, and no one present in those rooms, how was it accomplished? Could it be that woman? Zhang Tianyang thought of Song Yufei. It was astonishing. Her figure was remarkable, her beauty almost surreal, and yet she was extraordinarily capable, single-handedly vanquishing so many zombies. Quite sinister indeed. If he managed to escape this time, he would never dare to offend her again. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly approached the edge of the rooftop and peered down. It was far too high. The streetlights below seemed an eternity away. He had confidence in his physical abilities. Yet he was not so audacious as to attempt a rapid descent from the 18th floor. He cast his gaze towards the opposite building, number 17. Thankfully, he had been prudent and had prepared an extra rope. Zhang Tianyong lowered the rope he had carried on his shoulder and began his preparations, aiming for the 10th floor of Building 17. If he could slide over, he would be safe. 2 minutes later, a series of heavy thuds reverberated as the rooftop iron door was battered, accompanied by the chilling cries of the undead. Damn it! As he watched the door slowly give way, on the verge of collapse, Zhang Tianyong cursed under his breath. Fortunately, he had already secured the rope leading directly to the 10th floor of the opposite building. However, the darkness concealed a multitude of robust, pitch-black ants quietly ascending the rope, their mandibles poised to gnaw at it. With a thunderous crash, the rooftop door fell apart, and a tide of ghastly, snarling zombies surged forth. A pack of fools. Zhang Tianyong smirked maliciously, raised a middle finger, then propelled himself off, sliding down the rope. On the balcony, Song Yufei looked up at Zhang Tianyong as he slid away, unable to suppress her concern. Would he truly perish from the fall? She had just witnessed the swarm of flies and mosquitoes carrying countless ants to the opposite floor to gnaw at the rope. He won't. Observing him mid-descent, Zhang Tianyong realized the rope was beginning to fray and clutched it in terror. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with amusement. This fellow had decent physical attributes. At worst, he would break a leg, but he would not die. Letting the ants sever the rope had been a calculated decision. The distance between buildings 17 and 18 was approximately 60 meters, with each floor standing 35 meters high. Theoretically, as long as this fellow had the physical capacity, he could grip the rope and descend to the ground. With about 3 meters remaining to the earth, he could simply release the rope and land safely, unscathed. But that was merely a theoretical scenario. Zhang Tianyong did not possess such ideal physical prowess, rendering the theory invalid. Everything unfolded precisely as Lin Yuan had anticipated. After the rope snapped, the man instinctively tightened his grip, only to plunge downwards along the rope. The weight of free fall was unbearable. His palms were ground to a bloody pulp, and the sudden increase in weight caused his muscles to tear, dislocating his shoulders. At this moment, he was still 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Unsurprisingly, when he fell, both of his legs were shattered, suffering compound fractures. Yet, remarkably, this man remained stoic, not uttering a single cry despite his grievous injuries. See, I told you he wouldn't die. Observing Zhang Tianyong, who, even with broken limbs, was desperately crawling and attempting to escape, Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, turned, and picked up a bottle of beer nearby, then gauged the distance before tossing it. With a resounding crash, the beer bottle shattered beside Zhang Tianyong, scattering shards of glass. The already terrified Zhang Tianyong turned pale as he looked up in the direction from which the bottle had come, locking eyes with Lin Yuan. It's you, you bastard. You're setting me up. In an instant, Zhang Tianyong realized that the entire situation had been orchestrated by Lin Yuan. But what good was that knowledge? You are correct. But alas, you are doomed. As Zhang Tianyong's eyes reddened with rage, Lin Yuan beamed with a radiant smile, then lifted his hand to retrieve a case of beer. Damn! Zhang Tianyong's pupils constricted. With a thunderous explosion, the case of beer detonated beside him. As if drawn by an irresistible force, a horde of zombies converged, their guttural howls echoing through the air. Ah, you disgusting creatures, stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Panic etched across Zhang Tianyong's face. Unfortunately, with dislocated arms and shattered legs, he had no chance of escape, forced to helplessly witness the encroaching zombies. The undead descended upon him like ravenous students at a cafeteria, voraciously tearing at his flesh. They were not hunters who cared for the fate of their prey. They sought only blood and meat. Thus, Zhang Tianyong remained alive, fully conscious as he was consumed by the zombies. His anguished screams reverberated throughout the entire community. What on earth is happening? Who is that screaming so pitifully downstairs? I don't know. I've never seen him before. The survivor who had previously identified Zhang Tianyong excitedly messaged the group. The person being eaten by zombies downstairs is Zhang Tianyong. This revelation sent the residents of Sunshine Community into a frenzy. Ha ha ha, so it's this scoundrel. He deserves it. He deserves it. Initially feeling a twinge of sympathy at his cries, they now felt he was not screaming nearly enough. In this apocalyptic world, those who sow discord deserve to perish. Why aren't there more zombies? Let them take a few more bites. Pity the few women involved. These beasts truly got what they deserved. Damn it, let me add some fuel to the fire for this bastard. Survivors residing nearby were filled with exhilaration. Zhang Tianyong, that scoundrel, had met a fate most deserved. Some even hurled their home-s wine bottles in his direction, cursing him vehemently. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, Zhang Tianyong endured a torment comparable to death by 1,000 cuts, wailing for over 10 minutes before finally succumbing. Ultimately, his bloodied flesh, along with his bones, was consumed by the ravenous undead, leaving no trace behind. Lin Yuan stood on the balcony, witnessing the entire spectacle without a flicker of emotion. Though the apocalypse had only descended a few days prior, he had already acclimated to the grim realities of this new world. In this desolation, One must be ruthless to survive. Anyone daring to provoke Lin Yuan or threaten those he cherished would meet a grim end. However, Zhang Tianyang's demise did afford Lin Yuan some benefits. The ruckus was not merely to have Zhang Tianyang and his ilk experience a fate worse than death through the zombies. It was also a strategic maneuver to gather the undead. Lin Yuan had conceived this idea long ago, but refrained from executing it for fear that Song Yufei and Era might be endangered if surrounded by zombies. Yet now, with Zhang Tianyang and his cohort delivered to him, he seized the opportunity. Following this incident, the zombies on the upper floor became more concentrated, marking the sole benefit that Zhang Tianyang had inadvertently provided Lin Yuan. Yufei, take a moment to rest, then let us clear out the zombies while they are gathered upstairs. Lin Yuan instructed. Song Yufei, having regained her strength, responded with enthusiasm. Master, shall we set out? Indeed, let us go. Chapter 31. What is the purpose of earning money if one does not spend it? While Song Yufei and the foolish dog ventured forth to eliminate the zombies, Lin Yuan remained occupied, as there was still refused to address. The gang led by Zhang Tianyang had not yet been entirely dealt with. When they had come earlier, one of their underlings had been left in the security room. The drone footage captured limited and unclear images, but the surveillance cameras in the corridor provided a much clearer view. It was imperative to eliminate that individual to prevent him from leaking too many videos of Song Yufei dispatching zombies. Aside from Song Yufei, the foolish dog and the ant squad were also present, and any footage of them feasting on the undead could incite considerable chaos. Moreover, the individual in the security room was also one of Zhang Tianyang's minions, having committed numerous wrongdoings and thus deserving of his fate. Lin Yuan directed the mosquito to the security room, where the red-haired underling was leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds while scrolling through his phone, admiring beautiful women, utterly at ease. Truly, he was quite indulgent. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in disapproval as the mosquito approached the red-haired man's neck. This mosquito was over twice the size of a typical one, and its sharp proboscis plunged into the man's flesh. The red-haired man felt a sharp sting in his neck and instinctively swatted at it, but the mosquito had already fled and eluded capture. Instantly, a swollen lump appeared on his neck, expanding at a visible pace, bursting open to spill blood, causing pain to radiate through the skin where the blood flowed. Pain surged through Hong Mao as he collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony. This lamentation, however, was short-lived. In just over a minute, his eyes began to glaze over, and his limbs started to convulse. Lin Yuan observed this scene with a slight smile, noting that the mosquito squadron had significantly strengthened since the afternoon, their rate of mutation seemingly accelerating. He recalled how, earlier that day, when those mosquitoes had attempted to bite Xiaoyan and her companions, their transformation had not occurred with such swiftness. It appeared that feeding on the blood of zombies had greatly enhanced the mosquito squadron. However, he pondered whether it was wise for the mosquitoes to grow too large, as such a transformation might make them conspicuous. Yet, he quickly dismissed this concern with a light smack to his forehead. He was overthinking it. The size of the mosquitoes was of little consequence. Being discovered posed no issue whatsoever. Their inherent agility was remarkable. Even before domestication, Lin Yuan found it challenging to swat ordinary mosquitoes. Let alone the ones he had now nurtured, an average person would struggle to catch them. His worries were indeed unfounded. With that in mind, he decided to allow them to feast freely, enhancing their strength. He released the mosquitoes into the night, as the outside world had darkened. And with 700 or 800 zombies in his building, there was no need for the mosquitoes to scout. Having arranged these matters, Lin Yuan resumed his video browsing. Since he could not venture outside, this was his sole means of gathering information about the world beyond. As for the news, aside from the date and time, there was not a shred of reliability. Occasionally, when he grew weary of scrolling, he would watch the exploits of Song Yufei and the foolish dog. The synergy between Song Yufei and the dog had become remarkably seamless. Wherever they ventured, no zombies were left unscathed. Their rate of extermination had notably increased. Song Yufei stood amidst a pile of zombies, delivering powerful blows with both fists, reducing the heads of 2 zombies to a gruesome mess, nearly striking deep enough to penetrate their skulls. The scene was nothing short of bloody and violent. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply at this sight. He resolved that upon Song Yufei's return, he would arrange for her to undergo strength training, ensuring she mastered her power flawlessly. If she were to lose control and unleash her full strength, it could prove disastrous for her. Lin Yuan then glanced at the dog. With Song Yufei's enhanced abilities, the dog had ceased to merely assist her and was now capable of holding its own. With a powerful leap, it pounced on a zombie, its sharp teeth sinking into its neck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh along with the face and skull. The dog's grip was deep, leaving only a sliver of flesh connecting the head to the body. Moreover, the dog had begun to employ its claws as well, capable of crushing skulls with a single swipe. This foolish dog had become impressively formidable. It seemed that accompanying Song Yufei had not been a complete waste of time. At the very least, its strength had improved. This was certainly one of the advantages of being a support. Lin Yuan glanced at his system panel. His points had exceeded 10,000. When Song Yufei and the dog returned from their latest endeavor, he anticipated that their total would surpass 20,000. With over 20,000 points at his disposal, Lin Yuan pondered what to purchase. Money, after all, is meant to be spent. If one does not consume wealth, then what is the purpose of earning it? He opened the system store, focusing his attention primarily on products that could enhance his own capabilities. The E-grade gene potion he had previously purchased for 10,000 was a single-use item, non-stackable, and having already utilized it, he found it futile to acquire another, as it would not further augment his strength. Thus, he disregarded it entirely. As he scrolled through the offerings, he was astounded to discover that the next tier of gene potions cost an exorbitant 100,000 points. Such a price was utterly outrageous. The ordinary gene potion, priced at 8,000 points, promised to double one's physical attributes, but was also a single-use item and non-stackable. An enhancement of merely double for 8,000 points was a stark contrast to the previous potion, which had tripled his capabilities for just 1,000 more. Such an investment seemed irrational, given the effort he had expended to accumulate these points. He continued to peruse the store, encountering an E-grade speed potion that claimed to triple speed, but the price of 20,000 points felt like a highway robbery. A special power potion that could quintuple strength for a limited duration of 1 hour was available for 3,000 points. However, the time constraint rendered it unappealing. Lin Yuan sifted through various potions designed to bolster his prowess, yet the useful ones were prohibitively expensive, while the affordable options offered little benefit. After much deliberation, he found himself unable to select a suitable item. Chapter 32. In search of treasures, gazing at the array of products displayed in the pale blue system store, each boasting distinctive effects, yet all bearing rather staggering prices, Lin Yuan let out an exasperated sigh. He reclined against the sofa, disinterested in continuing his search. System. If only I could learn the art of business from you before the apocalypse. Your pricing is utterly unscrupulous. Having scoured the store for quite some time, he acknowledged the vast selection available, which left him feeling dizzy with options. Numerous items promised significant enhancements to his strength in a short span, some even surpassing the efficacy of the E-grade gene potion. The sole drawback was their exorbitant costs, far beyond his means. Should he consider enhancing the capabilities of Song Yufei and the foolish dog? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating this alternative. While personal strength is paramount, lacking funds renders any aspirations moot. The allure of the store's offerings was tantalizing, yet with no points to spend, his longing was futile. Having earned these points, he realized that spending them was essential for any meaningful purpose, since he could not enhance his own power at present. Augmenting the strength of Song Yufei and Erha would yield similar benefits. As their abilities improved, they would accrue points more swiftly, creating a positive feedback loop. With this decision made, Lin Yuan straightened in his seat, directing his gaze back to the pale blue store interface, and promptly began selecting items to nurture these creatures. Soon, he noticed an icon resembling a puppy's head. Is it meant for dogs? This seems intriguing. Let us see if there is anything worthwhile. E-rank dog biscuits, which double the dog's biting power, priced at 2,000 points. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue and shook his head. This is utterly useless. Doubling the biting power means a foolish dog can enhance it by merely biting a few zombies, which is not cost-effective. E-rank large bones, designed to ensure a more restful sleep for dogs, also priced at 1,000 points. This is even more trivial, yet still costs 1,000 points. Are there any good items available? Lin Yuan felt exasperated. The system store was rife with traps. While there were indeed many valuable items, there were equally numerous mediocre ones that drained one's resources, and one could easily fall into a pitfall. After much deliberation, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he finally spotted something worthwhile, and the price was quite reasonable. E-rank canned dog food, the most suitable canned food for dogs, alters the genetic sequence of the dog, enhancing its overall qualities such as strength, endurance, speed, olfactory and auditory senses, and so forth, with specific effects varying according to the breed. After reading the description, Lin Yuan glanced at the price, 6,000 points. This is quite good. His genetic potion, which enhances qualities threefold, costs 10,000 points. The function of this canned dog food is quite similar to that of his points potion, yet it only costs 6,000 points. It can be deemed exceptionally cost-effective. This is it. Lin Yuan promptly exchanged for the E-rank canned dog food and continued to search for suitable items for Song Yufei. Yufei's situation was a bit complicated. She was a zombie, and there was no category for zombies here. He was uncertain whether she could utilize the genetic potion he had used previously. Lin Yuan pulled up the description of the E-rank genetic potion for another look. It is suitable for human use, altering human genes and enhancing attributes threefold. Upon seeing the word human, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Yufei should not be classified as human, right? Although Song Yufei appeared similar to a human, with somewhat problematic skin, soft and fragrant, and possessing human consciousness, her genes were those of a zombie, granting her far superior endurance, physical strength, and explosive power compared to humans. He would have to look for other options. This one seems promising. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the E-rank energy fructose. E-rank energy fructose, suitable for all living beings, including humans, zombies, animals, and plants. This is promising. Yufei cannot use my previous potion, but this energy fructose should be applicable. She currently exists between human and zombie, which should not pose an issue, especially since even plants can utilize it. Lin Yuan checked the price, 16,000 points. Not bad. It is within his budget. Having made his choice, Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes, yawned, and rose to fetch a cold beer from the fridge, returning to the sofa. After sipping a few gulps of the cold beer, he felt more alert and resumed scrolling through videos on his phone to catch up on news from the outside world. In the deep of night, just past midnight, creak, the door swung open, and Song Yufei and the husky returned. Master, we are back. In the living room, an energy-efficient night light emitted a soft, warm glow. Lin Yuan had just turned off his phone when Song Yufei, with her tall and graceful figure, nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against him. Her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered slightly as she breathed in his scent with a sense of longing. Despite having significantly enhanced her abilities, she felt fatigued after hours of relentless combat, both physically and mentally drained. However, resting in Lin Yuan's arms, inhaling his comforting aroma, she felt her exhaustion dissipate. Thank you for your hard work. Let me hold you for a while, Lin Yuan said gently, stroking Song Yufei's hair with tenderness. No, she replied, sensing his warmth. A playful, cat-like expression graced her refined features, but she firmly declined. I smell of zombies. It's quite unpleasant. I should shower first, and then I will allow you to hold me. The stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood were too overwhelming for her to impose upon Lin Yuan. Don't rush. I have something special for you to use before you bathe, Lin Yuan said, pulling her closer. With 16,000 points accrued, he had exchanged for E-grade energy fruit candy. What special item? Song Yufei inquired curiously, wondering if he intended to offer her another treat. Master, remember to eat only after your shower, otherwise, it may not sit well, she reminded him, a teasing glint in her eye. Lin Yuan's lips twitched at her playful demeanor, contemplating whether Song Yufei, this exquisite woman, would become fixated on such trivial matters if this continued. That would be no different from spoiling her. Observing the rosy hue on her cheeks, Lin Yuan felt a mix of exasperation and affection. It's not that kind of thing. I have prepared something else for you. Song Yufei looked perplexed. Something else? What is it? Lin Yuan produced the E-grade energy fruit candy, resembling a lollipop, but without a sugar coating. Appearing transparent like crystal and glowing faintly with a blue light, infused with pure energy. The sight of this energy candy captivated Song Yufei, and she couldn't help but swallow, her desire to taste it intensifying. Even the dog, Ha, perked up, its eyes shining with excitement, sensing the quality of the item. Don't worry. I have something for you as well, Lin Yuan said, casting a stern glance at Ha before retrieving the E-grade dog food he had prepared earlier. The can featured a playful illustration of a puppy that bore a striking resemblance to Ha. Upon seeing the dog food, Ha promptly lost interest in the energy candy, drooling in anticipation. You silly dog, here you go, Lin Yuan chuckled, tossing the can to Ha, who eagerly opened it and began to feast. With Ha happily munching, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to Song Yufei, extending the E-grade energy candy towards her. Yufei, you should try this too. Song Yufei accepted the energy fruit candy, her beautiful eyes reflecting an intensified longing. Her delicate neck subtly quivered, and she could not help but swallow again. Master, may I eat it? Although her heart brimmed with eagerness, she glanced at Lin Yuan, seeming somewhat incredulous that it was truly meant for her. Lin Yuan gently stroked her hair and smiled. This was indeed purchased for you. Go ahead and indulge. Without further hesitation, Song Yufei opened her mouth and bit into the energy fruit candy, her pristine white teeth exerting pressure as she crushed it. A crisp sound echoed as the candy shattered, unleashing pure energy that flowed into her body. Crunch, crunch. In mere moments, Song Yufei devoured the entire energy candy. A faint silver glow enveloped her form, and she collapsed into Lin Yuan's embrace, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. During her initial nurturing, she had also fainted, only to awaken successfully afterward. He surmised that the current situation paralleled that first instance. Observing the serene expression on Song Yufei's delicate face, devoid of any pain, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of envy. When he had injected the genetic serum, he had endured excruciating pain, unlike Song Yufei's apparent ease. He pondered the disparity. Was it the difference between the genetic serum and the energy candy, or perhaps a consequence of one being human and the other a zombie. Casting a glance at the dog, he noted that it had finished its can of dog food and had also fallen asleep. Lin Yuan smirked, feeling fortunate for the absence of suffering. Was this the distinction between nurturing creatures and their masters? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. If they were spared from pain, it was indeed a blessing. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan felt a gentle stir from Song Yufei in his arms, prompting him to look down swiftly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and after a few blinks, her eyes opened. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, has she evolved? Song Yufei's once grayish-white pupils had transformed into a striking silver, resembling exquisite silver contact lenses, enhancing her beauty even further. Paired with her perfect, alluring figure, she appeared as if she had stepped out from the pages of a comic book. Unaware of her transformation, Song Yufei noticed Lin Yuan's astonished expression and quickly rubbed her face. Master, is there something wrong with my face? Is there something on it? Lin Yuan chuckled. There's nothing wrong. You simply look even more beautiful. Upon hearing this, a blush blossomed on Song Yufei's cheeks. Lin Yuan turned to the dog. Although the substances they had consumed differed, given the multitude of zombies the dog had devoured, perhaps a boost from dog food would enable it to experience a transformation akin to Song Yufei's. The dog had also awakened and had trotted over to Lin Yuan's side. Yufei, do you think the dog has grown a bit larger? As he petted the dog's head, he noticed its size had indeed increased significantly, resembling an Alaskan breed. And its pupils now shimmered with silver, with streaks of silver fur interspersed within its coat. It appears that the previous naive charm has vanished, replaced instead by an aura of grace and aloofness. The transformation of Era from its initial state has been striking, and Lin Yuan is thoroughly astonished by this change. Song Yufei, observing Era with keen interest, finally remarked, Master, Era has indeed grown larger, and I sense that both of us have become significantly stronger than before. Tomorrow, when we venture out to hunt the zombies, we shall witness the fruits of our efforts and ascertain the extent of our enhancements. Indeed, Master, I shall take my leave to bathe now. After speaking, Song Yufei bestowed a gentle kiss upon Lin Yuan's cheek. Earlier, she had returned feeling only slightly peckish. Yet after consuming the energy fruit, an unexpected hunger stirred within her. As Song Yufei entered the bath, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Observing their appearances, it was evident that both had undergone an evolution, though the specifics of their new tier remained elusive. In his past life, while gaming, pets possessed experience bars. Once filled, they would level up, with their current rank displayed prominently. Yet now, he could discern neither Era's nor Song Yufei's experience levels, leaving him at a loss. Alas, his understanding of the power hierarchy in this world remains woefully inadequate. He must observe closely to determine their true strength levels. Nevertheless, the noticeable changes in Yufei and Era at least confirm that they have indeed advanced. If they can evolve, it stands to reason that the zombies might also undergo a similar transformation. Tomorrow, he must be vigilant to identify any evolved zombies outside. A pivotal realization struck Lin Yuan. If Song Yufei and Era can progress, then the zombies are surely capable of it as well. Those more formidable zombies, having feasted on numerous humans, would not lag in their advancement. Even if their evolution is slightly slower than that of Yufei and Era, it is inevitable. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. The enhancement of Yufei and Era's powers cannot be neglected. Otherwise, should they encounter zombies of comparable strength, the situation could become quite dire. Only by consistently maintaining a higher tier than the zombies can they ensure their dominance over them. A sense of urgency washed over Lin Yuan. He could not afford to be complacent. He needed to earn more points to elevate his own strength, as well as that of Yufei and Era. Leaning back on the sofa, he allowed his thoughts to wander. After 10 minutes, Song Yufei emerged from her bath, not having changed into sleepwear, but instead wrapped in a towel. The towel was short, barely concealing her admirable figure, leaving her long legs fully exposed. She approached Lin Yuan and embraced him, the towel loosening with her movements, nearly coming undone. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Song Yufei covered his mouth with her own. How is it that I have become the passive one again? He mused. This would not do. Lin Yuan swiftly shifted to seize the initiative, lifting Song Yufei and carrying her back to the bedroom. Before long, the sounds of their spirited engagement filled the room, continuing well into the night. As Song Yufei nestled contentedly in Lin Yuan's embrace, she drifted into slumber. Yet Lin Yuan found no peace, lying awake as he listened to the distant howls of zombies, feeling a sense of unease. Regardless of whether it be the spirited canine or Song Yufei, both require repose. It is impossible to engage in ceaseless combat for 24 hours. Presently, Song Yufei and the canine serve as his principal forces. When the two of them take their respite at night, the ant squad is rendered incapable of devouring the zombies. The entire night would thus be squandered, resulting in a loss of potential points. Undeniably, this time is wasted. What if the ants could feast upon the living zombies? Contemplating this notion, Lin Yuan stroked his chin. If the ants could indeed consume the living undead, would it not allow for idle accumulation of points? Chapter 34. Earning points while idle. Could it be that I have ascended as well? The consumption prowess of the ant squad is undeniably formidable. If the ant squad were to directly devour the living zombies, would the zombies resist? If they do not retaliate, does this imply that the ant squad could indulge without restraint? These inquiries can only be answered through experimentation. Let us undertake this experiment. Lin Yuan murmured softly, and in the next moment, his perspective transformed into that of an ant. This 1,000-strong ant squad had already ascended to the 3rd floor, where the zombies had yet to be cleared by Song Yufei. The corridors were rife with wandering zombies, and Lin Yuan randomly selected a young zombie riddled with wounds, commanding the ant squad to charge forth. Crunch, crunch, the almost inaudible sounds of consumption began to emerge. The 1,000 ants swiftly covered the young zombie, commencing their feast. Zombies lack sensation, yet perhaps the sound of the ant squad's feeding piqued the young zombie's attention, inciting a restless demeanor and an instinctual low growl. Several nearby zombies were drawn to the commotion. However, seemingly due to the absence of human scent, they did not converge. Indeed, the mere sounds of consumption could agitate the zombies, yet they did not exhibit aggression. Lin Yuan guided one ant to observe from a distance. Noting that the young zombie merely growled restlessly and roamed about, entirely oblivious to the ants gnawing at its flesh. A flicker of delight crossed Lin Yuan's face. Yet, before long, this joy morphed into bewilderment. What is happening? Has this fellow mastered some form of invulnerability? Why has the rate of consumption slowed to such an extent? Lin Yuan discerned that the ant squad had been gnawing for quite some time, managing to tear away only a small morsel of flesh. The pace was nothing in comparison to their previous consumption of zombie corpses. This speed was exceedingly sluggish, with the same amount of time. They could have stripped a zombie skeleton bare. Lin Yuan shook his head and promptly instructed the ant squad to burrow through the ears and wounds of the zombie, initiating their feast from within. He had anticipated that this internal approach would yield faster results, yet to his dismay, the pace remained unchanged. It was still unbearably slow. This speed paled in comparison to their previous endeavors against the corpses. How can this situation be explained? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, now genuinely questioning whether this young zombie had truly practiced the formidable techniques of the golden bell and iron cloth during its lifetime. Yet, this notion seemed far-fetched. If it were indeed that powerful, how could it have succumbed to the infection and transformed into a zombie? Contemplating for a moment, he decided to shift his focus. Soon, he targeted an older zombie. The ant squad devoured this elder zombie at a slightly accelerated pace. However, this marginal increase was almost negligible. Undeterred, Lin Yuan opted for an even sturdier zombie. Their rate of consumption slowed even further, with some struggling to bite at all. This was utterly absurd. Although Lin Yuan was oblivious to the precise reasoning behind this phenomenon, he speculated based on his recent experiments. Could it be that while the zombies were alive, the zombie virus within them was highly active and their resistance formidable, with stronger zombies harboring even more potent viruses? If this were the case, then the ants would indeed face greater difficulty in their feeding endeavors, and once the zombies perished, the viral activity would diminish, enabling the ants to feast with far greater ease. Though this conclusion stemmed from mere conjecture and lacked scientific rigor, after all, no matter how formidable the virus, the ants were merely consuming flesh and blood, which should not be influenced by the virus. It was the only plausible explanation at hand. Despite the sluggish pace, progress was still achievable. During daylight hours, the ant squad trailed behind Yufei and the silly dog, tasked with clearing away the corpses of zombies, thereby enhancing their strength while accumulating points. Once Song Yufei and the husky took a break, the ants could then feast on the living zombies. These zombies posed no threat to the ants and were incapable of resistance. Although the efficiency was somewhat lacking, every little bit contributed to a greater whole. Through a night of diligent work, they could amass a considerable amount. With an increase in the ant population, the nightly yield would become quite substantial. Even the most formidable zombie could be subdued with sufficient time. Lin Yuan released all the ants, mosquitoes, and flies. The mosquitoes and flies would siphon blood while the ants feasted, complementing each other's roles without wasting time. A notification chimed. Farming creature ants devouring zombies. Returns 0 3 points. Another chimed. Farming creature mosquitoes siphoning blood. Returns 0 2 points. The system's alerts rang out, and Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief. A slower pace was preferable to squandering time in the dead of night. The points awarded for the mosquitoes' blood siphoning were unexpectedly comparable to those for the ants' consumption, and they could continue indefinitely, like a bottomless pit. If the untrained mosquitoes were equally formidable, it would be catastrophic. Could one night lead to them draining a human completely? Lin Yuan recalled the sensation of being at the mercy of mosquitoes in the past. Back then, he had deployed mosquito coils and nets. and he couldn't help but envision the scene of mosquitoes draining a person dry, causing an involuntary shudder. Fortunately, normal mosquitoes were satisfied after a small meal. Otherwise, the prospect would be too terrifying to fathom. With the ant squad and mosquito squad earning points while idle, Lin Yuan embraced Song Yufei and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Lin Yuan awoke to find it was already past 8. Song Yufei had risen early and was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for him. As Lin Yuan washed his face, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and sensed something was different. Upon closer inspection, he noticed his arms appeared slightly more robust, and his shoulders had gained considerable strength. Had he grown stronger? Could it be that I have also leveled up? Raising an eyebrow, he clenched his fist, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, even more pronounced than the previous day. After drying his face, he turned to the living room, his gaze settling on the industrious Song Yufei in the kitchen. Could it be that Yufei has bestowed upon me this fortification? She doesn't even consume zombies. The thought crossed his mind, and he pondered if her recent advancement had contributed to this unexpected boon. Chapter 35. What a splendid day. From the very morning, surprises abound. Although a bit uncertain, Lin Yuan felt this was the only plausible explanation. The nourishment he previously provided to Song Yufei must have also contributed to his own growth, albeit subtly. Last night, with her advancement, the benefits had intensified, making him acutely aware of the change. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he regarded Song Yufei with a peculiar gaze. Yufei, you truly are a treasure. Just then, she emerged with a tray of breakfast, her long, dark hair tied in a high ponytail, swaying energetically behind her. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, she blinked and asked, Master, what did you say? Do you need me to do something? Yes, once you finish your meal, do give it your all. Song Yufei nodded eagerly, brimming with boundless energy, eager to venture out and hunt zombies. However, she wished to share breakfast with Lin Yuan first. Setting down the meal, she picked up a cup of soy milk. Gently blowing on it before taking a sip, Lin Yuan surveyed the spread before him, for a hand-grabbed pancake stuffed with grilled sausage, lettuce, and shredded potatoes, accompanied by a cup of soy milk. He took a bite of one pancake, pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. Yufei, these pancakes are exceptional. They are even better than those sold outside. With a cheerful smile, Song Yufei replied, Master, I told you yesterday, I can cook many dishes. Next time, I'll prepare something different. That sounds wonderful, I look forward to it. Lin Yuan enjoyed the pancakes, finishing 3 out of the 4, while Song Yufei had 1. It was indeed far superior to instant noodles. Rubbing his belly, he reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly satisfied. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would surely be envious. Amidst an apocalypse, he could still indulge in such a lavish breakfast. After clearing the table, Song Yufei went to change her clothes. Slipping into a fitted black sports outfit, the familiar steel claws adorning her hands. Era, time to work, she called out, heading out with her companion. The zombies on the 7th floor were cleared out yesterday, yet by dawn, around 20 more had wandered in. Song Yufei, accompanied by her husky, boldly confronted them. Despite her presence being largely ignored by the zombies, the sight of the husky immediately captured the attention of one particularly imposing zombie, towering above Song Yufei. With a guttural roar, it lunged toward the dog. However, the husky merely sat on the ground, wagging its tail, completely unfazed. Charge! Song Yufei exclaimed with a commanding shout, dashing forward with such swiftness that Lin Yuan nearly missed her movement. With a single punch, bang! The blow pierced through the zombie's forehead and exited through the back of its skull. A decisive headshot. The force was greater than the previous day's effort. Withdrawing her hand, the zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud. The commotion drew other zombies towards them. A fierce determination ignited in Song Yufei's eyes as she swiftly approached another zombie, delivering yet another punch. This time, it was a female zombie, her skin decayed and flesh barely intact. The impact sent blood spraying, causing her head to explode. Lin Yuan, observing through the eyes of an ant, was taken aback by the visual shock of such a decisive blow. It was a clear testament to Song Yufei's remarkable strength, significantly enhanced since yesterday. He glanced at the husky, which had jumped onto another zombie, delivering a powerful swipe. With a splatter of blood, the zombie's head shattered into pieces. This foolish dog had also improved drastically. Just yesterday, it could only flatten heads, but now it shattered them. Clearly, the decision to enhance their abilities last night was astute. Lin Yuan chuckled, pleased with the significant boost in power for both Song Yufei and the husky. In a short span, the 7th floor was thoroughly cleared of zombies. With a sense of relief, he checked the system and discovered that the ants and mosquitoes had eliminated several more zombies overnight, earning him over 2,000 points. He was immensely satisfied. Excellent. The plan for the ants was proving to be remarkably effective. If they could further strengthen the ant squad and increase their numbers, the overnight gains would be substantial. Lin Yuan could already envision the joy of an endless influx of points. While lost in thought, he noticed a swarm of ants pouring in through the gap at the door. What was happening? He hurried over, recognizing the lead ant as one he had raised, while the others were new and untrained. With no zombies remaining on the 7th floor, Lin Yuan opened the door to allow the ants to enter, only to find the doorway filled with a massive throng of them. Upon estimation, he realized there were over 10,000 ants. How had so many arrived so suddenly? Puzzled, he communicated with the lead ant, finding that their mental connection posed no barrier. Through this exchange, Lin Yuan began to understand the situation. The little creature proved to be quite clever, having ventured outside the community last night. Outside, remnants of severed limbs and dried blood lay scattered, an irresistible attraction for ants, mosquitoes, and flies. Numerous ants were drawn to the scene, allowing Lin Yuan to locate over 10,000 of them. But what about the mosquitoes and flies? Lin Yuan quickly sensed their presence. Through the perspectives of various mosquitoes, he soon discovered their whereabouts. A swarm of mosquitoes and flies was escorting new members, who had already reached the corridor, and their numbers were substantial. There were over 300 mosquitoes and more than 500 flies. Quite a delightful surprise indeed. Lin Yuan, with around 7,000 to 8,000 points at his disposal, unhesitatingly welcomed all these new members. After completing the nurturing process, he dispatched them to join the scavenging squad. Today, with Song Yufei and Erha's enhanced strength, the pace of zombie extermination had significantly accelerated. The addition of these new members would surely expedite the process even further. What a splendid day it was. Early in the morning, surprises kept pouring in, with Song Yufei and Erha efficiently carrying out their cleanup operations. Lin Yuan settled back on the sofa. It was time for him to get to work. However, before diving into video browsing, he first sent the mosquitoes and flies on reconnaissance missions. Numerous areas outside were equipped with his mosquito surveillance devices, making it effortless to ascertain the situation in the community. Lin Yuan directed the mosquitoes near each building to conduct inspections. He observed several new zombies, including the survivor who had exposed Zhang Tianyang's misdeeds yesterday. Unfortunately, after about half an hour, he had grasped the entire state of the community. To his dismay, the number of survivors had halved within a day. Now, fewer than 20% of the original survivors remained. Though the numbers were small, one could not afford to be careless. Staying hidden was imperative. Lin Yuan planned accordingly, ensuring he did not expose himself. Publicly, it was still Song Yufei and Erha who were hunting zombies, and no one was aware of his existence, which provided him with a greater sense of security. Picking up his phone, he began to assess the situation outside. Upon opening the WeChat group, he encountered a plea for help. Chapter 36, Moral Coercion? Keep it coming. Why is everyone so silent? The help request was sent by 16,502. It sought assistance from the young lady in Building 18, stating that they had run out of food at home and imploring her to provide some, assuring her that they lived nearby and she could reach them in mere minutes. The message flattered the young lady's beauty and kindness, begging her not to let them starve at home. Upon reading this, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Another instance of moral coercion. Building 16 was quite close to Building 18, directly across from it. When the zombies had been lured away, this individual could have easily ventured outside to seek food and returned safely. Yet, unwilling to bear that risk, they shamelessly expected Song Yufei to take it on. What a delusion. Lin Yuan had no intention of assisting this person and continued to scroll down. 16,502. To think that this information was copied and pasted and sent 5 times in succession. Is there a fear that Song Yufei might miss it? Lin Yuan scrolled past these messages, continuing to read on. Ping and Yisheng. To the one above, if you do not seek opportunities to procure supplies yourself, why should the young lady assist you? She has already done us a great favor by luring the zombies to her building. Lin Yuan recalled this. Ping and Yisheng. He had taken advantage of the distraction caused by the zombies yesterday to scavenge instant noodles and other food from another apartment on the same floor. 16,502. Just because you found food doesn't mean I can too. I sought help from the young lady without asking you for anything. What gives you the right to criticize me? Ping and Yisheng. Haha. With your kind of uselessness, the young lady wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you. Stop trying to assert your presence here. You might as well drink more water. Oh, wait. There's already enough water in your brain. Perhaps you should refrain. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This, Ping and Yisheng, had quite the sharp tongue. At that moment, he wished to retort with something witty. But in order to maintain his anonymity, he refrained from speaking up. 16,502 and Ping and Yisheng continued their exchange of barbs. After several rounds of insults, others joined the fray. 15,908. I too wish to seek the young lady's assistance. I have run out of food. Could she possibly bring me something to eat? I promise, if she saves me, I will repay her with all my efforts. 16,502. Ping and Yisheng. See? I am not the only one asking for the young lady's help. We all require her assistance. Young lady, please respond to our pleas. 14,302. Requesting the young lady's aid. 17,802. 1. 13,809. 1. Scrolling further down, the screen was flooded with the number 1, with over 20 individuals seeking help. With so many in need, Ping and Yi Sheng lost his fervor and ceased engaging in further arguments. Lin Yuan smirked. These individuals were truly greedy. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the young lady they spoke of could not see these messages. Even if she did, she would not come to their rescue. Lin Yuan chose not to respond, silently observing as he continued to scroll down. 16,502. Breaking news. The young lady has started exterminating zombies again. Following this was a video. In the footage, Song Yufei, clad in a black tracksuit, dispatched zombies with an ease akin to mowing grass, exhibiting both brutality and an overwhelming amount of bloodshed. 16,502. Did everyone see? The young lady appears to have grown stronger, dispatching zombies much more swiftly than before. 16,502. With such bravery. It should be easy for her to come to our aid, right? 15908. The young lady is so impressive. I wish I were that formidable. Alas, young lady. Once you're done, please look my way. I await your return at home. 17,802. Haha. In my view, she merely excels at killing zombies. Once she has eliminated the zombies in that building, she will seize the entire structure. She will care little for our survival. Waiting for her is futile. As soon as this statement was made, the WeChat group fell silent for 2.5 minutes. It is true that the individual upstairs is correct. If she truly intended to rescue us, she would have come sooner. Even if the opportunity to assist us is past, she would have communicated with us by now. Her prolonged silence suggests a lack of desire to aid us. Please refrain from further discussion. If you continue, the young lady may indeed choose not to return. She is, after all, a good person. If she wishes to save us, her resolve is unwavering. Conversely, if she chooses not to, no amount of pleading will sway her. It is perhaps best to relinquish our hopes of her intervention. You are right. We also reached out in the group last night, yet she did not respond. Today remains the same. It appears she has no intention of coming to our aid. Such a person deserves to meet their end at the hands of the undead. It is perplexing why fate has bestowed upon her such formidable powers. Fate is indeed unjust. Her strength is considerable, yet her heart is so callous. We should focus on our own salvation rather than relying on her. 16,502. Please check on what the young lady is doing now. Has she not seen our messages? Just moments ago, 16,502 was quite active, yet 2 minutes have passed without a reply. 16,502. What is happening? Why the sudden silence? Could it be that she has fallen prey to the zombies? That seems unlikely. She was safe at home. How could that be? She had just spoken. Do not panic. She may simply be preoccupied and will emerge shortly. By the way, why has 17,802 suddenly ceased communication as well? At this moment, both 16,502 and 17,802 rooms are inhabited by 2 youthful zombies wandering aimlessly, their necks marred by identical, grotesque swellings. Nearby, 2 mosquitoes flit quietly. The WeChat group has descended into an unsettling silence. 1 minute passes. Why are those 2 still silent? Are they not finished with whatever they were engaged in? I feel as if I am on the verge of transformation. What is happening? Are you all right? Is there danger? In response, only silence remains, and 14,302 is also muted. What on earth is going on with you all? This is rather unsettling. Why has everyone suddenly gone quiet? Chapter 37. Do I appear so naive as to believe such a video? In room 908 of Building 15, a young girl named Zhao Ran clutches her phone, her hands trembling. She is bewildered by the sudden silence of the group and perplexed by 14,302's abrupt cessation of speech. Are they all merely pretending? Zhao Ran shakes her head in disbelief. It is implausible that they would engage in such theatrics. Perhaps, for reasons unknown, they have all turned into zombies. She grasped her phone tightly in fear, scanning her surroundings to ensure there was no immediate danger before she resumed her perusal of the WeChat group, reading the messages repeatedly. Many had berated the young lady, yet I remained unscathed by such vitriol. Upon this realization, Zhao Ran was taken aback. Could it be that those who had insulted her would transform into zombies? Alarmed, she tossed her phone onto the bed, her heart racing uncontrollably. Perhaps the young lady possessed extraordinary powers. Phew, I'm relieved I didn't scold her. Zhao Ran patted her chest in anxiety, feeling a strange sense of fortune, and picked up her phone once more to continue scrolling through the WeChat group. However, this time, she refrained from uttering a single word, fearful that any misstep would lead to her own transformation into the undead. Yet, voices began to emerge anew within the group, still aimed at lambasting Song Yufei, oblivious to the fact that those who had previously insulted her had mysteriously vanished. Each individual had only uttered a single curse before falling silent, as if they had suddenly disappeared from existence. Without exception, half an hour later, the WeChat group fell utterly silent. The harsh words had faded entirely, and there were no cries for help to be found. Zhao Ran, observing the disappearing messages, became increasingly convinced of her earlier hypothesis. The remaining members, too, had keenly discerned that uttering insults towards Song Yufei resulted in an abrupt cessation of their voices. They hastily adopted a silent stance. An uneasy tension filled the room as they exchanged anxious glances. They shared a chilling suspicion, a thought so dreadful yet irresistibly compelling. Those who had hurled insults had indeed transformed into zombies. They yearned to inquire about the whereabouts of those individuals within the group. Yet fear stifled their voices, apprehensive that their inquiries might draw the attention of an unseen, lurking menace, leading them to share the same fate. The survivors in the group were engulfed in a terror of the unknown. The architect of their dread was none other than Lin Yuan, who reclined on the sofa, reveling in the newfound tranquility. Finally, peace had been achieved. Such a feat was no small task. Surely, no one would be seeking help now. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating his next course of action. There was no need to concern himself with the happenings in the neighborhood. Yufei and Ha were swiftly eliminating the zombies. And by tomorrow, they should be able to clear the building entirely, allowing for an excursion. The pet shop. The pet shop. Lin Yuan examined the map. While the nearest pet store was not excessively distant, it was not exactly close either. The current circumstances outside remained uncertain, and the information gleaned from the WeChat group was scant. He decided to continue watching videos, as the local footage might yield valuable insights. Lin Yuan opened the video app and navigated to the local category. After scrolling through a dozen videos, all of which were pleas for assistance directed at the authorities, he came across a familiar food broadcaster, showcasing his ample supplies, inciting envy among viewers. A quick glance was all it warranted before he swiped past. None of this information served his needs. He sought only that which was useful. After continuing to scroll through several help-seeking videos, Lin Yuan found himself captivated by a particular clip on his phone. This video featured not a human, but a zombie. A burly middle-aged male zombie stood amidst a horde of the undead, towering over the surrounding creatures by a significant margin. The imposing presence was palpable even from a distance. Most strikingly, his wrists, elbows, shoulders, the sides of his knees, and calves were adorned with bone blades. Could it be a mutated zombie? Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. It was undoubtedly a mutated zombie. No longer doubting, he realized that the bone blades on this creature were unlike anything seen on other zombies. It had definitely undergone a mutation. As the video transitioned, it revealed the pale face of a young man, the footage slightly shaky, indicative of his extreme anxiety. Near Qingda Plaza in Mountain City, a zombie horde had emerged, and a particularly fearsome zombie was present, yet thankfully, he had not been detected. The video concluded and replayed the footage of the middle-aged mutated zombie. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, astonished that mutations could occur so swiftly among the undead. It seemed imperative that he accelerate the breeding of his creatures. Although Yufei and the silly dog were formidable, two powerful beings were simply insufficient. If he could breed more creatures, their combined strength with Yufei could yield even greater results. However, why was Mountain City appearing in the local category? Pondering this question, Lin Yuan glanced at the accompanying text of the video, forwarding information about the zombie horde near Qingda Plaza in Mountain City. Those residing there are in for misfortune. Thankfully, I am not in Mountain City. The text bore a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this sentiment. In a world where not everyone is virtuous, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others is all too common. He examined the mutated zombie a few more times before scrolling past the video. Soon, another clip caught his attention. Bloodwolf Survivor Base is recruiting survivors. The base is located at the gym. Friends nearby, come and join us. Coming to our base is absolutely worthwhile. We have over 20 combat athletes and sports professionals ready to protect you. Just bring supplies, and the Bloodwolf base welcomes you. What are you waiting for? The magnetic voice, combined with visuals of muscular men lifting weights and boxing in the gym, created a striking visual impact. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. This was reminiscent of Zhang Tianyang's tactics, was it not? Survivors lured in by such schemes would likely face dire consequences. He could only wonder how many unsuspecting young women might fall for this video. The gym was quite close to Sister Qingshue's place. He should show it to her to prevent her from being deceived. With this thought, Lin Yuan promptly forwarded the video to Lu Qingxue. Upon viewing the video, Lu Qingxue responded with a puzzled question mark. Xiao Yuan, why are you sending this to me? Do you want me to go there? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, his fingers pausing over the keyboard. He had not yet sent his initial response when he decided to revise it. Sister Qingxue, this is a scam. Please be cautious and do not fall for it. It turned out that Lin Yuan's intention in sending the video was indeed to convey this message. Her beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, do I appear foolish? Would I believe such a video? Chapter 38. Which of these bases will ultimately prevail? Upon reflection, Lu Qingxue realized that Lin Yuan did not think her foolish. Rather, he was concerned for her well-being, prompting him to send her the video swiftly. With this thought, a delicate blush graced her exquisite and aloof features, filling her heart with warmth. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, I will be cautious. Qingxue, how are things on your side? Do you have enough supplies? Upon reading this message from Lin Yuan, Lu Qingxue felt vindicated in her earlier assumptions. His concern was indeed genuine. She smiled as she replied, I have enough, Xiao Yuan. Do not worry about me. Take care of yourself. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuan felt reassured by the relatively stable situation on Lu Qingxue's end. He still had time to search for avian companions and could later provide her with supplies. After exchanging a few more lighthearted words, they concluded their conversation and resumed watching videos to gauge the outside situation. The number of survivors was dwindling. In stark contrast, the horde of zombies was multiplying. Moreover, the zombies had begun to evolve, and conditions outside would only grow more perilous. After watching several survivor videos, an official broadcast caught his attention. A short-haired female reporter delivered the news. Esteemed citizens, this morning, an official rescue team has been assembled. The team will enter the city in phases to provide aid, and the gathering points will be announced shortly. Please prepare yourselves and rush to the nearest point as soon as the location is disclosed. The rescue team will escort everyone to safety. For the latest updates, please follow our official account, where the gathering point will be published, along with SMS reminders. Lin Yuan chuckled at the video, surprised by the swiftness of the official response. However, he wondered about the combat effectiveness of this so-called rescue team. With the zombies already evolving, deploying heavy weaponry would likely attract even more of them. Those who ventured to the gathering point might face dire consequences. He glanced at the comments beneath the official video. The most popular one expressed gratitude. Finally, we await official rescue. Thank you. Looking forward to the announcement of the gathering point. The subsequent comments echoed similar sentiments of hope and gratitude. With no one questioning the viability of the plan, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The fates of those survivors were of no concern to him, and he would not dissuade others from heading to the gathering point. Silently, he dismissed the video and continued scrolling. The large supermarkets in the vicinity had been overtaken by survivors who had spontaneously established survivor bases. These bases were modest in size, typically comprising 10 to 20 individuals. They were recruiting nearby members, but with certain conditions. Most of the members in these supermarket bases required a higher combat capability. They were not lacking in supplies, but they were in desperate need of fighting strength. After half an hour of observation, Lin Yuan discovered that numerous bases had formed in the surrounding area, totaling over a dozen. It remains uncertain which of these bases will ultimately prevail. Moreover, are these so-called survivor bases genuinely recruiting survivors? Or are they merely graveyards for the unfortunate? Individuals akin to Zhang Tianyang are likely not uncommon. Lin Yuan has never harbored the desire to venture to these survivor bases. He possesses a substantial army capable of sustaining life in this apocalyptic scenario, so why would he seek out a gathering of burdens? After browsing for a while, he found himself inundated with distress calls in video form, prompting him to abandon his search and directly explore keywords related to mutated zombies. To his surprise, this search yielded results. The most popular video featured the previously encountered footage of a zombie in the mountainous city, its body adorned with bone blades. This video had been shared extensively, and scrolling down revealed no other mutated zombies. Was it possible that this was the singular specimen? Lin Yuan pondered this peculiar situation, logically. If a mutated zombie appeared in the neighboring city, one would expect similar occurrences in his vicinity, yet none had been cited. After some contemplation, he came to a realization. Given that the apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior, the scarcity of information regarding mutated zombies was understandable. It was plausible that those who had witnessed such creatures had already perished, resulting in a dearth of online reports. Despite this reasoning, Lin Yuan continued to peruse news about mutated zombies. After approximately half an hour, he finally stumbled upon a distinctive video, captured from a surveillance camera. It depicted a horde of zombies, among which stood a notably taller young zombie. Unlike the others, this one lacked bone blades, yet its limbs were disproportionately long. It dashed through the swarm with remarkable speed, outpacing its counterparts. Although it bore several wounds, these did not impede its swift movements. This zombie appeared to possess enhanced speed. Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder how his own speed compared to this creature's. It seemed that the mutations of zombies paralleled the enhancements afforded by the gene serum he had utilized, leading to improvements in speed, defense, and attack, as well as significant increases in size. While he had yet to observe a zombie with enhanced defense, he anticipated that such variations would eventually appear. Having witnessed these two types of mutated zombies, Lin Yuan began to grasp the underlying rules of this apocalyptic world, the evolutionary trajectories of both humans and zombies. It became evident that human evolution could not keep pace with the mutations of zombies. As this was merely the early phase of the apocalypse, most individuals were scrambling for survival. whereas he possessed a gene serum that enabled him to evolve ahead of the curve. The timeline for others remained uncertain. Reflecting on this, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his system. Without it, his evolutionary progress would lag behind that of the mutated zombies, leaving him vulnerable to demise. Although the precise upgrade system and its pace remained unclear, it appeared that the speed of the aforementioned zombies surpassed his own, suggesting that Song Yufei was of a higher level than the zombies. This realization brought Lin Yuan a modicum of reassurance. As long as his pace of evolution surpasses that of the zombies' mutations, coupled with the nurturing of additional creatures to maturity, he need not fear the undead. However, to rear more diverse beings, he must first await Song Yufei's completion of the Area S cleansing. Only then can he visit the pet shop. His anticipation was palpable, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of the pets available, as the map merely indicated the shop's name without further details. Oh, the proprietor of such a shop would likely upload short videos. Lin Yuan promptly searched for the pet store on a short video platform. Almost instantly, videos from local pet shops appeared, and his gaze fell upon an account named Red Leaf Pet Shop. How fortuitous. This particular shop was conveniently the closest to his apartment. Chapter 39. The owner's approach is quite unconventional. He clicked into the profile, perusing the information about this pet shop. The establishment primarily dealt with common pets such as cats and dogs. However, Lin Yuan's attention was soon captured by a particular piece of information. Eagles. Goodness. This pet shop even sold eagles? The owner's methods were rather audacious, though he wondered if they currently had any eagles in stock. Just then, a faint sound emanated from the door. Lin Yuan looked up to see Song Yufei returning with her Siberian husky. Typically, he did not pay much attention to the perspective of nurturing creatures while he was engaged in tasks, and thus had overlooked Song Yufei's return from battle. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. The crux of the matter was that today, she not only brought back the husky, but also cradled something in each hand. In her left hand, she held a black, white, and gray tabby cat, its small head inquisitively surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, appearing somewhat timid. In her right hand, she carried a cage containing a macaw, resplendent in its vibrant colors. Goodness! Just when he thought he was lacking, here came a delightful surprise. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He never anticipated that Song Yufei would return with a tabby cat and a macaw. Did this not imply that his collection of pets had expanded by 2 new varieties? Moreover, the avian species he had long desired was now within reach. Unlike dogs, cats, while not as large or powerful, excelled in agility and speed, far surpassing the husky, and could even scale walls. With the addition of the macaw, he need not delay any longer. He could directly pay a visit to the pet shop. Of course, he would let the macaw lead the way. Yufei, you are truly my lucky star. Lin Yuan stood up and approached Song Yufei, eagerly taking the cage from her hands, his gaze fixated on the parrot within. Song Yufei playfully pouted, Master, why do you only have eyes for the parrot? I've toiled all morning, and you don't even show concern for me? This exquisite beauty's playful charm was unlike any other, leaving him utterly captivated. Yes, you've worked hard. Do take a moment to rest. Lin Yuan chuckled, his attention captivated by the parrot. He embraced Song Yufei and settled onto the sofa, while the parrot was placed on the coffee table. Song Yufei nestled affectionately against Lin Yuan, inhaling his scent, feeling her fatigue dissipate significantly. Yufei, where did you acquire this cat and parrot? Lin Yuan inquired softly as he held her close. I heard a cat meowing while clearing out zombies. Upon entering, I discovered this little feline. The household not only had a cat, but also a parrot. I thought they might starve without anyone to feed them, so I brought them both back, she explained. Yufei, remember to bring back any small animals you come across in the future, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head inwardly. When he had sent out his scouts, he hadn't conducted a thorough search. He merely checked which houses had survivors and which were abandoned. Otherwise, he would have likely discovered the cat and parrot much earlier. It seemed he needed to be more meticulous in the future to seize opportunities for growth. Song Yufei blinked. Master, if we have too many small animals, won't it be quite noisy? Besides, we can't accommodate many pets in our home, can we? Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh, surprised by Song Yufei's unique perspective. He ruffled her hair affectionately and replied, Silly girl, I certainly want to keep them all at home. That would be a joke. Once they are nurtured, they will need to work. They can't simply stay at home. Moreover, this residence is only temporary. Once the water and electricity are cut off, I will undoubtedly need to relocate. By then, I can find a larger place or even head to Lu Qingshue's villa. There's no fear of lacking space for these pets. Immediately, Lin Yuan proceeded to nurture the tabby cat and the macaw. Nurturing the tabby cat cost him 10 points, the same as the husky. The nurturing of the macaw also consumed 10 points. Lin Yuan estimated that the cost for caring for these pets would not differ significantly. After their nurturing, both the tabby cat and the macaw exhibited a noticeable increase in their vitality. The tabby was no longer timid as it had been upon arrival. It affectionately leaned against Song Yufei and gave her a gentle nudge. However, these two little creatures, freshly nurtured, still paled in comparison to Song Yufei and the husky. They would require further enhancement to expedite their integration into battle. Lin Yuan glanced at his remaining points, astonished to find over 20,000 still available. Earlier that morning, he had spent nearly all his points nurturing a new squad of 1,000 ants. Yet it was only noon, and Song Yufei and the husky had already earned him over 20,000 points. Remarkably, they had only been out for a little over 3 hours. It appeared that after leveling up, Song Yufei and the husky had significantly increased their efficiency in eliminating zombies. Lin Yuan embraced Song Yufei and planted a fervent kiss on her moist lips. Yufei, you are truly amazing. Initially intending to take a bath, Song Yufei found herself too comfortable nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, wishing to linger a little longer. However, after being kissed so passionately, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes glazed over with a misty sheen. Whoa! Lin Yuan's heart raced. Had he ignited a spark? But now was hardly the time for such distractions. Why don't you take a shower first? I will take care of these two little ones in the meantime. My dear master, I shall be quick. With a playful breath against Lin Yuan's ear, Song Yufei giggled, wriggling free from his embrace. She tossed him a flirtatious glance and swayed her petite waist towards the bathroom to fetch her clothes. When the elegant lady turned charming, she truly resembled a fairy. Lin Yuan exhaled softly and proceeded to open the system shop. There were cans of dog food, and presumably cans of cat food as well. He focused on the latter. As the system panel scrolled, indeed a can of cat food appeared, adorned with an illustration of a gray-striped kitten. It was valued at 6,000 points. This cat food was deemed most suitable for feline creatures, optimizing their genetic sequences and enhancing various attributes such as physique, strength, endurance, speed, olfactory, and auditory senses, with specific effects varying slightly among different feline breeds. Similar to the dog food description, the effects should be comparable. He decided this would suffice. Lin Yuan promptly spent 6,000 points to redeem the can of cat food. Having acquired the food for the tabby cat, he then began selecting for the parrot. Within the avian-specific category, there was a plethora of options. Premium earthworms, speed type, 200 points. Premium earthworms, strength type, 200 points. Premium sandworms, comprehensive type, 2,000 points. Premium caterpillars, comprehensive type, 2,000 points. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan realized that the macaw was primarily intended to serve as a courier, and he did not anticipate it engaging in combat. Thus, acquiring comprehensive capabilities seemed unnecessary. It would be more prudent to allocate skill points towards speed and stamina. This way, he could achieve maximum results with minimal expenditure. Although he currently possessed ample points, they were earned through the hard work of Song Yufei and the husky, and he could not squander them. He was uncertain how much enhancement a portion of earthworms would provide, but judging by the price, it likely would not be substantial. After all, one gets what one pays for. Hence, he opted to redeem 5 portions of premium earthworms, speed type, and 5 portions of premium earthworms, stamina type. That should suffice. Lin Yuan spent 2,000 points, and the 10 items appeared in his hands. Chapter 40. Still plenty left, enough to use. The earthworms were housed in a glass box, with 2 distinct colors, one red and one blue, 5 of each. So few, Lin Yuan frowned, harboring doubts about whether such a small quantity of earthworms could help the macaw meet his expectations. The macaw, previously quiet in its cage, immediately flapped excitedly upon seeing the earthworms. Lin Yuan placed the glass box before it. The parrot eagerly devoured the earthworms. After consuming all 10, it succumbed to a stupor, lying motionless in its cage. Master, what happened to it? Song Yufei, freshly bathed and clad in a slightly sheer, short white nightgown, appeared, her figure nearly causing Lin Yuan to bleed from his nose. He felt that Song Yufei's physique had transformed for the better. Her curves were more pronounced, and her legs appeared even more slender and fair. It's nothing. It will wake up shortly. Lin Yuan averted his gaze, realizing his resistance to her charm was waning, and if he continued to look, he might succumb to temptation. There were still important matters left unfinished. Turning his head, he opened the can of cat food and placed it on the ground. Meow. The tabby cat had been eyeing the can for quite some time, and as soon as Lin Yuan set it down, it pounced eagerly. In no time, it devoured the contents of the can and, akin to a parrot, fell into a stupor. Having learned from the earlier experience, Song Yufei felt less anxious this time. Master, shall we give them names? She suggested with enthusiasm. Sure. What do you propose? Lin Yuan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yufei replied, the cat is gray and striped. Let us call it Little Gray. The parrot is colorful, so let us name it Little 5. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Flushed, Song Yufei looked at him and said, Master, why are you laughing? Is my naming not good? You did splendidly. Henceforth, they shall be known as Little Gray and Little 5, Lin Yuan affirmed. as Song Yufei's south eyes curved into crescent shapes. "Come here, let me dry your hair," he said with a smile, pulling her beside him and taking the towel from her hand to gently dry her still damp hair. Song Yufei relished this sensation, her eyes narrowing in delight. Meanwhile, the husky, feeling neglected, nudged Lin Yuan, clearly desiring a name of its own. With sincerity, Lin Yuan addressed the dog. "Silly dog, you already have a name." "It's Silly Dog, do you understand?" The husky paused for a moment, but then joyfully licked Lin Yuan twice, realizing it indeed had a name. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Although the husky's intelligence had improved, it still possessed a hint of foolishness. "Master, you're bullying it," Song Yufei giggled. "I am not. I only tease you," he retorted. This enchanting creature certainly knew how to captivate. Not long after, approximately 3 minutes later, the two pets awakened. Lin Yuan observed that there were no significant changes in their physiques. The tabby cat's eyes had not transformed into the husky's silvery hue. After a moment's reflection, he comprehended the reason. Although both the tabby cat and the husky had consumed the can of food, the husky had previously engaged in battle and devoured numerous zombie corpses, significantly enhancing its strength. Thus, the food allowed it to ascend. In contrast, the tabby cat lacked the foundational experience necessary for such advancement. "Yufei, take this cat outside later. Let it consume some zombies," Lin Yuan instructed. "Its name is Little Gray." Song Yufei corrected him playfully. All right, we shall take Little Gray with us." Lin Yuan responded affectionately. "Understood, master." Just as Lin Yuan was about to unlock the parrot's cage to set it free, he noticed the parrot had already opened the cage lock with its claws. "Quite clever, let us see it fly." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the parrot immediately took to the air within the room. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Creatures like parrots were not particularly suited for flight, especially for long distances. But with its newfound enhancement, this drawback could be overlooked. He glanced at his points, having used 8,000 earlier, leaving him with 18,000. Quite a substantial amount remained. Indeed sufficient. A smile unconsciously spread across Lin Yuan's face. Seeing Lin Yuan's happiness, Song Yufei felt equally joyful. She planted a kiss on Lin Yuan's cheek and said, "Master, I shall go prepare dinner now." "All right. Do remember to make some meat dishes. What you prepared last night was delightful." Song Yufei acknowledged with a nod, giving Lin Yuan another kiss before reluctantly rising from her seat. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the sleeping husky sprawled on the floor. As Song Yufei busied herself in the kitchen, only the ant squad and the mosquito and fly squad remained outside, diligently accumulating points. Currently, the ant squad had surpassed 20,000 members, swiftly devouring the corpses of zombies. The zombies that Song Yufei had hunted earlier in the morning had been completely consumed by the ant squad, which was now feasting on the living undead. Although their pace was not particularly rapid, the sheer number of ants allowed them to finish off a single zombie in no time. Moreover, these ants had become cleverer. They entered through the zombies' ears and gnawed at their brains first. Without a head, the living zombies transformed into mere corpses, enabling the ants to feast at an accelerated rate. Lin Yuan marveled at how these little creatures had grown increasingly astute. If only the number of ants could increase a bit more, the passive accumulation of points would be substantial. He began to anticipate this prospect eagerly. After approximately half an hour, the enticing aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen as Song Yufei emerged, carrying a platter. "Master, today I prepared spicy hot pot, shredded pork with green peppers, shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes," she announced while presenting the dishes. "Yufei, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you become swift in battle, but your culinary skills have also flourished, allowing you to create such an array of dishes in no time." Lin Yuan praised her, his heart swelling with admiration. With a playful wink, Song Yufei urged, "Master, please eat quickly. You must be full, as I need to eat as well." Lin Yuan swallowed hard. The implication of her words, unmistakable. Her quick cooking was clearly intended to grant her more time to savor his company. He picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. "Delicious," he exclaimed between bites, showering her with compliments. Song Yufei also sampled some of the dishes, though not as voraciously as Lin Yuan. Initially, he thought he would be unable to finish the meal. But whether it was due to Song Yufei's exceptional cooking or his enhanced appetite, he managed to consume every last morsel, leaving only the broth of the spicy hot pot. Song Yufei handed him a bottle of chilled cola, and Lin Yuan took a generous sip, letting out a contented burp. Leaning back against the sofa, he rubbed his belly, feeling pleasantly stuffed. Song Yufei's cooking was simply too delectable, and he had indulged a bit too much. Suppressing a giggle, Song Yufei teased, "Master, are you sure you can handle this?" Chapter 41. The Departure of the Parrot and the Pet Store. "Huh," Lin Yuan responded, a frown crossing his face. "Do you doubt my capabilities?" "Master, you've overindulged. Vigorous activity might not be wise right now." "That's nonsense. One must engage in exercise after a meal," Lin Yuan declared, lifting Song Yufei and carrying her toward the bedroom. Yesterday afternoon had been tumultuous due to Zhang Kai's antics, but today was remarkably serene. As the clock struck 2, the scorching sun blazed down like a mischievous child, carelessly radiating heat without regard for the comfort of the people below. The survivors in the apartment complex, having endured the trials of these apocalyptic days, were already famished and now found themselves lamenting under the sudden onslaught of high temperatures. In room 704, within the cozy confines of the living room, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, comfortably nestled on the sofa. To his left stood a chilled beverage, freshly brought by Song Yufei, adorned with glistening droplets of condensation at the peak of refreshment. The air conditioning hummed softly, enveloping the entire space in a crisp coolness. Lin Yuan, however, was unperturbed by such trivialities. The sound of the air conditioner attracting zombies? Let them come. His pet squad awaited outside, conveniently sparing him the trouble of luring them in. Master, have some fruit. Song Yufei, with her long legs striding gracefully, approached from the kitchen, bearing a plate of meticulously sliced fruit. She settled beside him, delicately offering a piece of apple. Observing the deepening silver hue in her beautiful eyes, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk wryly. Song Yufei's strength had indeed surged. Yet, it seemed to take a toll on her. Moreover, he sensed she still struggled with controlling her power, as his waist bore a hint of soreness. Yufei, as we engage in slaying zombies, you should practice managing your strength. Your current might is formidable enough to shatter a zombie's skull with a single punch. While exhilarating, it can be exhausting over time. You must learn to wield your power just enough to eliminate a zombie without wasting energy. This way, you will last longer, understood? Listening intently, Song Yufei replied earnestly, Got it, master. I'll practice my control shortly. With newfound vigor, she rose from her seat, no longer reclining. It was 2 in the afternoon, and having just been nourished by Lin Yuan, she brimmed with energy. Master, I'm refreshed and ready to get back to work. All right, off you go, Lin Yuan said, playfully giving her a light pat on her pert backside as she stood. Blushing, Song Yufei quickly changed into a pair of jeans and a light blue top, her workout clothes having become soiled, leaving her no choice but to don denim. Once she departed, Lin Yuan finally stood up, his hand resting on his waist. Ah, my poor back. Once I accumulate more points, I must hasten to enhance my abilities. With a deep breath, he straightened his back, stretched, and made his way to the secondary bedroom. There, he was met with a vast, dark mass on the floor. A sight for which he was prepared. Otherwise, a careless step would have crushed countless creatures. The dark expanse was, of course, teeming with ants. Each time his ant squad returned from foraging, Lin Yuan found himself compelled to pause his endeavors. He had instructed them to simply await his return in the secondary bedroom with their findings. This time, they had brought back an astonishing number, over 15,000 ants. Impressive work. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, promptly spending nearly 8,000 points to nurture the entire colony. Upon doing so, he discovered that among these ants were various species, not solely the previous worker ants. There were larger, flying ants, as well as big-headed ants and yellow house ants, including 5 queen ants. With these 5, he now possessed a total of 12 queen ants. Lin Yuan gathered the queen ants into the insect nest, allowing them to mature and lay eggs within. The queen ants venturing out would scarcely devour any zombies. Thus, producing ants here was the optimal choice, ensuring an ever-increasing population of his ants. After nurturing the ants, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the mosquitoes and flies, which totaled over 500. He decided to raise them all. All right, it's time to get to work. With a commanding shout, the ants and mosquitoes surged out, vanishing from the darkened floor of the room in the blink of an eye. With the addition of these ants, his total count exceeded 37,000. The combat prowess of the ant squad visibly intensified. After Song Yufei dispatched a zombie, the ant squad swiftly swarmed in. And within mere seconds, the zombie's body was completely devoured. Lin Yuan gasped in astonishment. The speed was remarkable. Now, the ant squad could keep pace with Song Yufei and the husky in their zombie hunts. When Song Yufei and the husky took a breather, the ants would have finished consuming the zombies' remains. At that point, they could commence devouring live zombies as well. The mere thought filled Lin Yuan with joy. He sipped on a cola and turned back to the living room. It was time to explore the world beyond the community. With a wave of his hand, the parrot in the cage soared to his palm. Little one, it's your turn. Lin Yuan approached the window, slightly drew back the curtain, opened the window, and released the parrot. He then closed the window and secured the curtain tightly, shifting his perspective to that of the parrot. He watched as it flew several circles around the community, hovering just above the 10th floor. From this vantage point, the ground below appeared diminished. The sensation was unlike standing on the 10th floor. It was as if he had transformed into the parrot, soaring freely through the sky. Lin Yuan relished this feeling of liberation without becoming ensnared by it. After a few laps around the community, he issued the command for the parrot to venture outside. His destination, the nearby Hongya pet store. Located in the commercial district, The store was approximately 6 kilometers from Sunshine Community, though the straight-line distance measured only 2 kilometers. Lin Yuan sought the pet store not only to expand his army, but also, more importantly, to acquire a flying bird. He intended to purchase a potency-enhancing elixir to send to Lu Qingxue. However, the straight-line distance from his location to Lu Qingxue was over 80 kilometers. Even with the enhanced macaw, such a distance was beyond its capacity. Furthermore, insufficient altitude and stamina would easily render it a target for others. If the elixir were intercepted by someone else, it would be a significant loss. Finding a flying bird at the Hongya pet store could resolve this dilemma. Without further delay, Lin Yuan urged the macaw to accelerate its flight. 2 kilometers posed no challenge for the enhanced bird. From the parrot's perspective, the state of the ground below was a sight that could only be described as harrowing. Chapter 42. Red-faced falcon. Sparrowhawk. Hunting falcon. The once broad street is now choked with vehicles, creating an impenetrable barrier. Some cars have shattered hoods, others bear the scars of destruction around their trunks, while a cluster of vehicles has collided, resembling a heap of twisted metal. It is evident how catastrophic the chain collision must have been. The occupants, whether living or undead, were likely crushed beyond recognition. The shops lining the once bustling thoroughfare now present a scene of pillage and ruin. Dried blood and severed limbs litter the ground, and a putrid stench permeates the air, attracting swarms of flies. In just 2 days, a vibrant city has devolved into a desolate wasteland. Zombies roam the streets, howling in a cacophony that amplifies the city's horror and desolation. A parrot flies over a large supermarket named Jardot, where Lin Yuan observes 2 survivors at the entrance, quietly calling for help. The pair, a young man and woman, appear to be in their late teens, their clothes soiled and tattered, revealing the hardships they have endured. Lin Yuan instructs the parrot to descend slightly, taking note of the situation. The duo, wary of attracting the attention of zombies, speak in hushed tones, pleading for those inside to let them in. From behind the rolling shutter, a cold voice responds, demanding that the woman remain while the man fetches supplies to gain entry. The shutter opens just a crack, and the girl quickly scrambles inside. The boy, eager to follow, crouches down, but the shutter slams shut with a resounding bang. He narrowly escapes being crushed. However, the noise has drawn the attention of the undead. Casting a quick glance around, he realizes he must flee. Inaction would seal his fate. Lin Yuan observes with a detached demeanor. This supermarket had previously advertised for survivors on social media, seeking strong individuals. The boy does appear somewhat frail, but the girl possesses even less combat capability. Lin Yuan sees through their intentions. In this apocalyptic world, survival is particularly challenging for women, especially those of beauty, who lack the strength to fend for themselves and must rely on the creators of these outposts, often at a steep price. If not for the likes of Zhang Tianyang, perhaps the girl could survive by paying a small toll. However, if it were someone like Zhang Tianyang, her fate would likely be more gruesome than being devoured by zombies. The zombies indeed gather at the supermarket shutter, but Lin Yuan pays them no mind and directs the parrot to continue its flight. After approximately 5 minutes, the parrot arrives at the Vengir Chudan, only to find its glass door shattered. Could it be that hope is lost? Surely not. In the apocalypse, who would stoop to looting small creatures? He hastily commands the parrot to venture inside. Upon entering, he is greeted by the sight of contorted cages, with tufts of fur from cats and dogs scattered on the floor, alongside bloody human footprints. The parrot flew to the edge of the cage, and Lin Yuan glanced at the sign at the bottom of the cage. Previously, it had housed various cats and dogs, including golden retrievers and German shepherds. But now the cage stood empty. All the cages in the pet store were devoid of life. It appeared that a horde of zombies had ravaged the place. Lin Yuan sighed. He had meticulously chosen this pet store from among many. Later, he had researched the establishment, discovering that the owner operated a breeding facility, specializing in the sale and rehabilitation of birds of prey. Yet now, the small animals were all gone. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, cats and dogs would undoubtedly howl in danger, attracting zombie attacks. It still left him feeling disheartened. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, allowing the parrot to explore. He examined each cage's sign, noting only cats, dogs, and rabbits, with no mention of birds. How peculiar. He was there to procure birds. Why were they not displayed here? As Lin Yuan pondered this, the parrot flew inside, and he noticed a door ajar. Encouraged, he instructed the parrot to squeeze through the crack. To his astonishment, a staircase awaited him behind the door. Elated, Lin Yuan realized that this pet store had a second floor. He promptly directed the parrot to ascend. The condition of the second floor was significantly better than the first, showing signs of damage, yet not as severe. At a glance, Lin Yuan spotted 3 birds. He had seen their profiles in the pet store's documentation: a red-faced falcon, a Eurasian sparrowhawk, and a peregrine falcon, all belonging to the raptor family. However, these birds were quite small, still in their juvenile stage. Lin Yuan's spirit soared. Having felt disappointment downstairs, he was now thrilled to have discovered birds. Moreover, 3 distinct species at that, species that were typically unattainable for the average person. The pet store owner had quite the treasure. Although they were merely juveniles, he could rear them. In time, they would grow and become invaluable. Additionally, since they were still young, their cages were small and lightweight, allowing the parrot to transport them back with ease. If they had been fully grown, it would have proved much more challenging. Get to work, Lin Yuan urged the parrot, instructing it to grasp the cage containing the red-faced falcon and fly outside. Fortunately, the parrot had been enhanced by him. Otherwise, it would have struggled to carry the cage. Even so, once outside, the parrot could no longer soar as high as before. It had been capable of ascending 10 stories, but now could only reach about 5. This allowed the survivors below to catch sight of the macaw. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the parrot attracted the attention of the survivors, who were left in awe, rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not imagining things. It was indeed a parrot, and it held a bird cage. How astonishing was this parrot? Most parrots are ornamental and can barely fly. Yet this one managed to ascend 5 stories while carrying a cage. The onlookers were bewildered, speculating who the remarkable owner of such a parrot might be. Marveling at its extraordinary abilities, Lin Yuan paid no heed to such matters and urged the parrot to fly swiftly. 10 minutes later, the parrot returned. He set the cage down, allowing the parrot to continue on its journey. Had this been an unenhanced parrot, it would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. However, due to Lin Yuan's careful nurturing, it had not rested much and continued its flight towards the Red Leaf Pet Store. Lin Yuan dared not to delay. The night was long and filled with uncertainties. Any slight procrastination could result in losing a bird, which would be a significant loss, as these 3 birds were not easily found. The round trip took 15 minutes, and with the parrot's stamina depleting, its speed had diminished slightly. After 3 trips, it took over an hour. Fortunately, he successfully brought all 3 bird cages back to his home. The parrot, worn out, perched to the side, gazing at Lin Yuan with a look of despondency. Even though it had been enhanced, it struggled to endure the 3 trips. Lin Yuan reassured it, "Do not fret. I shall reward you with some earthworms." At the mention of earthworms, the parrot's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This journey was worth it. Chapter 43. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Saving a significant sum, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the 3 fledglings the parrot had brought back. He had longed for this moment, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The fledglings, introduced to their new environment, appeared somewhat disoriented, remaining still within their cages. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan noted that none bore any injuries, and their plumage remained relatively glossy, indicating they had been fed during the apocalypse's onset. The small cages contained water and food containers, but they were entirely empty. Fortunately, only 3 days had elapsed since the apocalypse began. Had it dragged on longer, these fledglings would have inevitably perished from hunger or thirst. Lin Yuan felt immensely fortunate. Had he delayed even a few days, he would have found nothing but their lifeless bodies. Without hesitation, he began their nurturing. The cost of caring for the 3 fledglings amounted to 30 points, comparable to that of the husky and the parrot, quite reasonable indeed. After nurturing them, the fledglings no longer appeared as timid as when they first arrived. They had formed a bond with Lin Yuan, looking up at him with their small beaks agape, eagerly awaiting nourishment. Seeing them in such a state, Lin Yuan promptly opened the system store, intending to cultivate these 3 eaglets diligently, for their potential far exceeded that of the parrot. In terms of combat prowess, flight altitude, speed, and endurance, they were incomparable to the parrot. Lin Yuan meticulously browsed through the avian items in the store's category. During his earlier selection for the parrot, he had noticed some items with excellent cost-performance ratios. For instance, premium bird feed, which provided comprehensive enhancement to avian physical attributes, cost only 8,000 points. With 3 eaglets to nurture, the total would amount to 24,000 points. Casting a glance at his points, Lin Yuan recalled that after nurturing the ants earlier that day, he had approximately 15,000 points. Now, he was nearing 30,000. Splendid. Both Yufei and the husky were growing increasingly formidable. Moreover, with the increase in the ant population, their consumption rate had accelerated, yielding considerable points from devouring the corpses of the zombies. In the span of an hour, one could amass nearly 15,000 points. Should one toil for 8 hours a day, that would amount to an astonishing 120,000 points. Yet, there remains a certain limitation. The number of zombies in the building is finite, and once venturing out to hunt them, the accumulation may not be as rapid. Although points are hard to earn, true value reveals itself in the quality of one's endeavors. In comparison to these 3 young eagles, such points seem trifling. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan spent 24,000 points to exchange for premium bird feed. Parting with such a substantial sum left him feeling a twinge of regret, for after this expenditure, he was left with just over 5,000 points. Dismissing his concerns for the moment, Lin Yuan placed 3 portions of the exquisite bird feed into the feeding boxes of 3 cages. The feed, composed of brown pellets, shimmered softly, unmistakably a high-quality item. The 3 eaglets, upon sighting the feed, immediately bowed their heads to feast. Nearby, the parrot grew anxious. It had labored for a considerable time and yearned for a taste as well. With hopeful eyes, it flitted to Lin Yuan's side, gently pecking at his hand. Eat, eat, eat. The parrot astonishingly spoke for the first time. Since its acquisition, Lin Yuan had not heard a single word from it, assuming it to be one of those species that remained silent. However, in its eagerness for food, it had found its voice. All right, I shall feed you. Lin Yuan spent 600 points to procure 3 premium sandworms, classified as stamina-enhancing items. A glass box materialized in his hand, revealing 3 azure sandworms. Overjoyed, the parrot began to consume them eagerly. Lin Yuan glanced at the 3 eaglets, who had now finished their bird feed and entered a state of stupor. This faint unconsciousness was a familiar sight to Lin Yuan. Such potent enhancements often resulted in a momentary loss of consciousness. He patiently awaited their awakening. A gentle brown glow enveloped the eaglets, faint yet discernible, resembling the fragile shell of an egg. After approximately 5 minutes, all 3 eaglets roused, having visibly grown stronger, though not yet to their adult forms. Their eyes and bodies bore no silver changes, which Lin Yuan had anticipated. Recalling how Xiao Hui had not progressed after consuming cat food at noon, the same principle applied to these eaglets. No matter, as long as you engage in battle and devour more, you will surely evolve. He encouraged, you 3, venture out and demonstrate your prowess. Lin Yuan opened the cages, and the eaglets, in a harmonious understanding with him, circled around him a few times before soaring outside. Lin Yuan approached the door, releasing them into the world, while the parrot, eager to join, awaited its turn. You may go as well, but your combat abilities remain unenhanced. Simply follow behind and consume as needed. No need to engage in battle. The parrot nodded enthusiastically, fluttering after the 3 fledglings. The quartet swiftly made their way to the 3rd floor, where Song Yufei had already cleared out the zombies. The building now lay in relative quiet, with few undead roaming below the 3rd floor. Beneath, the zombies were also attempting to exit the building. However, Lin Yuan paid them no mind, for they would ultimately be dealt with in due course. 4 birds ascended to the 3rd floor, joining the fray. Lin Yuan observed them intently, having invested a substantial 24,000 points to enhance their abilities, should they prove inadequate. That investment would seem rather unfortunate. With a swift whoosh, a falcon swooped down upon a zombie, its claws striking fiercely. The creature's skull was punctured with several gashes, and remnants of hair and flesh clung to the falcon's talons. The claws of the falcon were akin to steel blades, with a mere swipe. The zombie's cranium was utterly obliterated. The red falcon and the sparrowhawk exhibited similar prowess, their combat capabilities rivaling that of the falcon. Though the trio were not large in stature, their lethality was indeed astonishing. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. They did not disappoint. The 3 fledglings maneuvered swiftly, circling above the zombies, leaving no skull intact in their wake. As for the parrot, Little 5, it joyfully feasted alongside the ants, relishing the zombies as a delectable means to bolster its strength. At this rate, there would be no need to purchase insects for it. Consuming zombies outdoors would suffice for its enhancement, saving a considerable sum. Chapter 44. No time to waste. Humanity is evolving. The survivors, who had been vigilantly monitoring Building 18, were transfixed. Some magnified their phone cameras, while others employed binoculars to witness the spectacle of the 3 fledglings tearing into the zombie skulls. They were utterly stunned. One survivor, skeptical, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be true? Within Building 18, beyond the formidable young lady and her dog, 3 eagles had appeared, though they appeared merely as fledglings. They were undeniably genuine eagles. Who exactly was this young lady in Building 18? Questions swirled in the minds of the survivors. Yet, none dared to discuss it further in their WeChat group. Those who had previously hurled insults had mysteriously vanished, and attempts to privately message them went unanswered. The chilling sounds of a neighboring resident transforming into a zombie had left them too frightened to breathe. Now, they refrained from speaking out in the group, fearing they might draw misfortune upon themselves. They could only etch the scenes they witnessed into their memories, silently processing the events without uttering a word. Lin Yuan remained indifferent to the survivors' covert observations. He was ensconced within his abode, having drawn the curtains. No one could see him. As for the creatures he had nurtured, they would eventually be revealed to the world. Provided the survivors did not cause any trouble, he had no inclination to act against them. Acknowledging the prowess of the 3 fledglings, Lin Yuan felt reassured, allowing them to hunt freely while he shifted his focus. He settled onto the sofa, picking up his phone to continue watching videos. After viewing several, he stumbled upon an official video, which, as mentioned earlier, awaited the announcement of the gathering point information. However, Nearly a day has passed, and the information regarding the gathering point has yet to be released. Lin Yuan shook his head, continuing to watch videos. A few moments later, he stumbled upon a clip that caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. The video showcased his parrot soaring while gripping its cage. How could they even capture this? How idle must these survivors be? Nevertheless, it is what it is. The video is merely a segment, and they will never discern the origins of the parrot's flight. Glancing at the comments below, Lin Yuan noted that most netizens were astounded. What an impressive parrot. Such strength. Others were fixated on the red falcon in the cage. Is that parrot clutching a red falcon? Am I mistaken? Incredible. The parrot is flying with the red falcon. Half an hour passed, and it was already 4 in the afternoon. Lin Yuan noted that his points had exceeded 10,000 once again. In this brief span, the adorable creatures he had nurtured earned him over 7,000 points. Without hesitation, he exchanged for an E-grade gene elixir and summoned 3 young hawks. He secured the elixir to the leg of the red falcon. The other 2 were not idle either. Lin Yuan gathered some lightweight, storable biscuits and packed them into bags for the sparrow hawk and the hunting falcon to carry. All 3 hawk chicks were dispatched, one to deliver the elixir, while the other 2, albeit carrying provisions, were primarily tasked with protection, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The combat prowess of the 3 young hawks would suffice to fend off any threats and ensure the elixir remained secure. As he watched them take flight, Lin Yuan reclined on the sofa, now devoid of funds, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, with Song Yufei, the husky, and the ant squad working diligently, he would soon accumulate more points. Song Yufei had nearly cleared the zombies from this building, and it would not be long before they could shift their focus downstairs. Lin Yuan estimated that, with the current combat capabilities of Song Yufei and the husky, combined with the tiger-striped cat, Xiao Hui, and the ant squad, they would complete cleansing this building today, and his points would significantly replenish. Feeling somewhat bored while lounging on the sofa, Lin Yuan recalled the pet shop, Hongya, which still had several hamsters and rabbits. However, he dismissed the thought. What purpose would hamsters serve, given their lack of combat ability? As for the rabbits, were they intended for consumption? With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and began observing from the perspective of the 3 hawk chicks. The young hawks flew much higher than the parrot, viewing the zombies below as if they were mere ants. At this altitude, even if survivors were present, they would likely remain oblivious to the scene above. Who would gaze skyward without reason? Lin Yuan instructed one of the hawk chicks to lower its altitude and assess the situation on the ground. The conditions here were not significantly better than those nearby. Chaos still reigned. The towering buildings bore remnants of urban civilization, yet the disorder below unmistakably indicated that this area had recently endured a severe upheaval and panic. Scattered zombies roamed freely, wreaking havoc. Lin Yuan suddenly discovered a peculiar zombie, while the other zombies relentlessly pounded against the mall's doors without success. This particular one possessed remarkably robust arms, entirely muscular. With a single punch, it smashed the door down. A horde of zombies surged into the mall, and soon, the air was filled with screams. However, tranquility returned swiftly, indicating that the battle had concluded rapidly. Lin Yuan paid little attention to the survivors within the mall, as his curiosity was piqued by the extraordinary zombie. This must be a strength-oriented zombie. He had already encountered 3 types of evolved zombies: the Boneblade zombie, the Speed-type zombie, and now, the Strength-type zombie. Heaving a sigh, Lin Yuan realized he must not delay in enhancing his own abilities. Utilizing the perspective of the eagle chicks, he continued to survey various streets, discovering far more than what brief videos had shown. Moreover, the journey of these 3 little eagle chicks spanned 80 kilometers, vastly surpassing the parrot's 2-kilometer trek, allowing for even greater observation. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan spotted another remarkable individual. This person was being pursued by a tide of zombies yet ran at an astonishing speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary human. It had emerged. Humanity was beginning to evolve. Lin Yuan felt a weight in his heart, though he was not overly worried. Despite this individual's speed being impressive, it was still less than double that of an average person. With the use of a gene serum, his own speed was thrice that of a normal human, rendering him significantly faster. Furthermore, his current rate of earning points was vastly improved compared to when he had just begun. If he continued to develop, he would soon bolster his strength even further. Lin Yuan pondered how this person had evolved. Had they simply been chased by zombies and run continuously to achieve this? He felt a tinge of confusion, realizing his understanding of this world was still insufficient, necessitating further observation. Thus far, he only knew that zombie evolution enhanced attributes in various directions, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they would advance, similar to Song Yufei's silver eyes. Beyond that, he remained largely ignorant of this world's intricate system. The eagle chicks continued their flight, yet this time, Lin Yuan did not encounter any evolved humans or distinct zombies. Chapter 45. A photo from Lu Qingxua. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. At present, the evolution of zombies and humans was still in its infancy, not yet reaching a large scale. He still had time to enhance himself, ensuring that he and his nurtured creatures would consistently overpower the zombies. After observing until past 8 in the evening, when darkness had fallen, the 3 eagle chicks finally arrived outside Lu Qingshue's residence. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and sent her a message on WeChat. Sister Qingxue, please look out the window. Why should I open the window? What is outside? Lu Qingxue was momentarily perplexed. She approached the window and, upon pulling back the curtain, beheld 3 eagles, each clutching something in their talons. Filled with astonishment, she hurriedly opened the window, allowing the 3 eagles to fly inside. The sparrow hawk and the peregrine falcon placed the food on the table. Noticing a green serum tied to the leg of the red falcon, Lu Qingshue's curiosity intensified, prompting her to quickly message Lin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I have released 3 eagles. Are these little creatures sent by you? Remarkably, they can fly such distances and even carry items. How extraordinary. How did you accomplish this? Sister Qingsno, you should drink the potion from the red falcon's leg. It will enhance your physical prowess. Lin Yuan did not elaborate further, directly addressing the essentials. During his previous exchanges, he discovered that besides the injectable version, there was also an oral variant of the potion with identical effects. Fearing that Lu Qingsno might hesitate to inject it, he opted for the drinkable form instead. Lu Qingsno had already taken note of the potion on the falcon's leg. She had been pondering its nature. Now, upon hearing Lin Yuan's explanation of its potential to bolster her physical capabilities, her curiosity and delight intensified. She refrained from questioning Lin Yuan about the potion's origin. Seeing the 3 eagles made her realize that he harbored secrets. Since he chose not to disclose them, she would not pry. As for the potion's safety, Lu Qingsno had no doubts. Her trust in Lin Yuan was unwavering. If he encouraged her to drink it, there could be no issues. I understand, Xiao Yuan, I shall drink it now. Sister Qingsno, the potion may cause a bit of discomfort, please bear with it. Upon reading this, Lu Qingsno felt her cheeks flush. How suggestive these words seemed. She shook her head, dismissing the unhealthy thoughts, and then removed the potion. Tilting her head back to drink it, the potion slid down her throat like water, lacking any distinctive flavor. Mere seconds after swallowing, a sudden pain coursed through her body. This was not a gradual discomfort, but an abrupt, intense agony. Lu Qingsno collapsed onto the sofa, curling up in a ball. The excruciating pain elicited muffled moans. She clenched her teeth tightly, determined not to vocalize her distress excessively. Fortunately, though the pain was fierce, it did not linger long. After a minute, she sensed the discomfort beginning to wane. However, she remained still, taking her time to recover for several minutes before rising. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, emanating an unpleasant odor. Lu Qingsno's complexion had paled, her brows furrowed tightly. She quickly messaged Lin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, I have taken the potion, but I need to shower. Please wait for me. All right, you can release the eagles and let them return before you shower. Lu Qingsno replied affirmatively, standing to open the window and let the eagles soar free. What she did not realize was that Lin Yuan had witnessed her anguished state through the eyes of the eagles. He felt a pang of sympathy. Initially, he believed he would be the sole sufferer of such torment, unaware that Lu Qingsno would endure similar pain. He surmised it was likely because she was not accustomed to the creatures he nurtured, leading to her intense reaction. Thankfully, Lu Qingsno exhibited great fortitude, managing to endure the ordeal. After half an hour, Lu Qingsno emerged from her shower and sent Lin Yuan a message. Xiao Yuan, I'm all cleaned up. Lin Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how her bathing duration was considerably longer than that of Song Yufei. However, he naturally kept this observation to himself. Sister Qingsno, why not test your physical capabilities now? Lu Qingshuo set down her phone and glanced around, eventually turning her gaze toward the solid wooden dining table. She approached it, lifting her hands, and to her astonishment, she raised the table effortlessly. My goodness, have I become a strong man? Lu Qingshuo's jaw dropped. She never anticipated that the effects of this potion would be so remarkable. Previously, she could hardly move this table, yet now she lifted it with ease. It was as if she had transformed entirely. Setting the table down, her eyes sparkled with delight. She was utterly amazed. Without delay, she grabbed her phone and messaged Lin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, my strength has become astonishing. I can lift my dining table effortlessly now. Not only my strength, but my speed and other abilities have also improved. As she read Lin Yuan's reply, Lu Qingshuo, filled with confidence, immediately activated the treadmill to test her speed. Her legs moved rapidly, a blur to the eye, and astonishingly, she was running 3 times faster than before. After shutting off the treadmill, she took a moment to calm her exhilaration. Xiao Yuan, you were right. My speed is now over 3 times what it used to be. If there were zombies, I could easily knock them out with one punch and escape. They wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Qingshuo was brimming with joy. She never expected Lin Yuan would gift her such a tremendous surprise, which inspired her to think of surprising him in return. After contemplating, she glanced down at herself, clad in a silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. A blush crept across her cheeks as she recalled how Lin Yuan had previously expressed a wish to see her like this. Why not show him now? She walked into her room, turned on the soft night light, and began to pose. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan received a photo. Wow! The moment he saw the image, his heart raced, and he zoomed in for a closer look. Under the dim light, her stunning physique was on full display, her waist, her legs, her exquisite face. Lin Yuan hastily saved the photo. At that moment, he noticed Lu Qingxue had sent him a message. Little guy, thank you. This is what you've always wanted to see. Lin Yuan's face turned crimson. Although he had previously hinted at his interest, Lu Qingxue had shyly played coy and never shared. To his surprise, she had now taken the initiative. He exhaled deeply, taking a slow breath to steady himself, and then replied, Qingxue, take care of yourself, I'll be over soon. Lu Qingxue, blushing, responded with a simple She felt the phone in her hand grow warm. They both had long been aware of their feelings for each other, but had never openly acknowledged them until now, finally breaking through that barrier. Chapter 46. He and Song Yufei did not need such trivialities. Upon seeing Lu Qingxue's reply, Lin Yuan sighed deeply, suppressing the heat rising within him, and exited the chat window. Truth be told, Song Yufei, the exquisite femme fatale, was not inferior to Lu Qingxue in either beauty or figure. Both belonged to the realm of exceptional women. Yet, as the saying goes, what one cannot have forever stirs the soul. Moreover, Lu Qingxue has been my childhood companion, which renders the sentiment entirely distinct. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Song Yufei returned with her Alaskan husky and the little gray cat. Her charming face adorned with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Master, all the zombies in this building have been completely eradicated. Well done, Lin Yuan remarked, ruffling her hair. At his praise, the crescent shape of joy blossomed in Song Yufei's beautiful eyes. Had it not been for the zombie blood staining her clothes, she would have eagerly embraced Lin Yuan right then and there. Master, I shall take a shower now, she said, her eagerness propelling her toward the bathroom. Once she had entered, Lin Yuan casually retrieved a can of dog food and some cat kibble, feeding the Alaskan husky and the little gray cat, while simultaneously accessing the system. Thanks to the efforts of Song Yufei, the Alaskan husky, and the little gray cat, the entire building had been thoroughly cleansed of zombies, earning Lin Yuan a substantial reward of 80,000 points. Finally, he felt a sense of affluence. With newfound wealth, it was time to indulge in some expenditures. With a mere wave of his hand, he opened the system's marketplace. Gazing at the pale blue interface that showcased an array of dazzling potions and various items designed to enhance one's abilities, all of which bore exorbitant prices, he couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly followed by an eye roll. Truly outrageous. 80,000 points seemed substantial, yet in the realm of these potions, it was hardly sufficient. He perused the items, discovering that the most affordable was the E-grade gene potion, while the D-grade gene potion skyrocketed in price to a staggering 100,000 points. This was still considered inexpensive. Prices above that soared into the hundreds of thousands, even millions. If it were merely a few tens of thousands, he could manage to save up for a splurge, but such casual prices in the hundreds of thousands or millions left him utterly powerless. Time was of the essence. He had no luxury to spend days accumulating points. Before the water and electricity were cut off, he needed to enhance his combat abilities with utmost urgency. Unable to afford the potions, he resolved to invest in equipment instead. Equipment constituted a crucial aspect of strength. Possessing a quality set could significantly bolster one's capabilities. Without delay, Lin Yuan began to browse through the equipment section. A lightweight, puncture-resistant bulletproof vest caught his eye, an exceptionally practical choice. Given the rampant zombie outbreak and the collapse of societal order, many official establishments had succumbed. In the past, ordinary citizens had little to no access to firearms. However, that was no longer a certainty. Who could say whether someone had fortuitously acquired a firearm? The previous encounter with Zhang Kai served as a prime example. Although the source of his weapon remained a mystery, it was evident he had obtained it before the apocalypse. Had he not been cornered, who would have suspected he possessed a firearm? These uncertainties loomed large. Despite Lin Yuan's enhanced physical prowess from the gene potion, he was no superhuman. Should he confront an armed adversary, possessing a set of bulletproof gear would significantly increase his chances of survival. Lin Yuan had set his sights on a lightweight bulletproof vest, which utilized ballistic plates and also provided protection against piercing weapons. This vest proved effective against mutated zombies, such as those with bone blades. Upon inspecting the price of this practical armor, Lin Yuan discovered it was a mere 3,000 points for a set. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. With defensive gear secured, his thoughts turned to offensive weaponry. Lin Yuan yearned to acquire firearms, particularly given the current weakness of the zombies. A firearm would undoubtedly offer overwhelming superiority against both zombies and humans alike. However, while the desire was noble, the prices were rather harsh. Even the most mundane handgun, devoid of ammunition, cost several tens of thousands of points, rendering it impractical. After much contemplation, Lin Yuan opted to spend 3,000 points on a tang knife. With the enhancements from his E-grade genetic serum, which endowed him with 3 times the physical prowess of an average person, he deemed it more than sufficient for dispatching ordinary zombies and humans alike. Wielding the tang knife, Lin Yuan excitedly swung it a few times. As the saying goes, with a blade in hand, one can sweep a radius of 10 miles without fear. Men have little resistance against such striking cold weaponry. Nearby, his dog, a husky, looked at Lin Yuan with an intelligent gaze, as if viewing a fool. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui lounged lazily, occasionally licking its paws, appearing on the verge of slumber. After some playful maneuvers, Lin Yuan sheathed the tang knife just as Song Yufei emerged from her shower, draped in a towel. His eyes brightened at the sight. Song Yufei's cheeks were slightly flushed, her damp hair clung to her fair skin, and her figure, accentuated by the towel, created an exaggerated silhouette. The rising steam enveloped her, making her resemble a dreamlike beauty stepping out of a painting, stirring the deepest stirrings of masculinity within him. Overwhelmed by this enchanting scene, Lin Yuan struggled to maintain composure. Noticing his intense gaze, Song Yufei's face turned crimson as she nestled into his embrace, happily seeking closeness. Lin Yuan, cradling the beauty in his arms, contemplated acquiring a set of gear for Song Yufei as well. She was the main force in their battles, and now that the zombies had been cleared from Building 18, she and the husky were set to venture out for further extermination. The outside world was fraught with uncertainty, and danger loomed larger. Therefore, to ensure Song Yufei's safety, a superior set of equipment was imperative. Lin Yuan first provided Song Yufei with a lightweight bulletproof vest. Upon learning it was a gift from Lin Yuan, her face lit up with joy as she planted a kiss on his cheek before donning the vest. Her ample form filled the armor, making her resemble a female counterterrorism elite. Coupled with her anime-like exquisite features, she exuded an allure that made the vest appear enticingly uniform, stirring Lin Yuan's heart with anticipation. After her defensive gear was updated, Lin Yuan spent another 3,000 points to enhance Song Yufei's knuckle duster to a superior model. The new version, crafted from titanium alloy, was sturdier and more durable, allowing Song Yufei to fully unleash her potential. With her upgraded equipment, Lin Yuan was confident that she would be able to eliminate even more zombies the following day. Of course, he did not forget about his childhood sweetheart. Now that they had solidified their relationship, Lin Yuan was more than willing to indulge his beloved. He also prepared a set of bulletproof vests for Lu Qingxue, along with a pair of tiger claws and a Nepali dagger. Furthermore, to avert the possibility of losing mobile signal and consequently severing communication with Lu Qingxue, Lin Yuan spent 6,000 points in the system store to acquire a set of radio equipment and 2 matching communication headsets. With this apparatus, even when modern devices such as mobile phones fail, he and Lu Qingxue would still be able to maintain contact. As for Song Yufei, there was no need for such devices between them. However, collectively, these items seemed rather cumbersome. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, directing his gaze toward the 3 young eagles. The communication headsets were manageable, but the bulletproof vest and tiger claws weighed a combined total of over 10 pounds. The 3 young eagles were still too small to bear such a load while flying. Fortunately, having consumed premium bird feed, they had undergone a strength enhancement once. And with one more enhancement, they should be able to carry the weight of the equipment. Thus, Lin Yuan spent another 6,000 points to purchase 3 portions of ordinary bird feed, which, while less effective than the premium version, would still enhance their physical attributes such as strength, speed, and stamina. Come on, eat up and get to work. Lin Yuan placed the ordinary bird feed before the 3 young eagles. They emitted excited calls, nudging Lin Yuan's palm with their heads before devouring the food with great relish. Soon, the 3 portions of ordinary bird feed were consumed, and the young eagles succumbed to sleep. Under the influence of the unique energy contained within the ordinary bird feed, their bodies visibly strengthened, and their wingspan widened. After several minutes, the fledgling eagles awoke. Lin Yuan tied a rope to their feet, and together, the 3 young eagles effortlessly lifted the bulletproof vest. With that task accomplished, the remaining items, the tiger claws and communication headsets, were a straightforward matter. Once Lin Yuan secured these items onto the young eagles, he sent them off under the cover of night to deliver them to Lu Qingxue. Chapter 47. This expenditure of 50,000 points is truly worthwhile. While the young eagles were delivering the package to Lu Qingxue, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the system store. Although his previous spree of purchases had yielded an extensive collection of cold weapons and armor at relatively low prices, costing only 30,000 points, he pondered how to utilize the remaining 50,000 points. With all the necessary armor and equipment acquired, what was lacking were specialized skills. Despite Lin Yuan's formidable physical prowess, He lacked finesse in the application of his strength. After all, before the apocalypse, Lin Yuan had been an ordinary person and could not possibly have mastered lethal techniques. Reflecting on this, he found himself with a clear direction for the expenditure of his 50,000 points. Lin Yuan began searching the system store for skill-related items that could enhance his technique in utilizing strength. To his fortune, it did not take long for him to find what he was seeking. Intermediate Mixed Martial Arts integrates all combat techniques of human civilization, elevating all striking and weapon skills directly to a mastery level. Price, 50,000 points. This item perfectly aligned with Lin Yuan's needs. Acquiring it would result in a significant enhancement of his combat prowess. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan made the purchase. As his 50,000 points vanished, a torrent of martial arts memories surged into his mind, akin to a tidal wave. Lin Yuan felt as though someone were drilling into his skull, the sensation of forcibly implanted memories rivaling that of using genetic agents. Observing Lin Yuan's distress, Song Yufei, filled with concern, hurriedly embraced him. "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lin Yuan reassured her softly, despite the intense pain that surged swiftly and receded just as quickly. He looked into Song Yufei's beautiful, worried eyes, filled with tenderness and anxiety. Remarkably, in the span of a single breath, Lin Yuan felt as though he had undergone years of rigorous training. Within those memories, he transformed into a martial artist, practicing both fist and sword, training in the sweltering heat of summer and the biting cold of winter, tirelessly honing his skills until he emerged as a master. Having integrated these memories, Lin Yuan became a top-tier fighter in hand-to-hand combat. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the use of an E-grade genetic agent, he could effortlessly topple 2 or 3 dozen opponents, establishing himself as a sovereign among humans wielding cold weapons. The expenditure of those 50,000 points was undoubtedly worthwhile. In high spirits, Lin Yuan planted a kiss on Song Yufei's rosy lips, seeing that he was unharmed. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she departed to prepare a meal for him. After clearing an entire building, Lin Yuan essentially filled his pockets with its resources. The rice stocked in his home completely filled the room. Next door, several vacant apartments were neatly organized, housing a plethora of refrigerators, brimming with meats and vegetables. For the foreseeable future, Lin Yuan need not worry about food supplies. With such abundance, Song Yufei's exceptional culinary skills had ample opportunity to shine. And soon she presented Lin Yuan with a lavish spread of delectable dishes. With an appetite, Lin Yuan devoured the feast laid before him. After patting his slightly full belly, he opened a bottle of wine, savoring it leisurely. In this harsh apocalyptic environment, who could have imagined that someone like Lin Yuan could live so comfortably? If other survivors were to witness this, their eyes would undoubtedly turn green with envy. After all, while other survivors were starving, scraping by with meager rations, Lin Yuan's single meal could sustain them for 3 days. Meanwhile, after a long flight, 3 young eagles arrived outside Lu Qingshue's window. Lin Yuan took out his phone and sent her a message. "Qingxue, open the window. I've sent those 3 eagles to deliver something to you." Upon receiving the message, Lu Qingshuo approached the window and opened it. The 3 young eagles, equipped with bulletproof vests, tiger claws, and radio communication headsets, entered her room. As she removed the items and recognized the bulletproof vest and tiger claws, a look of surprise blossomed on her face. She truly hadn't expected Lin Yuan to procure such equipment. However, recalling the obedient young eagles and the genetic agent, she soon felt reassured. The apocalypse has erupted. What is there to be surprised about? Everyone harbors secrets, and evidently, Lin Yuan possesses his own. Lu Qingshuo is not one to be excessively curious. She merely wishes to know that Lin Yuan holds feelings for her. After all, she has harbored a secret admiration for several years, and it was only recently that Lin Yuan finally opened his heart to her affection. What more is there for her to concern herself with? With a heart full of joy, Lu Qingshuo donned her bulletproof vest and stood before the full-length mirror, striking an alluring pose. She captured a photograph and sent it to Lin Yuan. Upon seeing the image, Lin Yuan gasped, unable to contain himself. In the photograph, Lu Qingshue's long, shapely legs were clad in black stockings. Her mature visage and pear-shaped figure contrasted strikingly with the bulletproof vest, exuding a unique allure. Lin Yuan responded with a meme of a nosebleed. Little lecher. Lu Qingshue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, the veil had already been lifted, and she found little reason to be coy. Moreover, she had already sent the photograph. Biting her lip, she approached her wardrobe once more, changing into several outfits and sending additional photos to Lin Yuan. "Qingshuo, is there more? I want more. That's all there is, and can you even handle it?" Lu Qingshue's face turned even redder, and she retaliated with a playful meme of a fist bumping a head. Lin Yuan chuckled, continuing to vie for her attention. While this scene was observed by Song Yufei, nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, her delicate face displaying a hint of discontent. Noticing the change in the lovely lady in his arms, Lin Yuan set down his phone and wrapped his arms around Song Yufei, playfully inquiring, "Are you unhappy?" Being held close by Lin Yuan, Song Yufei's grievances dissipated like mist. After being cherished by him, her affection for Lin Yuan reached its zenith. As long as she could bask in his love, she felt completely content. "I am not unhappy," she murmured, nuzzling against Lin Yuan's chest with satisfaction. If Lu Qingxue is the elegant and regal queenly type, then Song Yufei is the gentle, intellectual neighborly sister. Although both are alluring, they are entirely distinct. Deceit is not a commendable trait. I saw everything just now. I had a hint of discontent, but now I am completely happy. As long as my master is happy, Yufei is happy. With that, she nestled deeper into Lin Yuan's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent. Having already been stirred by Lu Qingxue's teasing, Lin Yuan found it difficult to resist Song Yufei's tender and submissive demeanor. "Then let me make you happy first. When you are happy, I will be happy too." He chuckled, and amidst Song Yufei's delightful gasp, he carried her into the room. Chapter 48. I was wrong. But I would dare again. "Yufei, shall we take a shower?" Song Yufei, curled up beneath the covers, revealed only her beautiful eyes as she weakly replied, "Master, I feel utterly drained right now. Can I wait until I wake up tomorrow to wash? Don't you find it uncomfortable to sleep when you're sticky? Rest assured, I truly only wish for a shower." Lin Yuan rubbed his nose. Was his desire for a shower that evident? Yet, to be honest, perhaps it was the earlier stimulation from Lu Qingxue's photograph that had heightened his vigor today. Previously, he had only managed to draw with Song Yufei at best. But after 2 hours, he felt he still had the strength to continue, while it was Song Yufei who ultimately conceded. Is that true? Song Yufei hesitated for a moment before choosing to trust Lin Yuan, but just as she emerged from the covers, she discovered her legs felt weak, leaving her unable to stand. "Master, I can't get up." Being gazed at pitifully by an exquisite woman, especially in such a tone, who could possibly endure that? "If you keep this up, I will ensure you cannot rise even tomorrow." "Master, I was wrong, but I would dare again next time." The sound of Song Yufei's slightly clingy voice and her warm breath reached his ears. Lin Yuan vowed to indulge Song Yufei without reservation. In the stillness of the night, at 2 o'clock, this battle concluded with Lin Yuan achieving a resounding victory. Would she dare again? Song Yufei's pleas for mercy were in vain. The two drifted into a deep slumber. However, the army of ants continued their relentless task of eradicating the zombies. Under the chilling moonlight, a swarm of ants ascended the corpses of the zombies, gradually feasting on their flesh and blood, consuming everything from skin to muscle, and ultimately the brain matter. In the silent night, apart from the wind, only the crunching sound of their feeding remained. The zombies felt no pain. They were like emotionless machines, blankly being devoured by the ants until they collapsed, becoming mere heaps of bones. The sound of their downfall attracted the attention of some nearby zombies, but upon surveying their surroundings and finding nothing amiss, they resumed their aimless wandering. As one zombie fell, the ants climbed onto another, continuing their grisly feast. This cycle repeated, and one after another, the zombies roaming the community fell. Lin Yuan's points in the system soared at an observable rate. An hour later, the streets of the community were littered with the remains of zombies. At 3 o'clock in the morning, just 3 days into the apocalypse, power had not yet been completely cut off. A few undamaged streetlights cast dim light onto the streets, while moonlight bathed the ground. Many survivors, unable to sleep due to hunger, noticed that there were significantly fewer zombies on the streets, illuminated by the lights and the moon. The distance was too great, and the light too dim for them to perceive the presence of the army of ants. However, after the massacre by tens of thousands of ants, the density of zombies wandering the community had visibly diminished. What has happened? Why are there so many fewer zombies? Could it be that the young lady from Building 18 has come out to slay zombies? What an opportunity. Everyone, come out and search for food. I'm so hungry. Is there anyone from Building 16? Those in Building 14, find your companions. Time waits for no one. Hurry. It has been a day since I've eaten. Count me in. In the homeowners group, people began to call out to each other, and many survivors were eager to take action. In the 3 days since the apocalypse began, while a few fortunate survivors had managed to gather sufficient food resources, such individuals were indeed a minority. The vast majority found their food supplies dwindling, especially since most residents of this community were young people who typically ordered takeout and rarely cooked, lacking the habit of stockpiling provisions. Having consumed all the snacks within their home, many now faced the grim prospect of hunger. After 3 days, countless individuals are left in a state of desperation, their stomachs gnawing at them, the acid within akin to daggers, mercilessly slicing through their insides. This excruciating torment brings survivors to the brink of despair. Hunger is undoubtedly one of the most agonizing tortures known to humankind. Otherwise, the tragic tales of cannibalism in ancient times would not have surfaced. In the present day, witnessing a decline in the number of zombies and a reduction in the threat of death, The yearning for sustenance swiftly eclipses the fear of mortality. In a moment of courage, numerous survivors residing on lower floors fashion makeshift ropes from blankets, descending from their windows. Clad in heavy garments and donning motorcycle helmets to shield against potential bites, many wield kitchen knives or self-fashioned pole weapons to bolster their resolve. Yet, for these survivors, such implements provide little assurance of safety. As the crowd swells, the likelihood of mishaps increases. A young girl, trembling with fear and pale as a ghost, cautiously navigates the darkness, striving to remain silent. However, her frayed nerves render her body nearly uncontrollable. With a sudden clatter, she inadvertently kicks an empty soda can, the aluminum clanging sharply against the ground in the stillness of the night, a sound that pierces the silence like a clarion call. To the zombies within earshot, it is an unmistakable signal for a feast. Hissing and growling, the undead turn their crimson gazes toward the source of the noise, overwhelmed by the weight of their stares. The girl feels an oppressive dread, her muscles involuntarily trembling as she desperately stifles her voice. She yearns to flee, yet her tense body rebels against her will, leaving only the thunderous beating of her heart in her ears. Despite her utmost efforts to remain silent, her breath and racing heartbeat betray her presence. The zombies, sensing her vulnerability, erupt into frenzied howls, lunging at her like rabid beasts. They tear at her thick clothing, scattering cotton fibers across the ground, as a dozen of them viciously rend her flesh. The excruciating agony elicits piercing screams from the girl, shattering the serenity of the night. This marks the beginning of a bloodbath, rousing the entire horde within the community. The scent of blood ignites their primal ferocity, turning every survivor who has ventured outside into a target for their predatory instincts. "No, don't come near me," cries one. "Help me, my husband, save me. Get off me, you foul witch. I will fight you." Panic, despair, resistance, and madness intertwine within the community, the incessant wailing of electric bike alarms providing a dismal accompaniment to this tragic dirge of the apocalypse. Yet, amidst this chaos, a few fortunate souls seize the opportunity to slip into a nearby convenience store or flee the confines of the community. Their fates remain unknown, shrouded in uncertainty. However, compared to starvation, these individuals at least possessed a flicker of hope for survival. In the room, Lin Yuan, who was nestled closely with Song Yufei, was roused from his slumber by the cacophony emanating from the community, a disturbance heightened by his heightened senses due to genetic enhancement. What was occurring? Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the outside, but the buildings obstructed his view. Thus, he shifted his perspective to that of a mosquito, dispersed throughout the neighborhood. Through this vantage point, he clearly witnessed the horrific scene of zombies slaughtering survivors. Lin Yuan shook his head, feeling no emotional stir. After observing for a while, he severed the connection and embraced Song Yufei, succumbing once more to sleep. It was not that he was cold-hearted. Rather, he understood the grim reality of the apocalypse. Although Lin Yuan possessed a system, he was far from invincible and was acutely aware of his own limitations. Therefore, he would never play the role of a misguided altruist. Even if a deluge raged outside, it mattered little to him. At 4 a.m, tranquility finally descended upon the community. Those survivors who had ventured out met with grim fates, either becoming fodder for the undead or succumbing to infection themselves. The already sparse number of survivors dwindled further. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue had not slept a wink throughout the night. It was not due to an inability to sleep, but rather an invigorating surge of strength coursing through her veins from the E-grade genetic serum, leaving her remarkably energized and alert. Leaning against her bed, she clutched the bulletproof vest gifted to her by Lin Yuan, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue, occasionally breaking into gentle smiles. She and Lin Yuan had been childhood friends. Although she was a few years his senior, their bond had always been strong, and she had long realized her affections for him. Regrettably, during their youth, Lin Yuan was still quite young, and she was uncertain whether he viewed her as an older sister or reciprocated her feelings. Now that the veil had been lifted, Lu Qingxue spent the entire night consumed by thoughts of Lin Yuan. She wondered if he was awake, yearning to converse with him. She glanced at her phone to check the time, ultimately deciding to wait until dawn to reach out to Lin Yuan. She eagerly anticipated the day they would reunite. Chapter 49. The Bloodwolf base sets its sights on Lu Qingxue. At 3:30 a.m, a faint sound of vehicles parking outside broke the stillness. In her bedroom, Lu Qingxue, on the brink of slumber, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide. Her hearing had become remarkably acute due to her enhancements. The sound originated from outside. She hastily threw off her covers, rose, and approached the window, parting the curtains to peer outside. It was the latter half of the night, and the outside world was eerily quiet. Illuminated by the streetlights, she spotted several SUVs parked silently just beyond the community. As the doors swung open, a dozen robust men swiftly emerged, each wielding weapons such as cleavers and fire axes. They quickly scaled the fence surrounding the community and infiltrated the premises. Someone had targeted this place. Lu Qingshua's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and rather than feeling the slightest bit of panic, she was instead prepared for such a scenario. However, she hadn't anticipated it would come so swiftly. The vehicles that had appeared earlier were likely from the nearby survivor base. A gathering of individuals she had often encountered in forums and videos, where people united to form a survivor community, collectively managing resources, seeking food, and distributing supplies. It appeared to be an ideal place for those seeking to survive together. Yet, one must remember that money does not fall from the sky, nor are there free lunches in this world. Lin Yuan had previously cautioned her to be wary of this survivor base. She had scoffed, thinking him to believe her so gullible, so easily deceived. She understood well that this survivor base was not as simple as it seemed. As the apocalypse had descended, the malevolent nature of some individuals began to surface, and once released from the constraints of law, the darker instincts within humanity would inevitably awaken. However, she had not expected that within just a few days, they would set their sights on her villa community. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingxue calmly retrieved the bulletproof vest, claw-like knuckles, combat knife, and wrist guards that Lin Yuan had sent her. This ensemble had required considerable time and effort on his part, all meant to ensure she could protect herself in times of danger. She donned the fitted bulletproof vest, secured the combat knife to the outer thigh of her long leg, fastened the wrist guards for unrestricted movement, and slipped on military gloves, finally equipping the claw-like knuckles. Clad in this gear, she resembled an elite counterterrorism operative, exuding both grace and strength, her tall and perfect figure radiating beauty and fierceness. In the past, Lu Qingxue would not have remained so composed. Now, she not only possessed this formidable equipment, but also enjoyed enhanced physical capabilities, with all attributes tripled: speed, explosive power, and strength far exceeding that of an average adult male. Coupled with her prior training in boxing, her combat prowess was no longer comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Creak, creak. The sound of soft footsteps halted as Zhang Jinhua and his group of subordinates stood in the shadowy corner of the community, their gazes sweeping over the rows of luxurious villas, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Split into two groups and proceed as planned. Leave no men alive. Take the women and food back. Remember, resolve everything with utmost speed. Anyone who dares to act rashly will find themselves fed to the zombies. Zhang Jinhua had merely been a boxing coach at a nearby gym, well acquainted with the local situation. Surviving the apocalypse had been a stroke of luck for him. Yet, with zombies lurking everywhere, despite his proficiency in boxing and commendable combat skills, survival remained a daunting challenge. Fortunately, he had encountered members of the Blood Wolf base. 2 days prior, he successfully joined the base and, leveraging his combat prowess, became a squad leader with a dozen individuals under his command. Today marked his 4th mission. In the previous 3 missions, he had led his group to eliminate at least 50 survivors, seizing a substantial amount of supplies. Through these experiences, he had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life in the apocalypse. Killing? This grave sin, which could easily warrant a death sentence before the apocalypse, has long ceased to concern him. Yes, Captain. A group of over a dozen individuals split into 2 teams, with Zhang Jinhui leading 7 men stealthily towards the nearest villa. Along the way, they encountered zombies, which they dispatched effortlessly. Soon, they arrived at the villa's entrance, and breaking in posed no challenge for them. They entered with ease. Zhang Jinhui and his crew moved swiftly, killing any man they encountered, offering no chance for resistance. What an audacious woman. Even in the apocalypse, she dresses so provocatively. One of the henchmen noticed a woman clad in a short nightgown, her ample beauty nearly revealed, and approached her, forcefully pinning her to the sofa. Damn it! Did you not hear what I said? Zhang Jinhui cursed, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the subordinate sprawling. They were not here to pursue women. While they certainly desired women, their primary objective was food. The past few days in this new world had taught Zhang Jinhui that with food, any woman could be acquired. Realizing this, the subordinates quickly nodded in agreement. The subordinate who had been kicked dared not protest, quickly rising and discarding the woman aside, not even casting her a glance before rejoining the food collection effort. Over the last few days, Zhang Jinhui had transformed from a pale figure during his initial killings to a deranged man who would even lick blood. His subordinates had witnessed this firsthand. If he was displeased, he would truly kill. Within a single night, if they moved swiftly, this upscale community would soon fall under their control. Women and food. None would be left behind. Most importantly, it was relatively safe, as there were few residents nearby and zombies were scarce. It was the perfect territory to claim as their own. Captain, this is the place. The owner of this villa is Lu Qingxue. She usually lives alone, with no visitors. Lu Qingshue's figure surpasses even that of models, and her beauty far exceeds that of those actresses. Zhang Jinhui and his crew had systematically raided a dozen villas, their movements quiet and swift. Each time they entered a villa, even if there were sounds of resistance, it would soon fall silent. Even if someone heard, they would merely assume it was an animal knocking over a trash bin. At that moment, Zhang Jinhui and his men had their sights set on the villa where Lu Qingxue resided. Their swift actions suggested this was not their first time engaging in such endeavors. Lu Qingxue, however, was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern her. With the apocalypse upon them, the future remained uncertain. Lin Yuan had advised her to ignore anyone who sought her out and to disregard the fates of others, instructing her to stay put and await his return. She firmly remembered Lin Yuan's instructions, staying hidden and living cautiously. Have they finally set their sights on me? Lu Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The sounds from outside reached her ears with crystal clarity, a testament to her heightened sense of hearing. Lu Qingxue tightened her grip on the tiger claw in her hand, intently observing their movements. She was fully prepared. The moment they stepped into the villa, she would act decisively to eliminate them. In the past, she might have hesitated, but now she knew she had to rely solely on herself to resolve the predicament. In the bedroom, Lin Yuan, who had been peacefully sleeping with Song Yufei, suddenly opened his eyes. Was something amiss with Sister Qingxue? He recalled the last time he had come across a video of the Blood Wolf survivor base, which had piqued his interest. When he had sent equipment through the 3 young eagles, he had deliberately prepared 1,000 mosquitoes and 5,000 ants to be dispatched together. Just moments ago, the mosquitoes had communicated via telepathy the situation from that location to Lin Yuan. The Blood Wolf base, you truly are courting death. Chapter 50. Song Yufei seeks assistance. Master. What's wrong? Lin Yuan lifted the blanket, preparing to get out of bed. Although his movements were light, Song Yufei sensed it and, rubbing her sleepy eyes, looked over in confusion. Did I wake you? Seeing her sit up, clutching a light blanket that barely concealed her mature figure, revealing only her delicate collarbone, Lin Yuan gently brushed aside her disheveled hair. Some trouble has arisen with Sister Qingxue. A few unwitting individuals are causing concern. I'll keep an eye on the living room for a while. You can continue to sleep. I'll wake you when dawn breaks. Song Yufei was naturally aware of Lu Qingxue's presence, given their frequent messaging throughout the day, often engaging in lengthy conversations. Sometimes, while Lin Yuan was taking a shower, Lu Qingxue would send messages, which Song Yufei would help read. Not to mention, Lin Yuan had sent a substantial amount of equipment to her before bedtime. What is happening? Upon hearing that it concerned Lu Qingxue, Song Yufei instantly became alert, her former drowsiness evaporating. Is someone targeting her? Lin Yuan nodded, recalling the survivor base he had mentioned to her previously. The Blood Wolf base? Yes, they have set their sights on Sister Qingxue's villa area. These individuals are indeed up to no good. Song Yufei's slender brows furrowed, and a rare chill flickered across her exquisite features. Previously, Lin Yuan had shared the video about the Blood Wolf survivor base with Lu Qingxue and had discussed it with Song Yufei as well. Both had deemed this survivor base untrustworthy. It was astonishing that their suspicions had proven correct. Master, I am not easily fatigued, and dawn is not far off. Missing a little sleep is inconsequential. If Sister Qingxue is in trouble, you must keep watch. Although she has enhanced her physical abilities with genetic agents, she has yet to engage in actual combat since the apocalypse began, and we cannot afford for her to suffer any setbacks. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, she swiftly threw off the blanket, retrieved her clothes from the bedside, and began dressing. How wonderful it is to have a mature woman. She is not only understanding, but also incredibly considerate. As Lin Yuan gazed upon Song Yufei's exquisite figure, soon completely concealed by clothing, he reluctantly averted his eyes. Although he had grown accustomed to it, he found himself captivated each time. The attire consisted merely of one of Lin Yuan's shirts, casually draped over her, the loose fabric obscuring her long, fair legs. Alas, her original garments had long since been torn apart by Lin Yuan, scattered across the floor in disarray, with her undergarments reduced to mere scraps, rendered unwearable. Hearing Lin Yuan's teasing remark, Song Yufei's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully glanced at him. My dear master, you have misunderstood me. Lin Yuan, still in the process of dressing, looked over in confusion. Who would wish to share if they could possess wholly? A mischievous smile graced Song Yufei's delicate features, but she sighed inwardly, acknowledging that her formidable master always compelled her to plead for mercy. Thus, she felt compelled to seek assistance promptly. I eagerly anticipate joining forces with Lu Qingxue. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. She had set her sights on Lu Qingxue as an ally. Are you not the seasoned veteran you claim to be? I shall prepare breakfast for you. With a graceful flick of her snowy fingers, Song Yufei effortlessly gathered her lustrous black hair into a casual bun. Her enchanting eyes captured Lin Yuan's expression, and with a slight smirk, she departed the room. Little did he know how far her thoughts had strayed. It appeared that enhancing his own strength had become an urgent necessity. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. He had witnessed Song Yufei's combat prowess on several occasions. Although he had emerged victorious each time, compelling her to beg for mercy. He had exerted his full strength in every encounter. Each time he faced her powerful legs, he had to give his utmost effort. How would he cope if Lu Qingxue were to join the fray? In the living room, as he stepped out of the bedroom and heard the faint sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen, a smile graced Lin Yuan's face. Capable of both entertaining guests and excelling in the kitchen, she effortlessly blended domesticity with her formidable prowess in the field, dispatching zombies with ease and yet fulfilling all his desires, ultimately leading to her surrender, though they had only known each other for less than 3 days. Such a remarkable woman was indeed a rarity. Seizing a bottle of refreshing soda from the refrigerator, he plopped down on the sofa, twisting off the cap. The icy carbonation burst on his palate, leaving him feeling invigorated. The silly dog lay on the carpet by the door, now awake, while Little Gray had vanished without a trace. Silly dog, go open the lights and curtains for me. Previously, he had concealed his abilities due to a lack of strength. But now, with his newfound confidence, he no longer felt the need for discretion. Moreover, after over an hour of cleaning, very few survivors remained in the entire Sunshine community. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. With a cheerful thud, the previously languid husky sprang to life at Lin Yuan's command, promptly illuminating the living room and energetically pulling back the tightly drawn curtains. Suddenly, a brilliant light streamed through the window, illuminating the surroundings. In the stillness of the late night, this beam of light was exceedingly blinding. The remaining survivors in the nearby residential complex were startled, their mouths agape as they became aware of the situation. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa by the balcony, his silhouette emerging for the first time in the presence of these survivors under the radiant glow. Especially striking was Song Yufei, who, over the past few days, had been akin to a Valkyrie, vanquishing countless zombies. Now, she donned an apron, diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen like a devoted wife. The survivors were utterly stunned. In the living room, Yufei remarked, "Make the porridge a bit thicker." "Got it. I'll whip up a couple of side dishes. I need to keep an eye on Qingxue over there. Do you want to take a look too?" "Sure. Share your perspective with me. I've seen her photos, but never the real thing." Despite their earlier serious conversation in the bedroom regarding Lu Qingxue's safety, both Song Yufei and Lin Yuan were completely unperturbed. Lin Yuan had long made preparations. Even if Lu Qingxue could not fend for herself, his ant squad and mosquito squad could effortlessly handle any unwelcome threats. Chapter 51. Who doesn't adore women in this world? At 4:27 a.m., during the midsummer season, dawn arrived early. Although the sky had yet to brighten, a faint glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. The sound of heavy-duty hiking boots echoed softly against the asphalt, barely audible yet resonating in the quiet villa district. "Captain, this is Lu Qingxue's villa." Zhang Jinhua and his 8 comrades halted, gazing at the striking standalone villa illuminated by the night. Some of the younger members licked their lips, their eyes igniting with fervor. This was the residence of Lu Qingxue, the celebrated new business prodigy of Lehigh City over the past 2 years. Before the apocalypse, they were merely ordinary individuals, with no chance to encounter such a goddess, only able to glimpse her through Weibo or interview programs. Yet now, this goddess was right before them, within that villa. Entering it would grant them direct access, even the possibility of enjoying her presence. As they contemplated this, their breaths grew heavier. "Captain, the base sent us to gather supplies, but what if we could?" A younger member swallowed hard, unable to contain his greedy gaze towards Zhang Jinhua, his face flushed with excitement. Hearing this, the other 6 members turned their attention, their faces tinged with eagerness. Who could truly resist a goddess like Lu Qingxue? Before the apocalypse, they had adhered to the law, yet the world had changed. In this new reality, strength was the only truth. Over the past few days, they had grown fond of their current lifestyle at the Bloodwolf base. Moreover, no one could guarantee how long they would survive. Today, they can freely invade the villa, committing murder and seizing supplies. Perhaps tomorrow they will succumb to infection and become zombies. While life still courses through their veins, they ought to indulge without restraint. However, Zhang Jinhui had previously issued a stern warning, and his followers dared not overstep their bounds. They had witnessed his formidable prowess. None would dare to defy him. Lu Qingxue, this woman, is indeed unlike any ordinary female. I shall not report this incident to the base. Zhang Jinhui cast his gaze over the group, and on his otherwise impassive face, a smile emerged, a smile that only a man would understand. "But first I'll go in." "Really?" The previously anxious subordinates, upon seeing the smile on Zhang Jinhui's face, were suddenly filled with delight. They had not anticipated that their leader would actually acquiesce. "I knew the captain would be understanding. Rest assured, Captain, you shall be the first to enter, and once you've had your fill, we will follow." "Damn it, I've been going crazy these past few days. The women at the base are all either unattractive or elderly. Those with even a hint of beauty have already been taken by the higher-ups. Before the apocalypse, I wouldn't have entertained them for any amount of money. Hee hee. This villa area isn't too shabby. Once we're done, we can keep Lu Qingxue here. We can come back regularly when time permits. What a splendid proposal. Haha. It's settled then. We will have our share of enjoyment. Observing his subordinate's exuberance, Zhang Jinhui narrowed his eyes slightly, and his smile grew even more pronounced. Who in this world does not appreciate women? He certainly does. Yet, he possesses a greater understanding of self-restraint. As for Lu Qingxue, he did not place much significance on her. As long as he survived, what manner of woman could he not encounter? However, this principle is not comprehended by everyone. He understood well that his followers remained loyal due to the base's orders. To earn their genuine allegiance, he could not be excessively harsh. Appropriate rewards were indeed necessary. Just like now, merely a Lu Qingxue. Moreover, he would be the first to partake. He was undoubtedly gaining. There was no reason to refuse. All right, let us make haste. I've already dispatched another team to transport supplies. They won't disturb us for the time being. We should have nearly 2 hours to ourselves. Zhang Jinhui waved his hand, causing the subordinates to cease their chatter, their faces alight with excitement as they swiftly followed him towards the villa where Lu Qingxue resided. At this moment, they remained blissfully unaware that numerous dark mosquitoes and ants had quietly settled upon their clothing. Sunshine Community. In the living room, Song Yufei had already removed her apron, still clad in Lin Yuan's white shirt. On the coffee table before her lay 3 small dishes, 2 baskets of dumplings, and a pot of thick, creamy rice porridge. The enticing aroma of dishes, the delightful scent of soup dumplings, and the fragrant essence of white rice porridge wafted through the air, making one unable to resist swallowing. Master, these people are utterly disgusting. I truly wish I could fly over and smash their heads. Song Yufei, cradling a bowl of white rice porridge, exhibited a strong expression of disdain on her stunningly beautiful face. Though she initially intended to share breakfast with Lin Yuan, her appetite had completely evaporated. After preparing the meal, Lin Yuan had shared his perspective with her effortlessly. It was a trivial matter for him, a mere thought, as all his creatures were under his control, allowing him to share his viewpoint at will. Since receiving the shared perspective, Song Yufei had been observing the conversation among Zhang Jinhui and his companions through the eyes of her mosquito squad, making her clench her teeth in frustration. Such scum were her greatest aversion. She had encountered several survivors of this ilk while clearing zombies on different floors and had dealt with them all. Enough. These individuals are about to meet their demise. There's no need to get angry. Lin Yuan chuckled and placed a piece of fried egg into Song Yufei's bowl. I understand the reasoning, but I simply cannot bring myself to comply. Forget it. I won't eat anymore. Seeing these people turns my stomach. Song Yufei set down her utensils, intertwining her snow-white legs together as she nestled into the sofa. Her loose shirt barely concealed her form, and with her legs crossed, her fair thighs were revealed, a sight of exquisite beauty. She observed Lin Yuan leisurely sipping his porridge and savoring the soup dumplings, unable to resist blinking in surprise. Master, are you not angry? Of course I am, Lin Yuan replied, irritation evident in his tone. But what good does it do? At this distance, even if I were furious and wished to slay them with my own hands, it is impossible. He had never been a magnanimous person. Had it not been for Lu Qingxue's intent to act, he would have long since commanded the ant and mosquito squads to devour these miscreants. Chapter 52. He would undoubtedly make Song Yufei weep, to the point where pleading for mercy would be futile. Master, could this be a manifestation of your possessiveness? Song Yufei purred playfully, leaning closer to wrap her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, her breath fragrant. Enjoy the show, but don't stoke the flames. I would never. Song Yufei teased, her eyes sparkling, yet she grew more earnest. Master, look, they've arrived at the villa and are attempting to pick the lock. Lin Yuan slightly raised his head. During their conversation, Zhang Jinhui and his group had swiftly reached the villa's entrance. Master, let me see Qingxue. I truly don't wish to watch them any longer. Lin Yuan set down his utensils. All right, no more delays. In the next moment, their perspective shifted. Qingxue looks absolutely stunning in that outfit. Upon seeing Lu Qingxue, impeccably dressed with her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking exceptionally neat and tidy, Song Yufei's eyes widened in admiration. She had seen several photos of Lu Qingxue, but witnessing her in reality through this shared perspective was a first. To be honest, the real person was far more beautiful than any photograph. Her tall stature, captivating curves, elongated neck, and long legs left even her, a woman, envious. You're not lacking either. Perhaps once the troubles with Qingxue are resolved, we could give it a try? Lin Yuan smiled, recalling the photos that Lu Qingxue had previously shared with him. At that moment, he felt no particular emotion, turning his gaze towards Song Yufei, stroking his chin. Song Yufei's figure was certainly on par with Lu Qingxue's. He had yet to witness her in such uniforms, and it felt almost like a waste not to have seen it. Sounds delightful, Master. I've never donned such counterterrorism attire before. It would be a splendid experience. Song Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled as they met Lin Yuan's, glistening like freshly picked peaches, truly tantalizing. Enchantress. Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed, his lips twitching as he quickly averted his gaze. He had made up his mind. Once Lu Qingshua's issues were resolved, he would certainly have a serious talk with Song Yufei. It was unreasonable for her to remain oblivious to her own allure while treating him this way every day. In the villa, dark ants and mosquitoes scattered around the entrance, silently observing everything within the living room. Lu Qingxue, tall and resembling a counter-terrorism elite, had stealthily arrived at the villa's entrance. She refrained from turning on the lights, for it was unnecessary. After undergoing genetic enhancement, her physical attributes had been dramatically augmented, tripling her overall capabilities, including her cognitive awareness and vision. Previously, she had been slightly nearsighted, accustomed to wearing gold-rimmed glasses. However, after the genetic enhancement, she discovered her nearsightedness had vanished, and her vision was remarkably sharp. Even in the darkness of the hall, her sight was hardly hindered, allowing her to discern many details. Furthermore, the absence of light would lull Zhang Jinhui and the others into believing they were still asleep, unaware of her presence. This afforded her the upper hand. Standing straight before the door, her left hand donned the tiger claw that Lin Yuan had gifted her, while her right hand unsheathed the military knife strapped to her thigh. Gripping it tightly, her eyes were focused, her exquisitely beautiful face exuding an icy demeanor, her breath slowed to a whisper, barely audible. Although she lacked experience in combat, her training was not insignificant. When she first learned boxing, her coach was a globally renowned female boxing trainer, adorned with numerous prestigious medals. Each training session was intense, often resulting in injuries. Yet, this was her guiding principle. She approached every endeavor with utmost seriousness, even if it seemed unnecessary or impractical. It was this dedication that allowed her to achieve such remarkable success in business at a young age. However, training remained merely training. Although she had fully accepted the impending apocalypse and prepared herself for the act of taking lives, an undeniable wave of tension surged within her. A fine sheen of sweat glistened upon her smooth forehead, and her heart raced with increasing fervor. I can do this. I am capable. Xiao Yuan has assisted me immensely. I shall not be a burden to him. Lu Qingxue gazed at the grand door before her, having already moved aside the furniture and appliances that once obstructed it. This was also to ensure that Zhang Jinhua and his companions could enter the villa with ease. Her gaze grew increasingly frigid as the earlier anxiety was swiftly quelled. Suddenly, a distinct click resonated from the electronic lock of the door, creating a narrow opening in the imposing entrance. They are here. Lu Qingxue's icy, beautiful eyes sharpened their focus, her right hand gripping the military knife, rising slowly. TSK, what a sophisticated lock. Merely a piece of junk. I claimed I could unlock it in 3 minutes. And I shall not exceed 1 second. Heh, the thin monkey has done splendidly. Thank goodness for him. He has saved us so much trouble. The hall remained dimly lit, suggesting that Lu Qingxue was still lost in sweet dreams in her bedroom. How delightful. Soon, she would enjoy a day filled with pleasant dreams. Listening to the lewd sounds emanating from outside the door, Lu Qingxue's expression turned even colder. To be frank, before the apocalypse, she had heard countless such remarks, dismissing them entirely and remaining unaffected emotionally. As the words of others fell upon in different ears, she had no control over what they said or thought. Yet now, circumstances had changed. She and Lin Yuan had solidified their bond. She was Lin Yuan's woman. Only Lin Yuan had the right to behold her body and indulge in fantasies about her. She would not allow these scoundrels to defile her. Most importantly, in this world of chaos, she was free to kill. She could take their lives with her own hands. If Lu Qingxue was still lost in slumber, it was time to act swiftly. A low voice echoed, which Lu Qingxue recognized as belonging to the leader of the group, Zhang Jinhua. Heh, Lu Goddess, we have arrived. Chapter 53. Lu Qingxue's combat prowess. He was truly taken aback. Creak. The villa's door gradually swung open from the outside. 3 robust henchmen stepped forward, followed by Zhang Jinhua and 4 others. In the next moment, they beheld Lu Qingxue standing behind the door. Zhang Jinhua and his 7 companions froze. A woman? What beauty! Who is she? How did she end up here? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Zhang Jinhua's mind. Yet, before they could ascertain the answers, the woman before them suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, Lu Qingxue brought down her gleaming military knife towards the 3 sturdy henchmen before her. Her strike was incredibly rapid. Though these 3 burly men were physically robust, they found themselves in a state of bewilderment, utterly unable to react. With a swift and merciless motion, blood gushed forth like water from a spigot. The first man's head was cleaved open at an angle, while the second suffered a severed neck. The third met a grimmer fate. The blade wielded by Lu Qingxue descended diagonally from his shoulder, carving a vast gash into his chest and severing his spine. In a singular stroke, 3 lives were extinguished. This moment transpired with remarkable swiftness. For Lu Qingxue had anticipated the confrontation and, enhanced threefold by a genetic serum, moved with unparalleled agility. From the instant the blade fell to the moment the three men were dispatched, less than half a second elapsed. The remaining four, mere ordinary men, were still grappling with the shock of this sudden upheaval, but Zhang Jinhui, a boxing coach, possessed a reflexive speed that surpassed that of the average individual. In an instant, he regained his composure. Panic surged through him as he swiftly retreated. Yet, while his speed was commendable, Lu Qingxue was swifter still, with a resounding crash. And before the corpses could even touch the ground, her left hand, adorned with a knuckle duster, clenched into a fist and struck the face of a young man with dyed yellow hair with ferocious might. Despite being a woman, Lu Qingxue had dedicated years to physical training and boxing, rendering her far stronger than the average person, especially with her newfound strength tripled. The punch landed with such force that the young man's cheek caved inward, his eyeball bursting like an egg, blood gushing from his eye socket. He did not have a moment to scream before his skull was crushed, leaving him lifeless. Instead of collapsing, his body was propelled backward by a kick from Lu Qingxue, crashing into the remaining three who were still reeling from the shock. Zhang Jinhui, having retreated several steps, narrowly escaped the impending chaos. What a calamity! What transpired? Thin monkey. Yellow hair. Defei. How could this be? The three men, now sprawled on the ground after being struck by the corpse of the yellow-haired youth, finally regained their senses, their faces etched with terror. The rapidity of these events was utterly bewildering. They had just unlocked the code, poised to indulge in the allure of the goddess Lu Qingxue, whom they had long coveted. Little did they know, this seemingly aloof and regal goddess had been lying in wait behind the door. Never could they have anticipated the terrifying ferocity she possessed. This was no goddess. She was a battle-hardened Valkyrie, merciless in her resolve. Are you truly Lu Qingxue? Zhang Jinhui gasped, retreating several paces to create distance. His gaze fell upon the lifeless forms of Thin Monkey and Yellow Hair, and his eyes twitched violently. He found it impossible to accept this harrowing reality. This was simply absurd. The television reports that Lu Qingxue has been an academic achiever since childhood, wholly dedicated to her studies. Upon graduation, she immersed herself in the business world, and although she dabbled in boxing, it was merely a hobby. How is it then that Lu Qingxue exhibits such ruthless decisiveness in killing, without so much as batting an eye? Even he, during his first act of murder, was not so swift and efficient. One would expect her to be a docile lamb, yet she has unexpectedly transformed into a fierce tiger. Your reaction is quite prompt. Casting a glance at Zhang Jinhui, Lu Qingxue discerned his thoughts, and, with a cold and aloof tone, she remarked, "Are you disappointed that I have not obediently fallen asleep?" As she spoke, Lu Qingxue's long, elegant legs moved towards the three subordinates sprawled on the ground, and under their terrified gazes. The military knife in her hand struck down repeatedly. "Ah, no. Captain, save me. No." The three subordinates stared wide-eyed in horror, attempting to raise their knives in defense. Alas, their efforts were utterly futile. The military knife wielded by Lu Qingxue was procured from Lin Yuan's system store, crafted from the highest quality materials and workmanship, rendering their weapons useless as they were effortlessly severed. The heads of the three men followed suit, cleaved open like ripe watermelons, spilling red and white onto the ground. Observing the blood staining her shoes, Lu Qingxue delicately pressed her crimson lips together, suppressing her discomfort. She raised her beautiful eyes to meet the petrified Zhang Jinhui, a mere few meters away. "All your subordinates are dead. You are the last one remaining." Her voice was soft, even melodious, yet beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Jinhui's forehead. Damn it. He was genuinely terrified by Lu Qingxue. He had witnessed her three swift strikes. The speed of her blade and the force of her punches were beyond his comprehension. One stroke had not only severed the knives from the hands of the three subordinates, but had also claimed their lives. Wasn't this something only seen in movies? Could she possibly be any more terrifying? "Lu Qingxue, I admit I underestimated you." Zhang Jinhui swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Lu Qingxue, filled with trepidation as he cautiously stepped back. "However, you have also killed my men. This time, our intentions towards you were offensive. Consider the lives of these 7 as an apology from me, Zhang Jinhui. Shall we settle this matter amicably? Do not be too hasty in your refusal. Allow me to inform you that we belong to the Bloodwolf base. You may have seen our videos recruiting survivors. Opposing us offers you no advantages. Let us treat today's incident as if it never occurred. When I return, I will not mention it to the base. These 7 will be deemed as having perished at the hands of zombies. No one will know of your existence. What do you say?" Chapter 54. I ask you, can you not settle down for a moment? In the Sunshine community, within the living room of Unit 704, the host remarked, "Master, Qingxue's figure is truly magnificent. Her aura is absolutely captivating. It is no wonder she was referred to as the flower atop a high ridge before the apocalypse. Wow, Qingxue's skills are truly remarkable. Her strikes are swift and decisive, and that blow was executed with astonishing speed. Song Yufei, clad in a loose shirt, has somehow nestled into Lin Yuan's embrace from the sofa, her long, fair legs playfully draped across his lap, swaying gently. Could you perhaps calm down for a moment? Lin Yuan admonished, firmly pressing her delicate legs down, teeth clenched. In just this brief interval, you've already stirred up trouble 3 or 4 times. This enchanting creature indeed follows through on her words, admitting her errors quickly, yet she remains undeterred for the next occasion. She had clearly promised him earlier not to provoke, but since Qingxue made her move, she had been incessantly fidgeting. Master, do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? Lin Yuan shot her an exasperated glance. What do you think? Hee. Song Yufei playfully stuck out her tongue, instantly quieting down. However, Lin Yuan had genuinely misjudged her. It was not her intention at all. As a creature bred to be affectionate, her inclination to draw close to her master was instinctual. Every time she approached Lin Yuan, she couldn't resist the urge to burrow into his arms, yearn for closeness, and instinctively seek nourishment. Master, this fellow is quite unruly. Since earlier, she has been retreating, creating a distance between us. Currently, we are 5 meters apart. Should we perhaps inform Qingxue? Though Song Yufei had settled down, she remained nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace. Her fair arms still wrapped around his neck, the fragrant scent of orchids wafting as she spoke, tickling Lin Yuan's skin. Yet, compared to her previous provocations, he entirely disregarded this minor discomfort. No need to remind her. Qingxue's observational skills are commendable, Lin Yuan responded, shaking his head. He rose and grabbed a freshly opened can of ice-cold soda from the coffee table, taking a large swig that offered some relief to his overheated body. To this unruly creature, a 5-meter distance seemed a safe space, but alas, Qingxue, enhanced by genetic serums, had transcended the limits of ordinary humans. In her eyes, this 5-meter gap was hardly different from being face-to-face. To eliminate this fellow, it remained merely a matter of a single strike. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's gaze flickered, landing on Zhang Jinhua, and he couldn't help but smile. This fellow was creating distance, likely attempting to contact another team in the villa area for assistance. His calculations were astute, yet it was regrettable. Song Yufei blinked her beautiful eyes, a smile curling at her lips as she chuckled softly. She certainly understood her master's implications. Before the villa's entrance, the horizon's pale light grew brighter, a streak of fiery red rising slowly from the skyline, painting the vast sky in hues of crimson and gradually drawing the night to a close. Is this how it ends? I find it rather unsatisfactory. Lu Qingxue, now possessing exceptionally keen senses, glanced at Zhang Jinhua's still retreating figure, a hint of cold elegance gracing her rosy lips. It was quite remarkable. After the initial discomfort of taking a life, she had now completely calmed, devoid of any tension, as if she had fully acclimated to the reality. Moreover, gazing at the military knife in her hand, Lu Qingxue could not help but express a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She truly had not anticipated that the knife Lin Yuan gifted her would possess such formidable power. Previously, she had thought that dealing with these individuals would require considerable effort. Yet, to her surprise, it proved to be remarkably effortless. The battle had only lasted a few seconds, a pace that was astonishingly swift. This was not solely due to her enhanced physical abilities. The knife also played an indispensable role, making the act of killing as simple as slicing through vegetables. For the first time, Lu Qingxue experienced that exhilarating sensation. To be frank, she found it rather enjoyable. Lu Qingxue, whether you believe it or not, I have already given you a chance, but alas, you failed to seize it. Zhang Jinhui smirked with a hint of relief, his retreating steps gradually coming to a halt. Is this the safe distance you envisioned? Lu Qingxue regarded him, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted, betraying her curiosity. Just as Lin Yuan had mentioned, she had sensed Zhang Jinhui's initial retreat. She chose not to intervene, for there was no need to do so. Even at this distance, it remained unnecessary. After consuming the genetic agent, she had thoroughly tested her current physical capabilities. With her present speed, she could close the 5-meter gap in less than a second. The difference was negligible compared to being face-to-face. Even if Zhang Jinhui wielded a gun, it would be of no consequence, especially since he was unarmed. Unfortunately, Zhang Jinhui was unaware of this. From the moment Lu Qingxue had made her move, she had only demonstrated her strength, explosive power, and combat awareness. She had yet to reveal her speed, which had increased threefold. You discern my intentions, and yet choose not to impede me. I cannot decide whether to label you foolish or arrogant. Zhang Jinhui scoffed. I have trained in boxing for 12 years and taught it for 5. At this distance, not only you but even a Cheeto would not escape my notice. Though I may not defeat you, can I not outrun you? As he spoke, his smile grew increasingly composed. He unfastened a walkie-talkie from his waist, the most commonly used model on the market. A universal type that allowed for conversation as long as the channels matched. Moreover, this walkie-talkie boasted a communication range of up to 3 kilometers. Upon seeing the walkie-talkie in Zhang Jinhui's hand, Lu Qingshue's exquisite brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed again. I knew my intuition was correct. Lu Qingshue's beautiful eyes danced towards Zhang Jinhui, the corners of her lips curling into a smile. You indeed have companions in this villa area. Summon them all. I am eager to witness the prowess of your Bloodwolf base. This was the very reason she had refrained from killing Zhang Jinhui, allowing him to engage in his antics. What was her motive? She intended to eliminate all of these individuals. Earlier, when she heard the commotion, she had seen several vehicles at the window. There were certainly more than just Zhang Jinhui and his few cohorts who had arrived at this villa area. Only by eliminating them all will the Bloodwolf base remain oblivious to her existence. Only then will she be truly safe. And since no one else has arrived, she must draw them in. Now, indeed, Zhang Jinhui has taken the bait. Chapter 55. Lu Qingxue could fathom such a strategy. How could he not? Master. Qingxue originally intended this. Song Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment as she finally comprehended why Lu Qingxue, despite having witnessed Zhang Jinhui's subtle maneuvers, chose not to eliminate him, but rather allowed him to remain. It was to eradicate the root of the problem. She intended to use Zhang Jinhui to lure the other members of the Bloodwolf base who had intruded into the villa district, and then eliminate them all. It must be said, this is indeed the most prudent approach. Song Yufei contemplated that if she were in Lu Qingshue's position, her thoughts would not be as thorough. While she too would aim to eradicate the threat entirely, she would likely have killed Zhang Jinhui first, before addressing the remaining members of the Bloodwolf base. However, such an action would significantly increase the likelihood of leaving behind survivors. Let us continue to observe. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. Human beings are inherently different. Each individual's thoughts and choices are, naturally, distinct. Song Yufei's decisions stem from her very nature. She despises overly intricate matters and prefers a straightforward approach. This is also the reason for her fondness for the finger blade as a weapon. Beyond her training in Sanda, where she primarily employed her fists, it is more about her affinity for the visceral sensation of striking. In contrast, while Lu Qingxue has also trained in boxing for several years, her remarkable accomplishments in the business realm at such a young age, earning her the title of business goddess, are attributed not to her fists but to her delicate and meticulous reasoning. Yet, if Lu Qingxue can conceive of such strategies, how could he not? He merely wished for Lu Qingxue to experience the brutality of a world on the brink of collapse, without burdening her with excessive concerns. He would take care of those troublesome loose ends. In front of the villa, I hope you can still smile later. Observing the exquisite smile gracing Lu Qingshue's stunning face, Zhang Jinhui felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. However, he quickly suppressed this feeling, replacing it with a cold smirk, and tossed a menacing remark at Lu Qingxue before seizing the walkie-talkie. Ma Gang, immediately cease gathering supplies, rally the personnel, and head to the detached villa in the east. 5 seconds passed. There was no response from the walkie-talkie. What is happening? Zhang Jinhui's expression shifted slightly. The unease he had just quelled resurfacing uncontrollably. Ma Gang, what the hell are you doing? Respond immediately. Hurry up and reply. The static continued, the walkie-talkie offering nothing but noise, devoid of any response. In that moment, Zhang Jinhui finally sensed something amiss. His complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it. Ma Gang, answer me. Where the hell are you? Where is everyone? Zhang Jinhui gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice a low growl of fury. His calloused hands, clenched with such intensity, produced a disconcerting cracking sound from the device, as if it could shatter at any moment. Lu Qingshuo watched Zhang Jinhui grow increasingly agitated, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. This was not quite what she had anticipated. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in her mind, leading her to a possibility. She raised her hand and retrieved the communication earpiece that Lin Yuan had gifted her, placing it delicately in her ear. Glancing towards the horizon, where the sun was poised to rise, she mused that Lin Yuan should still be asleep at this hour. Yet, she felt an inexplicable certainty that he had long since awakened. In fact, he had been watching over her all along. Xiao Yuan, she tentatively called out. The next instant, Lin Yuan's voice resonated as if he had been waiting for her to speak. Qingshuo, I'm here. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice through the earpiece, Lu Qingshuo's eyes widened, and a stunningly radiant smile blossomed on her exquisitely cold visage. This little rascal had truly been concerned for her. Did you deal with his companions? Though it seemed somewhat implausible. After all, the apartment where Lin Yuan resided was over 80 kilometers away in a straight line. How could he possibly have dealt with Zhang Jinhui's associates? Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling. Yes, I have taken care of his companions. Now, the only one left in this villa area is the scoundrel before you. Rest assured, with me here, you are in no danger. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and even, laced with a hint of gentle amusement, reaching Lu Kingsnow's ears in a delightful, tingling manner, as though he were truly by her side. This sensation was utterly unlike their usual text exchanges. Most importantly, the feeling of being protected by Lin Yuan filled her with joy and satisfaction. Lu Qingsnow bit her lower lip, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yet her heart swelled with happiness. Allow me to handle this fellow first, and then I shall speak with you. With that, she swiftly removed the earpiece before Lin Yuan could respond. This little rascal, why did his perfectly normal words feel so flirtatious? Moreover, she found herself somewhat flustered. Lu Kingsnow's already rosy cheeks threatened to burn with warmth. It wasn't that she wished to cease listening to Lin Yuan's voice, but rather, if she continued, she feared she would lose control. Just those few words had her heart racing uncontrollably, as if Lin Yuan were whispering directly into her ear. During their previous text exchanges, even when Lin Yuan was being cheeky, she merely felt a touch of shyness. It had never been like this. How would she manage when they finally met? Lu Qingsnow took a deep breath, shaking off the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind, and lifted her gaze to Zhang Jinhui, whose once menacing face was now drenched in sweat and marked by panic. This man had to be dealt with. What? What do you intend to do? Zhang Jinhui was now utterly frantic. He was bewildered by the turn of events. Prior to today's actions, he had meticulously studied the situation. The survivors in this villa district were few, predominantly women, and he had brought along capable individuals. Logically, the outcome should have been assured, with no unexpected developments. Yet, that damn surprise had emerged. He had initially presumed that subduing Lu Qingxue would present no challenge. However, the 7 subordinates had proven utterly powerless, leaving him as the sole survivor. He had thought that simply informing the team, led by Ma Gan, of his predicament would suffice. Yet, to his dismay, he had not received a single response. Although he was unaware of the troubles that had befallen Ma Gan and his crew, he surmised that they had likely met their demise. He had believed that after 3 days of apocalyptic trials, he would fear nothing. After all, he had personally dispatched 30 survivors during that time. Yet, in this moment, he found himself trembling with fear, his legs weak and devoid of the strength to flee. He had intended to retain her, luring her companions into a trap to eliminate them all at once. Observing Zhang Jinhui's utterly terrified expression, Lu Qingxue arched her elegant brows, her voice like that of a chilling empress. It seems I have overestimated you. You are of no further use. Chapter 56. Killing is preferable to being killed. In an instant, as her words fell, Lu Qingxue sprang into action, clad in tactical boots, which Lin Yuan had procured from the system's marketplace. Her firm soles raised a cloud of dust as she shot forward like an arrow. The 5-meter distance was effortlessly traversed. Zhang Jinhui's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the terrifying speed Lu Qingxue possessed. The safety distance he had perceived was nothing but a farce. As she approached, raising her left hand into a claw-like fist aimed directly at him, he despairingly realized he was incapable of any reaction. Despite years of boxing training, he had once been confident in his prowess. Now, he found himself unable to even mount a feeble defense. Bang! Lu Qingxue's punch struck Zhang Jinhui squarely at the temple, unleashing a terrifying force akin to that which had felled the young blonde subordinate before him. In an instant, Zhang Jinhui's eyeball ruptured, blood gushing forth from his eye socket, accompanied by the shattering of his skull. One punch, instant annihilation. This time, Lu Qingxue had gained experience. She deftly evaded the spray of blood erupting from Zhang Jinhui's eye, ensuring not a drop stained her. With a thud, Zhang Jinhui's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and tranquility reclaimed the villa front. The scene was marred only by the presence of several corpses, augmenting the atmosphere of dread. With the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, from the distant villas, silence reigned. It appeared that the other survivors in this district had been entirely slaughtered by the individuals Zhang Jinhui had mentioned. Lu Qingxue glanced a couple of times before diverting her gaze. Xiao Yuan, I have taken many lives. She retrieved her communication headset and donned it once more. In this apocalyptic world, such experiences were inevitable. Killing was undoubtedly preferable to being killed. Yes, I understand. She felt as though she had adapted rather swiftly. Aside from an initial wave of nausea, she now felt completely at ease. After this night, she had undergone a transformation. All right, go back and take a shower. Then rest well. I'll handle the cleanup from here. Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the headset. Lu Qingxue responded, refraining from inquiring further about Lin Yuan's plans for the aftermath. Since he had stated it, she had unwavering faith in his capabilities. Moreover, she genuinely felt fatigued. At that moment, all she desired was a warm bath followed by a good night's sleep. Having taken a genetic serum the previous night, she had been overly exhilarated and had not slept at all. Although her first experience with killing had been brief and physically undemanding, the psychological impact left her yearning for rest. Yet, as thoughts of Lin Yuan's concern and protection surfaced, she instinctively halted her steps. Xiao Yuan had always been there to safeguard her, yet she felt helpless in reciprocating his efforts. Should she send him a few enticing photos? But she had already done so several times, and it seemed she had exhausted her wardrobe options. What to do? As she pondered, it suddenly occurred to her that she was about to take a shower. Her cheeks flushed. Xiao Yuan, I plan to take a bath and then sleep. But it seems the water pipes in the bathroom are broken. Could we video chat so you can help me check? Her voice, tinged with nervousness yet laced with shyness, came through the headset. The pipes are broken? Are you serious? Song Yufei, nestled in Lin Yuan's embrace, was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qingshue's words. Yet, soon enough, she grasped the situation, her previously languid demeanor now replaced with excitement. Oh, so that's how it is? Qingxue, you're quite mischievous. Trying to ignite a spark, are we? This is not my business, mind you. I am merely being obedient. Wait, that's not right. If Qingxue is so far away, who will extinguish the fire if it ignites? The thrill on Song Yufei's face suddenly froze. Oh no. Lin Yuan observed Song Yufei's little antics with a smirk, amusement dancing in his eyes. Now you're panicking? Earlier, you were unruly and unrepentant. Where has that bravado gone? Did you truly believe that igniting a spark would require no one to extinguish it? Xiao Yuan, don't you want to help me check? Lu Qingshue's voice wafted through the headset. Noticing Lin Yuan's silence, she bit her rosy lip and couldn't help but ask again. As the words left her lips, she felt her heart race. Don't want to? Such a reward for the MVP after the battle was something he certainly desired. Ahem, by the way, I remember the live streaming camera in your villa has a 4K ultra-clear resolution. Can I use that for our video call? Lin Yuan cleared his throat and analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. After all, a broken water pipe was a significant issue, and a closer examination would enable him to discern the source of the problem. Lu Qingxue momentarily paused, her cheeks suddenly flushed with color. You even remember this? Have you been thinking about it all along? No. It's just that the bathroom is so steamy. Such a flimsy excuse. Lu Qingxue could hardly believe Lin Yuan's pretext. Biting her lower lip, she quickly declared, I'll go prepare. That live streaming camera hasn't been used in ages. Once I'm ready, I'll call you back. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, she swiftly removed her communication earpiece. Taking a deep breath, she fanned her heated cheeks with her hand, feeling slightly better. Although her heart still harbored a sense of shyness, it was overshadowed by a sweetness that enveloped her. With a light step, she hurried into the villa, closed the door behind her, and ascended the stairs to select her outfit. In room 704, the living room. Just as Lin Yuan removed his earpiece, Song Yufei had unexpectedly perched herself on his back. Master, may I propose a discussion? Go ahead. Lin Yuan replied with a bemused glance, fully aware of her intentions. However, he chose not to expose her motives, curious to see what she would do next. Since Qingxue is still preparing, can I have a bite to eat? Eat? Is that appropriate? Lin Yuan's lips twitched. You must think this through. If the fire becomes too intense and you cannot extinguish it, do not beg for mercy. What if I surrender? Will my master let me off? Song Yufei gazed at him with an innocent expression. What do you think? He had already vowed to teach this older sister a thorough lesson. And even if she begged in tears, he would not relent. Let her off? That was a fanciful notion. Chapter 57. This round, she holds the advantage. Song Yufei was indeed quite clever. She intended to seize the initiative and keep it firmly in her grasp. Otherwise, once Lu Qingxue concluded her preparations, Lin Yuan's fervor would be ignited, and it would be too late. In this round, the advantage lay with her current strength, combined with the delightful surprise she had prepared 2 days in advance, along with Lu Qingshue's support. She was eager to see how Lin Yuan would withstand it. How could he possibly resist? As for the execution, she had meticulously crafted a comprehensive plan while Lin Yuan conversed with Lu Qingxue. The time was now 5:30 a.m. The sun had risen from the horizon, its golden rays dispelling the final remnants of darkness. In the living room, Lin Yuan lounged on the sofa, idly waiting for Lu Qingxue to initiate the video call. The atmosphere was tranquil. After tidying up the remnants of the meal from the coffee table, Song Yufei retreated to her room, claiming she was preparing a surprise for Lin Yuan. The foolish dog had been sent out by Lin Yuan to work. The ant squad and mosquito squad had spent the entire night under Lin Yuan's command, freely hunting zombies, laboring to earn points, and were still tirelessly toiling away. Little Gray, the tabby cat, had just returned from an excursion, leaving Lin Yuan initially puzzled about its whereabouts. Upon inspecting the system's points log, he discovered that this clever creature was quite the night owl. Instead of resting during the night, it had ventured out to hunt zombies out of sheer boredom. It only returned in the morning when it felt the need for rest. Remarkably, Little Gray had garnered over 6,000 points for Lin Yuan in just one night. Much to his delight, to reward this diligent feline, Lin Yuan decided to purchase extra cat food, which left the foolish dog drooling. But in contrast to Little Gray's docility, Lin Yuan found the dog rather distasteful and promptly shooed it away. Before long, the ant and mosquito squads, who had been searching for companions, returned one after another. After learning that the streets outside the community had attracted a significant number of ants and mosquitoes, he instructed these squads to disperse and search the area outside the complex. Following a day and night of searching, the results were astonishing. The ant population had increased by 30,000. Among the most delightful surprises were the acquisition of 27 queen ants, bringing his total to nearly 50 when including those in the primary insect nest space. This was a significant multiplication. His army of ants had finally surpassed 80,000 in number. The mosquito squad added a modest 3,200 new members, while the flies contributed a slightly lesser amount of over 2,600. All were to be nurtured. Lin Yuan waved his hand grandly. Although he had squandered 80,000 points the previous day, thanks to the diligent efforts of his squads and the pleasant surprise from Little Gray, his points had now risen to over 50,000 again. This was more than sufficient to care for them. He arranged for all the newly acquired members to get to work. Lin Yuan reclined once more on the sofa and glanced at his phone. Nearly 20 minutes had passed. Yet Lu Qingxue had not initiated the video call. He sighed, finding women troublesome, as they seemed to take an eternity just to bathe. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qingxue was in the bathroom preparing the 4K ultra-clear live streaming camera that he had specifically requested. Song Yufei, too, was preoccupied in her room and had yet to emerge. Lin Yuan shook his head, preparing to open a short video app to catch up on the latest news from the outside world. Suddenly, the door creaked open. "Master." Song Yufei stepped out of her room, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness and a hint of moisture, her exquisite face adorned with a rosy hue. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The counterterrorism female elite. His eyes widened in astonishment. Song Yufei already possessed a figure that was nothing short of perfect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even the heroines in Korean comics could scarcely rival her physique. With the added allure of her counterterrorism elite status, she was simply unbeatable. "Master, please wait a moment. I'll be ready shortly," Song Yufei said, casting a coy glance at Lin Yuan before swiftly moving to the balcony. She tightly shut the windows and curtains, plunging the living room into darkness. As Lin Yuan stood there, utterly bewildered, Song Yufei suddenly materialized several charming atmosphere lamps. The rechargeable kind, each no bigger than the size of a palm. Instantly, the entire living room was enveloped in a delicate pink hue. At that moment, she exclaimed, "Ding ding ding. Master, this is my second surprise. How do you like it?" With a sudden thud, she turned and retrieved yet another surprise from her room. "Pop rocks?" Lin Yuan felt a tingling sensation wash over him. "Song Yufei, where on earth did you learn all this? I distinctly remember you were completely clueless about kissing just a while ago. When did you acquire these skills?" He realized that Song Yufei's evolution in this regard had surpassed the novice stage, racing down the expressway towards the realm of seasoned veterans. No, she had already transformed into an experienced player. This pace of growth eclipsed even her enhancement in abilities. "Rest assured, Master, over the past few days, aside from hunting zombies, I've dedicated every moment to diligent study. I even reviewed all the material I found during these 2 days while in my room. I promise I can ace this, and I won't let you down." Although her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her tone brimmed with pride. "I gathered these from the residences of our neighbors downstairs. Most of the residents in our community are young, with quite a few still students. It was rather easy to find." At this point, her beautiful eyes gazed expectantly at Lin Yuan. "Master, it won't be so easy for you to defeat me today." Previously, she had been nothing short of a novice. In Lin Yuan's words, it was a shame for her goddess-like beauty and figure to go to waste. Yet, it wasn't entirely her fault. She had been stunning since childhood. But her beauty intimidated her admirers, leaving them too fearful to confess their feelings. After graduating from university, she became a teacher, pouring her heart into her work. By this time, she had long surpassed the age for passionate romances. After all, she was already 26. Who would pursue her now as easily as in her youthful days? Initially, she had resigned herself to a life of solitude, especially considering the increasing prevalence of singlehood in society. Who wasn't he just a lonely soul? Having remained single for 26 years, was she proud of it? Then, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. She contracted the virus and thought her end was near, only to be saved by Lin Yuan. From that moment on, her heart was filled with thoughts of him. Aware of her novice status, she resolved to learn diligently, not wanting to disappoint Lin Yuan. After 2 days of earnest study, she had undergone a transformation. Today, she intended to challenge Lin Yuan. She would seize the reins and conquer him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone vibrated. A video call. It was from Lu Qingxue. Chapter 58. Why should he care about the lives of others? At 8:45 a.m., the summer sun shone down like a mischievous child, impervious to any scolding. Awakened early, a surge of incomprehensible vitality coursed through her, akin to a hearth brimming with firewood, sparks cascading upon every inch of the ground, radiating intense warmth. In room 704, the curtains, slightly ajar, allowed a sliver of light to filter in. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, yet the room remained refreshingly cool, illuminated by the gentle glow of the chandelier overhead. Nestled beneath the covers, Song Yufei revealed only half of her delicate visage. Her misty, enchanting eyes gazed longingly at the azure sky outside, her heart heavy with grievance. Defeated, she had indeed fallen short, and in a most disheartening manner. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Song Yufei, bordering on disbelief. It was so starkly different from her expectations. In her strategic musings, she envisioned Lin Yuan as no match for her, destined to be vanquished swiftly, allowing her the satisfaction of triumph, akin to the animated tale she adored, where she would disdainfully place her foot upon Lin Yuan's face, uttering the words, "Is that all you've got?" Yet, the chasm between her dreams and reality was insurmountable. Would she dare to challenge again? Observing Song Yufei's disheartened demeanor, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Was she not once so brazen? Now, she was aware of her own vulnerability. He understood her feelings of injustice. It was merely the result she could not accept. Her constitution was not so fragile. A brief respite would suffice for her recovery. With a sniffle, Song Yufei met Lin Yuan's gaze, striving to present an air of defiance. But, upon reflection, she quickly shook her head, conceding, I won't dare again. Very well, take a rest. I shall step out for a bite to eat. Consider today a holiday, no work required. Although the absence of Song Yufei would undoubtedly diminish the day's score yield, Lin Yuan was unperturbed. Points were inexhaustible. Furthermore, with the newly acquired ant and mosquito squads, the pace of earning points would not be significantly hindered. Understood, master. Song Yufei obediently closed her eyes, preparing to indulge in much-needed rest. After tucking her in, Lin Yuan exited the room. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, Lin Yuan felt invigorated. He ventured into the kitchen, preparing a couple of simple dishes and steaming a pot of rice, relishing a somewhat late breakfast. Sated, it was time to resume his duties. While Song Yufei could afford to rest, he could not. Retrieving a chilled soda from the refrigerator, he opted not for the sofa, but rather brought out a single recliner from his study, positioning it by the balcony. Twisting open the soda, he savored a generous sip, the icy effervescence bursting upon his palate. What a delightful sensation. It rivaled even the joy of popping candy. Perhaps he would try the soda again next time. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, as the familiar sound of accumulating points echoed in his mind. He set it to remind him every time he accumulated 1,000 points. Yet the frequency of the notifications remained quite rapid. This sensation was exhilarating. The pet squad onward. Lin Yuan opened his phone and accessed the album, where the first entry was a half-hour video, a recorded video call with Lu Qingxue, which he had deliberately saved. The frustration of seeing without being able to touch was palpable. After admiring it for a while, Lin Yuan shook his head and closed the video. He resolved to commence the relocation of his base. He had never intended to linger in this community. It was merely a temporary base for his development. Now his strength had flourished, and the number of pets he nurtured had significantly increased. With Song Yufei and the combat prowess of the silly dog, as long as he refrained from provoking the horde, he faced minimal danger. Although traveling to Lu Qingxue's villa area for a rendezvous posed some challenges, with proper route planning, it was manageable. However, he still had some preparations to undertake beforehand. Recalling the nearly hour-long zombie uprising from the previous night, Lin Yuan gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of the lounge chair. With a thought, he utilized telepathy to review the findings gathered by the swarm of mosquitoes and flies he had dispatched throughout the community. These insects served as his surveillance, constantly monitoring the survivor count within the area. To his astonishment, merely 50 survivors remained in the community. Lin Yuan glanced out the window and whispered softly, incredulous that such a vast community had succumbed in just 3 days. Frankly, during this period, he had not intervened significantly in the zombie tide. In fact, he had attracted numerous zombies to hunt, alleviating some pressure from the survivors and providing them with a chance at survival. Yet, even so, the community had fallen. This glimpse into the reality hinted at the dire situation faced by survivors across the city and even the nation. However, this bore no relevance to Lin Yuan. He had never aspired to be a savior, nor did he care whether these survivors lived or perished. His sole desire was to survive in this apocalypse and ensure that the women by his side could live each day without worry, untouched by the chaos of the world. The fate of others was of no concern to him. Lin Yuan began to organize the relocation. First and foremost, he intended to take all the supplies from the community. This was certain. In an apocalypse, what is most scarce? Supplies, without a doubt. The food and water in his building had already been gathered by Song Yufei over the past 2 days, stored in the surrounding houses, with ample rice and flour, and dozens of refrigerators and freezers filled with preserved meats. He had already surveyed the supplies in the other buildings, and there was nothing left. Those survivors had consumed everything. The only remaining food reserves were at the supermarket at the entrance of the community. To transport these supplies, 2 large refrigerated trucks should suffice. And both Yufei and I can drive them, which is quite convenient. Lin Yuan immediately had a thought, and, through his mental connection, dispatched 3,000 mosquito squads to the underground parking lot to search for refrigerated trucks. He then sent another 3,000 mosquitoes, splitting into 2 groups, to search outside the community. Next, all he had to do was wait for the results. When the time came, he and Song Yufei would simply drive the vehicles back. Chapter 59. This indeed is a prime leveling map. Next up is the Blood Wolf Survivor Base. Lin Yuan reclined on a single sofa, his left hand cradling his head while gently caressing his phone with his right. The glaring sunlight streamed in from the balcony, causing him to squint slightly, the cold light in his eyes flickering like a distant memory. In this apocalyptic world, everyone yearns to survive. Resources for survival are limited, and everyone desires them. Thus, taking lives in the pursuit of resources is, unfortunately, inevitable. Lin Yuan, too, has taken lives. He despises the self-righteous and has never considered himself a virtuous person. Of course, strictly speaking, he is not a villain either. His principle is simple: don't provoke him. Previously, at the Hongya pet store, he merely observed coldly the plight of the young couple. If he had chosen to intervene, he could have easily saved the boy and could have rescued the girl as well. It would have posed no challenge to him, given that his dispatched search teams were nearby and could arrive quickly. Yet he chose not to, because this is the reality. What once seemed unimaginable, unacceptable, or even absurd will manifest in this apocalyptic world. Furthermore, this will soon become the norm. The Blood Wolf Survivor Base serves as the perfect example. Lin Yuan does not believe in settling scores from the past. Such behavior is foolish. If there is a grudge, it should be settled on the spot. Today, Lin Yuan has many matters to attend to, the most pressing being the resolution of the Blood Wolf Survivor Base. At 9:47 a.m., in the Villa District, the small squads of ants, their bodies glossy and dark, each the size of a broad bean, had been tirelessly working for over 4 hours. Last night, Zhang Jinhui and his team had killed numerous individuals. The residents of this villa district were already few, primarily consisting of women and children, which meant there was little fighting capability and a very weak resistance. Before the outbreak of the virus, the villa district had property management and security. But when the infection spread, they were among the first to turn into zombies, transforming from the district's greatest defensive force into its most significant threat. Without these security forces, Zhang Jinhui and his team faced no opposition. While Lin Yuan dealt with Ma Gan's team, all the men in the villas were killed, with even the children not spared. The women and supplies were gathered together, preparing to be taken away. After Lin Yuan dealt with the individuals associated with Ma Gan, he provided them with an opportunity, hoping that these women would escape on their own. However, their reaction took him by surprise. Not a single one fled. Instead, with tears in their eyes, they seized the weapons from Ma Gan and his group, launching themselves at the infected beings with frenzied determination. Although Lin Yuan had been the one to eliminate Ma Gan, it was these women who truly delivered the fatal blows. It would be no exaggeration to say they dismembered them. Yet, they were merely ordinary individuals. And in the course of this violent retaliation, they inevitably sustained injuries, soon succumbing to infection and transforming into zombies themselves. While Lin Yuan was taken aback by this outcome, he understood it completely, much like Zhang Kai's mother, who, driven by her daughter's death, preferred to be devoured by zombies rather than live in a world without her child. These women were no different. The apocalypse had pushed them to the brink of despair, witnessing their loved ones slaughtered before their eyes like livestock, leading to their complete breakdown. Their choice mirrored that of the mother who had killed Zhang Kai, preferring death over vengeance. Even though Ma Gan and his associates had become zombies, they would not be spared. Thus, the villa district was devoid of any living souls. Apart from Lu Qingxue, the remaining inhabitants were either deceased or roaming zombies. Lin Yuan's ant squad worked diligently, while the fly and mosquito squads toiled fervently, yet their numbers were somewhat lacking. Despite the villa district housing only a few residents, there were still over 200 people. And when accounting for the property staff and security, along with the zombies outside, the total exceeded 500. After laboring for over 4 hours, they had consumed merely over 100 zombies. Such efficiency was truly disheartening. Lin Yuan, through the perspective of the mosquitoes, surveyed the villa district and shook his head, switching his view to Lu Qingxue's villa. In the bedroom, Lu Qingxue was sleeping soundly, utterly exhausted. However, she had forgotten to turn on the air conditioning, having previously refrained from doing so for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies outside. Despite the stifling heat, she did not dare to switch it on. After her shower, she was so fatigued that she fell asleep almost immediately. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, causing the room temperature to rise, and a fine sheen of sweat began to glisten on her fair, smooth forehead. Lin Yuan shook his head, controlling a dozen ants to locate the air conditioning remote and promptly activated it. Soon, a cool breeze filled the room, lowering the temperature rapidly and creating a refreshing atmosphere. Lu Qingxue, deep in slumber, seemed to sense the change. The frown on her brow, caused by the heat, relaxed, and she wrinkled her delicate nose, mumbling something indistinctly. Her voice barely audible. Lin Yuan could faintly hear his name being called. Then, Lu Qingxue turned over and fell back asleep. Indeed, even the goddess had moments where she kicked off her blanket while sleeping. Lin Yuan watched for a while before switching his perspective once more. The surroundings of Lu Qingxue's villa have been thoroughly cleansed by the ant squads. The bodies of Zhang Jinhua and his companions have been reduced to mere remnants, entirely devoured. The blood that once stained the lawn has been completely consumed by the mosquito squads. Lin Yuan commanded a few mosquitoes to ascend slowly. Soon, the entire villa area, along with the topography and structures beyond, came into view. This location presents an excellent opportunity for leveling up. Although this villa area is not situated in the city center, it is nonetheless a prime location, surrounded by a subway station, large shopping malls, and upscale commercial districts, ensuring a significant flow of people. Wealthy individuals are still human. Even when purchasing villas, they consider the convenience of transportation, shopping, and leisure activities, such as enjoying an afternoon tea at a refined establishment. Not everyone prefers to buy villas in the suburbs. While tranquility is appealing, excessive solitude can be stifling. At night, it resembles a ghostly existence. Those with timid dispositions may not even dare to reside there. It is precisely due to the vibrant environment of this villa area that Lin Yuan took a keen interest in it. Whether there are any survivors here remains unknown to him, and he is indifferent to the matter. What he does know is that the number of zombies here is undoubtedly substantial, and there may even be evolved variants among them. However, the previous batch of ant squads dispatched was too small. Relying solely on them would result in a sluggish leveling pace. Thus, he has already sent 3 young eagles to deliver a second batch of squads. Moving forward, addressing the Blood Wolf survivor base will also require these 3 eagles to act as couriers. Considering the time, they should be arriving shortly. Chapter 60. Boldness begets abundance. Above the villa, as Lin Yuan shifted his perspective to the 3 young eagles, they arrived just in time. Under the dazzling sunlight, the 3 eagles were strikingly conspicuous. The largest among them, a falcon, boasted a wingspan of over 1 meter, exuding a majestic presence with its sharp gaze, formidable beak, and elongated, blade-like talons, emanating an aura of danger and dominance. The red-tailed hawk and the merlin, being smaller raptors, were not as large as the falcon, but their wingspan still exceeded 40 centimeters, and their slender, sharp claws continued to convey a sense of peril. With a resounding cry, the 3 eagles swooped down towards the villa area like lightning. They landed deftly on the rooftop of Lu Qingxue's villa. The number of individuals at the Blood Wolf survivor base is not substantial, with no more than 30 people. Although each is a muscular giant, and many are skilled trainers in boxing or fitness enthusiasts with formidable strength, what does that matter? Unless they possess immunity to the zombie virus, the fact that they are muscular, adept in combat, and as robust as bulls renders them no different from ordinary individuals in the face of Lin Yuan's pet squads. Therefore, a modest number of ants and mosquitoes will suffice for the mission to eliminate the Blood Wolf survivor base. This time, he dispatched a second contingent of 3 young eagles, comprising 30,000 ants, 2,000 mosquitoes, and 2,000 flies, along with a little gray cat. Indeed, the tiger-striped cat, Little Gray, was also brought along by Lin Yuan. Little Gray possesses commendable combat prowess. Although it cannot quite compare to the foolish dog, its diminutive size, coupled with its feline nature, affords it significant advantages in terms of claws, agility, and speed. It is ideally suited to accompany Lu Qingxue, providing not only protection but also companionship to alleviate her boredom. Having a companion is far preferable to solitude. Of course, the primary reliance remains on the ant squad, which serves as the main offensive force. After several days of growth and development, they have undergone remarkable enhancements, now resembling the size of broad beans, with formidable defenses. In the past, a mere slap from an ordinary person would have obliterated a large number of them, yet now, they remain unfazed even when allowed to be struck. Naturally, trampling them with a foot is an exception. After all, they have only developed for a few days and have yet to reach such an absurd level. Then there is their biting strength. Presently, even a concrete wall cannot withstand their voracious appetites. However, Lin Yuan is unable to obtain points. This limitation, however, has significantly accelerated their consumption speed. The mosquito and fly contingents continue to serve as auxiliary support, hence their smaller numbers, while they primarily function as surveillance. The 25,000 ants surged down the villa's walls like a tide of black, swiftly converging with the first batch of ants in the villa area to expedite the cleaning process. The 1,500 mosquitoes and 2,000 flies swiftly dispersed, flying out from the villa area towards the surrounding commercial districts, subway stations, and large shopping malls. They are determined to swiftly ascertain the situation in their vicinity. as this will soon be their workplace. Time is of the essence. It is time to depart for the Blood Wolf survivor base. After settling the second batch of workers, Lin Yuan directed the 3 young eagles to reattach the remaining 5,000 ants and 500 mosquitoes, lifting off once more into the sky and departing hastily. The Dongxing Sports Center, not far from the villa area, it is located near the Times Square in the southern district of Linhai City, with a straight line distance of only 8 kilometers. For the 3 young eagles, this is hardly a distance. They can cover it in a few strides. However, Lin Yuan was not in a rush. He deliberately instructed the 3 young eagles to slow their pace, appearing less conspicuous, while also surveying the apocalyptic conditions along the way. Even so, they arrived in merely 2 to 3 minutes. Times Square is quite expansive, serving as an important economic development area nearby, with numerous roads. However, most are congested with wrecked vehicles, leaving only a few narrow pathways cleared for vehicular passage. Lin Yuan observed closely, whether it be the congested roads or the cleared ones. There were evident signs of human intervention. Moreover, this grand undertaking has only just commenced. Goodness, it seems they intend to enclose the entirety of Times Square, establishing a veritable paradise for survival. Lin Yuan could ascertain without a moment's contemplation that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Blood Wolf base. Truly, the audacity of humanity knows no bounds. The entire base comprises merely over 30 individuals. Do these fellows even consider the workload involved? How long must they toil in this endeavor? Lin Yuan felt he may have somewhat overestimated the capabilities of the Blood Wolf base personnel. Creak. On the 6th floor of the sports arena, the restaurant's entrance swung open. 2 robust young men emerged, carrying the lifeless body of a woman. Damn it, old Gio. Have you not eaten? You can't even lift a woman? Motherfker, she doesn't look heavy. Yet why is she so cumbersome now that she is deceased? Third brother, can't you exert a bit more strength? They approached the window and unceremoniously hurled the woman's body out. After completing this grim task, the 2 young men appeared quite fatigued. Old Gio, do you have any cigarettes left? Hand me one. Damn it. Your craving is insatiable. You'll smoke yourself to death eventually. Old Gio cursed, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself before tossing another over. I've had this smoking habit for over a decade, and despite my fitness efforts, I never quit. Now that the apocalypse is upon us, if I die from smoking, at least it would be preferable to becoming one of those zombies. Third brother caught the cigarette, ignited it with old Gio's lighter, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke, involuntarily squinting in enjoyment as nicotine stimulated his brain, leaving him somewhat dazed. For a seasoned smoker, this sensation was truly exquisite. Old Gio chuckled. I would rather perish atop a woman. Before the end, I had to spend money each time. Now, it's splendid, play as I wish. And if I die, I can simply be discarded. This existence is more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Is this all you aspire to? Third brother retorted with irritation. What sort of misfits have you been consorting with these days? I used to engage with far superior companions. Yet, old Jiu remained unfazed, grinning. I heard that Zhang Jinwei and the others ventured to that villa area where the commercial goddess Lu Qingxue resides. Do you think they might return with her? What? You wish to pursue her? Third brother exhaled a smoke ring, responding rather tersely, you should abandon that thought immediately. A woman like Lu Qingxue is beyond our reach. Even if they do bring her back, she would belong to the higher-ups. Don't say I didn't warn you. While the boss may be accommodating in many respects, he is unyielding when it comes to women. Unless they grow weary of her, it's best you refrain from any advances. Otherwise, no one will be able to rescue you. With that, third brother took a deep drag and extinguished the cigarette, but beneath his heel. Got it, third brother. Where did these mosquitoes come from? Just as old Joe nodded, he felt a sharp sting on his neck. Raising his hand to swat it, he found nothing. Only a sense of dizziness washing over him. Third brother, about to laugh, suddenly felt a prickling pain on his back. I've been bitten too, given this cursed weather. It's no surprise there are mosquitoes. Let us head back quickly. The two individuals paid little heed to the matter at hand and swiftly returned to the restaurant. At that moment, they remained oblivious to the dark, glossy ants, as well as the mosquitoes and flies, quietly trailing behind them through the air conditioning ducts into the restaurant. Chapter 61. You have already paved your path to destruction. This Blood Wolf base is truly devoid of any virtuous souls. As Lin Yuan observed the return of Brother San and Lao Jiu to the restaurant, he diverted his gaze. Initially, he had not intended to act so hastily. However, their prior conversation compelled him to reconsider. Since they dared to harbor ill intentions towards Lu Qingxue, their existence had become unnecessary. What was that saying again? You have already paved your path to destruction. Lin Yuan was quite the patriarch, exhibiting a formidable possessiveness. In this world, with strength, one could act as they pleased. If Lin Yuan possessed superhuman abilities, he would not aspire to be a hero. Rather, he would be more patriotic than even the most devoted citizens. Otherwise, he would not have set foot in this Bloodwolf base today. Upon their return, Brother San and Lao Jiao encountered several base members dining. Brother San has returned. Haha. Lao Jiao, you look a bit pale. It's just been a night of fun. You need to replenish. Get lost. You're the one who should replenish. I merely had a poor night's rest. Alright. Since you didn't sleep well, make sure you stay awake during the live stream later. You're so chatty, just leave. After some playful banter, Brother San and Lao Jiao prepared to take a shower and change clothes, as they needed to present themselves well for the upcoming gym livestream. In recent days, their base had attracted several groups of survivors through this method. Zhang Jinhui was one such individual who had joined them. Of course, survivors with capabilities like Zhang Jinhui were still a rarity. The majority of newcomers were merely the elderly, women, and children. Nevertheless, the leader of their base remained indifferent. They welcomed all who arrived, taking in as many as possible. The Bloodwolf base currently lacked for resources, and their combat strength was beyond reproach. Despite having only around 30 members, these individuals were either fitness enthusiasts or boxing and martial arts instructors. To say the least, any one of them could handle 5 or 6 zombies without difficulty. Frankly speaking, their base, with its 30-odd members, would not flinch in the face of over 100 zombies. If they were armed, their ferocity would only increase. However, they were in need of individuals for menial tasks, laundry, cooking, and especially women who could alleviate their stress. As for whether an influx of survivors would burden the base, such a concern was utterly unwarranted. If there were too many, a few could simply be eliminated. In recent days, the number of lives taken by their hands had already surpassed 300. In this vast gymnasium, the pre-apocalyptic foot traffic had been quite alarming. Yet now, only the members of the Bloodwolf base remained alive, comfortably enjoying all the amenities the gymnasium had to offer. Do you wonder how they achieved this? The Mosquito Squad, having undergone several days of development, has significantly strengthened compared to its initial state, with the virulence of the zombie virus it carries also heightened. During this period, these mosquitoes have transformed into bloodsuckers, voraciously feasting on the blood of the zombies, to the point where one could say they are practically submerged in the sanguine fluid of the undead. This implies that being bitten by them accelerates the infection into zombification. By how much, you ask? From the moment Sangu and Lao Jiao were bitten until they conversed with the base members, the entire process took merely over 40 seconds. After parting ways with those members, Sangu and Lao Jiao had only taken a few steps when they sensed something was amiss. Sangu, why does it feel like the bite on my neck is becoming increasingly itchy and painful? I feel the same way. They scratched at the bite marks. Yet instead of alleviating the itch, the pain intensified. They even felt a cloudiness creeping into their minds. Lao Jiao, you. Sangu lifted his shirt, hoping Lao Jiao could examine him, only to reveal a look of terror on his face. Lao Jiao's complexion, already pale, had now turned a ghastly green, with veins bulging like writhing worms, an eerie sight indeed. His once dark pupils had transformed into a ghostly gray, moving erratically, while he spewed forth thick, foul-smelling black blood. Sangu, I feel so unwell. Lao Jiao seemed oblivious to his transformation. His voice became hoarse, speaking in broken fragments as black blood poured from his mouth. Damn it. When did you get infected with the virus, you bastard? You're trying to kill me. As Lao Jiao lunged toward him, Sangu swiftly kicked him to the ground, shouting simultaneously, brothers, come quickly. The few base members, previously engrossed in their meal, rushed over upon hearing Sanji's voice. Sangu, what is happening? Oh no. How did Lao Jiao become a zombie? When did he get infected? That damn thing wanted to kill us all without saying a word. If it weren't for Sangu, we would all be in danger. Stop the chatter. Let us take down Lao Jiao first. Seeing Lao Jiao, now fully transformed into a zombie, lying on the ground, the base members were taken aback and without hesitation grabbed their steel pipes, short axes, and daggers, charging forward without a moment's doubt. In the face of life and death, all notions of camaraderie are rendered meaningless. Decisions are made swiftly. If he doesn't die, it will be them who perish. In mere seconds, Lao Jiao met his end. His head severed cleanly from his body, leaving him cold in an instant. Damn it, that gave me quite a scare. The group exhaled in relief. Yet they remained blissfully unaware that Sangu, who had been the loudest just moments ago, had unknowingly transformed. His pupils had completely turned gray, his complexion darkened, veins protruding, and his expression twisted in a grotesque manner. Thank goodness for Sangu's warning. A young man turned around, smiling, only to be met with an abrupt and brutal attack from Brother San, who sank his teeth into the young man's nose, eliciting a piercing scream. This sudden turn of events startled the other members. What in the world did these two scoundrels do? They've both been infected. What will we do now that Dongzi has been bitten? Are you out of your mind? What do you mean? What to do? Let us take them all down. Dongzi, don't blame me. You've been bitten. There's no saving you. Upon hearing these words, Dongzi's face became blank, but soon it was overtaken by a surge of intense fury. You bunch of bastards. If I'm going to die, you won't live either. I'll take someone down with me. With a forceful kick, Dongzi sent Brother Sin sprawling, then lunged at the remaining members. Trained in combat sports, he had won several heavyweight titles before the apocalypse. While these individuals merely engaged in fitness training, although they were physically imposing, they lacked the reflexes and speed to match him. The members were utterly unprepared for Dongzi's sudden madness and failed to evade him, swiftly being knocked to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Dongzi's sharpened nails tore into the arms of two members, while his teeth sank into the shoulder of another, drawing blood. Chapter 62. Did he truly resolve this blood wolf base with just two minuscule mosquitoes? Dongzi, you bastard. Realizing their imminent infection, the remaining two members' eyes turned red with panic as they scrambled to escape. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? You'll die alongside me. Dongzi laughed maniacally, glancing at the fleeing pair with no intention of pursuing them. There was no need. Just as those two had barely made it a few steps away, the fully zombified Brother Sin pounced upon them, knocking them to the ground. These two were shot putters, impressively large in stature, yet size did not equate to courage. Overwhelmed by panic, they were left dazed upon being tackled by Brother Sin. In an instant, their fates were sealed. With his teeth stained with dark blood, Brother Sin savagely tore into the throat of one young man, ripping away a substantial chunk of flesh as blood gushed forth like a raging torrent. The other young man let out a harrowing scream as the flesh on half his face was shredded. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere 2 minutes. All of them were infected. Dongzi, you wretched scoundrel, may you meet a miserable end. Despair washed over the remaining members. What good is it to talk about this now? Brother Qian, we've all been infected and will soon turn into zombies. I won't die alone, nor will you. Dongzi's eyes had turned a ghostly white, and dark blood flowed incessantly from his mouth. He was on the brink of complete transformation. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. If I'm going to die, I'll take others down with me. I've had enough of this in recent days. Yes, transform them into zombies. Ha ha ha. Women are theirs. Discarded only after they grow weary of them. I shall eliminate them all. Kill, kill, kill. Ha ha. Observing the 7 members stumble and rush towards the dining area, Lin Yuan leisurely followed behind with a few mosquitoes in tow. He initially believed that the duo, the third brother and old 9, would not cause much trouble. After all, there were only 2 of them. Even if they turned into zombies, how much of a threat could they pose? Given the combat prowess of the members in this base, dealing with them should be a matter of mere moments. Who would have thought that the unfolding events would be so dramatic? Old 9, bitten at the nape of his neck, transformed at an alarming rate. He was the first to become cannon fodder, drawing fire. While the third brother morphed into a zombie assassin and retaliated against one of the members, notably the strongest among them. This shattered the equilibrium. Unwilling to be mere fodder, Dongzi surged with rage, swiftly taking down 3, while the remaining 2 were taken away by the resurrected third brother. The excitement of this spectacle surpassed that of any film. This base housed only a little over 30 individuals, excluding Zhang Jinhui and the others. Perhaps only 20 remained. Now, with Dongzi's 8 eliminated, it meant that merely a handful of individuals were left in the base. Lin Yuan was astounded. Had he truly resolved the Blood Wolf base with just 2 mosquitoes? Could it be this effortless? Certainly, it could not be so simple. There were others in the base who trained in combat sports, not just Dongzi. Moreover, in terms of strength, Dongzi did not rank highly. Otherwise, he would have already taken over and become the leader of the base, rather than serving as a subordinate. Awaiting the moment he would be discarded. On the 5th floor, in the gymnasium, several young men clad in tank tops, showcasing their muscular physiques, were scattered in groups of 3 or 5. They either sat or stood, wielding fitness equipment, perspiring profusely as they trained. They were warming up. A live broadcast was about to commence, and they needed to prepare in advance to showcase their best selves. This was the demand of their leader. Zhou Wu hastily approached Chen Liang, head bowed, his face betraying his anxiety. What's wrong? Still unable to reach them? Chen Liang was the leader of the Blood Wolf base. At 35 years of age and standing at 6 feet tall with a bronzed physique, paired with his razor-sharp crew cut, he exuded the aura of a true gangster. In reality, he was indeed a thug. He had trained in boxing, kickboxing, and jiu-jitsu since childhood. After spending 4 years abroad fighting, he ended up in prison for 6 years after a bout resulted in a fatality. Upon his release, he was nearly 30, yet the advancements of the times rendered him out of touch, leading him to opt for the most lucrative path, robbery, embracing the life of a bandit. After a few successful heists, he began to revel in the pleasures of life. With the money acquired from robbery, coupled with his remarkable strength and some acquaintances made during his time in prison, he enjoyed a few years of leisure. Half a month ago, he returned to his homeland. No matter how comfortable life may be abroad, it cannot compare to the safety of home. After all, Firearms are difficult for ordinary people to access domestically. Unlike in foreign lands where everyone seems to carry a weapon, even a homeless person on the street, despite having no money, might possess a gun. As long as firearms are absent, with his skills, no one could pose a threat to him. However, mere weeks after his return, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. With his prowess, even in an apocalyptic scenario, he could continue to thrive. The only vexation he felt was that his subordinates were utterly incompetent, incapable of handling even the simplest tasks. For instance, he had been trying to reach them since last night, yet had been unable to establish contact. They must have encountered some trouble. Zhou Wu was drenched in sweat, too fearful to lift his head. This mission was his responsibility. He had been monitoring it since last night, and initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but suddenly communication was lost, not only with his team, but also with Zhang Jinwei, someone he regarded as quite capable. In the morning, Chun Liang was still regaining his energy when he learned of the situation, and in a fit of rage, he crushed the woman's neck, delivering a terse ultimatum. If they could not be retrieved, Zhou Wu would be tasked with clearing the zombies around the square, starting tomorrow. The project to secure Times Square had already been underway for 3 days. However, as Lin Yuan had stated, the scale of the operation was immense, and their limited personnel were utterly insufficient, especially with the substantial horde of zombies nearby. After losing over 200 survivors, Chun Liang finally resolved to alter the plan, prioritizing the elimination of the surrounding zombies. Yet, the same lament rang true. There simply weren't enough hands. The firepower was critically lacking. After merely a day's effort, all the survivors they had gathered perished, forcing yet another postponement of the plan. However, judging by Chun Liang's words that morning, it was evident that he had not abandoned these 2 initiatives. But what difference did that make if it was tantamount to a death sentence? Chapter 63. He found himself oddly fond of this apocalyptic world. Boss, this was indeed my oversight, but please grant me another chance. I assure you I will rectify this matter, and such blunders will not reoccur, Zhou Wu implored, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had fought hard to survive in this apocalypse, and now, with his exceptional management skills, he had firmly established himself within the Blood Wolf base. No longer did he have to live in constant fear of being discovered by zombies in the dead of night, nor worry about food shortages. In fact, every day brought a plethora of women to indulge in as he pleased. Before the apocalypse, he would not have dared to even dream of such a life. He did not want to die, for he could not bear to relinquish this existence. Zhou Wu, your management skills are commendable. I have always held you in high regard. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted you with so many responsibilities within the base. However, this time, you have truly disappointed me. Chun Liang's tone was casual, as though he were entirely unconcerned, not even bothering to lift his gaze, instead focusing intently on the 2 dumbbells he held. Each dumbbell weighed 100 kilograms, totaling 200 kilograms, an amount far beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Yet, in Chun Liang's hands, it seemed utterly trivial, devoid of any weight. Gulp. Zhou Wu instinctively swallowed, gaining a clearer understanding of Chun Liang's formidable strength. Before 8 o'clock tonight, Zhou Wu gritted his teeth, resolute that regardless of whether they were dead or alive, he would provide the leader with an explanation. An explanation? How do you intend to explain? Chun Liang set down the dumbbells, exhaling as he lifted his gaze. He did not look at Zhou Wu, but rather at his own arms and muscles, a faint smile gracing his fierce countenance. He felt quite satisfied with the results of his training. His strength had indeed amplified. 2 days prior, he sensed a peculiar change within his body. This sensation was strange. He felt a significant enhancement in his stamina and strength, seemingly more than doubling compared to his former self. Initially, he suspected a problem with his body, but after 2 days of intense workouts at the gym, he had come to a definitive conclusion. His body seemed to have evolved. Stamina doubled. Strength doubled. Although this notion might sound absurd, he genuinely felt himself growing stronger. Moreover, this enhancement continued to persist as he diligently trained. In other words, his evolution had not yet reached its conclusion. He could become even stronger. This morning, the reason he had crushed that woman's neck was due to his inability to fully control this newfound strength. After conversing with Zhou Wu, he returned to the gym for another session. After 3 continuous hours of exercise, he not only became fully acquainted with his augmented power, but also experienced a slight increase in both his strength and stamina. Although the enhancement was subtle, he was acutely aware of it. Suddenly, he found himself developing an affinity for this apocalyptic world. If they betrayed the base, I would personally eliminate them. Should they perish, I would lead all future missions to scavenge for supplies. Upon finishing this declaration, Zhou Wu lowered his head deeply. Leader, please grant me another opportunity. Although personally leading missions is perilous, it is undeniably safer than venturing out to exterminate zombies. Furthermore, he had no other options left. I hope you will not disappoint me again. Chun Liang waved his hand dismissively. He was in an exceptionally good mood and was entirely unconcerned about the matter. After all, losing a few subordinates was hardly of any consequence to him. Moreover, Zhou Wu's proposed explanation conveniently addressed the issue at hand. Regardless, as they are destined to venture out in search of supplies, the loss of a few individuals can easily be compensated by the addition of new ones. It matters not who undertakes the mission. Of course, this sentiment arises from his current good mood. Had it been earlier in the day, he would have dismissed Zhou Wu with a mere flick of his hand. What a worthless entity, thinking he could negotiate with me. Thank you, boss, Zhou Wu exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. He was alive. He would not meet his end today. Truth be told, he was not lacking in strength. Standing at 6 feet tall and having trained in free combat for 8 years, he was certainly more formidable than the average person, even if he wasn't exceptionally skilled. When Zhang Jinhui first joined the base, they had sparred, and he had nearly broken that man's neck with a single strike. Yet, facing Chen Liang, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Just moments ago, he sensed that uttering a single wrong word could result in Chen Liang wielding those 200-kilogram dumbbells to end him. Fortunately, he had survived. The time had come to prepare for the live broadcast. Chen Liang stood up, intending to take a shower, but paused after taking a few steps. He needed to ensure that this broadcast attracted more women. Once it concluded, the women in the base could fend for themselves. Yes, I will remind them of this. Zhou Wu nodded eagerly, understanding that Chen Liang had little interest in the women at the base anymore. Brothers, get ready. Zhou Wu soon gathered the dozen or so members participating in the broadcast. The boss just mentioned that after today's live mission, the women in the base would be available for everyone to enjoy as they pleased. Upon hearing Zhou Wu's words, the members' eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us get to work. With Zhou Wu's command, the live broadcast from Bloodwolf Base commenced. Instantly, the gym was filled with an atmosphere of merriment and joy, entirely devoid of any hint of an apocalyptic scenario. The members showcased their physiques and muscles in a grand display, resembling a bodybuilding competition. Wow, is this truly not a pre-apocalypse recording? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in a day and a night. And I envy them for having such energy to work out. I wish I could go to Bloodwolf Base. Do they have boxing coaches? And free combat instructors? What an incredible sense of security. Can someone please share the address of Bloodwolf Base? I want to go. Plus, it's not far from my home. I just checked the map. It's only 4 kilometers away. Hey, why don't you hurry up and seek refuge there? Outside, the streets are crawling with zombies. My husband went out yesterday to scavenge for food and has already been infected. Now, I am all alone in the house, too afraid to venture out, let alone seek refuge. Wait, are you the flight attendant from our neighborhood? I saw you when your husband was infected yesterday. I wanted to help, but there were too many zombies. I was also hiding at home alone. However, I do have some supplies. Which building do you live in? I can bring you some provisions. Upstairs. I have no intention of exposing you. Flight attendant, do not be deceived. That individual is not to be trusted. Flight attendant? Zhou Wu's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. Miss, what is your address? Our base is heading out tonight to search for supplies. If you wish to join our Bloodwolf base, we can come to fetch you. Chapter 64. You find her enticing, and she is aware of your intentions. At this moment, they remained entirely oblivious to the fact that the corners of the nearby gym equipment were teeming with ants, each as large as a broad bean and entirely black, stealthily closing in. Lin Yuan had just shifted his perspective when he heard Zhou Wu addressing the flight attendant. Is he treating people like fools? Which sane person would believe that? Yet, in the next moment, Lin Yuan was astonished to hear the flight attendant readily agree, revealing her detailed address and even arranging a specific time with Zhou Wu. This turn of events left Lin Yuan utterly baffled. Is the flight attendant truly of such low intellect? Wait. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Lin Yuan. He sensed he might have stumbled upon a revelation. Could it be that the flight attendant was acting intentionally? The thought was so remarkable that he couldn't help but marvel. What a clever tactic. Elite hunters often manifest in the guise of their prey. It is no wonder she is a flight attendant. Her level of cunning is truly impressive. In contrast, Zhou Wu appeared rather foolish. What was the purpose of their live stream? It aimed to attract survivors to their side, allowing them to effortlessly acquire the supplies and a plethora of expendable labor. Yet, with just a few words from the flight attendant, the situation had flipped entirely. There was no need to venture outside, confront zombies, or fearfully journey over. She could simply await their arrival in the safety of her home. What a relief that must be. Moreover, Lin Yuan even questioned whether the earlier comment that revealed the flight attendant's identity and suggested sending warmth her way was, in fact, posted by the flight attendant herself. The most critical point is this. If her actions were merely to avoid danger, deliberately enticing the Bloodwolf base to come and retrieve her, then Zhou Wu's foolishness becomes irrelevant. You desire her, and she is cognizant of your intentions. One is willing to engage, while the other is willing to submit. However, who can be certain that she is truly a flight attendant? Is it merely based on a few comments? Without evidence, there is no truth. What if the counterpart comprises a group of burly men? The imagery would undoubtedly be amusing. Do not be misled into thinking that with the apocalypse upon us, all survivors are in a desperate struggle for existence. Regardless of the circumstances, capable individuals are never in short supply. Chun Liang is a prime example. You may believe you have ensnared her, yet little do you realize. She is already laughing at your bait. The flight attendant's presence has elevated the live stream's popularity. Numerous single women, inspired by the flight attendant, began to share their addresses, hoping for the Blood Wolf base to send someone to collect them. This unexpected turn of events thrilled Zhou Wu. Though it is impossible for him to comply with every request, there are still numerous nearby options available. A mere glance reveals a dozen or so, all of commendable quality. At last, he can satisfy his superior. His forthcoming days will undoubtedly be much more bearable. After completing a few tasks, he can approach Chun Liang with kind words. And perhaps he might secure a permanent position at the base, avoiding the need to venture out on missions. At this moment, the individuals engrossed in their vibrant live broadcast remain utterly oblivious. In the corridor outside the gym, a dozen or more individuals, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions and blackened blood oozing from their mouths, have been drawn in by the commotion of the broadcast. In room 704, by the balcony, these creatures have finally descended. Lin Yuan seized a chilled cola beside him and took a hearty gulp, the icy sensation coursing down his throat, refreshing his entire being. A cold smile graced his face. Initially, Lin Yuan intended to follow Dongzi and the others, aiming to locate the base members directly. After all, the gymnasium building is vast, and he lacked the motivation to search extensively. However, their rate of mutation was rather surprising to him. Just as they exited the cafeteria, they all transformed into zombies. Previously, they had been clamoring to turn the remaining members of the base into zombies as well, dragging them down into the abyss, but now they had become zombies themselves. Mere shells of their former selves. The entire 6th floor is extraordinarily large. Moreover, since the base members were all on the 5th floor preparing for the broadcast, there was little noise to guide Dongzi and his companions, causing them to wander aimlessly on the 6th floor. Lin Yuan no longer held any expectations for them. Fortunately, his Ant Squad and Mosquito Squad proved quite resourceful, discovering the Blood Wolf base members in the gym on the 5th floor, as well as the women who had been treated as playthings in the yoga center upstairs. Indeed, there were quite a few, over 20, each one living quite comfortably. Some grooming themselves, others relishing nutritious meals, and still others humming cheerful tunes while trying on various alluring outfits. They had accepted their current situation. In fact, they seemed to relish and enjoy this lifestyle. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of survival. There is nothing more to say. Lin Yuan merely took a glance before switching perspectives to the gym on the 5th floor. Then, he awaited the unfolding drama. Why does a cat, having caught a mouse, refrain from consuming it immediately, opting instead to toy with it until the mouse is nearly lifeless before finally devouring it? Some say this is the nature of cats. Lin Yuan, however, believes it is the cat reveling in the experience. He too is currently savoring this process. Creak. The glass doors of the gym were silently pushed open by the Ant Squad. Goodness. Streamers, look behind you. Zombies. There are actually zombies in this Blood Wolf base. My word, these zombies are terrifying. It's over. This Blood Wolf base is finished. What? As they watched the live stream, the barrage of comments suddenly erupted, leaving Zhou Wu and the members of the base in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Were there zombies in the base? How could that possibly be? A roar suddenly shattered the air around them. Their expressions changed instantaneously, and they turned to see a horde of zombies, their faces contorted with rage, rushing towards them. Leading the charge were 7 zombies, including Dongzi and Sange. The remaining zombies were the survivors who had been cooking and assisting on the 6th floor. They had been hiding but had succumbed to infection and followed suit. Help me please. The harrowing cries echoed as 2 unfortunate base members, closest to the gym's entrance, became prime targets for the zombie assassin Sange and the rampaging Dongzi. They were bitten on the neck, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Damn it. Zhou Wu reacted swiftly, grabbing a nearby baseball bat and charging ahead. With a resounding thud, he swung the bat and obliterated Sanji's head. The impact akin to that of a watermelon bursting, blackened blood splattering across the ground. The assassin Sange was dispatched in an instant. Chapter 65, Little Brother. In this world, strength matters. Being able to fight is meaningless. What the hell? How could it be Dongzi and the others? What on earth is going on? Weren't they all at the base today? How could they all be infected? Who was on duty today? Did the zombies breach the defenses? Damn it. I just shared a smoke with Brother Qian. Enough with the chatter. They have all turned into zombies. What are we still talking about? Have you forgotten what the boss said? Damn it. We need to take care of them first. Zhou Wu's quick thinking was matched by the rapid responses of the other base members. Even though they recognized the zombies as former comrades, they hesitated not for a moment. They seized their weapons and charged forth. Zombies must be exterminated, no matter who they were. Even if they were family, once infected, mercy was not an option. Eliminate them all. This was the decree announced by their leader, Chen Liang, upon their joining the base, a rule that all members were bound to follow. For only by killing them could one avoid infection and prevent becoming a zombie. In Lehigh City, the Blood Wolf base held a certain reputation. After all, this was merely the early days of the apocalypse, just the fourth day, and most survivors were still hiding, struggling to survive. Although there were many so-called survivor teams banding together, their combat capabilities were generally lacking, unable to withstand the onslaught of the undead, and they remained in a constant struggle for survival. The existence of survivor bases was exceedingly rare. The Blood Wolf base, however, not only possessed formidable combat strength, but also maintained self-sufficiency, effectively organized rescues, and welcomed survivors into their fold. Their frequent video broadcasts and live streams naturally garnered widespread attention. Each live session attracted a multitude of viewers from among the survivors, drawing the notice of the authorities as well. In the most desperate of circumstances, hope is an absolute necessity. Only a ray of light can illuminate their path, granting them the courage to persevere. Evidently, the Blood Wolf base has become a beacon of hope for many survivors. During the previous livestream, the arrival of the flight attendant had already generated considerable excitement. And now this sudden turn of events has ignited the broadcast, elevating its intensity to unprecedented levels. Goodness, that Zhou Wu is truly remarkable. He obliterated the zombie's head with a single blow. These muscular gentlemen are equally formidable, exuding an undeniable sense of security. It is no wonder the Blood Wolf base dares to livestream. Each member possesses such extraordinary combat prowess that I long to join their ranks. I had initially thought the Blood Wolf base was doomed, but my short-sightedness is evident. These zombies are merely fodder for them to annihilate. I can't help but wonder, from where do these zombies originate? What does it matter how strong they are? The sheer number of zombies infiltrating the base without anyone noticing is akin to having zero defenses. I will assert this. The Blood Wolf base is destined to face ruin today. To the doomsayer upstairs, I share your sentiments. Nonsense. The members of the Blood Wolf base are so capable that no matter how many zombies there are, they can handle them. How could they possibly be doomed? On the livestream screen, the already dense barrage of comments surged dramatically. Each new message was swiftly pushed up, rendering the content indecipherable. Originally, some survivors watching the stream were engaged in lively debate, but upon witnessing the overwhelming influx of comments, they ceased their quarrels and focused intently on the members of the Blood Wolf base as they dispatched zombies. After all, such a spectacle is a rarity in these times. Since the apocalypse began, everyone has struggled to survive. When encountering zombies, the instinct is to evade or flee. If escape is impossible, one can only become sustenance for the undead. Scenes of brutally smashing zombies are nearly non-existent. Many eyes were fixated on Zhou Wu. Although he appeared timid and fearful in the presence of Chen Liang, he transformed into a fierce warrior when faced with zombies. His method of dispatching zombies was relentless. Swinging his bat with the grace of a baseball player, and his training in mixed martial arts imbued his movements with both flair and explosive power. Most crucially, his speed was astonishing. As 3 zombies lunged at him, he deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a swift swing of his metal bat. Thud, thud, thud. It was as if 3 ripe watermelons had been effortlessly smashed. This scene sent the livestream comments into a frenzy once more. Incredible. One swing, and he took down 3 zombies. Such overwhelming combat prowess. In the blink of an eye, a dozen zombies have nearly been dispatched. Is the crisis truly over? How I wish I could fly. I yearn to join the Blood Wolf base immediately. I crave this sense of security. Wait for me. I am not far from the Blood Wolf base. I will rush down and head over right away. I must join this incredible faction. Bro, I recognize your username. We live in the same neighborhood. Hold on for me. Let us go together. The upheaval arrived suddenly, yet the skirmish concluded swiftly. The entire affair lasted just over a minute, as only a handful of ordinary survivors had transformed into zombies. The dozen or so members of the base surged forward in a frenzy. Zhou Wu, feeling nonchalant, stepped back a couple of paces, relinquishing the opportunity to perform in front of the live stream to them. Little brother, you certainly possess a knack for combat. Observing Zhou Wu retreat to the side and leisurely light a cigarette, Lin Yuan chuckled. However, in this line of work, prowess is paramount. Mere ability is of little consequence. Is it? At that moment, a fly discreetly zipped past. Damn it, where did that fly come from? Just as Zhou Wu was blissfully exhaling a puff of smoke, he felt a slight itch in his ear. Scratching it, he noticed the fly darting away and muttered a curse, dismissing it without further thought. Glancing at the dense barrage of comments on the live stream, his previously grim expression finally improved somewhat. Although he was oblivious to how Dongzi and the others had become infected, today's incident had ultimately been resolved. Moreover, it had been addressed live. The impact was indeed remarkable, surpassing their efforts over several days. Despite the loss of some personnel from the base, it mattered little. With the success of today's broadcast, new members would soon join, and their numbers would only increase. As for the leader's reprimands, they were of no concern to him. Today was not his duty, so he could not be blamed. Besides, he had dealt with half of the zombies himself, earning far more credit than the others. Furthermore, during the live stream, he had selected several high-quality women for the leader. Perhaps this would placate him, allowing the incident with Zhang Jinhua and Megan to be brushed aside. He might even be spared from future missions to gather supplies. Contemplating this, a smirk of pride appeared on his face. Indeed, destiny seemed to be favoring him. Wait. Isn't it said that a fly's bite is imperceptible? Why does my ear hurt so much? Chapter 66. Since they are infected, eliminate them all. Do I really need to teach you this? Normally, a fly's sting goes unnoticed, but the squad of flies nurtured by Lin Yuan was an entirely different matter. Zhou Wu remained blissfully unaware that he was in grave danger. He merely felt a sharp pain in his ear, akin to a needle piercing inward. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he intended to seek assistance, but just then, a frantic cry for help echoed from the corridor outside the gym. Ah, help! Zombies have appeared upstairs. Quick, come save us. He looked up to see the 20 or so women from upstairs. A robust young male zombie was pursuing them with a roar, although his size hindered his speed. Damn, is it not over yet? Zhou Wu cursed, disregarding the increasing pain in his ear as he grabbed a baseball bat, ready to confront the zombie. However, the next moment, upon seeing those 20 women, his expression darkened instantly. Each one bore wounds. They had been infected. That zombie looks rather familiar. Lin Yuan was taken aback upon recognizing the young male zombie. This scene unfolds in a restaurant, where one of the two individuals engaged in shot put has now succumbed to a zombie transformation. Young lad, you've turned into a zombie yet still ponder over women? The extent of your prior exploitation must have been immense. If this young man had not transformed into a zombie, he would surely feel wronged. For Lin Yuan had misjudged him. Initially, he had been following Dongzi and the others, intending to rally them for support. But his robust physique rendered him unable to keep pace with the others. By the time Dongzi and the group heard the commotion emanating from the 5th-floor gym and rushed down, he had already fallen behind. Subsequently, he was drawn by the sounds of women from above. Logically, although he was a zombie, being alone against 20 courageous women would have led to his swift demise. However, upon reaching the upper floor, the women were too preoccupied with their terrified screams to mount an attack, and several even fell victim to his grasp. Ignoring the danger, they fled downward, with him relentlessly pursuing them. Thus, he chased them all the way to the 5th-floor gym. At that moment, the swarm of women had surged into the gym, and the young man followed suit. Suddenly, a robust young man wielding an axe struck down, cleaving the shot putter's head in two, leading to his instant demise. Ah, he is dead. He is dead. Oh my god, I'm terrified. The sight of the shot putter's head split open, brains and blood spilling onto the floor, some even splattering onto the women, sent them into a frenzy of screams. Shut up, all of you. Zhou Wu bellowed with a grim expression. The women immediately covered their mouths in fear. Brother Wu, they cannot be allowed to stay. The young man who had delivered the fatal blow approached, frowning as he spoke. Not only he, but the other members also drew near, their eyes keen. They could see that these women had been infected, just as Zhou Wu had discerned. While it was regrettable that they had yet to engage with these women, rules were rules. Yang Kai, what do you mean by they cannot stay? One of the women retorted defiantly. You bastards, we've all been with your leader. He assured us that as long as we obeyed, our safety would be guaranteed. Are you now disregarding your leader's words? Exactly. We are all your leader's women. Though the young man's voice was low, the proximity allowed the women to hear him clearly, igniting their indignation. Before Zhou Wu could respond, they erupted in protest. His expression darkened further, and just as he was about to speak, a firm set of footsteps echoed from the depths of the gym, approaching from the direction of the bathroom. What is all this commotion? Chun Liang, clad in a tank top that showcased his bronze muscles, strode forward with purpose. His imposing physique, coupled with a towering height of nearly 2 meters, exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation, particularly accentuated by his fierce demeanor that seemed impossible to conceal. A mere glance at him could instill dread in the hearts of many. Boss, Zhou Wu and the others hurriedly approached. In contrast, the 20 or so women stood pale-faced, rendered speechless by their fear of Chun Liang, terrified both in bed and out of it. What transpired? Chun Liang cast his gaze upon the scattered corpses of a dozen zombies on the ground. While he had heard commotion outside during his time in the bathroom, he had paid it no heed until just moments ago when he emerged from his shower. His eyes shifted towards the women, and upon noticing their injuries, his expression turned icy and formidable. Boss, Dongzi and the others were all infected and transformed into zombies. We just dealt with them, and then these women showed up, all bearing wounds likely inflicted by the pursuing zombies. Zhou Wu relayed the earlier events at a rapid pace. If they are infected, then eliminate them all. Do I need to instruct you on such trivial matters? I step away for but a moment to bathe, and this chaos ensues. My subordinates are truly useless. Chun Liang's countenance grew more severe, his ruthless aura sending chills down spines. I understand. Zhou Wu, visibly shaken, nodded quickly and then led the group of base members towards the women. Even the dimmest among them realized the gravity of the situation. Chun Liang, you praised my skills yesterday, said you would treat me well. One woman began, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Wu struck her down, splattering blood everywhere. Several women nearby were drenched in the crimson spray, their already frayed nerves completely unraveling. Ah, don't kill me. I will be obedient. I can help you lure more women. Please, spare my life. Another pleaded. When you lured us to your base, you promised safety. Yet you sent my husband to his death. You said if I slept with you, I would be safe. Liars. All of you are liars. The Blood Wolf base is a den of deceit. May you meet a terrible fate. The slaughter had commenced. The survivors watching the entire scene unfold were utterly incensed. Chapter 67. What difference does it make if the vocal cords are left at home? Heavens, their heads were cleaved open. Incredible. They truly killed them all. Who is this boss? We've never seen him in previous videos or streams. Are you not focusing on the right details? The information they just revealed is substantial. They lured the survivors here, seizing their supplies, forcing men into servitude, while keeping the beautiful women for themselves. Once they grew weary of them, they would either kill them or hand them over to their subordinates. The only cost involved was the daily commitment to release videos and maintain live broadcasts. The cost is minimal, yet even the titans of capital must bow and pay their respects. Acknowledging their superior as Big Brother, the Blood Wolf base certainly knows how to play the game. I had long suspected something was amiss with this base, yet no one believed me. In a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, who could be so benevolent? These scoundrels truly deserve to be fed to the zombies. In that moment, the live stream's comments section erupted in a frenzy. Everyone was utterly astonished. How long has this apocalypse lasted? And yet human nature has already descended into such darkness. After all, none among them are fools. Throughout life, who has not witnessed the depths of humanity? However, their prior experiences pale in comparison to the actions of the Blood Wolf base. Those survivors who had once contemplated seeking refuge were now drenched in cold sweat from shock. Although they currently live in dire straits, consumed by fear, the mere act of scrolling through their phones and watching live streams signifies that they still cling to life. When one reaches the brink of despair, where survival itself becomes uncertain, who possesses the energy or inclination for such trivial pursuits? If one can endure, then one should simply wait in peace. After all, official rescue efforts have commenced. While the timeline for their salvation remains uncertain, at least there is hope. After all, it is the authorities we are talking about. How could the Blood Wolf base even begin to compare? What could they possibly offer in contrast? Just the thought of having been deceived, only to face such a grim fate, ignited even greater fury within those survivors who had entertained the notion of allegiance. In an instant, the already dense barrage of comments exploded once more, though this time, the content consisted solely of a sea of asterisks. Yet, even amidst the cascade of stars, with only fleeting glimpses of recognizable words, their wrath was undiminished. There was no alternative. This was their sole outlet for venting their frustrations. Lin Yuan, too, noticed the shift in the live stream's comments, but after a brief glance, he averted his gaze in silence. Such talent. Even in the face of the apocalypse, they resort to keyboard wizardry. The Blood Wolf base dares to act without fear of your scorn. Moreover, the sheer volume of stars in the comments clearly indicates the presence of seasoned trolls, adept in their rapid-fire commentary, yet who can comprehend the content they produce. Even children embroiled in a quarrel grasp the simplest of truths. It is not that I cannot retaliate, but my voice must surely be louder, more resonant. If I cannot out-argue you, at least my presence must command respect, leaving your mind buzzing, an achievement in its own right. Their antics are akin to squabbling in reality, while leaving their vocal cords at home. Those who cannot comprehend simply do not care. This is even less impactful than whispering petty grievances. It is akin to a futile endeavor. In truth, this is precisely the case. Whether it be Zhou Wu engaged in slaughter or Chun Liang, the leader of this base, they both dismiss the commotion without a second glance. They ignore it entirely. The live stream is merely a tool to attract survivors. Now that it has lost its utility, they will simply adopt another method moving forward. What is there to be concerned about? This facade of grandeur seems quite impressive. Lin Yuan cast his gaze towards Chun Liang. Zhou Wu's combat prowess had just been witnessed. Possessing intermediate combat skills, Lin Yuan could easily discern that Zhou Wu practiced free fighting, and his expertise was profound. In terms of both combat experience and technique, he far surpassed mere coaches. Yet, when faced with Chun Liang, Zhou Wu appeared submissive, his demeanor alarmingly low, which was utterly incomprehensible. It seemed that a single Zhou Wu might not suffice. Lin Yuan contemplated presenting a token of respect to Chun Liang. After all, he was the leader of the Blood Wolf base, and this was their first encounter, albeit one-sided, as Chun Liang remained oblivious to Lin Yuan's existence. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan placed great importance on etiquette. Suddenly, a spray of dark crimson blood splattered onto the ground as a young man wielding a fire axe severed the head of a woman who had begun to transform into a zombie. With the last of the women's bodies collapsing to the ground, the members of the base collectively exhaled in relief. Although they had regarded these women with disdain, and the massacre had been remarkably straightforward, the psychological pressure lingered, knowing they were once infected and now transforming into the undead. They were not entirely fearless of zombies. A moment's misstep could spell their demise. With all the threats eliminated, they felt a semblance of safety. However, at that moment, a swarm of mosquitoes descended upon them. Where did these mosquitoes come from? I've been bitten. One exclaimed. Damn, the stench of the zombies' blood has attracted so many. Despite being bitten, they paid little mind, focused solely on disposing of the corpses. Wu Gu, what should we do with these bodies next? Although Chun Liang was the leader, his temper was notorious, and after his recent outburst, the base members dared not provoke him. They looked toward Zhou Wu, only to find him crouched beside a corpse, hands cradling something as he chewed vigorously. This scene left them all bewildered. Wu Gu, did you skip breakfast? Are you hungry now? And is that not Dongzi's body, eating in front of him? What are you trying to do, drive him mad? Zhou Wu. Chun Liang sensed something was amiss, his brow furrowing as he called out in a low voice, yet there was no response. Zhou Wu remained oblivious, continuing to eat with his back turned. Chun Liang's expression darkened. He had fought in the ring, been a notorious thug, and had evaded capture abroad for years. Surviving the apocalypse to this day relied not solely on brute strength, but also on keen vigilance and observation, his greatest assets. Though Zhou Wu was turned away and his current state unseen, Chun Liang was certain that Zhou Wu had undoubtedly been infected, perhaps even transformed into a zombie. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, Zhou Wu would not dare to treat himself thus. Despite his utter bewilderment, just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Zhou Wu had not been captured by the zombies, so how could he be infected? But that is of little consequence. Zhou Wu has already transformed into a zombie. What must be done, I need not instruct you. Chun Liang possessed great confidence in his own abilities. Yet, confidence aside, he would not be foolish enough to act personally. After all, what purpose would his subordinates serve? Chapter 68. Lin Yuan's opportunity to soar. This is indeed an astonishing fortune. What is this? Brother Wu has transformed into a zombie? When did he become infected? The dozen individuals felt as though they had misheard. Were their ears deceiving them? Chun Liang's expression darkened as he bellowed. It was only then that the group regained their composure, still hesitant to believe, yet with their leader stating it so. Who among them would dare to dispute? They tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing to step forward when Zhou Wu, who had been crouched with his back to them, gnawing on something in front of Dongzi, suddenly halted. With an involuntary low growl, Zhou Wu slowly turned to face the crowd. In the pallid hue of his appearance, a hint of silvery eyes glimmered. Dark veins crept from his neck, extending across his face like writhing earthworms, rendering him exceedingly grotesque, with blackish-red blood oozing from his mouth. Remnants of flesh barely swallowed visible within. Had he truly mutated? Look, he has consumed Dongzi's heart. When had Brother Wu been infected? The dozen individuals were taken aback. Lin Yuan was equally startled. Silver eyes? Though that faint silver was quite inconspicuous and easily overlooked, Lin Yuan keenly noted it. Hadn't Zhou Wu just been infected and transformed into a zombie? How could there be a hint of silver in his eyes already? Was it due to his consumption of Dongzi's heart? As this thought emerged, Lin Yuan felt a pang of unease. Could it be? Zombies do not attack their kind merely because they have yet to encounter a suitable target? If that were the case, why had Zhou Wu, upon transforming, not attacked the dozen base members, but rather eagerly devoured Dongzi's heart? Reflecting on the notion that zombies might evolve and gain strength by consuming their kind, Lin Yuan felt a sense of dread. How could they proceed? No, there must be limitations. Otherwise, given the multitude of corpses on the ground, why had Zhou Wu only devoured Dongzi's heart and not even glanced at the other zombie remains? Furthermore, why had the previous zombies not attacked Dongzi and excavated his heart for consumption? Lin Yuan contemplated a possibility. Indeed, zombies could evolve and gain strength by consuming their kind, but three conditions must be met. First, only the heart possesses this effect. Second, the zombie's strength must be sufficiently formidable. Third, the zombie must be utterly lifeless, a true corpse. All three conditions must be fulfilled. Otherwise, it would be of no consequence. This is utterly absurd. Like living corpses, the speed at which the ant squad devours has significantly slowed, although it remains the same nonsense. There appears to be no other possibility. However, this seems to be a fortuitous development for me. If this conjecture holds true, It signifies that following the chaos of the apocalypse's onset, all zombies worldwide will soon enter a phase of rapid evolutionary enhancement. This spells absolute misfortune for the survivors. Yet for Lin Yuan, it presents an opportunity for ascendance. The stronger the zombies become, the greater the points amassed through their consumption. These are indeed promising prospects for growth. Upon realizing this, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his waist no longer ached, his legs ceased to throb, and even the sun's rays upon him transformed into something delightful. Indeed, how many misfortunes can one encounter in life? A shift in perspective reveals that it is all an abundance of fortune. Lin Yuan leisurely continued to watch the spectacle. This grand performance is nearing its climactic conclusion. It has truly mutated. What could possibly have gone awry? Chun Liang fixated on Zhou Wu, his eyes twitching with intensity. His gaze scanning Zhou Wu's form in search of even the slightest wound. If there were a wound, it would confirm that Zhou Wu had inadvertently been injured by a zombie, thus becoming infected. Yet, he would find nothing. Flies differ fundamentally from mosquitoes. While mosquitoes pierce the skin with their proboscis, flies employ a lapping mechanism to feed. In simpler terms, a fly's bite does not affect the pores but rather the epidermis, inflicting damage so minor that it is virtually invisible. Even the keenest eye would find it futile. Under Lin Yuan's guidance, the spot where Zhou Wu was bitten by the fly lies just behind his ear, now marred by darkened veins. Where might one find a wound? Damn it! Could it be that someone has plotted against him? Chun Liang's fists clenched, his expression darkening to the point of near precipitation. His mind swiftly replayed the events of the day within the base. Something is amiss. Far too amiss. It is as if an invisible hand is manipulating everything from the shadows. The adversary seems to possess the ability to infect others unnoticed, rendering any awareness impossible. Does this imply that they could easily obliterate his Bloodwolf base? Yet, they have not done so. Instead, they choose to infect a select group, allowing those infected members to be eliminated, leading everyone to believe the situation has concluded, only to subsequently select another from the remaining individuals for infection, perpetuating chaos. Like a cat playing with a mouse. This thought ignited a fierce glint in Chun Liang's eyes. Damn it! He had roamed abroad for years, witnessing countless spectacles, always in the position of the puppeteer, never the puppet. When had he ever been subjected to such treatment? In that moment, he was truly enraged. Roar! Zhou Wu, now thoroughly transformed into a zombie, had just consumed Dongzi's heart. His pallid eyes, tinged with a faint silver hue, scanned the group of a dozen individuals, ultimately settling on Chun Liang. Chun Liang had begun to evolve, doubling his physical strength and stamina, a fact he had kept secret, never divulging it to anyone. Yet, for the zombies, such matters were not shrouded in secrecy. Their actions were governed by instinct. Zhou Wu, upon his transformation, did not attack humans but instead devoured Dongzi's heart, driven by the instinct that doing so would enhance his evolution, a priority far outweighing any desire to assault the others. Now, the same instinct compelled Zhou Wu to consume Chun Liang's heart in order to continue his evolution. Am I merely a target to you? Chun Liang smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Zhou Wu, you've truly grown audacious. You were once my loyal dog in life, and now, as a zombie, you dare to bare your teeth? With a ferocious roar, Zhou Wu lunged at Chun Liang. His sudden movement caused the expressions of the base members to shift dramatically. How swift! They vividly recalled that in life, Zhou Wu was fast, but this speed was beyond comprehension. Before they could react, Zhou Wu had traversed several meters and stood before Chun Liang. If he had targeted them, they would have been instantaneously obliterated, transformed into a zombie. Yet still a mere waste. Chun Liang's voice rang coldly. Bang! Zhou Wu's head exploded. One punch, instant annihilation. Chapter 69. What is Chun Liang worth in points? The genius homebody. Jiang Qian. In room 704, by the balcony. Goodness, this fellow is certainly no mere passerby, Lin Yuan exclaimed, rising abruptly from his single armchair, his eyes brimming with astonishment as he witnessed Chun Liang effortlessly obliterate Zhou Wu's head with a single punch. Could an ordinary person truly explode a head with a punch? Absolutely not. This was not achieved with a metal baseball bat or a hammer. It was accomplished solely with a fist. Even a world-class boxer would struggle to do so. Do you comprehend the hardness of a human skull? Especially considering that Zhou Wu, after consuming Dongzi's heart, had evolved, making his skull even sturdier than that of an average person. Chun Liang had not even shifted his stance, yet with such a singular punch, he had unleashed a force that undoubtedly surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary individual. This individual has undoubtedly evolved. Lin Yuan pondered one question. How many points would he gain by devouring Chun Liang? Indeed, upon recognizing Chun Liang as an evolved being, Lin Yuan's first thought was not about the strength of Chun Liang, nor the reasons behind his evolution, but rather calculating the value of Chun Liang in points. The ant squad had finally reached a stage where they could savor the finer things. The formidable power of this leader is truly terrifying. The speed of Zhou Wu was astonishing, and yet, with a single punch, he was defeated? This cannot be the capacity of an ordinary human, can it? My goodness. Out of curiosity, I captured an image of this leader's appearance and searched online, only to discover news about him. His name is Chun Liang, a notorious criminal who committed several major robberies abroad and has taken numerous lives. He is a ruthless bandit, wanted internationally for 5 years without capture. And to think he has returned to our country to establish this blood wolf base. Goodness, we are all human. How can he be so formidable? No wonder he is so ferocious. The survivors who watched the live broadcast were equally terrified, and as one of them uncovered Chun Liang's identity. It left everyone gasping in shock. Who could have imagined that the hope they had cherished over these past few days would be tied to such a brutal criminal? It is indeed tragically ironic. At that moment, Chun Liang suddenly turned to face the live broadcast, marking the first time since his appearance that he acknowledged the camera. What could he possibly intend to do? A question mark loomed over everyone's heads. Before they could comprehend, Chun Liang had confidently approached the broadcasting equipment, his gaze, sharp as a blade, drew near the camera, as if they were locked in a face-to-face confrontation. Oh my! The survivors were taken aback, nearly dropping their phones in shock. They are all ordinary people. Who could withstand such an encounter? In an instant, the once bustling barrage of comments on the live stream vanished completely. And then, Chun Liang spoke. You must be watching the live broadcast, right? Hearing Chun Liang's nonsensical words, the survivors, still rattled by his piercing gaze, became even more bewildered. Their mental question marks expanding. When I find myself questioning, it is not I who has the problem, but rather you. To whom was he speaking? Who else is watching the live broadcast? Could this Chun Liang be mentally unstable? In the coastal city of Shanghai, at a 5-star hotel on the top floor. Within a luxurious suite priced at 200,000 for the night, it seems Chun Liang is not entirely foolish. Just out of the shower, Jiang Qian, clad in a white bathrobe, settled comfortably into the plush leather sofa. However, would he respond so easily? My curiosity is piqued. How on earth did he achieve such a feat? It defies logic. To her left lay an open bag of original flavored potato chips, and to her right, several bottles of lime-flavored sparkling water, her favorite snacks. She casually placed the tablet, which she had been holding since leaving the bathroom, on the coffee table. Jiang Qian furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, her captivating eyes unwilling to part from the tablet for even a second. Especially since she had been glued to it while soaking in the bath. Come on, if you respond with even a single word, or merely a punctuation mark, I will pinpoint your location. Gently tucking a few strands of hair that partially obscured her eyes behind her ear, Jiang Qian felt a lingering discomfort. Without hesitation, she retrieved a hair tie from her wrist and casually gathered her still damp long hair into a high ponytail, dismissing it thereafter. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at the tablet before her, a notebook already at hand, seemingly poised for action at any moment. The droplets of water from her hair quickly coalesced, trickling down the strands and dripping from the tips. At that moment, her posture was less than ideal. As she leaned forward, and given her enviable figure, the bathrobe she wore was slightly strained, allowing the droplets to cascade into the abyss below. Yet, she paid no mind to this. She had never considered herself a particularly refined individual. Throughout high school, she dedicated herself entirely to her studies. And upon gaining admission to the prestigious university in Linhai City, she let herself go, transforming into a reclusive homebody, indulging solely in her passions while ignoring everything else. Aware of her striking beauty and commendable physique, she found herself the object of admiration from countless male peers upon entering university, crowned as the campus belle, attracting many suitors. However, she found it all rather tedious. Her true interests lay in reading, archery, computer science, snacks, and the world of anime. She simply wished to devote her time to the things she cherished. At times, she would spend an entire day immersed in the library, or forget to eat in pursuit of computer studies, even enduring calluses on her fingers from archery, the very things that other girls prized, yet she relished every moment. She also felt fortunate for her years of archery practice. Otherwise, she might not have survived to this day. Occasionally, there are advantages to being a homebody, a tech enthusiast. She took pride in her exceptional computer skills, which allowed her to thrive amidst the apocalypse. After taking refuge in the hotel, she hacked into its back-end system, using the noise from the elevator and other disturbances to draw all the zombies in the hotel down to the lower levels. Subsequently, she commandeered the university's broadcasting equipment to divert the horde outside, effectively sealing the hotel's entrance. From that moment on, the entire hotel was hers to command. Chapter 70. What is the use of growing up? It's quite exhausting. Resources within the hotel were limited. Use a little, save a little. Jiang Qian could not remain in the hotel indefinitely. As for official rescue, it was indeed a hope. However, she was not naive enough to believe that Lady Luck would favor her so generously. She was no protagonist. Surviving long enough to reach the hotel and remain secure thus far, she suspected that all the accumulated good fortune of her ancestors had been spent solely on her. Therefore, for the past 2 days, she had been contemplating her next course of action. The Blood Wolf base was something she had stumbled upon while browsing short videos. As a devoted homebody, particularly one enamored with the world of anime, she shared the same immediate aversion to the Blood Wolf base as Lin Yuan and Song Yufei did. Subsequently, she employed her hacking skills to infiltrate the surveillance system of the Dongxing Sports Center. Indeed, it revealed a nefarious nature. While she felt a deep disdain for such scum, she refrained from engaging in any impetuous acts of bravado, recognizing such actions to be futile. She was struggling to ensure her own safety and hardly had the bandwidth to concern herself with others. Furthermore, she was not the type to be overwhelmed by misplaced compassion. Had she been so, she would have acquiesced to the advances of suitors during her 3 years at university. Nonetheless, she had been keeping an eye on the Blood Wolf base over the past few days. Just earlier, while enjoying a bath, she witnessed via a live stream the unfolding events within the base. Her spirits lifted instantly. At last, someone had taken action against the Blood Wolf base. What was more intriguing was the mysterious individual behind it, whose methods were astoundingly effective, bordering on the irrational and defying scientific principles. Most crucially, she believed this person could potentially become her ally. Do not misjudge her thoughts as frivolous. Her decision was grounded in 3 compelling reasons. Firstly, the individual had managed to infect the members of the Blood Wolf base with a zombie virus without ever being physically present, demonstrating an extraordinary level of skill and resilience essential for survival in this apocalyptic world, perhaps even thriving amidst the chaos. Secondly, the manner in which this individual targeted the Blood Wolf base, almost in a mocking fashion, indicated a personal vendetta against them. She had also noted that the women killed by Zhou Wu, while infected, had been harmed by a zombie wielding a shot put, which was different from the circumstances surrounding Zhou Wu and his associates. Though she could not ascertain if this was mere coincidence, it was evident that the individual refrained from harming those women, signifying a moral code. Of course, the specifics of their potential collaboration would only be determined after she hacked into the system and witnessed the situation firsthand. Previously, Chen Liang had sensed an external threat. Now, her only option was to await a response. If the individual replied in the comments, she could employ her hacking abilities to trace them, even to the extent of hijacking their phone to discern their appearance, thus deciding whether to proceed with a partnership. After all, she had nothing to lose. Respond quickly. Respond quickly. Jiang Qian's beautiful eyes were fixed on her tablet, her lips murmuring softly as she absent-mindedly clutched a piece of potato chip she had just unwrapped, completely forgetting to eat it. It was evident that only someone with a sharp mind could challenge such brigands. As she watched the live stream, a comment lazily floated across the screen, causing Jiang Qian's eyes to widen in astonishment, her grip on the chip tightening until it shattered with a crunch. They truly responded. Overwhelmed with excitement, her movements became a tad too vigorous, causing the robe she wore to become unfastened. The delicate sash around her slender waist loosened, and the robe began to slip down, revealing her exquisite collarbone and porcelain shoulders. Oh dear! Jiang Qian let out a soft sigh. Her delicate visage immediately flushed with a hint of crimson. She hastily adjusted the bathrobe that had slipped from her shoulders, securing it tightly once more. Yet, no matter how firmly it was tied, the constraints could only stretch so far. The abyss was indeed dizzying. What was the use of growing up? It was truly exhausting. Jiang Qian cast a glance downward, her lips pursing in mild discontent. Sometimes, possessing an enviable figure was not without its burdens. However, this was not the moment for such musings. She lifted her head and swiftly grabbed the laptop that had been prepared nearby. With a flurry of movements, her slender fingers danced across the keyboard. She had long since utilized her previous coding skills to infiltrate the backend server of this short video platform. This posed no challenge for her, especially now that the world was in disarray and there was no one to maintain it, making her task even simpler. At this juncture, all she needed to do was to directly lock onto the IP signal of the barrage and commence her tracking. Simultaneously, she kept a watchful eye on the live stream, eager to discern what that individual would say to Chen Liang. To facilitate this, she had deliberately modified the stream's data, silencing all other participants and designating the username of the previous barrage as the sole administrator. Consequently, no one could send messages except for him. Everything that transpired in my Blood Wolf base was indeed orchestrated by you. Upon reading that barrage, Chen Liang's countenance instantly darkened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. How on earth had this person managed it? Did you not anticipate this? Surprised? Astonished? No. Can we discuss something more substantive? Your words are quite comfortable, but typing is rather exhausting for me. The bold, red barrage drifted leisurely across the screen once more. Chen Liang's eyelids twitched violently. The silenced survivors were left utterly bewildered. Initially, they were in a state of confusion, but upon witnessing Lin Yuan's first response, many began to piece things together. However, when they attempted to comment, Jiang Qian had already taken action. Then, they heard Chun Liang's inquiry along with Lin Yuan's second barrage. This plunged them back into a state of utter bewilderment. Was it you? How did you manage this? Surprised? Astonished? Discuss something substantial? Typing is exhausting. My dear fellow, are you truly this mischievous? Did you not see how Chun Liang's eyes were twitching uncontrollably? This is infuriating. Jiang Qian was somewhat taken aback, yet she soon erupted in laughter. The contrast between the playful barrage and Chun Liang's scowling visage was simply too amusing. Continue. Do not cease. Do not stop. The corners of Jiang Qian's beautifully shaped lips curled into a smile of anticipation. She sensed that the individual was a young person, not very old. And through the content of the second barrage, she suddenly found herself intrigued by him. Not only did he possess a moral compass, but he also had a playful streak. What worried her now was the possibility of him ceasing his barrage. If only she could have a few more minutes, she would be able to pinpoint his location. Who exactly are you? Chun Liang's gaze grew even colder. Numerous survivors turned pale, feeling every hair on their body stand on end. The separation felt so negligible that it was as if the individual could reach through the screen and devour me. The bold, crimson barrage of comments drifted leisurely by once more. Many survivors, upon witnessing this, suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, what do I have to fear? With so many zombies outside, I am still alive and well. Why should I fear a fool like you? If you possess the ability, come through the screen and bite me. Alas, they were silenced, had they not been. The proximity of Chun Liang could have allowed them to experience the ferocity of the renowned Zhuan keyboard warriors. Engaging in face-to-face confrontation would undoubtedly result in explosive damage. Just as these survivors managed to adjust their mindset and prepared to continue watching the spectacle, they were suddenly startled anew, their mouths agape in shock. When had those dozen or so base members been infected? Chapter 71. The triumphant Jiang Qian had located Lin Yuan's position. Inside the hotel. How on earth had this individual managed to do so? Jiang Qian, who was rapidly typing away at her keyboard to track Lin Yuan's location, was equally taken aback. It was not the base members that frightened her. Rather, it was Lin Yuan's methods that left her astonished. She had been closely monitoring the live stream from the very beginning and recalled vividly that these individuals had not been harmed by zombies, indicating that they had not been infected by them. Yet now, they had indeed been infected and had all transformed into zombies. Quantum infection? Wasn't that a bit far-fetched? Jiang Qian's bright, agile eyes were now filled with confusion. To be honest, she was genuinely frightened by Lin Yuan's tactics. It was you again. Chun Liang's expression darkened. After Zhou Wu had been infected and turned into a zombie, he sensed that something was amiss and remained vigilant. But why did this happen? When had they been infected? By what means had that individual accomplished this? He could not fathom it. In fact, he was utterly unable to comprehend. This had surpassed his understanding. His countenance was grim, not because of these subordinates. In truth, he had never regarded either Zhou Wu or the base members as worthy of attention. They were merely a bunch of useless individuals. He had never esteemed them. Their deaths meant little to him. As long as he remained alive, he could forge an even stronger Bloodwolf base. He was already in the process of evolution. Given time to develop, he would become even more formidable. Eventually, the new base he constructed and the new subordinates he recruited would be even more powerful. However, Lin Yuan's methods left him feeling horrified. A profound sense of unease gripped him, since the other party could so effortlessly infect others and turn them into zombies. Did that not imply that he could just as easily be turned into one? Upon this realization, his cold, sharp eyes suddenly narrowed intensely, then widened, and began to tremble slightly. At this moment, an emotion that had long been absent surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart, engulfing his entire being like a tidal wave. Fear. Indeed, he was feeling fear. How ludicrous. Since the day he took a life for the first time, he had forgotten what it meant to be afraid. Even during his days as a ruthless bandit, teetering on the brink of death each day, he had only felt exhilaration, never fear. Yet now, he found himself terrified of a person whose face he had never even seen. He must kill him, no matter the cost. He had to eliminate him. Only by doing so could he rid himself of this fear. Ha 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 roar. A series of deep growls erupted. The dozen or so base members who had transformed into zombies resembled a pack of wolves that had gone days without food, suddenly catching a whiff of succulent roast meat, all lunging towards Chun Liang. In their eyes, there was no distinction between Chun Liang and a piece of roasted meat. Their strength was already formidable, and after their transformation, they were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary zombies. To be fair, while they had not evolved, they could certainly be regarded as elite monsters. If they could devour Chun Liang, they would undoubtedly evolve and significantly enhance their strength. Bang bang bang. Faced with the transformed zombies of these base members, Chun Liang did not even spare them a glance. He raised his right leg like a battle axe and swept it mercilessly. The 4 members at the forefront were instantly sent flying. These 4 zombies were exceptionally robust, each towering nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. Their muscles having gained an even more visually striking presence post-transformation. Yet under Chun Liang's kick, their skulls shattered, blood and brain matter splattering forth. Their bodies, like broken kites, were propelled backward, crashing down upon the remaining members. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? Chun Liang stared intently at the live broadcast, his face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Room 704. Targeting him? Observing the screen, where the frenzied Chun Liang was displayed, Lin Yuan smirked, leisurely tapping away at his phone's keyboard to send a message. Do you perhaps have some serious illness? Where does this confidence come from? I don't even know you. Upon reading this message, the survivors clutching their phones to enjoy the spectacle grimaced. Good grief, you really know how to infuriate someone. Jiang Qian became even more certain that Lin Yuan was indeed a young man. Damn it, I will find you. I will definitely find you. I will absolutely kill you. You useless lot, die. All of you die. Answer me. Answer me. Who exactly are you? Chun Liang roared, incessantly demanding answers, but received no response. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression increasingly ferocious, and his attacks grew even more brutal. Within less than a minute, the transformed zombies of the dozen base members were completely annihilated by him. Is this fellow truly losing his mind? The survivors gaped in astonishment. Yet, they soon regained their composure, realizing that the mischievous elder brother had yet to make an appearance. Were it not for his absence, Chun Liang would not have descended into such madness. Where could that elder brother have gone? To the hotel. It has been over a minute. And still no barrage of comments in response. Jiang Qian unscrewed a bottle of lime-flavored sparkling water, taking a small sip and relishing the effervescence bursting in her mouth. So much so that her toes curled in delight. Surely, he hasn't discovered that I am tracking his IP address, has he? After another small sip, she contentedly capped the bottle once more, her slender fingers returning to the keyboard of her laptop, where she resumed her rapid typing. It would be too late for him to realize. I have already pinpointed your location. Sunshine Community? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she observed the location displayed on her laptop screen. How could it be so close? She was quite familiar with Sunshine Community, for her university was situated nearby, and at that moment, the hotel she occupied was merely 2 streets away from it. In terms of straight-line distance, it was not even 2 kilometers. However, she recalled that the majority of residents in Sunshine Community were students from the university town, particularly many student couples who, finding it inconvenient to reside on campus, opted to rent accommodations there. Could it be that this fellow is also a student in the university town? With this thought, her excitement intensified. The location has been traced. Now, let me see what you truly look like. Chapter 72. The hook has been set. It is now time for his performance. Room 704, by the balcony. Oh, the sun feels rather pleasant. Lin Yuan rose from the single sofa, savoring the cool breeze from the air conditioning that enveloped him, stretching luxuriously. Disposing of the empty bottle of ice-cold soda into the trash can, he then proceeded to the study, retrieving a laptop from the desk. It was a gift from Lu Qingxue on his birthday, an ultra-high-end gaming laptop, fully equipped with every conceivable specification. Yet, he had seldom used it. Grabbing an apple that Song Yufei had previously washed from the dining table, he took a crisp bite before returning to the single sofa with the laptop in hand. The live broadcast on his phone continued to echo with Chun Liang's furious outbursts. He merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, exhibiting no inclination to respond. For what purpose? It is all in vain. Since Lin Yuan took action, scarcely 20 minutes had elapsed, yet the entire Bloodwolf base, every member, every survivor, and every woman, had been wiped out. Only Chun Liang remained. Moreover, he was now teetering on the brink of madness. When a ruthless thug loses his composure and can no longer rein in his emotions, what does that imply? He is afraid. Lin Yuan not only obliterated his base, but also shattered his own heart. The forthcoming task of harvesting him would be nothing short of effortless. Merely a matter of a flick of his fingers. Yet, prior to that, Lin Yuan had another matter to attend to. Sitting cross-legged on a single-person sofa, he placed his laptop on his lap, plugged it in, and pressed the power button, patiently awaiting its activation. He then picked up his phone, briefly scanning the barrage of comments he had posted, before his gaze settled on his alias. How audacious to stir trouble right beneath my nose. Upon sending his first comment, he sensed an anomaly. The chatroom had inexplicably enabled a complete mute. Astonishingly, his account had been designated as the sole administrator of the chatroom. Who could be responsible for this? Chun Liang? Unlikely. Although Chun had been closely monitoring the live feed, he had not taken any actions. This was indeed intriguing. Someone was instigating a ruckus, evidently targeting him. It was not difficult to deduce. Immediately after he had sent his first comment, the assailant had transformed his account into that of an administrator and subsequently muted everyone. Clearly, they merely wished for him to comment. Was there any merit to this? Absolutely. Even if one has never seen a pig run, they ought to be aware of it. This was the age of information. Although the apocalypse had descended, it was still in its nascent stages. Power had not yet been severed, the internet remained operational, and many social platforms were still accessible. Thus, numerous technological methods from the pre-apocalypse era could still be utilized. For instance, hacking techniques. They aimed to trace my IP address through my comments, to pinpoint my location, and ultimately find me. A smile crossed Lin Yuan's face as he opened the system marketplace. While I may lack hacking skills, I can certainly purchase them. The system marketplace was replete with a dazzling array of goods. Though Lin Yuan had browsed it numerous times before, he had primarily focused on items for pet raising, neglecting other categories. Skills, driving, master level, price, 2 million points. Master level driving proficiency, enabling effortless operation of any vehicle, from bicycles to aircraft carriers. Evaluation, anything that can be driven, I can handle. Trust in my expertise. Repair, master level. Price, 5 million points. Master level repair skills for machinery, vehicles, weapons, and residences. Evaluation, I am the logistics, leave all repairs to me. Culinary, master level. Price, 800,000 points. Master level culinary proficiency, capable of preparing any cuisine or dish imaginable. Evaluation, with me around, you will never go hungry. Hacking, master level. Price, 500,000 points. Master level hacking skills, as long as there is internet, you become unparalleled. Evaluation, a keyboard wizard, not just talk. My keys hover above your head, ready to descend and obliterate you. The system is certainly becoming more boastful. Let us see if it can allow me to acquire and experience these skills. Lin Yuan's gaze burned with intensity, yet he reluctantly averted his eyes, ultimately letting out a disdainful scoff. This price was beyond his means. However, even if he could not afford it, he could not allow himself to lose face. Moreover, dealing with that little hacker did not necessitate expertise of a grandmaster level. It would be an utter waste. Hacker, advanced, priced at 50,000 points, with advanced hacking proficiency. You are undoubtedly a master in the online realm, one of the world's top hackers, ranking among the elite 100 globally. Evaluation, before my keyboard wizardry, you possess no secrets. This price was reasonable, indeed affordable. Lin Yuan glanced at the points displayed on the system panel. By 5 o'clock that morning, his points had already exceeded 50,000. After nurturing the newly added Ant Squad and Mosquito Squad, he had only spent a little over 20,000 points. Now, as noon approached, thanks to the diligent efforts of the Ant Squad and the Tabby Cat, his points had surged once more. Points, 87,659. The rate at which he was accumulating points had stabilized at about 10,000 per hour. Purchased. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the Hacker Advanced Skill Book. As the system's voice faded, a thin tome appeared in Lin Yuan's hand, shimmering with golden light. Would you like to use it? Use. Bang. The tome transformed into a beam of light, surging into Lin Yuan's forehead, and in an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This sensation was rather pleasant. As he absorbed the innate hacking skills that felt almost second nature, a satisfied smile graced Lin Yuan's face. With the purchase secured, it was now time for him to showcase his talents. The laptop was already open, its screen illuminated. Lin Yuan's fingers danced across the keyboard, leaping swiftly as incomprehensible black windows and lines of code materialized at an astonishing pace, his thoughts flowing clearly. First, Lin Yuan configured a firewall for his phone, meticulously restricting access, particularly to the camera permissions. He then executed a series of protective measures on his IP port. With these defenses in place, his network devices were fortified to a level comparable to national security. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a national cyber assault team would struggle to breach the firewall Lin Yuan had designed in a short time. Next, he crafted a counter-tracking code and installed it on his phone. Should his device come under attack, this code would automatically trigger, executing reverse tracking and location identification. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to pursue the attacker himself. He would simply wait for them to come to him. Now, with little else to occupy his time, he decided to address the situation at hand. Glancing at the live stream interface, he saw Chen Liang, eyes reddened, staring defiantly into the camera while vociferously demanding answers. Lin Yuan muttered softly, having just expended 50,000 points, wondering if this evolved individual was truly worth that hefty price. Chapter 73. How foolish must one be to attempt such ostentation? Despite Lin Yuan's earlier ease in purchasing the hacking skills, a pang of regret immediately struck him after the transaction. 50,000 points. Was such extravagance truly necessary to deal with a mere hacker? He believed that even a basic hacker intermediate skill book would suffice. Surely, he thought, his luck couldn't be so dismal as to encounter an exceptionally formidable hacker by chance. This expenditure felt exceedingly excessive. Damn it, one cannot savor the finer things in life when they cannot even afford the basics. Now that he had a little money, he seemed to have forgotten his own sensibilities. Lin Yuan resolved to learn from this experience. Though the growth of his pet team would accelerate his point accumulation, it would also mean that, as his strength increased, the items he would need to purchase would become increasingly expensive. He needed to cultivate the habit of saving. Of course, this money must not be squandered. Chunliang, I'm coming for you. Stay grounded, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, exhaling softly. With a flurry of keystrokes on his laptop, he observed the live stream where Chunliang had finally calmed down after a fit of madness. This was the moment for his pet team to revel. He had no desire to be broadcasted. Some might argue that there was nothing wrong with broadcasting it. Wouldn't it be thrilling for the multitude of survivors to witness Chun Liang's despair as his pet team consumed him? What a delightful spectacle. But alas, what foolishness. Who on earth would entertain such a notion? The pet team was Lin Yuan's greatest trump card. Whether ants, mosquitoes, or flies, they were the most common and inconspicuous, evoking no suspicion whatsoever. It was precisely because of them that Lin Yuan could navigate his circumstances with ease. Broadcasting their existence would serve no benefit to him. What advantage could possibly arise from that? None at all. If the authorities became aware, wouldn't they scrutinize him even more closely? To develop quietly, to endure with utmost discretion. This was the principle Lin Yuan adhered to. Since the apocalypse began, he had operated under this very tenet. Thus, the first step was clear: shut down the live stream. With a decisive click. 5 seconds later, looking at the now blacked out stream, all the survivors were left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? They had been engrossed in the broadcast, only for it to suddenly cut off. They were eager to see what would unfold next with Chun Liang. Moreover, in the midst of this apocalypse, on the 4th day no less, did the short video company still have employees working? Absurd. While it seemed a bit far-fetched, one had to admit, their dedication was commendable. In the hotel, the live stream had been terminated. Glancing at her tablet, which displayed the dark screen of the stream, Jiang Qian furrowed her brow slightly, her slender fingers flying across her laptop keyboard. A minute later, her fair face was etched with disbelief. Had my access been revoked? How could this be? Had I not already compromised the server? She initially believed that the live streaming room of the Blood Wolf base had been shut down due to server issues. After all, she had indeed breached the server and rewritten numerous lines of code. Occasional bugs were to be expected. However, upon attempting to access the server just now, she discovered that she was utterly locked out. Her privileges had been revoked. Could it be that individual S doing? As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Qian felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. That person possessed hacking skills. Moreover, they seemed quite formidable. Nevertheless, I have already pinpointed your location. You cannot escape. Although Jiang Qian was uncertain of this person's intentions behind shutting down the live stream, it mattered not. She had already traced the IP address to Sunshine Community. Next, all she needed to do was compromise their phone and computer, and they would have no secrets left before her. As for whether she could indeed breach their devices, in her current state of excitement, Jiang Qian completely overlooked this question. At the gym, was it you who did this? What do you intend to accomplish? Gazing at the shut-down live stream, Chun Liang's countenance contorted with rage, his bloodshot eyes brimming with a violent aura, his pupils quivering with palpable tension and anxiety. With the stream disabled, he was uncertain if Lin Yuan could hear his words. Yet, he harbored an unsettling intuition. Lin Yuan could hear him. In fact, his intuition was correct. Lin Yuan not only heard his words, but could also see them clearly. The forthcoming climax of today's tumultuous events was something he could not miss witnessing firsthand. Are you truly so afraid of me? The bold, crimson bullet comments floated leisurely across the screen. A few simple words unmistakably conveyed a peculiar tone. Chun Liang, his face darkened, remained silent. When Lin Yuan had been momentarily quiet, he felt a pang of anxiety and fear. Yet, when Lin Yuan finally spoke, his trepidation intensified. This feeling was not contradictory. Who are you, and what do you truly desire? Chun Liang inhaled deeply and in a grave tone inquired. Though I am unaware of the method you employed to turn them into zombies, these petty tricks cannot thwart me. You have just witnessed my strength. Truth be told, I have begun to evolve, and henceforth, my power will augment daily. Opposing me will yield no benefits for you. It would be wise for today's events to conclude here. However, before he could finish his statement, he suddenly felt a sharp sting at the nape of his neck. Thud! His heart raced violently, and his words were abruptly silenced as he instinctively swatted at the back of his neck. Yet, he grasped nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a solitary mosquito lazily ascending to the ceiling, its languid demeanor seemingly mocking his sluggish reflexes. A mosquito? In that instant, his complexion turned ashen. A wave of extreme panic enveloped him, rendering his limbs cold, numb, and devoid of sensation. He finally comprehended how Lin Yuan had managed to infect them, through mosquitoes. But how could this be possible? Chapter 74, Total Devouring. Points surge. 260,000. Is it not astonishing? Chun Liang's quick reaction did not take Lin Yuan by surprise. After all, to evade capture while indulging in lawlessness abroad for such an extended period could not be accomplished solely by sheer physical prowess. A cautious, yet formidable intellect was Chun Liang's greatest asset. This was evident from the earlier incident when Zhou Wu was infected and consumed Dongzi's heart. It was also the reason Lin Yuan chose to terminate the live stream before taking action. Why? What have I done to provoke you? You do not even know me. Why are you targeting me so relentlessly? Gazing at Lin Yuan's chat message on the live stream, a deep terror etched itself onto Chun Liang's pale visage. Why was this happening? I am an evolver. I cannot perish. I can save countless individuals. So many survivors could come to my base, where I can provide food and ensure their survival. You cannot kill me. Why do you target me so? You do not know me. Why must you end my life? I beg of you, spare me. I can assist the authorities. They need me desperately, and I can contribute in myriad ways. At that moment, he shattered completely. He was already evolving. If given time, he would grow ever stronger. This apocalypse was a paradise for him. He did not wish to become a zombie. He did not want to die. What nonsense are you thinking? Observing the utterly broken Chun Liang, Lin Yuan sneered. A scoundrel like you should be allowed to grow. Even zombies would call you brother. The authorities have no use for trash. As for why I am targeting you, I can certainly elucidate. Your subordinate, Zhang Jinhua, sought to harm my woman. Initially, I intended to deal with them personally, but they were so inept that my woman took care of them instead. Nevertheless, I cannot swallow this grievance. Therefore, I must hold your Blood Wolf base accountable for this. The area where Chun Liang was infected was alarmingly close to his brain, and the virus spread at a rapid pace. Within mere seconds, his eyes began to take on a grayish hue, and his complexion darkened to a sickly pallor. However, perhaps due to his status as an evolver, his consciousness remained remarkably clear. Ah, you bastard. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's chat message, Chun Liang's confusion was finally resolved. Yet simultaneously, he could no longer maintain his composure. Zhang Jinhua. Damn it. Chun Liang had gone mad. This rationale was intolerable to him. At the same time, he began to mutate. Now, this was truly exhilarating. Observing Chun Liang, who was clutching his head and howling in madness, gradually succumbing to a zombified state. Lin Yuan felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, his entire being enveloped in a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. Little ones, commence your task. Within the confines of the gym, the Ant Squad, Mosquito Squad, and Fly Squad, who had been spectators from the beginning, surged forth like a tide from every corner. Their first destination, the corpses strewn across the floor. Ding. You have gained 39 points for nurturing the biological ants. Ding. You have gained 48 points for nurturing the biological ants. Ding. You have gained 63 points for nurturing the biological ants. Ding. You have gained 57 points for nurturing the biological ants. As the pet squads began their feast, the incessant notifications of points gained resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. To his astonishment, these creatures were far more valuable than he had anticipated. The greater the strength of the zombies, the more points they yielded, a fact he had already tested. Thus, his expectations for the individuals from the Blood Wolf base were notably high. However, he realized he had underestimated them. This was not merely a high yield. It had multiplied tenfold, and in some instances, even exceeded 20 times. Truly, elite monsters were incomparable to mere common ones. The corpses within the gym were few, and in mere minutes, thanks to the prowess of the pet squads, every last morsel was devoured. Whether it was the bodies of Dongzi, Sengu, the 20-odd women, or Zhou Wu along with a dozen members from the base, all were consumed entirely. Even the blood pooled on the floor was licked clean by the mosquitoes and flies. Points gained, 90,075. A staggering 90,000 points. Not only had he recouped the 50,000 points he had just spent, but he had also accrued an additional 40,000. Among them, Zhou Wu's body was the most valuable, yielding over 38,000 points. The remaining members from the base, along with Dongzi, each contributed over 3,000 points, while the women's corpses were worth the least, akin to that of ordinary zombies, yielding minimal value. This was a monumental profit. Lin Yuan beamed at the system page displaying his total points. Points. 130,000. He had broken through the 100,000 barrier. He recalled that the price of a D-grade gene serum was exactly 100,000 points. Initially, he had deemed this price exorbitant, almost unattainable, believing he would need to save for several days to afford it. Now, he could procure it without hesitation. There was no rush. This was merely an appetizer. There remained a grand feast ahead. Through the perspective of the mosquito, Lin Yuan gazed upon Chun Liang, who had undergone complete mutation and transformation into a zombie, his eyes igniting with fervor, nearly drooling in anticipation. Silver eyes. After becoming a zombie, Chun Liang had astonishingly transcended the elite monster tier, reaching the silver eye level. Although the silver hue in his eyes was no match for Song Yufei, it was certainly more pronounced than Zhou Wu's. In other words, the value of his points surpasses that of Zhou Wu. The pet squad seems to be rather excited, for this is a rare delicacy. It is their first taste of such a treat. The ant squad swiftly scuttles over Chun Liang's body, adhering to their usual protocol. First, they burrow into his being, then commence their gnawing and consumption. Meanwhile, the ant and fly squads transform entirely into voracious vampires, indulging in a feast. The zombies are impervious to pain. In the face of the pet squad's consumption, Chun Liang feels no sensation whatsoever. Only the faint sounds of gnawing and tearing stir a sense of restlessness within him, prompting low, guttural growls and an acceleration of his aimless wandering. Ding. Earned 28 points from nurturing the ants. Ding. Earned 31 points from nurturing the ants. Ding. Earned 40 points from nurturing the ants. Ding. Earned 37 points from nurturing the ants. Hiss. Despite Lin Yuan's psychological preparedness, he cannot help but take a sharp intake of breath. Profits abound. The zombies, transformed from evolved beings, not only yield high points, but are also exceedingly difficult to consume. After a full 10 minutes, the pet squad finally devours every morsel of Chun Liang. Total points accumulated: 1,540,000. Notably, when the ant squad consumed Chun Liang's brain, they effectively eliminated him, earning 80,000 points. Upon finishing his entire body, they garnered an additional 740,000 points. At this moment, Lin Yuan's total points stand at an impressive 2,670,000. Chapter 75. Jiang Qian can no longer hold back. What is wrong with this fellow? Little ones, let us return home. In the gym, 3 eaglets swoop in, and the ant and fly squads promptly cleanse the battlefield, swiftly assembling. Soon after, the 3 eaglets depart from the East Star Sports Hall. Lin Yuan takes a generous bite of an apple, feeling utterly elated. How to describe this sensation? It is akin to when you are playing cards with a girl and are fully prepared to use your little umbrella today, only for her to blush and confess that she forgot to bring one. Coincidentally, you realize you too have left yours behind. She blushes even deeper, suggesting, why not give it a try? The surprise is upon you. Lin Yuan's current feelings mirror this sentiment. Initially, he was merely displeased with the Blood Wolf base, intent on annihilating it today. Yet, unexpectedly, he has reaped such a delightful surprise. In the hotel, Building 18, Room 704, gazing at the screen of her notebook, which displays the location of the tracked IP address, Jiang Qian's fair and delicate visage reveals a radiant smile. Upon witnessing the live stream blackout and subsequent ban, she realized that Lin Yuan had detected her presence. With his hacking skills, it was likely he would intercept her tracking efforts next. She dared not delay for even a moment, hastily quickening her pace. At last, she successfully traced his IP address. What of his hacking skills? He has been caught. At this juncture, her urgency dissipated. Let me see who you truly are. With a glimmer of anticipation in her beautiful eyes, Jiang Qian's hands danced rapidly across the keyboard. A mobile firewall? The smile in her eyes held a hint of amusement. To her, it was no different from being constructed of paper. 1 minute later. What is going on? This mobile firewall seems rather peculiar. 2 minutes later. I refuse to believe it. 3 minutes later. No. Is this fellow out of his mind? He actually programmed a new mobile firewall? How idle could he be? Jiang Qian could no longer contain her frustration. You fool. It is the end of days. With this much spare time, shouldn't you be contemplating how to gather more supplies? Or where to hide next for greater safety? You choose to use it to write a mobile firewall program? Who do you intend to protect yourself from? No. Having finally located his address, I cannot simply give up. Jiang Qian gritted her silver teeth, resembling a feisty little kitten, though she appeared fierce. The contrast with her exquisitely cold and beautiful visage created a striking effect, a delightful blend of chilliness and charm. Undeterred, Jiang Qian pressed her hands against the keyboard, persistently assaulting the opponent's mobile firewall. In room 704, by the balcony, the Blood Wolf base has been destroyed, and this incident will likely attract official attention soon. However, it no longer concerns me. Now, the pet squad must focus on leveling up. Tossing the remnants of her apple core into the trash, Lin Yuan reclined in the single armchair, contemplating his next moves. The Blood Wolf base was renowned, and this time, the entire process of its demise was broadcasted live. The impact will undoubtedly be significant, especially Chun Liang, whose identity and accomplishments, as well as the prowess he displayed, have garnered much attention. The authorities will surely take notice. As for whether they will take action regarding this matter, Lin Yuan could not say. However, he speculated that it was highly probable they would. Not because of Chun Liang's identity or deeds, but frankly speaking, in this apocalyptic era, it matters little whether one has been a notorious criminal abroad or a wanted felon domestically. The authorities are unlikely to intervene. Yet, if one happens to be an evolver, that changes the equation. Currently, Evolvers are still quite rare, and most survivors are entirely unaware that human evolution is even a possibility. However, the authorities are undoubtedly aware. Once they recognize Chun Liang's extraordinary abilities surpassing those of ordinary individuals, they will likely dispatch personnel to investigate immediately. Nevertheless, none of this concerns Lin Yuan any longer. He remained entirely incognito throughout the entire ordeal, and the ant squad managed to maintain their secrecy, leaving no trace of their presence, not even a drop of blood to signal their past struggles in the gym. Consequently, should the authorities arrive, it would prove to be a futile endeavor. With the Blood Wolf base no longer in existence, Lu Qingshua's location became exceptionally secure, rendering it an ideal temporary headquarters. His immediate objective was to swiftly make his way there and reunite with Lu Qingxua. The dispatched pet squad could now fully engage in leveling up and accumulating points. To be candid, having profited significantly with over 200,000 points from a previous venture, Lin Yuan's appetite for success had notably expanded. Earning 10,000 points per hour, was that considered rapid? The system's marketplace boasted an array of products, each valued in the millions or even tens of millions of points. At this rate, when would he achieve financial independence? Once he reached the threshold of earning 100,000 points, or even a million, that would truly be a lucrative endeavor. The address mentioned by the flight attendant seemed to be conveniently on his route back to the Villa District. At that moment, Lin Yuan recalled the flight attendant and realized that her location aligned perfectly with his path. What a fortuitous coincidence. He held a certain admiration for the flight attendant's skills. With no urgency to rush, he deftly maneuvered his three hawks, slowing down as they approached the residential area where the flight attendant resided, ultimately landing atop a nearby building. Aside from the larger size of the peregrine falcon, the merlin and the red kite were relatively small, and given the distance and height, most individuals would scarcely pay them any mind. Indeed, she was a flight attendant. Through the perspective of the falcon, Lin Yuan swiftly identified the floor where the flight attendant lived, and he also caught sight of her. Upon seeing her, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. She was indeed a flight attendant, but her looks and figure were merely average, likely around 35 years of age, clad in her uniform. Complete with high heels, perhaps to lend credibility to her role, she was even preparing to take a selfie for proof. Yet, she was not entirely truthful. Within her abode, apart from herself, there were 6 burly men adorned with chest hair. The flight attendant, cigarette in mouth, was surrounded by these men who nodded like chicks, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Clearly, Lin Yuan's prior suspicions had proven accurate. They believed they had him ensnared, but he found it amusing that they had walked right into his trap. Chapter 76. The Little Hacker. Not bad physique, but you've exposed yourself after observing for a while. Lin Yuan lost interest. He dispatched a few mosquitoes to deliver a bite to each individual, then turned his attention elsewhere. The 3 hawks ascended back to the Villa District. Although these individuals had not provoked Lin Yuan, he preferred to eradicate threats at their inception, given their proximity to the Villa District. Allowing them to remain would inevitably lead to trouble. Moreover, their demeanor suggested they were not of good character. Thus, he resolved to deal with them swiftly. Upon returning to the Villa District, Lu Qingxue remained deep in slumber, likely to awaken only by the afternoon. Lin Yuan chose not to disturb her. The cleanup operations in the Villa District had reached their conclusion. Initially, the number of zombies was not substantial after the first 4 hours. The efforts of the initial squad of 5,000 ants were nearing completion. The arrival of the second squad of ants effectively brought matters to a close. At this moment, all the ant squads, alongside the mosquito and fly teams, had exited the Villa District, heading towards nearby shopping malls, commercial streets, and subway stations. They had commenced their leveling and point-gathering endeavors. Such is the advantage of automation. The 3 young hawks perched atop a large shopping mall's roof, their keen eyesight allowing them to observe that some survivors still lingered within the commercial buildings. However, Lin Yuan paid them no mind. After deploying the 5,000 ants and the fly and mosquito squads, he controlled the peregrine falcon to ascend and embark on the return journey to Sunshine Community. The sparrowhawk and the red falcon were left behind. Lin Yuan instructed them to continue their role as couriers. He commanded the pet squads to not only level up and accumulate points, but also to diligently search for new members. In due course, the sparrowhawk and the red falcon would be responsible for delivering these new recruits for nurturing. Furthermore, they could soar into the sky to serve as surveillance, monitoring any sudden developments and reporting back promptly. The peregrine falcon, being the swiftest and a formidable raptor, would be indispensable for Lin Yuan's forthcoming movements. Room 704. Oh, I feel a bit peckish. Lin Yuan stretched comfortably, placing his laptop on the nearby coffee table. He patted his belly and rose from the single sofa, turning towards the kitchen. He had breakfast prepared by Song Yufei around 5 in the morning, consisting merely of rice porridge and soup dumplings. Yet after 3 hours of intense battle, it had long been digested. Earlier, while focused on dismantling the Blood Wolf base, He had felt little hunger. But now that everything was resolved, Lin Yuan felt an emptiness within, craving sustenance as if he could consume an entire cow. Yu Fei, on the other hand, had enjoyed a hearty meal. It was unfortunate that after exhausting herself for over 3 hours, she still had to prepare food. Lin Yuan sighed, suddenly realizing that he ought to consider adding new members to their ranks. It wouldn't he do for him to have to cook every time Song Yu Fei finished her meal and fell asleep, would it? Lu Qingxue? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, shaking his head. She was hardly reliable. From birth, her attributes had been disproportionately allocated. All her points had been invested in beauty, physique, and intelligence. She had been a beauty from a young age, and as she matured, her allure and grace soared to new heights. An academic prodigy in school, she blossomed into a business goddess after graduation, adeptly resolving any issues that arose, renowned as the unattainable flower, with no discernible flaws. To the outside world, she was nothing short of a perfect goddess. But who would have imagined that such a goddess could be utterly inept in the kitchen for an entire month? The kitchen was set ablaze on 7 occasions, yet she could not even master the simplest dish of fried rice. Can you believe it? In the end, in order to prevent their daughter, Lu Qingxue, from starving during her solitary life abroad, her parents invested heavily in hiring a Western chef. After 2 months of diligent instruction, they finally taught her a single dish, pan-seared steak. The rationale for this choice was remarkably simple. The cooking method was straightforward. The only ingredient required was steak, and she need not concern herself with the degree of doneness. Regardless of how well done it was, it could be consumed without fear of starvation. This is also the reason why, on the very first day of the apocalypse, Lin Yuan was indulging in instant noodles while Lu Qingxue savored her steak, because that was all she could prepare. From then on, Lin Yuan would never consider having Lu Qingxue cook. A new member must certainly possess culinary skills. Lin Yuan silently etched this notion into his mind, then contemplated further and added another criterion. She must be a girl, with striking beauty and an alluring figure. This was non-negotiable. Moreover, the ability to cook ranked below these attributes. His team would only accept female members, and they absolutely had to be beautiful. Males. Away with them. They were not to encroach upon his domain. His team would never allow a man to approach. Suddenly, the sound of cooking resonated from the kitchen. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan emerged, bearing 2 dishes of stir-fry and a plate of braised pork, accompanied by a chilled can of beer from the refrigerator. He settled at the dining table, relishing a sumptuous lunch. While Lin Yuan enjoyed his meal, Jiang Qian was left questioning her existence. How could this be happening? How could this be? Leaning back in her chair, Jiang Qian stared vacantly at the ceiling, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared dull and hollow, devoid of any spark. Her arms hung limply at her sides, and the tie of her bathrobe had unknowingly come undone, slipping off her fragrant shoulders, revealing her delicate collarbone and long, fair neck to the open air. Even her alluring neckline seemed to plunge deeper into the abyss. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Qian would have gasped and quickly rearranged herself. But now, she remained utterly unresponsive, a picture of defeat. In truth, she had been thoroughly disheartened. After enduring half an hour of relentless assault, Jiang Qian had exhausted all her strategies. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had laid bare her entire repertoire of skills. Yet, that infernal mobile firewall displayed no signs of yielding. Beyond her astonishment at Lin Yuan's hacking prowess, she was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That mobile firewall programming was undoubtedly of world-class caliber. This rascal had anticipated that I would attempt to trace his IP address. He had not intercepted me, but instead lay in wait with a pre-written mobile firewall program. He was simply toying with me. How utterly vexing. Jiang Qian took a moment to compose herself. She finally straightened her posture, her beautiful eyes once again fixating on the laptop before her. Her teeth clenched audibly. A mockery of her own naivety in believing that the speed of her pursuers' tracking could surpass the intercepting capabilities. Yet, the truth was, they had no intention of intercepting at all. If one possesses the skill, then breach my firewall. Oh, at this thought, a crimson hue of shame adorned Jiang Qian's exquisitely cold visage, compelling her to bury her head in her knees. She could no longer hold it together. TSK, TSK. Little hacker, quite the physique you possess, but alas, you are quite exposed. At that moment, a languid voice emanated from Jiang Qian's laptop. Chapter 77. I am here to seek retribution, and you dare to make me wait while you change? Jiang Qian, with her head buried in her knees, felt her flushed ears twitch slightly as she raised her head in bewilderment. What was happening? In this hotel, apart from her, there wasn't even a single zombie, so there could not possibly be anyone else. Yet what was that voice just now? Was it a figment of her imagination? Her bathrobe had already slipped down, but previously she was huddled in her chair, thus only partially concealed. Though slightly revealing, it was not a significant issue. However, as she sat up. The bathrobe could no longer maintain its position. How could one describe the scene? It was akin to an avalanche halted momentarily by two massive stones. But now, the momentum of the avalanche was unstoppable, cascading downwards, revealing the two colossal stones that had once obstructed it. Little hacker, I take back my earlier remark. I underestimated you. Your figure is not merely commendable, but rather extraordinary. However, do not presume that this will grant you clemency. I have not provoked you. Yet you persistently instigate trouble and attempt to trace my whereabouts. Such trivial temptations will not save you. I am not that kind of person. The languid voice resonated once more from the laptop before her. While it remained calm, a hint of astonishment could be discerned upon closer inspection. Confirmed. This is certainly not a figment of my imagination. Jiang Qian's first reaction was, my laptop has been hacked. Her second reaction was, I have been exposed. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from her throat. Room 704. Unscientific, truly unscientific. What on earth have you been nourished with? As she gazed at the screen, her face flushed crimson. Jiang Qian hurriedly grabbed the slipping bathrobe to cover her chest, stumbling out of the camera's view. Lin Yuan, with a tinge of regret, withdrew his gaze from the computer screen. Delicate branches bearing fruit. That waist, so slender, those fruits, so ample. Truly extraordinary. Especially as Jiang Qian had just stood up and fled, the tremor was utterly dizzying. He had witnessed the figures of Song Yufei and Lu Qingxue, yet in comparison to this little hacker, they seemed to pale slightly. The most crucial aspect was, whether it is Song Yufei or Lu Qingxue, both embody the essence of tall goddesses, standing at least 7 meters tall. Particularly, Song Yufei reaches an impressive height of 175 centimeters, surpassing Lu Qingxue's 173 centimeters. Such stature can undoubtedly be attributed to genetic advantages, making their accomplishments seem entirely natural. Although the little hacker sat in a chair, obscuring her height, it was evident that she did not exceed 7 meters, yet she managed to achieve such remarkable results, an enigma that even science struggles to explain. One cannot help but wonder where that nourishment originates. 5 minutes later. Little hacker, are you not ready yet? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, glancing at the time displayed on the computer screen. He had anticipated that Jiang Qian was merely tidying up her bathrobe and would return forthwith. Yet, 5 minutes had elapsed. Damn it, I came here to confront you, and it feels as though I am waiting for a girlfriend to get dressed. Are you seriously making me wait while you change clothes? Once you are done, you aren't going to take time to apply makeup, are you? Can you wait for just 2 more minutes? I'm changing. Jiang Qian's voice drifted in, though she was not visible. The sound suggested she was positioned somewhat distant from the laptop, perhaps on the balcony. Changing clothes? Nonsense. 5 minutes had already passed. What kind of wardrobe change required such an inordinate amount of time? Furthermore, who changes clothes on a balcony? Was she not concerned about being seen? Lin Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, followed by a meaningful smile gracing his face. Little hacker, you are not being honest. Since time is still on our side, I shall indulge you for a while longer. He leisurely rose, retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the fridge, noticed the stock was dwindling, and returned to the spare room to fetch a case, replenishing the fridge. Subsequently, he returned to the dining table, opened the cola, took a sip, set it aside, and then picked up his phone next to the laptop, launching the mobile firewall program he had previously crafted. Indeed, the firewall was operational. Yet alerts of ongoing attacks rapidly filled the screen. In the hotel room. Damn it. I refuse to believe I cannot breach your firewall. Just you wait. I will uncover your identity. At that moment, Jiang Qian sat on the carpet by the balcony, clutching another laptop, her long fingers deftly tapping the keyboard. She had donned her bathrobe once again, this time ensuring the belt was tightly knotted to avoid a repeat of past embarrassment. Despite her efforts, she still felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She had been completely exposed. This indignity was one she could not accept. Who claimed she possessed only one computer? In her quest to expel the zombies from the hotel, she had gathered 7 or 8 laptops, each serving a distinct purpose. The hacked laptop was no longer of use. She simply switched to another and continued her work. Little hacker, another 2 minutes have passed, and you are still not ready? Lin Yuan's leisurely voice echoed once more from the laptop on the dining table. Just a moment. I'll be ready shortly. Jiang Qian exclaimed, startled. What on earth are you doing? Surely, you aren't still changing clothes? Are you truly attempting to tempt me? I have already expressed that I am not that kind of person. However, I find myself utterly defenseless against stockings, especially black ones. Please, do not change to any other type. Ah, this scoundrel. The blush that had reluctantly faded from Jiang Qian's cheeks instantly returned, coloring her ears as well. Surely, she could discern the teasing lilt in Lin Yuan's voice. Nevertheless, she had to maintain her composure with him. Although she had yet to breach this firewall, she felt it was merely a matter of time. Give her just a few more minutes, and she would undoubtedly overcome it. At which point she could hack into this fellow's phone. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, even striving to appear a touch vulnerable, while cleverly steering the conversation to pique his interest, thus prolonging the delay. Yet, she had never worn stockings in her life. "I've changed my clothes and am currently putting on stockings," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, acutely aware of the heat radiating from her face. Why the silence? What kind of stockings are you wearing? Elaborate. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Oh, this scoundrel. She had never even worn them before, and now. How could she possibly articulate it? Yes, they are black suspenders. Chapter 78. She would never wear them for that scoundrel's benefit. Upon uttering those words, Jiang Qian gasped for breath. Without this, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust. Scoundrel! 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 She clenched her teeth tightly, her face aflame. Her once bright eyes, which typically held a hint of coolness, now glistened with an alluring innocence, exuding an intense sense of desire. She was truly nearing her limit. Just moments ago, she had inexplicably felt as if she were teasing that scoundrel on purpose. I shall kill that scoundrel. Her gaze fixated on the notebook before her, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Almost there. She was on the verge of breaching that scoundrel's phone firewall. Room 704. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone. Noticing an uptick in the alerts signaling the firewall under attack, a smirk crept across his face. Little hacker, you are quite dedicated to stalling for time. In his mind, he envisioned Jiang Qian, her teeth gritted, fervently tapping away at the keyboard. Surprisingly, this version of Jiang Qian appeared rather endearing. However, this was merely the beginning. Black suspenders? They required long legs to truly shine. Was her height sufficient? Jiang Qian's hands abruptly halted their rhythmic tapping. Her slender fingers clenched tightly. Her expressive eyes narrowed. A fiery rage bubbling within her. No, she felt she could scarcely contain herself. Am I not tall enough? Can I not make it work? Scoundrel, are your eyes deceiving you? Did you not just see my figure? Who do you look down upon? I stand at a height of 165 centimeters. And when adorned with high heels, I can reach at least 170 centimeters. With a pair of 10 centimeter stilettos, I could soar to 175 centimeters. How could one possibly doubt the effect? She felt rather splendid, managing to swallow her pride. My bare height is indeed 165 centimeters. And I believe I shall look quite presentable soon. You will see for yourself shortly. Jiang Qian's voice softened, imbued with a delicate charm, as if she genuinely feared Lin Yuan and wished to offer him a little indulgence to secure her own reprieve. However, Lin Yuan was not so easily deceived. Several minutes had passed, and she still had not finished dressing. It appeared that she lacked experience. This is my first time wearing them. Jiang Qian blushed. But she had lied. This was not her first time. In truth, she had never worn them at all. She had seen various types of stockings in the animated world she watched, and she understood that suspender stockings were best complemented by a super short skirt. Moreover, they demanded not only a certain height, but also a particular leg shape. The crux of it all lay in the way they hugged the flesh. That was the essence of suspender stockings. With this thought, Jiang Qian instinctively lowered her gaze to her legs. Her skin was fair, smooth, and pristine, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window, almost dazzling to behold. Her calves were long and firm, and her thighs were quite voluptuous, devoid of the stick-thin look. Instead, radiating beauty, with a perfect proportion. It would not be an exaggeration to say she could indeed be described as having legs that could rival those of any model. Surely, she could achieve that desired effect? The thought flickered in her mind, and Jiang Qian immediately felt her cheeks flush, shaking her head vigorously to dispel it. What was she thinking? She would never wear them for that scoundrel. Absolutely not. First time wearing them? Have you truly never worn them before? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's incredulity, Jiang Qian's cheeks puffed up in irritation. What did he mean by that? Was it so unusual? As a homebody, was it not perfectly natural to have never worn such things? Besides, she had no boyfriend to wear them for. I truly am a novice. Why are you shouting so loudly? Hearing the barely restrained anger in Jiang Qian's voice, Lin Yuan felt somewhat taken aback. The first belle of Linhai University had never worn stockings? Although rumors painted her as a cold beauty who had never experienced romance, the fact that she had never worn stockings seemed rather excessive in its purity. Did Lin Yuan know Jiang Qian? Of course. It was an undeniable truth. Even though they attended different universities, both were situated within the same university town, just a few minutes' walk apart. The most crucial point was that Jiang Qian was regarded as the top belle at Linhai University. And it was no exaggeration to say that she had admirers all over the university town. Her reputation was simply inescapable. However, Jiang Qian was undeniably frigid. Throughout her 3 years in university, suitors had come and gone, yet none had successfully captured her heart. Moreover, she was quite the homebody, making it exceedingly rare to catch a glimpse of her in person. Lin Yuan had only seen her in photographs. Alas, the university forum was abuzz daily with declarations of affection from admirers. Initially, when he had hacked into Jiang Qian's laptop, he found her visage somewhat familiar upon first glance, though it was her dazzling presence that had truly captivated him at that moment. After she had fled, catching a glimpse of her profile sparked a recollection within Lin Yuan. The confession posts he had previously perused featured candid shots of Jiang Qian in her everyday life, all taken from a distance, clearly surreptitious in nature. He had yet to encounter a frontal image of her. Upon recognizing Jiang Qian's identity, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of surprise, yet he did not dwell on it. He had come today to settle a score. What did it matter if she was the campus belle? To provoke trouble beneath his very nose and track his whereabouts was simply unacceptable. However, his perspective began to shift. She seemed quite fitting for his team. What were his criteria for new members? Ah, yes, she must be a female. Check. She must possess striking beauty. Being lauded as the campus belle, Jiang Qian's allure was beyond dispute. Absolutely met. She must have an appealing physique. This criterion Lin Yuan had personally assessed moments ago. Exceedingly met. Next, she ought to be adept at cooking. Although he was uncertain whether Jiang Qian could cook, it hardly mattered. She had already satisfied the aforementioned criteria, making culinary skills less of a priority. Beyond these points, Jiang Qian's personality intrigued Lin Yuan. Despite having never been in a relationship, her mere discussion of stockings nearly provoked her ire. She exhibited a tenacious spirit, unwilling to concede defeat. This was evident when she stealthily switched to another computer to continue assaulting Lin Yuan's firewall. Of course, her capabilities held significant weight. While her hacking skills were not quite on par with Lin Yuan's, she undoubtedly ranked among the elite in the realm of ordinary individuals. She must possess other competencies as well, otherwise, she would not have survived to this point. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan lost interest in further teasing Jiang Qian. What was the point of such banter if he could not even see her? Once she joined his team, he would stand before her, personally teaching her to don stockings. Far more engaging than their current exchange. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I was just a bit anxious. Please don't be upset. I'll be done shortly, just a minute. At that moment, Jiang Qian realized she had perhaps lost control of her emotions, fearing she might irritate Lin Yuan, and hurriedly offered a quiet apology. Naturally, while her lips expressed regret, her hands remained deftly at work. Almost there. The firewall was on the verge of being breached. Gazing at the computer screen, the once robust firewall program now teetered precariously under the onslaught of overwhelming junk data, ready to collapse. She could not help but lick her lips, excitement illuminating her fair visage. However, in the next moment, her hands, which had been rapidly striking the keyboard, abruptly froze. A look of dazed confusion adorned her small face. Jiang Qian, isn't it delightful to play along with me? Shall we continue this little charade? Not only am I intrigued by stockings, but I also possess an interest in many other facets as well. Chapter 79. Jiang Qian, why is your face so flushed? Oh no, I've been discovered. Jiang Qian stared blankly at the laptop before her, momentarily losing her grip on reality. Then, the screen automatically reverted to the desktop, and a video call request popped up, which connected without her intervention. In an instant, a young man, adorned with a languid smile, materialized before her. He appeared tall and broad-shouldered, his muscular neck and jawline distinctly defined, with pronounced facial features. His thick eyebrows framed bright eyes, and his nose was strikingly prominent. Clad in a pure white short-sleeved t-shirt, his bangs were gently tousled by the cool air from the air conditioner. At first glance, he exuded the essence of a pleasant spring afternoon, where a gentle breeze caresses the skin and the sun's warmth envelopes one in comfort. The sunlight was refreshing, evoking a profound sense of ease. In that fleeting moment, an array of thoughts inexplicably surged through Jiang Qian's mind. How could this rascal be so youthful? How could he possess such an enviable physique? Surely, he must have a set of 8-pack abs. What on earth am I thinking? Regaining a semblance of composure, Jiang Qian felt her cheeks heat up, and she chastised herself internally. Stealing another glance at the contours of his jawline and his face, she quickly diverted her gaze. Nonetheless, the young man's attractiveness was undeniable. Even his jawline was remarkably appealing. Yet, that smile on his face, why did it appear so infuriating? Jiang Qian felt a twinge of frustration. At this moment, it dawned on her. This rascal had been toying with her all along. Everything was deliberate on his part. His hacking skills were undoubtedly at a world-class level. He could have easily compromised her second computer, yet he chose instead to tease her for an extended period. Recalling how she had stalled for time by discussing garter stockings, Jiang Qian felt her cheeks flush once more. How utterly embarrassing. She sensed her head might burst into flames. This sensation was akin to being caught watching a risque film in class by the teacher, indescribably mortifying. If a crevice had appeared before her, she would have undoubtedly slipped into it immediately. Room 704. Hey. Jiang Qian, are you even listening to me? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. He had intended to startle Jiang Qian once more, hoping for another delightful reward, but to his dismay, Jiang Qian was so thoroughly wrapped up that even the abyss was concealed from view. However, it mattered not. Lin Yuan had already set his sights on her, planning to draw her into his team. There would be ample opportunities ahead, and an abundance of rewards to behold. However, Lin Yuan, leisurely waiting for half a day, found that Jiang Qian was still lost in thought, completely silent. Most importantly, what kind of gaze is that? And why is your face flushed? What on earth are you thinking about in such an unhealthy manner? He had intended to observe, not to be the subject of scrutiny. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a surge of unease. He suddenly realized that choosing to appear on video was not a judicious decision. Yes. Jiang Qian finally snapped back to reality. Faced with Lin Yuan's peculiar stare, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and dared not meet his gaze. There was no escape from the truth. One must own up to their mistakes. Today's incident was indeed initiated by her. Lin Yuan's dealings with the Bloodwolf base had nothing to do with her. It was she who instigated and fanned the flames, and subsequently, it was she who provoked Lin Yuan, attempting to pinpoint his exact location and hack into his phone. After her first laptop was compromised by Lin Yuan, she remained undeterred and switched to another, only to be thwarted once more. This second laptop was also hacked. It truly felt like being caught red-handed while cheating. The most crucial point was that after catching a glimpse of Lin Yuan's face, she had indeed spaced out. It was a double blow of embarrassment. Jiang Qian averted her gaze, hesitant to speak first, while Lin Yuan too found himself at a loss, momentarily flummoxed by Jiang Qian's earlier demeanor. Thus, the two of them stared at each other through the computer screen, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. How do you know my name? Do you know me? Jiang Qian could no longer endure the awkwardness, feeling as if she were being subjected to public humiliation. If given the choice, she would prefer Lin Yuan to tease her as he had earlier, rather than this disconcerting silence. It was hard not to recognize the first beauty of Lintai University, was it not? At this thought, Lin Yuan's gaze towards Jiang Qian became even more peculiar. The way she had looked at him just now was all too familiar. He had seen that same expression directed at Song Yufei and Lu Qingxue. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qian turned out to be such a person. Hey, what kind of look is that? Lin Yuan's shifting gaze was instantly noted by Jiang Qian. She could no longer maintain her composure. Her fists clenched tightly. I admit, today's incident was my fault, but when you hacked into my computer, you saw everything. And you even teased me for ages. It seems you are not the one at a disadvantage here. Recalling the moment when this scoundrel had seen her in full, Jiang Qian felt her teeth clench in frustration. Though she had taken the initiative to provoke Lin Yuan, her intent was not to harm him. She merely sought to collaborate. After all, she was a campus beauty, graceful and statuesque, adept at hacking while equally capable in archery against zombies. She had approached him for cooperation. Surely, it was not unreasonable for her to do so. Yet, before she could make her move, he had come to her first and had seen her completely. Even if Jesus were to arrive today, I would still be the one at a disadvantage. This reasoning is utterly flawed. Lin Yuan curled his lip. He certainly would not accept this accusation. I hacked your computer merely as a counterattack. I did not touch you, nor could I possibly do so. It was your own negligence in donning your bathrobe that led to this predicament, so why should I bear the blame? If, while I was bathing, you had breached my phone's firewall, would that not mean you had seen me as well? You cannot blame me for your own missteps. Such words carry a tone of ruthlessness. Are you suggesting that I am at fault here? Listening to Lin Yuan's nonsensical rant, Jiang Qian pointed at herself. Her expression one of disbelief. Chapter 80. I am trying to discuss serious matters with you, yet you incessantly indulge in your wild imaginations. Regardless, I refuse to accept blame. Lin Yuan scoffed. If you still feel aggrieved, I could show you mine, and we would be even. With that, Lin Yuan prepared to remove his short-sleeved shirt. Surely, this could be considered a form of generosity as well. Gulp. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan's actions, Jiang Qian's breath momentarily caught in her throat, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her delicate neck turned slightly as she instinctively swallowed. Wait a moment. Why should I even be reasoning with you? Lin Yuan suddenly realized he was here to settle scores. This matter had nothing to do with him. He was merely the creditor. So what if he had seen? What was the big deal? You were the one who instigated this. Why should I offer you any form of generosity? I nearly got drawn into your game. Lin Yuan shot Jiang Qian a fierce glare. You have no grounds to negotiate with me right now. Not only does this situation not pertain to me, but even if you are at a loss, you must endure it. You were the one who provoked me. What kind of twisted logic is this? You scoundrel. Who wants to see you? You lecher. You lascivious wretch. You pervert. Jiang Qian's fair face flushed instantly, half from anger at Lin Yuan and half from guilt. Just moments ago, she had actually swallowed. At that moment, she had indeed felt a fleeting curiosity. It seems you have yet to grasp the current situation. I offer you a chance to reorganize your words. Lin Yuan picked up the icy soda from the table and sipped leisurely. This feeling was quite pleasant. Jiang Qian ground her silver teeth together, fists clenched tightly, her delicate face taut with tension, her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She vowed that if this scoundrel were to appear before her, she would undoubtedly beat him until he was searching for his teeth. Yet, she overlooked one crucial point. This guy thrived even in apocalyptic circumstances, easily obliterating the blood wolf base, with his muscular physique so well-defined. Could her petite frame truly overpower Lin Yuan? In truth, she might find herself begging for mercy. I apologize, my voice was a bit too loud just now. Please forgive me. Ultimately, Jiang Qian gritted her silver teeth and chose to lower her head. What choice did she have? What could she do if she did not? The situation was more formidable than the individual. At this moment, she was indeed completely at Lin Yuan's mercy. With her hacking prowess, she could effortlessly empty the hotel, luring all the zombies outside, while Lin Yuan could equally use his skills to draw the horde into the hotel. It could be said that her fate was firmly in Lin Yuan's grasp. Don't overexert yourself. Be cautious not to break your teeth, Lin Yuan remarked slowly. Glancing at her swollen cheeks, Jiang Qian retorted, this bastard is truly infuriating. Enough already, it's getting late, and I have no time to waste on your nonsense. Lin Yuan shook his head, for he had many matters to attend to that day. He was curious about the leveling progress of the ant squad in the villa area, as well as the exploration efforts of the mosquito and fly squads in that terrain, especially concerning the subway station. This transit hub typically experiences heavy foot traffic, making it one of the most severely infected locations for the zombie virus. He wondered if there were any evolved zombies lurking within. If so, he needed to harvest them swiftly. That would yield a substantial amount of points. Moreover, he needed to strategize the evacuation route. The Sunshine community was situated in the western district of Linghai City, over 80 kilometers from the villa where Lu Qingxue resided. However, he was not like those 3 juvenile eagles that could simply soar over. A well-planned driving route was essential. Lin Yuan had visited Lu Qingxue's villa numerous times and knew of 4 to 5 possible routes. The shortest distance was over 150 kilometers, while the longest could stretch to over 230 kilometers. But that was before the apocalypse. Now, the situation was drastically different. With the onset of the apocalypse, many roads had been completely blocked by wrecked vehicles, rendering them impassable. Lin Yuan had observed the conditions during the journey when the 3 juvenile eagles had delivered supplies to Lu Qingxue. He needed to quickly determine a viable route. What do you intend to do? Seeing Lin Yuan furrow his brow in seriousness made Jiang Qian a bit anxious. She realized he was about to hold her accountable. But how would he do so? She felt uncertain. Would this rascal really expect her to wear garter stockings for him? Should she wear them? Jiang Qian bit her lower lip, her beautiful eyes darting rapidly. Perhaps it wasn't such a terrible idea. After all, she had already been exposed. Wearing garter stockings was hardly a significant matter. What do I want? Lin Yuan, noticing her cheeks flush and her eyes filled with conflict, couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Jiang Qian, what on earth are you thinking? For goodness sake, can you act normally? I'm trying to discuss serious matters, yet you keep drifting into your own fantasies. Initially, Lin Yuan found teasing the campus belle rather enjoyable. However, now he felt quite the opposite. Jiang Qian's ability to flirt had reached an extraordinary level. The most frustrating part was that it seemed entirely instinctive, not deliberate. What was this? A natural-born flirt? Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, this was Jiang Qian's true nature. Her fondness for reading and anime, although she never aspired to become an experienced connoisseur, has nonetheless subtly influenced her thoughts and perceptions over time. For many years, she has embraced the life of a reclusive homebody, exhibiting a cold demeanor towards others. Despite the numerous admirers vying for her attention, she has never shown any interest, as she has yet to encounter someone who truly captivates her heart, leaving no opportunity for her genuine self to shine through. Even a goddess can develop affections for others, can harbor secret crushes, just like Lu Qingxue. Jiang Qian is similarly affected. The emergence of Lin Yuan in Jiang Qian's life struck her like an unexpected tempest, disrupting her world and leaving her drenched and defenseless. Yet, upon reflection, it seems almost inevitable. Initially, the live broadcast resolved the Blood Wolf base, employing mysterious methods that evoked both disbelief and curiosity. Subsequently, when Jiang Qian attempted to trace Lin Yuan's whereabouts, she was mercilessly countered. Her once proud hacking skills crumbled before Lin Yuan, succumbing twice in quick succession, and she found herself thoroughly exposed and teased by him. There is a saying, a goddess is not meant to be adored without challenge. To capture a goddess's attention, one must first bring her down from her pedestal, then tread upon her, allowing her to transform from a divine being into an ordinary girl, thus creating an opportunity. After being repeatedly overwhelmed and teased by Lin Yuan, she was indeed pulled down from her exalted status. At that moment, Lin Yuan initiated a video call with her. With his already commendable looks and physique enhanced by genetic augmentation, Lin Yuan's appearance had become even more striking. Now, as an ordinary girl, Jiang Qian found herself utterly defenseless. However, neither Lin Yuan nor Jiang Qian was fully aware of the implications of their situation. After all, they had only recently been adversaries. Moreover, How long had they even known each other? Neither had contemplated that angle. Lin Yuan merely viewed Jiang Qian as peculiar, while she regarded him as a lecherous scoundrel. Chapter 81. Is that it? The talented Jiang Qian. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Jiang Qian realized she had misinterpreted the situation. Oh dear. It felt as if smoke were rising from her head. This scoundrel truly deserved a reprimand. Yet how could she ever admit to such thoughts? I wasn't thinking anything untoward. You must be mistaken. Jiang Qian vehemently denied it 3 times in succession. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to respond, she hastily changed the subject. Aren't you short on time? Hurry and tell me what you want me to do. After speaking, she sensed something amiss and quickly added, but let me be clear, I won't engage in anything excessive. Still insisting she wasn't having improper thoughts? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, too disinterested to argue over such a trivial matter. Rest assured, what I am asking of you is quite simple, entirely reasonable, and has nothing to do with those unhealthy notions you seem to be fixated on. You're the one with unhealthy thoughts. Jiang Qian bit her lip, forcefully spitting out a single word. Speak. Jiang Qian, I invite you to join my team. Seated upright before his laptop, Lin Yuan wore a serious expression on his face. His team required new members. This was an inevitability. For the time being, he was merely biding his time within the community, where water and electricity were assured, and food was plentiful. All he needed to do was earn points and focus on development. However, he could not remain in the community indefinitely. Water would eventually cease, electricity would fail, and food supplies, particularly vegetables and fruits during the summer, had a notably brief shelf life and could spoil easily. In just half a month, it would become challenging to find fresh produce. What happens when one does not consume vegetables and fruits? Even elementary school students are aware of the answer. Moreover, the issues of water and electricity also required resolution. He needed to prepare in advance before these problems arose. This decision to relocate was motivated by such considerations. When the time came, whether it pertained to cultivating food or addressing water and electricity concerns, specialized personnel would be essential. Of course, Lin Yuan could also purchase enhancements from the system mall, transforming himself into a versatile talent capable of resolving all issues single-handedly. Yet, this would be a last resort. Unless he was utterly unable to find new members, Lin Yuan would not take a single step back. Had he lost his mind? Why would he choose to toil when he could comfortably enjoy life? Who had ever seen a boss laboring on a construction site? Although he was uncertain of Jiang Qian's specific skills, her exceptional hacking abilities alone were sufficient for Lin Yuan to recruit her into the team. This way, he could refrain from engaging in any tasks related to hacking, delegating all such matters to Jiang Qian. This is the advantage of having talent. Furthermore, with Song Yufei and Lu Qingxua present, there was a chance that they could further develop Jiang Qian's potential and unveil other surprises. Is that all? Observing Lin Yuan's serious demeanor, Jiang Qian hesitated for a moment before she could no longer contain her curiosity. Is that it? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with questions. Was it that she was overthinking, or did she have concerns? Damn it, I shouldn't have hesitated. It is indeed you who has the issue. Since you find it lacking, shall I add a few more points? Lin Yuan smirked. No need, thank you. Jiang Qian pouted, realizing she shouldn't have inquired further. She simply hadn't anticipated that Lin Yuan would make such a proposition. Very well, since you have agreed, from this moment forth, you are a new member of our team, Lin Yuan declared decisively. Wait, I didn't say anything. Jiang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. You didn't refuse either. Lin Yuan replied with a grin. Besides, do you even have the right to refuse? You scoundrel. You absolute rogue. Jiang Qian gritted her teeth in frustration. She knew it would come to this. Having lost the initiative, she found herself at a disadvantage. Despite this, she did not resist the idea of joining Lin Yuan's team. After all, her previous pursuit of Lin Yuan's IP address was originally intended to uncover his true nature, seeking collaboration for survival in this apocalyptic world. After the series of events involving Lin Yuan, she had gained a deeper understanding of his abilities and character. Though he was undeniably infuriating, it was undeniable that he was an exceptional companion. Joining his team would indeed enhance her chances of survival in this apocalypse. However, the distinction between joining voluntarily and being coerced was significant, leaving her quite displeased. Fine, I agree to join your team, but you must not harbor any thoughts about me. Before Jiang Qian could finish her statement, Lin Yuan scoffed. Are you setting conditions with me? Jiang Qian fell silent, merely glaring at him. What was wrong with stating her terms? She had merely provoked Lin Yuan, not sought to harm him. Had she transgressed some unwritten law? She had already acknowledged her missteps and consented to join his team. Surely, she could articulate her conditions? Don't glare at me like that. Whether you like it or not, this matter is settled. Jiang Qian's glare was utterly harmless, a fierce yet cute expression. Such a peculiar contrast made Lin Yuan wish he could pinch her cheeks if only they weren't separated by a computer screen. With that fierce demeanor, I could easily make you cry for quite some time with just one punch. From this moment onward, we are a team. You will be my little brother. And I can assure you that I will not entertain any thoughts about you. But you must also guarantee that you won't entertain any thoughts about me. Ugh. Jiang Qian instantly bristled. I would never harbor any thoughts about you, you scoundrel. You old pervert. Let me correct you. Lin Yuan interlaced his fingers on the table, gazing at her with a smirk. My name is Lin Yuan, with Lin meaning wood, and Yuan meaning abyss. If you wish, you may call me boss. I can handle it. If not, you may simply address me by my name. I have no objections. Just remember, do not miscall me again. If I hear you misname me once more, I will have to punish you. Imaginary girl. You. The term imaginary girl struck Jiang Qian like a bolt from the blue. This scoundrel had a venomous tongue. One should never strike the face nor reveal one's vulnerabilities. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, elongating his tone. I'm sorry, I'll remember. Jiang Qian mumbled. Her head lowered, feeling aggrieved. She had never felt so overwhelmed in her life, swallowing her pride in one fell swoop. Indeed, human potential is limitless. Nonetheless, having joined the team, she would have ample opportunities to express her grievances in due time. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Having finally subdued this fiery little pepper, Lin Yuan glanced at his phone, realizing it was nearly noon. What do I need to do? A serious expression crossed Jiang Qian's fair face. However, she had forgotten that she was wrapped in a bathrobe. As she straightened her posture, the already loosened neckline struggled to contain itself. Goodness, such remarkable talent. Lin Yuan couldn't help but muse silently, refraining from offering a reminder. There was no need. Maintaining an upright posture is beneficial to one's health. Especially considering the immense burden she bears, it is indeed advantageous for her well-being. Chapter 82. This is not evolution. It is, rather, a mutation, isn't it? Jiang Qian, are you done yet? It is noon, 12:19. The sunlight is blinding, and the heat is astonishing. Lin Yuan peeked into the room and saw Song Yufei sleeping soundly. Evidently exhausted from the morning's exertions, he gently tucked her in and quietly exited the room. In the villa area, Lu Qingxue was also in a deep slumber. Though she was quite restless, the pale pink down comforter had been kicked off at some point, revealing her long, fair legs resting upon it. Her slender waist, delicate collarbones, and elongated neck were entirely exposed to the air, the high collar of her garment gently rising and falling with her steady breaths. The small contingents of ants, mosquitoes, and flies were remarkably efficient, already beginning to level up, their scores rising at an astonishing pace. The striped cat, Xiao Hui, after exploring the villa area, ventured outside to hunt zombies and earn points. After some time of development, it had grown fond of the sensation of continuous empowerment. The feeling of increasing strength with every zombie it dispatched was irresistible, even for a mere cat. Moreover, its growth rate was quite impressive. When Lin Yuan had first taken care of it, its pupils had not yet displayed silver. Now, however, a faint silver ring had emerged within them. This revelation took Lin Yuan by surprise, prompting him to switch perspectives for a closer look. Goodness, this is not evolution. This is surely a mutation. Typically, cats conceal their claws, revealing them only during attacks, which are usually quite sharp, but this was exceptionally so. With a single swipe, it cleaved through a zombie's head as though slicing through a watermelon. The speed was so remarkable that Lin Yuan could hardly keep up with his view. It was nearly impossible to see. Is this the innate talent of felines? The enhancement in strength was truly outrageous. Upon reflection, even an ordinary cat would possess considerable speed and attack power. Lin Yuan smacked his lips and switched perspectives again, observing the foolish dog leading the ant squad as it cleared zombies around the hotel. It was a sight too painful to behold. Truly, without comparison, one cannot appreciate the disparity. How shall I put it? The dog's prowess is undeniable. After all, it was Lin Yuan's first pet. Having developed alongside Song Yufei to this day, its pupils had completely transformed into a rich silver hue. Yet, despite its strength, it remained an unrefined husky. Upon leaving the community, it reveled in freedom, taking advantage of its strength and immunity to the zombie virus, leaping around among the horde, occasionally delivering a sharp kick to a zombie's face before darting away, barking loudly, and continuing its antics. Though it harvested zombies quickly, its fighting style was akin to a character wielding an ultimate move, displaying a comical and carefree demeanor. In contrast, the tabby cat, aptly named Xiao Wu, bears a striking resemblance to the assassin ape, embodying both elegance and remarkable efficiency. Witnessing her combat style is a sheer delight for the eyes. Regrettably, the neighborhood is predominantly inhabited by students, leaving little room for pet ownership. Otherwise, one could indulge in a greater variety of feline companions. Lin Yuan glanced once more at the fruitful endeavors of the ant squad, which were rather commendable and indeed heartening. He calculated that from 10 o'clock until now, a span of just over 2 hours, he had amassed an impressive total of over 30,000 points. Points, 3010000, a perfect breakthrough past the 300,000 mark. At this rate, he could easily surpass 400,000 by day's end. What a splendid feeling that is. Jiang Qian, are you ready yet? Lin Yuan returned to the dining table, taking a sip from his ice-cold soda. Alas, he spat it into the trash can, as it had long lost its chill. Displeased, he rose to retrieve a can from the refrigerator, relishing the superior flavor and refreshing coolness, adorned with droplets of condensation. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Jiang Qian reassured, almost there. Just a moment longer, as she sat at the table, her focus unwavering as her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. At this moment, she had shed her bathrobe, revealing her long, lustrous black hair tied into a sleek high ponytail, accentuating her graceful neck and delicate features. She wore a fitted white short-sleeve top that highlighted her slender waist, showcasing an astonishing curvature. Her lower attire comprised snug denim jeans, her fair legs glowing like porcelain, though modestly concealed, while her pert posterior was strikingly accentuated. Moreover, at her feet lay a substantial mountaineering backpack, and beside her was a composite bow accompanied by a quiver of 30 arrows, essential gear for her imminent journey. Lin Yuan admired Jiang Qian's physique, yet his words were unyielding. It has been 5 minutes. Are you capable of completing this task? Since Jiang Qian had joined the team, remaining in the hotel was no longer an option. The resources within were scant, primarily consisting of rooms rather than sustenance. The kitchen's provisions were sourced fresh each morning, and during her stay, the food had dwindled considerably. Even if Lin Yuan wished to prevent her from joining the others in the neighborhood, she would still seek an opportunity to depart the hotel for a new place to stay. However, leaving the hotel to rendezvous with the others was no simple feat previously. Jiang Qian had created quite a stir while attempting to expel the zombies from the hotel, leading to their current, overwhelming presence outside. In simpler terms, she was now surrounded by a tide of the undead. To address this predicament, Lin Yuan had summoned the returning falcon to transport all the ant squads, along with the fly and mosquito teams, directly to the base of the hotel. The hefty dog was too cumbersome for the falcon to carry. Yet the distance was not far, allowing it to run there on its own. It was currently engaged in clearing the horde of zombies. Nevertheless, this alone would surely not suffice. To traverse from the hotel to the residential area, one must navigate 2 streets, where an abundance of zombies lurks. Jiang Qian, an ordinary individual, possesses formidable archery skills. However, she would be overwhelmed in the face of a zombie horde. At this juncture, her hacking expertise comes into play. After careful consideration, she selects 3 audio shops in the broadcasting room of a large shopping mall. By breaching their security and commandeering the computers within, she can generate sufficient noise to divert the horde's attention. This would allow her to reach the residential area with ease. Could you please refrain from pressuring me? Do you truly believe that breaching their systems is a simple task? If you find my pace too slow, perhaps you should attempt it yourself and showcase how you would swiftly compromise a computer that has not been accessed by anyone. Jiang Qian's voice dripped with palpable dissatisfaction. If I were inclined to take action, what need would I have for your assistance? Lin Yuan, dismissing her irritation, responded in a leisurely tone, as a worker, one must embrace the reality of their position. Moreover, I am undeniably more adept than you. This is an irrefutable fact, and you should acknowledge it without the sourness. Sour? Huh. Jiang Qian scoffed, having already experienced his thick skin and convoluted reasoning. In the end, it was she who was left fuming while he remained unperturbed. There is no necessity for this at all. Chapter 83. The effects of the D-class gene serum are astonishing. TSK, this little firecracker has grown wise. Refusing to be easily deceived. Very well, take your time. After all, the afternoon is abundant, and I shall not rush you any longer. Observing Jiang Qian puffing her cheeks and ignoring him, Lin Yuan shrugged, losing interest in teasing her further. Yet, to be candid, Jiang Qian's character was rather amusing. If one were to label her fierce, it would be an understatement. She possessed a remarkable sense of reason. Even in her anger, she exuded a fierce yet endearing charm, entirely contrary to the icy demeanor one might expect from a so-called ice princess. Instead, she radiated a playful and delightful spirit. Conversely, if one were to claim she was not fierce, that too would be inaccurate. She would concede readily, yet dare to challenge again, embodying a steadfast refusal to change her ways. This very nature was why Lin Yuan refrained from displaying kindness toward her. With someone like Jiang Qian, a gentle approach would only lead her to disregard him. Instead, a harsher demeanor kept her in check, preventing her from tasting any sweetness, ensuring her obedience. Her stubbornness was inconsequential. Lin Yuan could suppress her repeatedly, for each time, it was she who faltered. This was also the reason Lin Yuan often sought to provoke her into banter. Dominating the exchange provided a sense of accomplishment. I shall bask in the sunlight for a while. Call me when you are ready, Lin Yuan proclaimed, rising leisurely with a can of cola in hand and settling into a single chair on the balcony. He acknowledged Jiang Qian's hacking skills, his earlier teasing being merely a jest. However, 5 minutes was indeed an overly brief time frame. Let us not mythologize hackers. They are, after all, human. No matter how formidable their skills, they must code and identify vulnerabilities. Do you genuinely believe that systems are entirely unprotected? One cannot simply type a few commands and breach the CIA. That belongs to the realm of cinema. If hackers were truly as formidable as they claim, they would have long since unified the world. However, words aside, while Jiang Qian's hacking skills may not rival Lin Yuan's or earn her a spot among the world's elite, she certainly qualifies as one of the top 100 within the country. Lin Yuan estimated that Jiang Qian would need approximately 10 minutes to accomplish her task. During this time, it would be impossible for him to merely sit idly by. While he himself could bear the weight, he knew that Jiang Qian would likely become frustrated. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to test the effects of the D-grade gene serum. With a flicker of anticipation in his eyes, Lin Yuan summoned the system's marketplace, where a soft blue light materialized before him. He had long coveted the D-grade gene serum. He could find it even with his eyes closed. D-grade gene serum, capable of enhancing human cells, optimizing gene sequences, and increasing strength, stamina, endurance, and neural response by threefold. Note, even if one has previously consumed E-grade gene serum, they may still experience enhancement effects. Although Lin Yuan had perused this description countless times, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Having already used E-grade gene serum, which had tripled all his attributes, the D-grade serum promised to amplify his abilities yet again by an additional threefold. His attributes would then be 9 times greater than those of an ordinary person. What an astounding notion. Merely contemplating it made Lin Yuan's breath quicken. No more hesitation. Purchase it immediately. Ding. Would you like to consume 100,000 points to acquire a D-grade gene serum? Purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Yuan found a vial of the serum in his hand. Having learned from his previous experience, he opted for the oral version rather than the injectable one, as it was effective simply by being ingested. Although it still promised considerable discomfort, at least it was convenient. Gazing at the red serum, which resembled a liquid meant for oral consumption, Lin Yuan grimaced at its unappealing appearance. Just as he was about to drink it, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. System, does the marketplace offer anesthetics? Indeed, it does. Are they effective in conjunction with the D-grade gene serum? Yes, they are. A delighted smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. He had just realized that given the extraordinary effects of the D-grade serum, the resultant discomfort might be significantly more intense. While he sought to enhance his strength, he certainly did not wish to subject himself to unnecessary suffering. Thus, he had considered anesthetics. To his relief, they were indeed available. Without hesitation, he navigated the system's marketplace to find the anesthetics mentioned. What? So many varieties? As he perused a whole page filled with various types of anesthetics, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Could this really be so intricately categorized? Upon examining the descriptions, he soon understood. These anesthetics varied widely in dosage and concentration, each yielding distinctly different effects. Some provided only mild anesthesia for mere seconds, so subtle that the individual might hardly notice it, merely feeling a fleeting sense of disorientation before the effects faded entirely. Some substances possess astonishing potency. Merely a milliliter could render the largest whale in the world eternally unconscious. However, Lin Yuan did not require such overwhelming effects. He only needed approximately a minute. Soon, he located the anesthetic he sought. It was remarkably affordable, costing just 1,000 points. System, could you not present it in a more appealing manner? After all, I have spent my money. Lin Yuan grimaced at yet another vial of oral solution in his hand. Host, focus on efficacy rather than packaging. The system's reasoning was indeed sound. Lin Yuan chose to ignore the insistent system, retrieving the D-grade gene potion, uncorking the bottle, and gulping it down. Sweet. The flavor is quite pleasant. He smacked his lips, savoring the taste before picking up the anesthetic, slurping it down in one swift motion. This was the sensation he desired. Discarding the 2 empty vials into the trash, Lin Yuan reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly devoid of pain. Instead, warmth enveloped him as beads of sweat poured down. Yet he felt remarkably at ease, akin to basking in a sauna. This is the sensation of comfort. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. The effect was extraordinary. He could distinctly feel his strength surging wildly, and within him, his cells seemed to cheer and leap as if rejuvenated by long-awaited rain in a parched desert. Under this nourishing rain, his cells underwent continuous transformation. In contrast to the E-grade gene potion, the enhancement from the D-grade gene potion persisted for a full 3 minutes. Lin Yuan mused, fortunate indeed to have procured the anesthetic. Wouldn't this effect have rendered him unconscious from pain otherwise? As the 3 minutes elapsed, the anesthetic's effects faded. And so did the enhancement from the D-grade gene potion. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Qian's voice rang out, filled with suspicion. She had heard Lin Yuan's voice, which sounded quite pleasurable. What on earth had that scoundrel been up to? Chapter 84. Jiang Qian, you're drooling. None of your business. Lin Yuan discerned Jiang Qian's implication, and his expression darkened. Could you possibly adjust your attitude? Jiang Qian clenched her teeth in frustration. No. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, rising from the sofa and stretching his shoulders, feeling utterly refreshed. This sensation is simply delightful. Though, I must admit, I've sweated profusely, and my clothes are thoroughly soaked and quite odorous. While idling here, have you completed your task? This scoundrel, he truly made her want to use him as a target. Unfortunately, with Lin Yuan's current strength, she might never have such an opportunity in her lifetime. When the time came, she would undoubtedly become Lin Yuan's target. No, she would absolutely become his target. Everything is all set. Jiang Qian secretly waved her small fist, her voice bright. Though I may not match your level, I'm not entirely lacking. 8 minutes is sufficient. You certainly seem quite proud, Lin Yuan remarked, fetching a change of clothes from the room. Since everything is settled, let us commence swiftly. Having spoken, he swiftly entered the bathroom. The team of loyal pets had long since assembled outside the hotel. The mosquito and fly squads thoroughly inspected every nook and cranny nearby, eradicating all potential safety hazards with meticulous care. The foolish dog was in a frenzy, leading the ant squad in a chaotic rampage. Subsequently, once the tide of corpses was diverted, there would be little to no threat remaining. Regarding Lin Yuan's demeanor, Jiang Qian responded with a subdued murmur. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this rascal had not retorted, leaving her with a sense of unfamiliarity. What a mess. What was she even thinking? Jiang Qian vigorously shook her head, hastily refocusing her thoughts. With a flurry of keystrokes on her laptop, she swiftly executed a command. In the next moment, jubilant melodies erupted from the speakers of 3 audio shops and the large mall's public address system. Hey, let the wind blow, let the air flow. In the northeast, the northwest wind blows. What is my father's name? The volume was cranked to its maximum, resonating with deafening intensity. Outside the hotel, the horde of corpses, mindlessly wandering under the scorching sun, was instantly ignited by the sound, roaring and surging towards the source of the noise. Their frenzied behavior left the survivors in the surrounding buildings utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? This is madness. Who is causing this chaos? Damn it. We're right in the mall. Who the hell is behind this? Some survivors, distanced from the mall and the 3 audio shops, were fortunate enough to escape the horde's reach, but others were not so lucky. Take, for instance, the survivor team that had previously taken in the young couple. The boy was denied entry and was promptly devoured by the horde, while the girl, in a bid for survival, chose to join that very survivor team. They were inside the mall. The mall's entrance boasted decent defenses, yet under the relentless assault of the horde, it proved utterly ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. The horde crashed violently against the doors, and under the impact of hundreds of zombies, the entrance deformed and then collapsed with a resounding crash, allowing the tide of corpses to surge in like a tidal wave. Some zombies even stacked upon one another, climbing through the windows to the second floor, flooding into the supermarket. This horrifying scene turned the faces of the unscathed survivors pale, sending chills down their spines. At that moment, many deeply questioned whether they would truly survive until the day of official rescue. Inside the hotel, Jiang Qian sat in a chair, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the keyboard. She had successfully hacked into the surveillance systems of the mall and all nearby facilities. Through these monitors, she observed every unfolding event within the mall with clarity. The survivor team inside displayed no semblance of resistance, swiftly overwhelmed by the horde and devoured, deprived even of the chance to become infected and transformed into zombies. Jiang Qian watched coldly, her expression betraying not a hint of emotion, before setting her sights on the Bloodwolf base. She had already taken note of the closest survivor team. She had witnessed the moment they took in that girl while callously casting aside the boy, leaving him to be devoured by the horde. Even more distressingly, she had seen the girl transformed into a lifeless body the very next day, discarded from the second floor to satiate the zombies. Such scoundrels deserved a most tragic fate. In room 704, within the confines of the bathroom, Lin Yuan observed her reflection. Her physique had not undergone significant changes, yet her contours were more pronounced. She had grown taller, and her skin had taken on a fairer tone. Was this an evolution towards a delicate beauty? She clicked her tongue at her reflection. Fortunately, she had no desire to become overly muscular, and the enhancement from the genetic agent was not veering in that direction, which she appreciated. Her physique remained largely unchanged, with well-defined muscles resembling the sculptures of ancient Greece, exuding both explosive power and aesthetic appeal. Most strikingly, the genetic agent seemed to possess a beautifying effect. Her skin had improved remarkably, with all previous blemishes vanished, leaving her complexion fair and delicate, akin to that of a youthful beauty, while her facial features appeared unchanged. Her attractiveness had inexplicably increased, a sensation difficult to articulate, truly absurd. Compared to before, she radiated a more vibrant and refreshing aura, imbued with an irresistible charm, particularly in her eyes, which drew others in, ensnaring their attention. Lin Yuan recalled the term, sexual tension. Previously, she had dismissed it as nonsense. But now she understood the sentiment. It was indeed real. The effect was remarkable, and she welcomed these changes wholeheartedly. Who would refuse the prospect of enhanced strength while simultaneously becoming more handsome? With a towel in hand, she dried her hair, not bothering with a shirt. Simply wearing a pair of loose shorts as she exited the bathroom. The heat was stifling, and after her refreshing shower, she relished the cool air. At the hotel, a rhythmic tapping echoed as Jiang Qian furrowed her elegant brows, her slender fingers drumming anxiously on the table. Drawing the horde away was merely the first step. She needed to await Lin Yuan's instructions for their departure from the hotel, as she would have to remain vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances, leaving no time to monitor the surveillance. However, since earlier, Lin Yuan had vanished from sight. What was he up to? Just as she contemplated calling out for him, a figure flickered across the video feed. Finally, he had returned. Lin Yuan, you're back at last. I've drawn away the horde. Can we begin? Her words abruptly halted mid-sentence. Continue. Lin Yuan, towel in hand, lifted his gaze in curiosity, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Jiang Qian, you're drooling. Chapter 85. IVU 200, to express my sincerity. Noon, 12:37 p.m. Outside the hotel, the glaring sunlight blazed fiercely upon the earth, casting an oppressive heat that rolled in waves with the gentle breeze. Just having descended from the stairs, Jiang Qian couldn't help but wiped the fine beads of perspiration from her forehead. She cast a glance at her attire, feeling a twinge of regret. Clad in a white short-sleeved t-shirt and form-fitting jeans, complemented by a pair of pristine white sneakers, she looked quite appealing, accentuating her graceful curves. Yet, the heat was unbearable. Especially with a large hiking backpack strapped onto her, her posture was forced to be upright, making her already prominent bosom appear even more strained. She had always found the backpack cumbersome, and now, with it pressing against her, discomfort washed over her. The pressure was immense. Even breathing felt laborious. Had she known, she would have opted for a more refreshing outfit or looser clothing. It was all that scoundrel's fault. Jiang Qian clenched her teeth in frustration. If it hadn't been for him, she wouldn't have forgotten to change. So what if she drooled a little? What is wrong with that? Appreciating beauty is a source of joy. It's perfectly natural. At 22, she was a remarkably healthy and normal young woman, both physically and mentally. Was it not reasonable to take a few glances? What was so amusing about that? Moreover, who told that scoundrel to come out of the shower without clothes? And then he had the audacity to laugh at her? Recalling the earlier teasing from Lin Yuan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her speechless before she abruptly ended the video call. What a disgrace. This was utterly humiliating. Yet, that scoundrel had merely bathed. Why did he seem so much more handsome, especially with those well-defined abs, that chiseled jawline, and those captivating eyes? Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone startled Jiang Qian back to reality. She quickly grabbed her phone to see Lin Yuan's number, which he had previously asked her to save. The sight of that number made her cheeks flush, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. She had merely been lost in thought. And now she was dazed again. What was happening? Not daring to ponder further, she shook her head vigorously, trying to dislodge Lin Yuan from her mind, composed herself, and answered the call. I see you standing at the hotel lobby entrance, frozen for ages. What has you so distracted? Lin Yuan's teasing voice came through her Bluetooth headset. I wasn't daydreaming. Jiang Qian stuttered, her voice wavering as she glanced around at the surveillance cameras in the hotel lobby, fully aware that Lin Yuan had access to all the monitors in this area. I just felt a bit hot. I'm not quite accustomed to it. She hastily concocted a somewhat decent excuse. Have you adjusted yet? Lin Yuan chuckled at her poor acting skills, his smile radiant. Little firecracker, do you think I can't handle you? All right, what should I do next? Jiang Qian felt a quiet sense of relief. As long as they did not linger on this topic, all would be well. She could confidently stride forth. Observing Jiang Qian on the surveillance monitor, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings after opening the hotel door. Lin Yuan, casually sipping his cola through a straw, remarked, the horde has been completely diverted. I've dealt with all the stray zombies as well. If you're still afraid, you can simply run over. It's just 2 streets away. A little more than a kilometer. Of course, you may also take a leisurely stroll. There's no rush. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Jiang Qian belatedly realized that there were indeed no zombies in sight. Only the distant sound of 3 nearby audio shops and the mall blared deafening music, while the roars and howls of the horde could still be faintly heard, carried by the warm breeze, though their figures were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Qian's courage was not particularly formidable. Like many girls, she feared walking alone at night, dreaded ghost stories, and often felt insecure. However, The advent of the apocalypse left no alternative. To avoid death, she had to conquer her fears. After the past few days, Jiang Qian believed she had undergone a transformation, truly adapting to this new world. Yet, at that moment, she realized that despite the trials she had faced, she had indeed changed, but fundamentally, she remained the same. All her bravery and fearlessness were mere facades. Listening to the occasional slurping of cola and Lin Yuan's teasing remarks through her Bluetooth headset, the corners of her slender eyes lifted slightly, and her steps became noticeably lighter. The anxiety about the unknown and the loneliness she had endured over the past few days began to dissipate. This rascal, though still infuriating, had a rather pleasant voice. However, Jiang Qian's good mood lasted but 5 minutes. Urban Lady. It was hardly a prestigious brand, merely a label of moderately luxurious lingerie, offering both men's and women's styles. With dazzling lights still illuminating the store, various exquisite lingerie pieces in every conceivable color were elegantly displayed on the racks. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Qian took a fleeting glance inside, and her fair cheeks flushed instantly. Lin Yuan, did you mix vodka in your cola? Are you serious about asking me to buy bitter tea? Are you certain you're not messing with me? She had aired. She should never have held any expectations for this scoundrel. In her entire life, when had she ever bought bitter tea for a man? She could hardly contain herself. What nonsense is this? Lin Yuan's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. I merely asked you to bring some. Who said anything about buying? No one accepts payment nowadays. It's all just taken casually. It's merely an extra task. Jiang Qian indeed misjudged Lin Yuan. He had not intended to tease her. With the enhancement from the D-class gene serum, while he hadn't transformed into a muscular giant, his physique had improved somewhat, and he had even grown taller, rendering the previous bitter tea seem rather small by comparison. Does this have even the slightest relevance? Jiang Qian chuckled in exasperation. Do you truly think it is appropriate for a young lady like myself to bring you bitter tea? It certainly seems inappropriate. Hearing Lin Yuan's contemplative tone, Jiang Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. How about this? I will send you 200 as a token of my sincerity. With that, you could hardly claim it was an afterthought. Jiang Qian was left speechless. Am I really falling for your nonsense? Are you treating me like a delivery girl? Chapter 86. Which young man could possibly refuse this? Jiang Qian genuinely wished to decline. Yet, faced with Lin Yuan's audacity, she found herself devoid of choices. Left with no option but to succumb. 5 minutes later, Jiang Qian stood once more at the entrance of the Urban Bell shop, clutching 7 or 8 exquisitely packaged bags. She exhaled heavily, finally relieved. However, gazing at the bags in her hands, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. We had explicitly agreed on men's underwear. Yet, upon entering the store, she ended up carrying several sets of women's lingerie and an entire selection of stockings. To top it off, she had even been allowed to choose a few sets herself. That scoundrel. Truly a lecher. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Qian gritted her teeth. Very well. Lin Yuan slurped his cola, satisfaction evident in his voice. How could it not be? Initially, he intended to purchase some underwear for himself. But upon viewing the various styles and colors of women's lingerie through the store's surveillance, he promptly altered his plans. Recently, Song Yufei's lingerie stock had dwindled, making this the perfect opportunity to replenish supplies. As for allowing Jiang Qian to select a few sets, he harbored no ulterior motives. It was merely a compensation for her refusal of his 200. Giving her a few sets was simply a token of appreciation for her efforts. After all, as Jiang Qian pointed out, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate to have a girl do such errands. But gifting her something changed the dynamic. With so many items, should a horde of zombies appear next, I am finished. Keep a close watch on me. Jiang Qian sighed, losing her temper. Don't worry. I know you made a significant sacrifice this time. I will arrange for 2 errand runners to act as your bodyguards and guide you, ensuring that not a single hair on your head is harmed. Bodyguards? Errand runners? Jiang Qian blinked her beautiful eyes. Before she could inquire further, a gust of wind suddenly swept overhead. She looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment, as she beheld a remarkably handsome falcon, striking with lightning speed, swooping down towards her. This is it, I'm doomed. But in the next moment, the towering falcon landed gracefully beside her, folding its wings, curiously observing her, and tentatively nodding its small head. Huh, what does this mean? Is it greeting me? Oh woo. Jiang Qian was still in a daze. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The foolish dog had come running as well. The nearby horde of zombies has been lured away, and the solitary undead have been entirely dealt with by the ant squad. This place is now secure, as they have shifted their battlefield towards the 3 audio stores and the shopping mall. For the ant squad, their sole pursuit is to work, level up, and earn a living, unless Lin Yuan has a task for them. Otherwise, they are either laboring or seeking new places to work. By hunting zombies, Lin Yuan can gain points while they, too, can gather energy to enhance their strength. The foolish dog and the hawk have been deliberately retained by Lin Yuan. primarily to handle unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the exuberant nature of the foolish dog would have led it to wander off long ago. They observed the aloof yet obedient hawk standing quietly before them, and the foolish dog, bouncing about with a tail wagging like a fan, gazes at them with eyes full of wisdom. Jiang Qian has begun to form some guesses, yet she still finds it hard to believe, her speech faltering slightly. Weren't you always curious about my abilities? Lin Yuan's light laughter emanates from the Bluetooth headset. It has been several days since the apocalypse began. You must have seen the videos online of humans and zombies starting to evolve, right? Jiang Qian, still somewhat dazed, instinctively nods. For the past few days, she has been confined to a hotel, unable to venture anywhere, utilizing her hacking skills to gather information about many survivors online. Among those were indeed videos of humans and zombies beginning to evolve. Those are genuine. Chun Liang from the Bloodwolf base is an evolved being. I am also an evolved being. However, my abilities are somewhat unique. I can control these animals, commanding them to obey my every instruction. The previous annihilation of the Bloodwolf base was accomplished through their assistance. Lin Yuan never intended to conceal the existence of his pets. Moreover, there is nothing to hide. If others can evolve, why can't he? Who says evolution must solely enhance physical attributes? His evolution lies in beast mastery. What's wrong with that? Jiang Qian possesses a strong capacity for acceptance. Although she finds it somewhat incredible, gazing at the majestic hawk and the wise foolish dog, her beautiful eyes soon brighten. The stronger Lin Yuan becomes, the better it is for her, right? Furthermore, beast mastery. Instantly, her mind flashes back to years of watching anime, recalling those characters renowned for their beast mastery. This ability is undeniably impressive. Big shot, I think I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Do you think these undergarments are sufficient? If not, I'll go pick out some more for you, Jiang Qian quips. You're the top beauty of Coastal University. How can you be so shameless? Lin Yuan retorts. Just joking to lighten the mood. Did you take that seriously? She replies. 6. He exclaims. Quick, lead the way. I'm really going to melt. She urges. The hawk carries all the bags effortlessly, as their weight is trivial for it. Meanwhile, the foolish dog hops ahead, leading the way. Jiang Qian followed closely behind, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth, the corners of her exquisitely crafted lips curling into a smile. Her steps had grown more buoyant than before. Within just a few fleeting minutes, her emotions had soared like a roller coaster, her impressions of Lin Yuan oscillating like a free-fall ride. Nonetheless, the overall outcome was favorable. This rascal, though infuriating, turned out to be unexpectedly reliable, especially his evolutionary abilities, which instantly dissipated all her grievances against him. Pray tell, such a striking ability, akin to a character stepping right out of an anime, which otaku could possibly resist. Conversely, consider Excavators, Ultraman, Emperor Armor, or the Time King. What young man could ever reject such a lure? Jiang Qian admitted that her initial interest in Lin Yuan had been tinged with the prospect of a gamble for collaboration. However, her fortune had faltered, and she had lost the bet. This scoundrel possessed not only striking good looks, an impressive physique, and an alluring demeanor that made her salivate, but he also boasted such a magnificent evolutionary capability. He was practically a reincarnation of Dianwei adorned in reverse armor, clad in the attire of a witch and the fiery Arthur, complemented by the all-defensive Bai Qi, utterly insane. Chapter 87. Unable to sleep without the master nearby. Sunshine Community. What is the situation in this neighborhood? How is it that not a single zombie could be found? Jiang Qian trailed the foolish dog as they walked through the community. The surroundings eerily silent, devoid of even the sounds of insects or birds. The surrounding buildings stood vacant, resembling ghostly structures. She let out a breath of relief. Lowering the compound bough she had been gripping tightly, she had anticipated encountering zombies upon entering the community and had braced herself for battle. Yet, it appeared that such preparations were unnecessary. Had all the zombies in the community been eradicated? Jiang Qian could not help but inquire. Despite knowing that Lin Yuan was an evolved being with the ability to command beasts, she still found it somewhat incredible. Indeed, do you not feel that I am quite remarkable? Lin Yuan replied languidly. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the pet squad, the cleanup of the community was nearly complete and in the final stages. This morning, it had finally reached its conclusion. The remaining survivors, upon witnessing the dwindling number of zombies, until none were left at all, had begun to harbor hope for survival. However, their actions were somewhat suffocating. Rather than seeking supplies to endure and wait for official rescue, they chose to flee the community. As a result, they directly confronted the hordes of zombies lurking outside, leading to their immediate demise. At that time, Lin Yuan was preoccupied with resolving matters at the Bloodwolf base. Later, through the perspectives of flies and mosquitoes, he learned of this incident and felt no surprise. In the depths of despair, people find themselves either driven to death or madness. To those individuals, although the zombies had vanished, it did not signify their safety. Remaining in the community, they would inevitably succumb to despair once their supplies ran out. Thus, they opted to venture beyond the confines of their community in search of survival opportunities. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor them. Your audacity is truly impressive. Jiang Qian smirked. I have a question. What is it? A perplexing look crossed Jiang Qian's face as the topic shifted abruptly. Are you tough enough to take a beating? You are quite remarkable. Jiang Qian felt a wave of exasperation. Building 18, room 704. Jiang Qian stood outside the door. Despite having already video chatted and exchanged banter, the prospect of meeting in person made her feel inexplicably anxious. She had never experienced such nerves, not even during her college entrance examinations. She couldn't quite fathom the source of her anxiety. It simply consumed her. Her slightly hurried breaths caused her chest to rise and fall dramatically, tracing an exhilarating arc creak. Just as Jiang Qian was still engaged in her mental preparation, the door before her swung open. When you were arguing with me, weren't you quite bold? Lin Yuan leaned against the door, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the seemingly startled Jiang Qian, who appeared somewhat flustered. So, you are merely a master of words. What? Are you afraid now? Who is scared? Gazing at Lin Yuan's handsome features and those irresistibly captivating eyes, Jiang Qian felt her heart race uncontrollably, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. How could this scoundrel be even more attractive than in the video? Taking a deep breath, she quickly recalibrated her mindset, donning a fierce yet adorable expression on her fair and delicate face, boldly meeting Lin Yuan's gaze. This would surely convey her confidence. Alas, she overestimated herself. The moment their eyes locked, her heart betrayed her once more, quickening its pace, and her cheeks flushed with warmth, leaving her utterly disarmed. Stop standing there like a fool. I want tea bite. Come in. Lin Yuan chuckled, shaking his head at her awkwardness. Indeed, the best way to deal with a master of words is to confront them directly in person. You were so brave, yet when given the opportunity, you proved to be ineffectual. Oh, as Lin Yuan turned and returned to the living room, settling onto the sofa by the balcony, she felt a twinge of frustration. Jiang Qian, you truly lack ambition. What are you afraid of? Yet, she still couldn't muster the courage, responding dully as she closed the door and walked into the living room. Where will I sleep? I'm currently occupying the master bedroom. The second bedroom is filled with supplies, but there's a bed in the study for you to sleep in tonight. Jiang Qian blinked. This was somewhat different from her expectations. All right. She nodded and turned to enter the study. The study was modestly sized, adorned in a minimalist style, containing just a wall-mounted computer desk and a bed, complete with linens and bedding. Jiang Qian nodded in approval. While it may not rival the luxury of a top-tier hotel suite, she was quite satisfied. After all, no matter how splendid the surroundings, without a sense of security, it would all be in vain. She set down her hiking backpack and instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. On her snow-white shoulders, 2 red marks appeared, evidence of the pressure. Unable to resist, she pounded her shoulders a few times to alleviate the soreness, and then began to organize her belongings. A couple of laptops, several sets of change of clothes, and some daily necessities filled the living room. Lin Yuan observed Jiang Qian as she entered the study, then quietly closed the door behind her, a smile gracing his face. To be frank, Jiang Qian was strikingly beautiful, exceptionally so, in terms of both looks and figure. She could be deemed top tier. Indeed, even the nearly flawless Song Yufei and Lu Qingxue could not rival her extraordinary talents. However, beyond her physical attributes, Lin Yuan held a deeper admiration for her character. If one's personality fell short, it mattered not if they were the campus belle or a celestial being. Lin Yuan would hardly spare them a glance, let alone invite them to join his team. Creak. The door to the master bedroom swung open, revealing Song Yufei, clad in a coffee-colored ice silk nightgown, her long, dark hair tousled as she emerged sleepily from her room. You're awake so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Lin Yuan chuckled, lifting his head after placing his notebook aside. With the master absent, I couldn't sleep. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as Song Yufei nestled into Lin Yuan's embrace. Perhaps still groggy from sleep, her voice was soft and melodious, carrying a certain sweetness. After just giving you a lesson this morning, you're already being so unruly? As her little hand began to playfully tease, Lin Yuan gently tapped her forehead in mock disapproval. Oh, I didn't mean to. Song Yufei's cheeks flushed as she explained. I just instinctively wanted to get close. Just as she attempted to withdraw her hand from Lin Yuan's clothing, the door to the study swung open. Teacher Song, Jiang Qian stood at the threshold, gazing at the intimate scene of Song Yufei nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, her fair face a picture of bewilderment. Song Yufei was a teacher at Linhai University? Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had known she was a teacher, but had never inquired about which university, nor had she ever mentioned it. How intriguing the world was. The little firecracker he had casually brought home turned out to be a student of Song Yufei. Jiang Qian? Song Yufei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Teacher Song. What is this? Jiang Qian had regained her composure, but the closeness between the two left her feeling somewhat flustered, her mind swirling with questions. What was happening? How could Teacher Song be here? What was their relationship? In the few days since they last met, how had Teacher Song become so much more beautiful? Those long legs, that waist, those elegantly accentuated curves, oh dear. It seemed I've come out at the wrong time. Should I retreat back into the study and pretend I never emerged? Is it too late? Would this scoundrel be angry? She recalled reading in comics that men often got upset when interrupted in such moments. Would he be furious with her? Strangely, she felt as though she were destined to become a target. After a brief moment of surprise, Song Yufei quickly regained her composure. Although she had been asleep and was unaware of the events involving Lin Yuan and Jiang Qian, she felt a profound connection with Lin Yuan after being nurtured by him. In an instant, she gleaned all that had transpired from his heart. Turning to Lin Yuan, a playful glimmer danced across her exquisitely beautiful face. Master, Jiang Qian is the most celebrated beauty at Linhai University. Her taste is quite discerning, don't you think? Her voice resonated within Lin Yuan's mind. If I were to claim this as merely a coincidence, would you believe me? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Song Yufei had evolved into a seasoned expert, capable of steering the narrative with just a glance. Ah, a coincidence. How delightful. This is truly fate. Rest assured, Yufei shall handle her for you. With that, Song Yufei rose from Lin Yuan's embrace. She cast her gaze towards the doorway of the study, where Jiang Qian stood, her small hands nervously intertwined, her head bowed, and the playful sparkle in her strikingly beautiful face vanished, replaced by a gentle, mature smile. Jiang Qian, it's not convenient to talk here. Let us converse in the room. With graceful strides, she approached Jiang Qian, taking the bewildered girl by the hand and leading her into the study. Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. The way Song Yufei carried herself gave him an uncanny sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a matronly figure. To be fair, when he previously referred to Jiang Qian as a natural-born expert, it had been in jest. Compared to seasoned Song Yufei, Jiang Qian was merely a novice, particularly given her penchant for strong words. In front of Song Yufei, she likely wouldn't last 3 rounds. Poor little Pepper. He hoped she had the wit to avoid being led astray. However, the fact that the two of them were getting acquainted was indeed a positive development, albeit somewhat unexpected. It certainly saved him a great deal of trouble. Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on these matters. His own tasks for the day were far from complete. Time was of the essence. He needed to accelerate his pace. Glancing at the clock, it was already 1:07 p.m. The Ant team had commenced their endeavors at the mall and the 3 audio stores. While their pace was somewhat sluggish, the overall progress was satisfactory. After bringing Jiang Qian back, the silly dog had dashed off towards the mall with exuberance. With the silly dog's participation, the Ant team's efficiency in leveling up and earning money had significantly increased. Even the magnificent parrot, Xiao Wu, had joined in to assist. Occasionally swooping down from the sky, its claws as sharp as blades, to reap one target after another. Lin Yuan merely cast a glance and chose not to engage further. At their current rate, they would likely clear everything out before nightfall. He shifted his focus to the falcon. In contrast to the harvesting at the mall and the audio stores, his primary concern lay with the refrigerated truck. The dispatched ant and mosquito teams had yet to report back, indicating they had not yet located it. He would have to take matters into his own hands, utilizing the Falcon's speed to broaden the search area. As long as he found the truck, he could relocate by tomorrow at the latest. Half an hour later, he found it. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, revealing a look of delight. Initially, he had thought there were merely 2 refrigerated trucks, which should be quite easy to locate. In fact, he did find them quite swiftly. Such vehicles are primarily utilized for servicing shopping malls or hotels. He maneuvered his falcon, deliberately focusing on these areas, and soon, amidst the wreckage of dozens of mangled vehicles on a street, he discovered 3 refrigerated trucks. They were truly reduced to debris, positioned amid the wrecks. They had been crushed into metal discs, and after a fire, only skeletal frames remained. Reluctantly, Lin Yuan had to expand his search radius. Ultimately, at the back door of another restaurant, he found 2 refrigerated trucks, the largest of their kind, boasting a refrigerated compartment of 116 meters. Their size was comparable to that of a semi-trailer, more than sufficient for his needs. The straight-line distance was 6 kilometers, separated by 4 streets. Lin Yuan grabbed his phone, opened the electronic map, and assessed the distance, deeming it acceptable. He planned to venture there with Yufei to bring them back. As for Jiang Qian's instructions, he decided to leave that task at home, allowing her to handle the route planning. The workload for route planning was considerable. Lin Yuan had initially intended to do it himself. With his hacking skills, disabling the surveillance on those routes would be a breeze. However, the challenge lay in the time-consuming nature of the task. After disabling the surveillance, he would still need to check the traffic conditions via the cameras and then devise a feasible route without any issues based on that information. With 4 or 5 routes, the total distance exceeded 1,000 kilometers. Just imagining the number of surveillance cameras made his head spin. It must be said, Jiang Qian arrived just in time. Jiang Qian, are you being polite? Creak. The study door swung open. Lin Yuan turned to see Song Yufei's exquisite face adorned with a mature and gentle smile, while Jiang Qian, slightly blushing, followed closely behind her, casting Lin Yuan a curious glance. The two had conversed for over half an hour, the content of their discussion unknown, before emerging from the study and taking a seat on the living room sofa. Master, are you getting anxious? Don't worry, Yufei has already taken care of it. Song Yufei looked at Lin Yuan, her smile widening playfully, her voice resonating in his heart. Taken care of what? Lin Yuan was somewhat bewildered. What did that mean? Could it be what he had speculated? Was it true? Although he harbored no particular feelings for Jiang Qian, he adhered to a principle of acceptance, never refusing or resisting. What was going through this little firecracker's mind? Would she truly accept it? Chapter 89. I need to have a proper discussion with your teacher, Song. Acceptance? Nonsense. Taking care of what? As Jiang Qian approached him, taking a deep breath, her fair visage bore an unprecedented seriousness, signaling her determination to diligently learn the culinary arts and assume the responsibility of the team's chef, thereby alleviating some of Song Yufei's burdens. In contrast, Lin Yuan remained ensnared in thoughts of Song Yufei's earlier triumph, rendered momentarily speechless. What is this? Huh? Jiang Qian appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly taken aback by Lin Yuan's reaction. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and then, as if a realization struck her, the earnestness on her small face dissipated in an instant, replaced by a blush, as she glared fiercely and exclaimed, "Don't even think about having me wash your clothes. Absolutely not." The earlier act of bringing Lin Yuan bitter tea had already been her ultimate concession. What a ridiculous notion. Lin Yuan, wearing an expression of disbelief, turned to glance at Song Yufei, who was struggling to suppress her laughter, her shoulders trembling slightly. Gritting his teeth, he queried, "Is this what you meant by resolved? Master, weren't you the one who thought our team was understaffed and needed someone to cook? That is why you let Qian join us, right?" "I merely echoed your sentiments. Did I misinterpret your intent? Master, do you have something else in mind?" Song Yufei blinked innocently, striving to feign confusion. Yet the upward curl of her lips and the mirth in her eyes betrayed her amusement. "Hee. No, you did quite well," Lin Yuan replied, a cold smile gracing his features. "All right, so this is how we're playing it, huh?" In that moment, the image of the warm and caring older sister he had conjured in his mind shattered completely, only to be reassembled into the same Song Yufei, albeit now with two devilish little horns adorning her fair forehead and a tail trailing behind her. "Sister, you are quite mischievous." Though slightly amused by the absurdity, Lin Yuan recognized that he had indeed been swayed by Song Yufei's earlier words. Otherwise, he would never have entertained such a far-fetched notion. Despite his ignorance of what transpired during the lengthy conversation between the two women in the study, he was resolute in his belief that Jiang Qian was not a person to be trifled with. This was evident from their initial interactions. He did not consider himself to possess such remarkable charm that, within just over an hour of acquaintance, he could elicit such a response from Jiang Qian, once revered as a goddess by countless fellow students. Moreover, Song Yufei was not particularly known for her eloquence. No, that part should be omitted, for it is indeed one of her virtues. To be precise, Song Yufei did not possess such extraordinary verbal prowess. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was inconceivable that mere words could persuade Jiang Qian to accept such circumstances. However, regardless of the absurdity of the situation, one must acknowledge its allure, especially since Lin Yuan was an exceedingly normal man, emphasizing this point. Exceedingly normal. Yet, despite all this, Lin Yuan was not inclined to let the matter rest. This was utterly preposterous. What had begun as mere unrest had now escalated to the point of daring to play tricks on the master. A lesson needed to be imparted, a lesson that must be taught with utmost severity. Feeling a bit peckish, Jiang Qian sat on the sofa, observing the stifled laughter of Song Yufei and the intense gaze of Lin Yuan. Shrinking her neck, she suddenly sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Indeed, men are quite sensitive about such matters. Being interrupted could provoke their ire. Old lecher, wretched creature, scoundrel. Recalling the conversation she had with Song Yufei earlier in the study, her expression grew tense and constrained, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Such matters were unthinkable. She merely harbored a fondness for this wretched being, but it had not escalated to that extent. Absolutely not. However, her culinary skills were limited to boiling noodles, and she could only stir-fry vegetables and make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She needed to be alone for a while to gather her thoughts. Moreover, she was genuinely hungry. The crux of the matter was that the atmosphere felt increasingly uncomfortable. She needed to escape, lest she be caught in the crossfire and find herself on the receiving end of Lin Yuan's ire. Her premonition proved accurate. "I'm not hungry. You can eat by yourself. The kitchen is stocked with ingredients, so prepare whatever you desire. Don't worry about wasting food. There is plenty." This is a perfect opportunity for you to hone your culinary skills, Lin Yuan remarked, rising abruptly. To Song Yufei's astonishment, he swept her off the sofa in a swift embrace. I need to have a serious conversation with your teacher, Lin Yuan added, a hint of mockery in his tone. Song Yufei's cheeks flushed, but her eyes sparkled with mirth, her delicate arms encircling Lin Yuan's neck, exuding a playful defiance. Master, you've barely rested for a few hours since this morning. Are you up to it? She teased. Goodness, how can you endure this? Just wait. You won't be able to hold back your tears. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, realizing that this older sister's nature had not changed at all, and astonishingly, she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Qian, quick to surrender, yet bold enough to challenge again. Today, he vowed, she would not escape without calling him daddy. With a resounding bang, the master bedroom door was slammed shut. Jiang Qian bit her lip, her face aflame, her expressive eyes glistening with moisture. What outrageous words were exchanged? Were they truly engaging in such antics? Was this how adults interacted? The world of grown-ups is indeed terrifying. Cooking, I must hurry to the kitchen. Jiang Qian murmured softly, unsure whether she was addressing herself or the two individuals within the room. Promptly, she sprang to her feet and rushed into the kitchen, striving to immerse herself in the art of cooking. 10 minutes later, she emerged with a bowl of freshly prepared tomato and egg noodles. Pushing through the front door and slamming it shut behind her. Alone in the corridor, she basked in the sweltering sun, slurping her noodles. It was scorching, yet it was so tranquil, far preferable to being inside. However, she soon realized a pressing concern. Did I bring my keys? No matter. That scoundrel would finish his business soon enough. When the time comes, I can simply ask Teacher Song to let me in. Chapter 90. What cannot kill her only makes her stronger. At 3:37 p.m., Lin Yuan reclined on a single sofa by the balcony, grasping a freshly opened can of ice-cold cola while enjoying the refreshing air conditioning. He felt utterly invigorated. He was immensely satisfied with the lengthy exchange that had lasted over 2 hours. Was he incapable? Before utilizing the D-grade gene serum, he indeed lacked confidence. Yet, after its application, his physical attributes had been enhanced threefold from their previous state. His self-assurance was unprecedented. In merely 10 minutes, he had reduced Song Yufei to a state of despair, leading her to surrender in tears, fully realizing her missteps. Regrettably for her, Lin Yuan was resolute in imparting a thorough lesson, extending their interaction to over 2 hours. Song Yufei paid dearly for her mischievousness. Fortunately, she possessed a zombie constitution, otherwise, given the intensity of the ordeal, she might not have seen the sun rise again. In fact, she might not even witness the sunset today. What are you staring at? In the living room, Jiang Qian, just out of the shower with damp hair, held a can of cola while seated at the dining table, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan. The thought of having been exposed to the sun for over 2 hours earlier, nearly succumbing to heat stroke, made her grit her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel was nothing short of a brute. A mere glance wouldn't cost him a thing. Besides, during our first video call, he certainly gazed far more than he did now. Lin Yuan remained languid, his gaze not only unwavering but increasingly brazen. It must be said, Jiang Qian, celebrated as the school beauty for 3 consecutive years, possessed an enviable figure and striking features. Her already fair skin glowed with a rosy hue post-bath, embodying the adage that women are made of water. Lin Yuan had witnessed this phenomenon numerous times with Song Yufei, though Jiang Qian had not experienced it before. Her skin exuded a texture that seemed capable of being squeezed for moisture. Her flushed cheeks were exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, breathtakingly flawless. Clad in a simple white t-shirt emblazoned with letters, the fabric strained against her ample form, rendering the text unrecognizable. Her lower attire consisted of a fluffy short skirt, her luminous legs drawing the eye irresistibly. This fiery little pepper was not only exceptionally talented, but also possessed striking legs. Alas, she was equipped with a sharp tongue. Lin Yuan, I could just strangle you. Jiang Qian, already brimming with indignation, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Lin Yuan's remarks. She slammed the cola can onto the table and leapt from her chair, baring her teeth as she charged toward Lin Yuan. Goodness! Lin Yuan was taken aback. The jest had gone too far. The little firecracker had erupted. Instinctively, he considered delivering a kick, with his current reaction speed. He had sensed her movement the moment she made a move. If he did not wish it, Jiang Qian would not dare to touch even the hem of his garment. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. It was understandable that the fiery little pepper would be in a foul mood after basking in the sun for over 2 hours. If he were to kick her out at that moment, it would likely drive her to the brink of madness. Moreover, given her petite frame, one could only wonder if she could withstand such treatment. The most crucial point was that he relied on her for planning the driving route. Cursed scoundrel! Lecherous fiend! Lin Yuan could not evade her grasp, and Jiang Qian seized the opportunity with great finesse. She mounted Lin Yuan, her luminous white legs firmly encircling his waist, while her slender hands gripped his neck. Her delicate face bore a mix of indignation, satisfaction, and triumph. This is what you get for bullying me, for disregarding my worth, for harassing Teacher Song. In that moment, Jiang Qian felt an unprecedented exhilaration. This sensation was delightful. Now you realize the strength of Jiang Qian, don't you? You thought you could belittle me. This time, I'll clutch your throat, and next time, I'll hang you on the wall as a target. Creak. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom swung open. Master, I am ready. We can set off now. After resting for a while, the revitalized Song Yufei finally emerged from her room. Though she had surrendered swiftly, overwhelmed by Lin Yuan's prowess, she possessed the constitution of a zombie. Those who could not vanquish her would only serve to make her stronger. After all, Lin Yuan was her station for enhancing her abilities. Having rested for just a few minutes, she was rejuvenated, having taken a shower and donned her anti-terrorism elite gear from the morning. The sight of her slender waist, long legs, and commanding presence was simply captivating. Teacher Song is so beautiful. Jiang Qian, a goddess in her own right, found herself momentarily entranced. Chapter 91. The innocent Jiang Qian. Fallacies are still arguments. The allure of Song Yufei was beyond question. Before the apocalypse, she was universally acknowledged as a goddess, a figure with a devilish physique and an angelic visage, topped with the charisma of a supreme seductress. She had not only captured the hearts of many men, but also garnered immense admiration from numerous women. It could be said that she truly achieved the rare feat of appealing to both genders. Jiang Qian was among her admirers. Yet soon, a look of confusion crossed her face. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it seem that, compared to their earlier conversation in the study, Song Yufei appeared even more beautiful now? Both her figure and aura seemed to have improved. This is the world of adults. During those 2 hours, Jiang Qian had only been aware of how severely Lin Yuan had reprimanded Song Yufei, even bringing her to tears. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that her teacher was simultaneously experiencing both pain and joy. Even an ordinary girl could clearly discern the effects of being nurtured. How much more so for Song Yufei? After being fueled for over 2 hours, did anyone truly believe there would be no results? Jiang Qian is indeed stunning. Tisk tsk. With such exceptional talent, Teacher Yufei might never reach such heights in her lifetime. It's truly enviable. One can only wonder which scoundrel will ultimately benefit from her. Song Yufei shot a reproachful glance at Lin Yuan, who was lounging on the sofa. She was well aware that the young girl had just provided an unintentional feast for the eyes. How ridiculous. What on earth did this girl consume to grow so formidable? If she started off this impressively, what would lie ahead? Teacher. Jiang Qian's cheeks flushed crimson. Earlier, when she was driving with Lin Yuan, her mind had wandered into inappropriate territory, but facing Song Yufei's blatant teasing, she found herself utterly flustered. Unable to resist, she cast a furtive glance at Lin Yuan, who stood to benefit from this. Surely, it was that rascal. She had already been seen by him twice today. The first instance could be attributed to her carelessness, but the second was entirely her own doing, and she had been riding for quite some time. How infuriating. Why are you staring at me? Jiang Qian's gaze prompted Lin Yuan to roll his eyes in response. You. Jiang Qian ground her teeth in frustration. That rascal. For heaven's sake. I was the one at a disadvantage here. What do you mean? Lin Yuan retorted. Did I say something wrong? Not allowing her a moment to respond, he continued. If you're thirsty, drink more water. If you're hungry, take action yourself. You're an adult now. Speak and act with maturity. Learn from your teacher, Song. Stop behaving like a petulant child. The task has been assigned to you. Plan the driving route promptly. This concerns our relocation tomorrow and cannot afford any carelessness. He began with a powerful opening, establishing a commanding presence. Then he executed a concept switch, creating a disorienting effect on his opponent. Following that, he employed a tactic to maintain pressure, extending the disorientation while introducing a sense of rigidity. Rain Fei and I will go find the refrigerated truck. The house is in your hands. Finally, change the subject and wrap things up decisively. Indeed, Jiang Qian, who had long been a homebody and naive to the ways of the world, was utterly bewildered by this. Take good care of the house. We are leaving. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan grabbed the giggling Song Yufei and hurriedly opened the door, making a swift exit. Bang! The sound of the door closing jolted Jiang Qian back to reality. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, placing her hands on the notebook keyboard, preparing to diligently complete the task Lin Yuan had entrusted to her. However, after typing just a few characters, her eyes widened in shock. No way, Lin Yuan. I will kill you. Downstairs in the community, Song Yufei looked up at the building. Although she could not see Jiang Qian, she could easily imagine that the girl was likely fuming. Master, you're truly wicked. Jiang Qian has never been treated like this in her 3 years of university. Song Yufei remarked, though the amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. Were it not for their mutual understanding, she would have been utterly baffled by Lin Yuan's earlier antics. It was indeed a game of folly. Knowing full well that they could not catch up, they still desperately flung themselves forward. When 100 people engage in the same act, it becomes commonplace and loses all significance. On the contrary, if one were to take the opposite approach, instead of being overly courteous upon meeting, one might deliver a sharp slap, and, regardless of whether one could pursue further, the girl would undoubtedly remember that moment for a lifetime. Perhaps, from hatred, love might even blossom? Is that not the very essence portrayed in those melodramatic television dramas? Listening to Lin Yuan's serious yet nonsensical discourse, Song Yufei could not help but cast him a sidelong glance. Fallacious reasoning. Yet, even fallacies hold some semblance of truth, regardless. I shall not indulge her. In the midst of their conversation, the two swiftly arrived at the entrance of their community. How shall we proceed? Shall we drive? Song Yufei surveyed the surroundings. Outside the community lay a crossroads flanked by various establishments, supermarkets, snack shops, breakfast diners, and barbershops, each thriving amidst the bustling foot traffic of nearby residential areas, office workers, and students. The businesses here were flourishing, benefiting from a steady influx of customers. However, such high foot traffic also meant that during the apocalypse, this area would likely descend into chaos. A glance around revealed a scene of devastation. Wrecked vehicles littered the vicinity. Although the streets were heavily congested, the chaos extended into the shops, where motorcycles and electric bikes had barreled through. Several establishments bore the scars of fire damage, remnants of explosions caused by motorcycles. The doors of several supermarkets stood ajar. While supplies had dwindled significantly, a portion still remained. Yet, Lin Yuan had noted the absence of the athletic young man he had seen earlier in the owner's group, a sign that he had likely met his demise. Earlier in the day, zombies had been roaming outside, but during the time when the foolish dog led the small team of ants to the hotel to assist Jiang Qian, they had cleared out all the zombies. Now, standing at the entrance of the community, not a single zombie was in sight. Let us proceed, Lin Yuan declared, retracting his gaze. Despite the abundance of congested vehicles, the streets were not completely impassable. Driving was entirely feasible. As for locating a vehicle, that posed no challenge. Most of the congested cars still had their keys inside, ready for the taking. However, the noise from driving could potentially attract zombies, which was hardly necessary. Very well. Let us set off early, Song Yufei nodded, seemingly unfazed. Her abilities had already reached the pinnacle of the Silver Eyes, and she anticipated another ascension soon. Such a short distance was hardly daunting. As for Lin Yuan, after utilizing the D-grade gene serum, his physical prowess was now 9 times that of an ordinary person, making him stronger than Song Yufei. Chapter 92. Arrangements for you in the evening. At 4:06 p.m., outside Donghu Park, on National Highway 012, with swift, fluid movements, a tall young man wielding an exquisitely crafted tang knife, adorned with a carefree smile, surged forward at an astonishing speed towards a group of over a dozen zombies. The young man's velocity was remarkable. He moved with such rapidity that within mere moments, he had closed the distance of several hundred meters to confront the horde of zombies. With a swift motion, the young man wielded his blade, effortlessly reducing a dozen zombies to mere fragments before they could even react. As the splattered blood and brain matter stained the ground, he had already retreated to a considerable distance, his white short-sleeved shirt remaining pristine, untouched by a single drop. At that moment, thousands of pitch-black ants, each the size of a broad bean, swiftly crawled over to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Master, how does it feel to slay zombies? Song Yufei, with her long legs, leisurely followed behind, observing Lin Yuan, who stood atop a vehicle, meticulously wiping the blood from his tang knife with a piece of tattered cloth. Her exquisitely beautiful face radiated a gentle smile. Throughout their journey, she had obediently trailed behind him without lifting a finger. It feels rather good, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, discarding the rag and sheathing his now clean tang knife. Since the apocalypse began, he had been holed up in his community, feeling quite stifled. To be honest, today marked his first venture outside, and he was undeniably thrilled. Especially considering his current abilities, he was more than capable of self-defense. With 9 times the strength, stamina, and speed, along with a grasp of intermediate mixed martial arts, it was no exaggeration to say that not only could he handle the dozen zombies, but even a horde of 100 or 200 could be dispatched with ease. As he made his way from the community, he completely unleashed himself, racing at full speed and savoring the exhilaration of what it meant to be as swift as the wind, a human supercar. When encountering groups of zombies, he charged in without a hint of hesitation. Of course, he would steer clear of massive hordes numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. He might be immune to the zombie virus due to his nurturing system, but should he find himself surrounded by a tide of the undead, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. After all, he possessed only 9 times the strength of an ordinary person, not 90. If surrounded by hundreds of zombies, could he truly fend them off? Nevertheless, such a scenario was unlikely to arise. It would be sheer folly to tempt fate. Overall, This journey had been immensely satisfying. Who wouldn't relish such a crushing victory? Master, should we hunt zombies together in the future? Song Yufei suggested teasingly. Haha, indulging in such activity occasionally is refreshing and good for the body. But if it were a daily affair, I could hardly endure it. Compared to that, I prefer lounging at home and dreaming of a life of ease. Lin Yuan leapt down from the vehicle and playfully pinched Song Yufei's cheek, laughing heartily. With so many loyal companions at his disposal, he saw no reason to lead the charge personally in the hunt for zombies. Was the soda not refreshing enough? Or was the sofa not comfortable? Perhaps the air conditioning was no longer cool? Given that he could earn points simply by lying around each day, why would he squander his energy in such pursuits? Master, your thoughts hardly reflect those of a young person. Song Yufei chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. Young people are often swept up in their fervor. Once one possesses strength, who wouldn't enjoy showing off? In contrast, Lin Yuan was remarkably cautious. For several days, no one in the entire neighborhood noticed his presence. Now, with sufficient strength, he ventured out for a brief escapade, only to retreat once more into hiding. Such a mindset surely deserves his growth. Although the cunning individual may not be well liked, the exhilaration is undeniable. Lin Yuan remarked with a smile. Once we return with the refrigerated truck, I shall procure some delightful items for you, in hopes of facilitating your advancement. Really? This time, Song Yufei's eyes sparkled with genuine excitement. Initially, she was quite content with her own abilities. But after witnessing Lin Yuan's prowess during their journey, she felt somewhat disheartened. His physical capabilities were undeniably on par with hers, particularly his combat skills, which elicited a wave of envy. She had never been his match, and now, she felt even more inadequate. How frustrating. Let us go. I'll make arrangements for you tonight. The current demeanor of Song Yufei was rather endearing, despite her mature visage. Her eager expression resembled that of a little girl anticipating a reward. This striking contrast of charm prompted Lin Yuan to fondly cup her face and plant a playful kiss, eliciting a teasing scold from her. The ant squad worked efficiently, clearing the battlefield before continuing their journey aboard the Falcon's express vehicle toward their target. Lin Yuan never undertook endeavors without assurance. Even though his current strength was sufficient for self-preservation, he still brought along the Falcon and the ant squad. The Falcon was tasked with scouting the path, meticulously noting the locations and numbers of any zombie hordes. The ant squad was responsible for accumulating points, dispatching any foes they encountered before resuming their journey. The only objective was to return before nightfall. At 4:27 p.m., in the kitchen of the New Era Hotel, the master exclaimed, "The car keys are inside the vehicle, and the cargo hold is filled with fresh ingredients. A delightful surprise." Song Yufei elegantly leaped from a refrigerated truck, her long legs carrying her swiftly. However, the fuel tank was nearly empty, while it sufficed for their return to the neighborhood. Reaching the villa area of Qingxue might prove challenging. This hotel was quite expansive, boasting 16 stories and a variety of facilities, including accommodations, entertainment, saunas, wedding banquets, and dining options. The hotel where Jiang Qian previously stayed catered to the high-end business clientele, whereas this establishment aimed for a more accessible market, resulting in differing foot traffic. Just before the apocalypse, this hotel had secured 2 wedding banquets, necessitating a large supply of ingredients, which the refrigerated truck was meant to deliver. Unfortunately, the zombie virus outbreak occurred before the supplies could be unloaded, serendipitously benefiting Lin Yuan. Not to worry, let us head back for now. We can refuel during tomorrow's transfer. Lin Yuan casually waved his hand, dismissing the concern. This was hardly an issue. If necessary, he could have the silly dog work overtime to fetch some fuel from a nearby station. After all, he had ample energy, and it would be more productive to keep him occupied rather than let him roam freely. Silly dog, woof woof woof. Lin Yuan retorted, "What are you barking about? I can't understand you." With a roar, the engine came to life, and the vehicle was set in motion. Lin Yuan and Song Yufei each drove a refrigerated truck, swiftly exiting the hotel. The sound of gunfire echoed in the distance. Their heightened physical condition granted them superior auditory perception, allowing them to discern the shots despite being at least a kilometer away. "Master, it's coming from the pedestrian street plaza," one of them remarked. "I know." Lin Yuan's expression turned grave in an instant. Who could it be? In that fleeting moment, the answer crystallized in his mind. Officials. Chapter 93. With so many avenues for wealth, who would be insane enough to engage in this? Why such certainty? It was elementary. The gunfire was so concentrated it resembled a minor battle, accompanied by the sounds of grenades exploding. In a society governed by law, who possesses a substantial arsenal of firearms? Besides the authorities, Lin Yuan could not fathom anyone else with such audacity. The mafia? Please, what era are we in? Do you really think the state is idle? Their essay saying, combating organized crime requires evidence. Counterterrorism merely needs a list. To dare engage in this, one might as well court death. Those entrenched in the underworld are not fools. With countless paths to wealth, who would recklessly tread this one? Do they have a death wish? As for the possibility of a post-apocalyptic scenario where someone seized weapons from the police station, that likelihood approaches zero. If the apocalypse had indeed erupted, would the officials not utilize the weapons themselves instead of waiting for you to take advantage of them? Such thoughts are utterly far-fetched. Yufei, turn off the engine and park. Let us observe the situation first, Lin Yuan decisively instructed. He held deep admiration for those who bravely stood on the front lines, shouldering burdens for others. Yet, admiration is one thing, taking action is another. His guiding principle was simple: self-preservation. Safety first. This has always been his life tenet. With the current uncertainty, his foremost priority was ensuring his own safety. As for whether he would remain a passive observer or intervene to assist, that decision would depend on the unfolding circumstances. Soon, he and Song Yufei parked the two refrigerated trucks along the roadside, rolled up the windows, and turned off the engines. Unless one approached closely, they would hardly notice the presence of anyone in the vehicles. The deafening sounds of chaos erupted nearby, with zombies possessing remarkable hearing. Despite the substantial distance of over 1,000 meters to the plaza, the relentless gunfire and grenade explosions stirred the hordes for miles around. Lin Yuan sat in the truck, gazing at the street outside, witnessing the frenzied mass of the undead rushing forth, reminiscent of a marathon's commencement, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his quick thinking had spared him. Had he not halted and turned off the engine in time, the officials would have been unharmed while he would have met a grim fate. Master. At that moment, Song Yufei alighted from the vehicle, her long legs gracefully navigating through the throng of corpses, arriving at Lin Yuan's car door. The zombies, their faces twisted in grotesque terror and black ichors spilling from their mouths, howled and surged past her, entirely oblivious to her presence. Lin Yuan watched, a pang of envy stirring within him. How he wished he could exude such nonchalance. Yet, that was merely a fanciful thought. Despite being fully immune to the zombie virus, he remained human, and the undead found him quite intriguing. With a decisive motion, Lin Yuan opened the car door, and Song Yufei swiftly hopped inside. As the door closed behind her, she unreservedly settled onto Lin Yuan's lap, nestling into his embrace and closing her eyes, greedily inhaling the comforting scent around her. The warmth of their closeness was delightful. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. In such dire circumstances, was this truly the time for such intimacy? Master, I have just received an official news alert. An hour ago, the authorities commenced rescue operations for the survivors in Linhai City. The first batch of rescue plans comprises 18 designated gathering points. Conveniently, there is one at the pedestrian street square. Song Yufei lifted her hand and retrieved her phone from her tactical belt. The screen illuminated, revealing a news alert on her homepage. Lin Yuan glanced at his own device, realizing he had received the same notification. However, having set his phone to silent, he had remained unaware until now. Dismissing the news, he opened a short video application, and indeed, the day's clips predominantly featured the rescue gathering points. Some survivors had already reached the designated area, calmly following the directives of the officials as they were rescued in groups. Yet, these were but a minority. The overwhelming presence of zombies outside made it exceedingly difficult for many survivors to approach the rescue points, even if they were in close proximity. Consequently, the majority of the videos showcase survivors expressing their envy towards those fortunate enough to be rescued. Presently, the rescue efforts at other gathering points appeared to be proceeding relatively smoothly. Although they had inevitably attracted hordes of zombies, the situation remained under control for the time being. However, how long could this status be maintained? No one could tell. It seemed that those firing weapons were likely the official personnel at the pedestrian street square rescue point. Yet they appeared to be facing significant troubles. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue, stowing away his phone. He was hardly surprised by such developments. Having anticipated the difficulties of the rescue operations when he first saw the news of its commencement, he had remarked that this rescue would not be an easy endeavor. Indeed, trouble had arisen. As for the other gathering points, it was merely a matter of time. Given the commotion they were causing, it was reasonable to assume that they were in grave danger. Song Yufei gazed out the car window, her voice tinged with certainty as she observed the street beyond. A multitude of zombies roared and howled, densely packed like sharks sensing the scent of blood, reminiscent of a pack of wolves that had gone days without food, suddenly catching sight of prey. The sheer excitement of the scene sent chills down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. The numbers were overwhelming, akin to a swarm of locusts. Previously, they had departed from the New Era Hotel, taking with them the refrigerated truck, and those gathered inside surged forth like a boiling pot, some crashing through the upper windows and leaping down. Such occurrences were also unfolding in other buildings. Although there were many commercial towers in the vicinity, residential buildings were plentiful as well. It was hard to ascertain just how many zombies could congregate within a few kilometers, but one thing was certain. If those hordes were allowed to gather, even the rescuers would find it impossible to deal with them. In the current predicament, retreat was not an option. Lin Yuan observed the chaos. Truth be told, it was indeed a terrifying sight. He had seen a similar scene in the film Train to Busan, yet movies were ultimately just that, far removed from the grim reality before him. Experiencing it firsthand was incomparable. The Falcon had already rushed over. They should see what was unfolding there. He had yet to witness a gunfight in real life. Lin Yuan shifted his perspective to that of the Falcon, simultaneously sharing this viewpoint with Song Yufei. Immediately, the two began to watch the unfolding spectacle from a distance. Chapter 94. Su Muqing, a woman of striking beauty and chilling demeanor. The time was 4:39 p.m. The pedestrian street square, once a bustling commercial district before the apocalypse, had now transformed into a nightmarish slaughterhouse. Please, I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Damn it. I was safe at home. Why did I have to come here? This is not rescue. It's a death trap. The blame fell upon those few rascals. If it weren't for them, how could so many zombies have been attracted? Curse them. I will make them pay. Mommy, I'm so scared. The air was thick with a cacophony of curses and cries, intertwined with the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions, echoing across the entire square. Surrounding the plaza, hordes of zombies surged forward like a relentless tide, their ghastly expressions and bone-chilling roars causing many survivors, even from a distance, to blanch and tremble. Over 100 young soldiers, armed to the teeth, were strategically positioned around the crowd, unleashing their firepower to hold back the relentless waves of undead at the safety line. Occasionally, a few stragglers managed to breach the defensive line, but before they could advance even a few steps, they were obliterated in a violent explosion. These were the landmines and explosives that had been strategically placed in anticipation of such an event. Yet, even with these precautions, the expressions on everyone's faces were grim. The horde of zombies was overwhelming. Their firepower was fierce, yet their ammunition was limited, especially when the magazines ran dry and needed to be replaced. The zombies seized this opportunity to swiftly close in on the defensive line. The landmines and explosives that had been strategically placed were diminishing with each passing moment. As time wore on, the safety perimeter continued to shrink, and it would not be long before these young soldiers were forced into a direct confrontation with the undead. However, that also signified their impending doom. These young soldiers were brimming with confidence in their close-quarters combat skills, believing they could take on 10 zombies at once. But what then? The tide of zombies seemed endless. What good was it if one could slay 10 when the relentless onslaught continued? This was a battle they simply could not win. Their only objective was to buy time. They cared not for their own lives, only wishing for the survival of the remaining civilians, hoping they could all escape safely. This was their mission. Simultaneously, it was their sacred duty, for they were soldiers. Captain, the situation has been managed. A robust young soldier, reminiscent of a black bear, rushed past the survivors and swiftly approached a young woman, saluting with a grim expression. Furthermore, the details have been clarified. The young woman turned to reveal an exquisitely delicate visage, with elegantly arched brows, captivating phoenix-like eyes, a petite nose, and lips shaped like willow leaves, presenting an exquisite harmony. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Yet, there was an air of coldness about her, not the haughty kind, but a chill born of familiarity with life and death. Su Muqing, aged 25, stood at 172 centimeters tall, proficient in firearms and hand-to-hand combat. Upon graduating from military academy, her performance was nothing short of impeccable, subsequently being recruited into the army by the state as a top strategic reserve talent. 2 days prior, she had arrived in this coastal city. This rescue operation at the pedestrian square was personally led by her. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, just as the survivors began to gather and she was organizing their evacuation in batches, an unforeseen crisis erupted. Among the survivors, a middle-aged man suddenly erupted in rage, pulling out a butcher-esque cleaver reminiscent of the infamous weapon from a well-known film. Though not as sharp, it was indeed capable of severing bones. It's all because of you. She was pregnant and about to be a mother. You scoundrels, you beasts. My daughter is dead. Why should you live? My daughter is dead. You all must die. You must pay for my daughter's life. The middle-aged man's speed was astonishing. Many had no time to react, only hearing his furious curses as he charged at several young men. By the time anyone processed the scene, 2 of the young men had already succumbed to his murderous assault. However, the middle-aged man showed no intention of halting his relentless assault, wielding the cleaver with fervor as he pursued the remaining few young individuals. Regrettably, those young people had already been frightened into hiding. The man ceased his pursuit, instead turning to strike fiercely at the remnants of the group. The scene was utterly gruesome. Many nearby survivors were splattered with blood. Some even had their faces stained with brain matter. Although the apocalypse had descended several days prior, those who had survived to this moment had done so through sheer luck and the meager supplies they had at home. Who had ever witnessed such carnage? This event ignited a powder keg. The piercing screams echoed throughout the pedestrian square, instantly attracting the multitude of corpses quarantined beyond the safety line. The situation spiraled out of control. By the time Su Muqing and her team arrived, the middle-aged man had been subdued by several soldiers. Yet the two young men had already been reduced to mere piles of flesh, and the remaining young individuals had been captured. Furthermore, they had completely aroused the horde of the undead. Before their departure, they had anticipated numerous unforeseen circumstances, but none could have predicted this. Speak. Su Muqing's expression remained unchanged, though her voice was tinged with coldness. Logically, the most pressing concern should have been to fend off the horde, followed by the urgent rescue of the survivors to facilitate their swift evacuation. In comparison, the middle-aged man's predicament was of little significance. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to unravel the circumstances. This was her enduring modus operandi. As Su Muqing spoke, her 3 squad members, while steadfastly aiming their weapons and maintaining their pace in dispatching the zombies, had perked up their ears in anticipation. The burly youth did not keep them in suspense and promptly began his report. The situation was not convoluted. The middle-aged man had been an orphan since childhood. His wife had passed away early, and he had raised his only daughter alone. A year prior, his daughter had married, but shortly after, her husband had been unfaithful. Upon learning of his daughter's divorce, the man took her back to care for her, only to have the apocalypse erupt shortly thereafter. 2 days ago, a group of young men broke into his home, rendered him unconscious, and abducted his daughter. When he awoke the next day, he witnessed his daughter being thrown from the upper floor by those same young men, who laughed derisively, remarking that a pregnant woman was quite humorous, and they would try it again next time. The rest of the tale was straightforward. Consumed by vengeance, the man had sought an opportunity for retribution. Today presented that chance, and he seized it, successfully avenging his daughter. Of the 6 young men, 2 had already fallen to his hand, and I personally executed the remaining 4. The burly youth added. Indeed. Su Muqing nodded, wholly unperturbed by the revelation. This was, after all, a rule she had established.